Li Jiu, bearing the Xuanhuang breathing technique bestowed by the King of Hell, reincarnates into the Dragon Ball world, becoming one of the few Saiyans. Years later, Beerus remarks, Li Jiu, my esteemed lord, I once devoted all my efforts to train you. Chapter 1. The Saiyan Li Jiu. Atop a barren mountain peak, a figure floats in mid-air, eyes gently closed, his tall frame standing like a pillar between heaven and earth. Below, an endless expanse of forest stretches out, yet within it, clouds of dust rise majestically. A thunderous roar follows, as a mushroom cloud billows upward, startling the man atop the mountain awake. Can this girl not be quiet for a moment? Li Jiu helplessly opens his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the mushroom cloud. Many years ago, the soul of Li Jiu was mistakenly drawn into hell. By the time the King of Hell realized the error, Li Jiu had languished in hell for hundreds of years. Sending him back was impossible, yet a mistake remains a mistake. Even the King of Hell cannot allow it to stand uncorrected. Fortunately, Li Jiu understood the greater good, and after some communication and negotiation, he arrived in this world as a Saiyan, adopting the name Li Jiu. As a form of compensation, the King of Hell granted him the Xuanhuang breathing technique while retaining his memories from his previous life. Now, 18 years have passed since Li Jiu entered the Dragon Ball world. Hey, Li Jiu, you're daydreaming again. Look at me, I've just hunted down a saber-toothed tiger. Impressive, right? A young girl hovers before Li Jiu, bearing a saber-toothed tiger measuring 7 to 8 meters in length on her back. Li Jiu's thoughts are disrupted as he refocuses on the girl. She is tall and graceful, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuates her alluring curves, her fair skin glistening like snow, with short hair neatly styled, unlike the wild hair of male Saiyans. Natasha, I must leave. He had long wished to depart for the planet known as Earth. The sudden farewell leaves Natasha speechless, gazing blankly at Li Jiu, instinctively following in his wake. He had previously mentioned his intention to leave, but had not brought it up recently. Why the sudden departure today? Where are you going? Natasha asks, her voice tinged with helplessness and panic. To a planet called Earth, Li Jiu replies straightforwardly, not concealing anything from Natasha. Natasha falls silent, carrying the massive white tiger as she trails behind Li Jiu until he reaches a cliff, moves aside a boulder, and reveals a spacecraft within. It becomes clear that Li Jiu truly intends to leave. This is his spacecraft, which his parents had fortuitously avoided returning to Vegeta and thus escaped one calamity, yet ultimately could not evade death. They had sent Li Jiu to Xinuo Air Star, where he was adopted by Natasha's parents. However, Natasha's parents were also killed shortly thereafter. The young Li Jiu and Natasha survived only because they had not been registered. Is it impossible for you not to go? Natasha's voice softens, revealing her reluctance to let Li Jiu depart. If you leave, what will I do? Natasha discards the corpse of the white tiger, stepping closer, her dark, bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I will leave, but I will return, Li Jiu responds without turning back, extracting the spacecraft and entering through the open hatch. He receives a memory infusion from the spacecraft, fully comprehending its operational methods. No, you're lying. I won't let you go, Natasha exclaims, raising her hand to destroy the spacecraft as Li Jiu attempts to close the hatch. Li Jiu's expression darkens. The spacecraft cannot be damaged. In an instant, he appears before Natasha. What are you doing? I'll destroy it. Natasha's eyes shimmer with mist, defiantly staring at Li Jiu. Li Jiu wishes to chastise her, yet the sight of her on the verge of tears renders him speechless. This is our only spacecraft. If you destroy it, we will be trapped on this planet. So you plan to leave me behind and go alone? Tears cascade down Natasha's cheeks as she glares at Li Jiu. I will come back for you. Li Jiu approaches Natasha, gently wiping away her tears, speaking with reluctant assurance. Natasha, her eyes glistening with moisture, gazes intently at Li Jiu. After a long pause, she turns away from him, declaring, I will wait for you for 3 years. Li Jiu watches Natasha's solitary figure retreat, his expression a mixture of turmoil. He feels an overwhelming urge to stay. Yet in this world, he cannot confine himself to a single planet. Moreover, this planet has yet to evolve even the most rudimentary civilization. It merely harbors life. 3 years. Take care of yourself. Li Jiu ultimately chooses to leave, yet he establishes a short-term objective. Even a small cat or dog, after raising it for over a decade, would be hard to part with. As he boards the spacecraft, he gazes at Natasha's gradually diminishing figure, weeping as he murmurs, upon arriving at Earth, I will come for you immediately. The spacecraft transforms into a streak of light, traversing the cosmos toward Earth. Yet, Seated within the spacecraft, Li Jiu does not succumb to slumber. Instead, he practices the Xuanhuang breathing technique, his vitality and spirit strengthening with each passing day, unwilling to squander the year ahead. The journey from Xinyuo Air Star to Earth requires a year. It should be the storyline of Dragon Ball Z now. I wonder how far it has progressed. Li Jiu muses, slowly closing his eyes to practice the Xuanhuang breathing technique. It seems I have reached my limit, yet I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Jiu reflects, a hint of resignation creeping into his thoughts. His battle power appears to have peaked, yet he cannot accomplish the transformation despite concentrating energy at his back. I wonder what my current battle power is. The universe remains desolate, a landscape for Li Jiu's introspection. A year finally passes, and when a cerulean planet comes into view, a sense of relief washes over Li Jiu's face. He has finally arrived. That is a rather weak energy signature. As the spacecraft enters the atmosphere, a black spaceship brushes past it. Earth is sending out spaceships instead of spacecraft. That shape is Son Goku departing for Namek. The aircraft plummeted with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a vast crater. Li Jiu did not hesitate. Drawing upon his self-taught perception and application of Qi, he detected a formidable presence. Is it the Turtle Hermit? With the aircraft in tow, Li Jiu soon arrived on a remote island, where the Turtle Hermit awaited him just outside the Turtle Hermit's abode. A presence reclusive? The Turtle Hermit gazed gravely at the slowly descending Li Jiu, his attention shifting to the tail coiled around Li Jiu's waist. A Saiyan. Where has Sun Wukong gone? Is the god still around? Li Jiu refrained from idle chatter, for he suspected that Sun Wukong had ventured to planet Namek. If that were the case, he could join the fray. Wukong has left Earth. The Turtle Hermit spoke, yet he did not disclose Sun Wukong's whereabouts, nor did he provide any news of the god. At this juncture, it seems about right. Planet Namek, is it? Without hesitation, Li Jiu boarded his aircraft, setting his sights on planet Namek. 6 days should not lag behind Sun Wukong by much. The aircraft soared through the skies, while the Turtle Hermit removed his black top hat, wringing it out to release a pool of sweat. Wukong, be cautious. Sapte dos, Li Jiu's aspiraciones. The words of Sun Wukong must have arrived alongside the Ginyu Force. At that moment, Li Jiu found himself plagued by a throbbing headache, as if the narrative had slipped entirely from his memory, leaving him with only a vague recollection of the timeline. After all, these memories were centuries old. 2 spacecraft departed Earth, one following the other, heading towards the planet Namek. Meanwhile, on Namek, a fierce battle for the Dragon Balls unfolded. Vegeta suffered severe injuries and was whisked away by Zarbon for treatment aboard their spaceship. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily took 4 Dragon Balls from Frieza, and after a series of challenges, he managed to gather 6. However, the Ginyu Force had already arrived, leaving Vegeta with no choice but to ally with Krillin and Gohan. Albeit too late. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's spaceship also neared Namek, preparing for descent. The Ginyu Force had secured 7 Dragon Balls, leaving their 4 members to confront Vegeta and the others. Vegeta launched a surprise attack, severing Guldo's head, thus creating a 3-on-3 standoff. Just then, Li Jiu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the monotonous expanse of stars outside, as the planet Namek drew ever closer. 3 wishes awaited. In the original tale, the first was to resurrect Piccolo and transport him to Namek. The desire for Earth was to revive all those slain by Frieza and his minions. The final wish for the Dragon Balls on Namek was to relocate everyone. Li Jiu gently tapped his temple with his fingertips, contemplating his own wish to bring Natasha to his side. Resurrecting Piccolo was feasible, but he preferred that Piccolo not come to Namek, for it would squander an opportunity. A smile graced Li Jiu's lips. Whether his presence would alter the course of events was of little consequence. Upon arrival, the sparse vegetation and population of Namek were starkly apparent. As Li Jiu's craft descended, an eerie silence enveloped the vicinity, with not a trace of life within 100 miles. Were they all slain? Li Jiu murmured, glancing at his vessel before slowly closing his eyes. A faint aura was rapidly diminishing. He needed to find the Grand Elder at once. He directed his gaze towards a particular direction, where 2 weak energies lingered, one seemingly on the brink of expiration. Frieza was likely nearby. Should he seize the moment to strike? Li Jiu ascended slowly, not attempting to conceal his energy, and swiftly soared towards the Grand Elder's location. Over the oceanic expanse, a wave of energy soared skyward as Li Jiu accelerated, arriving in mere moments before a grand beetle-like structure. Grand Elder, Li Jiu gently descended, observing the Namekian who towered over him. easily twice his size. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Kind-hearted Saiyan, I am running out of time. The Grand Elder acknowledged Li Jiu's arrival with a sense of inevitability. I know, thus I require several wishes, Li Jiu replied, glancing at Den, who stood beside the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, understanding, raised his hand. I can help you unlock your potential. Thank you. I hope you can endure a while longer. Li Jiu stepped forward, accepting the offer without hesitation. A formidable potential surged forth from the depths of the body, and Li Jiu's aura grew uncontrollably, doubling in strength in a mere moment. Observing his own hands, Li Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility bestowed by his newfound power. Yet, he was aware that this was merely an illusion stemming from the enhancement of his abilities. How formidable am I now? He pondered, having never utilized a detector to gauge his combat prowess, leaving him without any point of reference. Determined, he set forth to seek out Vegeta, that ambiguous presence, as well as Krillin and Bulma. Accompanied by Dandy, he unleashed a fraction of his strength and proceeded in the direction he sensed. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, Vegeta feigned slumber while Son Goku recuperated in the healing chamber. It was imperative to arrive before Frieza. Li Jiu gradually quickened his pace, to the extent that Dandy could barely keep his eyes open in his arms. At that moment, a serious expression shadowed the countenance of the Great King as the detector at his side suddenly erupted. 1 million? Dandy. The first wish you must make is to summon a Saiyan woman named Natasha from the distant planet Xenor to my side. The second wish shall be to resurrect the Namekian Piccolo from Earth. Li Jiu, acutely aware of the urgency of time, contemplated whether his arrival would alter the course of events. Would the Grand Elder's enhancement of his potential lead to an untimely demise? Frieza was drawing nearer. Li Jiu glanced in another direction, but could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer as he accelerated once more. What about the third wish? Dandy inquired nervously. Gazing at Li Jiu pursed his lips and replied, the third wish can only be realized after the other wishes. Surely, you wish for all the Namekians slain by evil to be resurrected as well? However, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only revive one individual at a time. Fear not, for the Dragon of Earth can resurrect everyone. And the final wish must be to ensure that all depart from Namek, as this planet will be destroyed in the ensuing battle. Destroyed? Dandy's face turned a deeper shade of green. Rest assured, all will be well. Li Jiu cast a glance behind him. Given Frieza's approach, it was crucial to make the dragon disappear for a while, or perhaps the Grand Elder would conveniently perish. At last, Li Jiu descended rapidly, spotting Vegeta and Krillin awaiting him. Dandy, go ahead. Huh, that person. He dares not move. Li Jiu fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, who was indeed astonished by Li Jiu's overwhelming strength, paralyzing him into inaction. The power of the Dragon Balls is finite. To achieve immortality, a more potent Dragon Ball is required. Li Jiu regarded Vegeta, hoping he would grasp the gravity of the situation, lest he be compelled to incapacitate him first. Dandy approached the Dragon Balls, invoking the Namekian language to summon the dragon, causing the skies to darken instantaneously. The colossal Namekian dragon manifested in the expanse, immense beyond measure. You're also a Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at the towering figure of Li Jiu, who stood 2 heads taller than himself, his expression a blend of astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of resentment. Another Saiyan, more powerful than he. Just as Li Jiu was about to speak, an overwhelming aura suddenly emerged from behind. It was Frieza. He had transformed. Li Jiu's demeanor turned grave, but he gradually relaxed. For Frieza's minimum form boasted a power level of 530,000, and in his transformed state, it would soar beyond 1,000,000, seemingly capable of annihilating foes in an instant. As Li Jiu attuned himself to Frieza's energy, Dandy seized the moment to make his wish. Dragon, bring the female Saiyan Natasha from planet Xenor here. Dandy shouted, his words in Namekian, rendering them incomprehensible to Vegeta. Chapter 3. Vegeta, the Scion of Speed. Throughout the ordeal, Vegeta observed Dandy and the colossal dragon, his yearning for immortality intensifying with fervor. Longing for eternal life? Impossible. Otherwise, would I not wish for it? Li Jiu regarded Vegeta with a cold gaze, ensuring he wouldn't suddenly disrupt the proceedings. Vegeta remained defiant. Then let Frieza vanish. If that were possible, do you think he would still exist? Li Jiu remained speechless. The true omnipotent dragon was undoubtedly the Super Dragon Balls, crafted by the dragon god, Salama himself. Vegeta, ever astute, understood that many matters merely required a nudge for him to grasp the essence quickly. Compared to Goku's external enhancements, Vegeta truly embodied a blend of talent and hard work. Your wish is simple. The Namekian dragon spoke, its words still incomprehensible in the Namekian tongue. In the next moment, a slender figure materialized abruptly before them. She was delicate, her complexion unnaturally pale, and her expression appeared somewhat dazed. Li Jiu, she murmured, lifting her gaze in confusion. The dragon's intent to bring her here must have involved a series of communications. She searched her surroundings, and upon spotting Li Jiu, her expression transformed into one of sheer joy, tears welling in her dark eyes as she rushed into his embrace. Li Jiu, it really is you. Natasha clung to him tightly, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. You've lost weight, girl. Li Jiu gently caressed Natasha's hair, patting her shoulder. I promised I would come for you. However, I now face an opponent. He explained that details would have to wait until after they dealt with the adversary. All right, Natasha nodded, having sensed an ominous and powerful energy approaching rapidly. Be careful, she warned, her gaze fixed on Li Jiu, noting a change in him compared to a year prior. Li Jiu observed everything, ruffling Natasha's hair. You take care of these people, especially that Namekian. Understood, Natasha affirmed, moving beside Dandy, casting a puzzled glance at the massive dragon, realizing that this grotesque creature had brought her here. Seeing the first wish granted, Dandy immediately made his second wish. Please revive the Namekian Piccolo from Earth. You bastard. Stop. In the distance, a wave of energy surged forth, and Frieza, in his second form and towering nearly 2 meters tall, roared as he raised a finger, poised to strike down Dandy. However, how could Li Jiu allow such a fate to befall him? Dandy was not merely a tool for wishes. He was a mobile divine being. With a swift gesture, Li Jiu also pointed, but instead of a beam of energy, a transparent blade of air shot forth. Boom! The crimson beam collided with the sword aura, exploding in the air. Yet, amidst the smoke, the transparent sword energy maintained its momentum, swiftly slicing across Frieza's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. How is this possible? Frieza's expression turned to one of horror, but regrettably, his scouter was broken, rendering him unable to assess Li Jiu's combat power at that moment. Frieza. Vegeta gazed at Frieza, recalling the recent revelation of the destruction of planet Vegeta. Though he claimed to be indifferent, the pride of a prince prevented him from displaying weakness. Let me take his life. Vegeta could no longer contain his fury, since the Dragon Balls could not grant him eternal life. He would avenge all the fallen Saiyans by eliminating Frieza. Ho ho ho! Vegeta, are you coming to seek your demise? Frieza sneered as he observed Vegeta charging forward, leaping back to create distance. Frieza, I never expected you to transform as well. Yet you are still merely this. As Vegeta's aura erupted, Frieza's expression grew solemn. Albeit still tinged with disdain, it seems the Saiyans truly are a menace. Frieza cast a glance at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to Li Jiu and Natasha, his demeanor increasingly grave. 3 Saiyans. Could they alter their combat power? Frieza then looked at Dandy, who had now completed the second wish. Mr. Li Jiu. Dandy turned to Li Jiu. The third wish must be made swiftly, or the dragon will vanish. Li Jiu furrowed his brow. The Dragon Balls on Earth were scattered. Locating them would require some time. King Kai. Li Jiu looked skyward, seeking to connect with King Kai and the Earth. Saiyan, do you know me? If you do not wish for Frieza to annihilate everyone, then assist me in contacting the Earth's deity, urging them to gather the Dragon Balls swiftly, ready to grant a wish. Li Jiu spoke calmly, while keeping an eye on the battle between Vegeta and Frieza. At this moment, it was evident that Vegeta was not a match for Frieza, yet he managed to keep pace with the movements. A silence fell over King Kai's side, and after a lengthy pause, he responded, Saiyan, I believe in you. The gathering of the Dragon Balls has commenced on Earth. Excellent. Li Jiu did not instruct them to resurrect the Namekians immediately. The timing was not yet right. The battle had not fully erupted, and at this juncture, it remained uncertain who would leave and who would stay. Instant transmission appeared to be within the capabilities of the Ginyu Force's spacecraft. Li Jiu glanced toward the direction of the spacecraft, where 5 vessels remained stationed. Natasha, if a battle ensues, find a way to conceal those 5 flying devices. We must not allow them to be damaged by the aftermath of the conflict. Li Jiu glanced at Natasha, who nodded in response. Shall I eliminate him? Natasha cast a glance at Frieza. To her, his combat power of 120,000 was hardly intimidating. I intend to harness his strength to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Li Jiu fixed his gaze on Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta possessed a mere 50,000 in combat power, and within moments had been thoroughly beaten, his chest pierced by Frisia's sharp horn. Dandy tended his wounds. Vegeta was unceremoniously kicked over by Frisia, resembling a defeated dog, seemingly flaunting his triumph. Natasha was perplexed. Could it be that Frisia still had the capacity to grow stronger? Dandy hurried over to Vegeta's side, chanting a spell, and in the next instant, a miracle occurred. Vegeta's pierced chest healed, his injuries mended, and even his combat power surged once more. The passive abilities of the Saiyans truly defy logic. Li Jiu was well aware of the Saiyans' passive skills. Yet such abilities come with prerequisites, namely, a substantial accumulation of battle experience. Otherwise, an unrestrained activation of these passives could thwart even a God of Destruction. Chapter 4. The Great Brawl. Equally astonished, Vegeta slowly rose from the ground, incredulously glancing at Dandy, a proud smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Speed up, Saiyans. Fivefold, speed up, Saiyans. The formidable power led Vegeta to believe he had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. Abruptly, he turned his gaze towards Frisia. After his near-death recovery, Vegeta's combat power had now surpassed that of Frisia. Your Highness the Prince can certainly give it another try. Frisia seemed to imply that he still had hidden cards to play. Li Jiu had no intention of engaging Frisia at this moment. In fact, he could have swiftly eliminated him, just as Trunks later dispatched King Cold. However, Li Jiu wished to use Frisia as a punching bag, a whetstone for honing his skills. The initial combat power of Frisia's final form is 10 million, and at full strength, it reaches 120 million. Li Jiu silently calculated, by comparison. He estimated his own combat power had reached 10 million, with 5 million attributed to the Elder's influence. Yet, without the transformation into a Super Saiyan, he remained no match for Frisia. Embracing the challenge of life and death, since completing the transformation was proving elusive, he would let the battle serve as his impetus. Li Jiu's blood surged with fervor. He had a strong intuition that intense combat could help him break through his limits. My power has already surpassed Frisia's. Vegeta scoffed. Casting a glance at Li Jiu, still unable to discern his depths, his expression darkening. Frisia, let us test our strength once more. Vegeta charged forward again, momentarily suppressing Frisia, while Li Jiu observed this scene in silence. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power should be less than 2 million, rendering him no match for Frisia's third form. Li Jiu murmured to himself, then turned his gaze toward the spaceship. Dandy, come with me, he beckoned. Since the narrative had unraveled, why not let it spiral further into chaos? Dandy looked at Li Jiu, hesitating, but the dragon. Before he could finish, the colossal Namekian dragon abruptly vanished, transforming into 7 massive stones that fell to the ground, and the sky regained its brilliance. What? Frisia, who was being suppressed by Vegeta, witnessed the dragon's disappearance. His expression shifting dramatically. With a flick of his tail, he sent Vegeta flying and bellowed in rage. Where is the dragon? Where is it? Vegeta steadied himself, wiping the blood from his lips with a cold smirk. Even if you were granted the chance to realize your wish, eternal life would still elude you. The dragon cannot fulfill wishes that exceed the power of its creator. How infuriating. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed. I see now. Thank you, Vegeta, for illuminating my understanding. Therefore, I shall proceed to eliminate all of you as a token of my gratitude. Frisia's gaze turned as sharp as a blade, and his aura began to surge once more. His power. Natasha's expression grew grave as she looked towards Li Jiu. Frisia's energy was rapidly escalating, swiftly surpassing Vegeta's. Let him transform, Li Jiu remarked nonchalantly. Frisia's next transformation would yield a mere 4 million in power. Dandy, this is not the time for sorrow. The fallen Namekians will be revived soon. Li Jiu grasped Dandy's hand, leading them directly into Frisia's spaceship. Inside the healing chamber, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, regarding Li Jiu and Dandy with a cautious demeanor. Dandy, assist him in healing, Li Jiu instructed, pointing at Sun Wukong. We need to open this door. With a resounding crash, Li Jiu raised his hand and shattered the door of the healing chamber, causing water to pour out. Sun Wukong struggled to remove the breathing apparatus. Though his injuries were not fully healed, he could manage to stand. Dandy stepped forward, his hands emanating a teal glow. In an instant, Sun Wukong's wounds healed, his strength surging like a rushing spring. Incredible, Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with joy. After adapting to his suddenly enhanced power, he turned to Li Jiu. You are also a Saiyan, but I do not sense any malevolent aura from you. Must all Saiyans embody evil? Li Jiu smiled and replied. The battle outside is quite thrilling. Do you not wish to join in? Sun Wukong could indeed sense the excitement of the ongoing battle. Frisia's aura continued to ascend rapidly. Having surpassed Vegeta, I would prefer to face you in combat, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Despite Frisia's current surge in power, Sun Wukong held him in disregard. Your combat power should be around 3 million. Li Jiu recalled some significant data from the original narrative. With Sun Wukong's 3 million plus the 20-fold Kaioken, they could match Frisia, who was hastily augmenting his strength, evenly. 3 million, you say? Sun Wukong gently clenched his fist, gazing towards the vastness beyond the spaceship. Very well. I shall first vanquish Frisia, and then compete with you. Boom! A gaping hole was blasted into the ceiling of the spacecraft, and Sun Wukong vanished. Such destruction is rampant. It is imperative to protect the vessel from ruin. Li Jiu mused as he led Dandy back to the vicinity of the battlefield. At that moment, Natasha remained focused on the clash between Frisia and Vegeta, who, battered and bruised, plummeted once more. How infuriating! How can he still transform? Vegeta, filled with resentment, could not comprehend why, despite having attained the status of a Super Saiyan, he still fell short against Frisia. Help me heal, Vegeta pleaded, casting a desperate glance at Dandy, who, frightened, instinctively hid behind Li Jiu. Let's assist him once more, Li Jiu said, ruffling Dandy's hair as he looked towards Sun Wukong's direction, where that fellow was still exchanging pleasantries with his son and childhood friend. Very well, Dandy replied, conflicted. It was maddening to save the very one who had slain his kin. Ah, I see now, that brat shall perish. Frisia, witnessing Dandy miraculously mend Vegeta's wounds, resolved that Dandy could not be allowed to live. A crimson beam surged forth in an instant, and Frisia smirked coldly. Without that boy, the Saiyans would be rendered powerless. Just as Frisia believed Dandy was doomed, a massive paw shielded him. Boom! An explosion of energy ensued, leaving only smoke in its wake. Li Jiu calmly withdrew his hand, casting a cold glance at Frisia. I grant you time to reveal your full strength. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away. Natasha returned to Dandy's side, ensuring their healer remained safe. Frisia, rendered speechless, surveyed the surroundings and dismissed the weaklings with battle powers under 1 million. To witness my true form is indeed a privilege, he proclaimed as his aura surged once more, enveloped in a crimson blaze. His massive form began to swell, the ground beneath him fracturing, as the winds and clouds roiled ominously. At that moment, the voice of the King of the Worlds echoed again. The Dragon Balls of Earth have been gathered and are ready for a wish. Chapter 5. Shorter than Vegeta. Frisia's transformation was swift, completed in less than 10 seconds. His bulky frame shattered, revealing a diminutive figure barely reaching 1.5 meters. So short, Natasha remarked. Her immediate reaction, shorter than Vegeta. As if feeling her description insufficient, she added, causing Vegeta's face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, he paid her no mind, for despite his enhanced battle power, he still fell short of Natasha's prowess. How infuriating! How do they train? They appear so youthful. Vegeta wrestled with his discontent, his gaze fixed on the petite figure radiating an ethereal charm, a flicker of solace crossing his countenance. There exists one shorter than he, the Saiyan. Are you mocking Emperor Frisia? Frisia's gaze abruptly fixated on Natasha, who furrowed her delicate brows, her crimson lips forming a slight arc. Little one. Yet, the Saiyan vowed to make you experience the horror akin to hell itself. Frisia's aura erupted violently, and Li Jiu instantaneously positioned himself in front of Natasha. Whoosh! Frisia transformed into a streak of white lightning, his primary target being Natasha. Humph! What skill is it to strike a woman, Frisia? Your true rival is Vegeta. Vegeta bellowed as he charged forth once more. However, he returned, battered and bruised, collapsing before Li Jiu, his expression blank. No, it cannot be. Vegeta's gaze was hollow, unable to fathom his swift defeat, incredulous that Frisia was so vastly superior. Heal him. Li Jiu slowly levitated into the air, confronting Frisia. Reluctantly, Dandy approached Vegeta, resuming his healing efforts. You wish to stand against me? Frisia refrained from attacking. Though he could not sense energy, he could still perceive the danger emanating from Li Jiu. In your current state, you remain no match for me. Li Jiu spoke, causing Frisia's expression to falter in disbelief. Yet in the next moment, Li Jiu's figure abruptly vanished from Frisia's sight, only to reappear directly before him. So swift, Sun Wukong had been observing the battlefield, and just moments ago, he was ready to intervene, but Li Jiu had beaten him to it. What? Frisia suddenly jolted, followed by a piercing pain in his abdomen. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Creak! Li Jiu's fist had sunk deeply into Frisia, who immediately contorted backward, resembling a drawn bow. How about it? Do you wish to unleash your full power? I can grant you one opportunity, just one. Li Jiu raised a finger, a transparent, small sword slowly materializing at its tip, radiating a menacing sharpness. Such a keen aura, merely gazing at it felt as if one's skin was being sliced. Krillin watched in excitement as he shielded his eyes from the sword's brilliance. So, this is how energy can be utilized. Remarkable. Sun Wukong was astonished by Li Jiu's display and attempted to replicate the technique. However, upon trying, he realized it was beyond his grasp. So difficult to control. Sun Wukong observed the large sword gradually forming at his fingertip, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Boom! The large sword shattered. And Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. It seems I'm still a tad bit off. Just a bit? Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. The sword energy of Sun Wukong and Li Jiu was not even comparable. The attempt to steal the technique having failed, Sun Wukong turned his attention back to the battlefield. Li Jiu's sword energy made Frisia hesitant to act recklessly. With the acute intuition of a formidable warrior sensing danger, Frisia felt that the sword energy could effortlessly pierce through his very being. After gazing intently at Li Jiu for a considerable time, Frisia suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Humph, since you wish to witness my true power, let it be as you desire. Frisia's aura began to surge once again, the hidden strength within his petite frame gradually being unleashed. Once more he grew stronger. Krillin and Gohan found it increasingly difficult to maintain their footing. Frisia's power was overwhelmingly potent, instilling a sense of despair in both. The sword energy emanating from Li Jiu's fingertips slowly dissipated as he quietly observed Frisia unleash his maximum potential. Hey, are you not going to make your move? His energy has already surpassed yours, Vegeta remarked, eager to intervene, yet aware that with his current strength, he remained no match for Frisia. After another near-death recovery, his combat prowess had not significantly improved, seemingly having reached a plateau, or perhaps the latent potential accumulated over years of battle had been fully expended, rendering further enhancement impossible. If we allow him to grow stronger, we will all perish at Frisia's hands. That won't happen, Natasha interjected, her complexion appearing somewhat drained, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Although Frisia's fighting power eclipsed Li Jiu's, as long as the disparity was not excessive, he would not be able to defeat Li Jiu. Moreover, Li Jiu was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Natasha's faith in Li Jiu had nearly reached a blind level. Li Jiu, of course, heard Natasha's words, and as he turned his gaze towards Frisia, he noticed that Frisia's aura was rapidly escalating, now reaching 6 times its limit. Impressive indeed. I wish to give it a try, Sun Wukong said, his eagerness palpable as he looked towards Li Jiu, seemingly seeking his approval. Such overwhelming power. Even I find it difficult to control. I must seal it away through transformation. At this moment, should I falter, I could potentially obliterate the entire planet, Frisia mused, gazing at his own hands, entranced by the terrifying strength of 60 million. Li Jiu silently observed Frisia, a stirring of anticipation within him. Are you certain now is the time? Of course, although this power is merely half of my utmost strength. It is more than sufficient to annihilate you all, Frisia replied with a sinister laugh. How is that possible? Only half of your ultimate power. Vegeta's worldview seemed on the brink of collapse. He had believed that his recent dramatic increases in combat power rendered him invincible, only to discover that within this universe existed such monstrous entities. Kakarot, Li Jiu, Natasha, Frisia, Vegeta felt a sense of unwillingness yet helplessness. He had reached a bottleneck. Even if he experienced several more near-death recoveries, he would not see substantial improvement. Li Jiu and Frisia gradually ascended into the air and, in perfect harmony, moved away from the vicinity of the spaceship. I hope you can provide me with sufficient pressure to enable my transformation. Li Jiu spoke, and, at this moment, Frisia indeed exerted enough pressure to create a palpable tension. Transform? Can Saiyans also transform? Frisia's expression grew grave as an ominous premonition settled within him. The Saiyans he encountered today seemed excessively powerful. Chapter 6. Li Jiu versus Frisia. The battle in mid-air was about to erupt, with both combatants moving at such speed that their actions were nearly imperceptible. Vegeta's gaze darted left and right, while Krillin and Gohan struggled to catch sight of the two figures. Invisible, elusive, it was all too swift. Krillin's fist trembled, realizing that they were utterly incapable of intervening in such a fierce clash. Son Goku appeared considerably more at ease, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, effortlessly discerning the unfolding conflict without the need to specifically track their movements. Ah, how exhilarating! If only I could partake in this battle as well. Goku was currently exerting immense restraint. He yearned to join the fray, yet Li Jiu had already engaged, and intruding now could very well provoke Li Jiu's displeasure. Hey, if you're tired, let me take over. Goku shouted, but received no response. In the air, Li Jiu was entirely focused. His strength and speed were inferior to Frisia's. His only formidable asset was his absolute mastery over ki and his exceptional mental perception. This allowed Li Jiu to manifest a fraction of his power into an overwhelming force, enabling him to make anticipatory judgments and maximize efficiency with the simplest of movements. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, two afterimages flickered, leaving waves of energy in their wake. Li Jiu's ki was significantly weaker than Frisia's. How could he still contend so fiercely? Krillin and Gohan had given up on observing the duel. They could not perceive the specific actions, relying solely on their sensitivity to ki to gauge the combatant status. This was an application of ki. Son Goku's voice was laden with gravity. His mastery over ki has reached a terrifying level. A single unit of ki can unleash the power of 20. What? Krillin could hardly believe it. 1 unit of ki is simply 1 unit. How could it manifest the strength of 20? In comparison. Our application of ki is utterly crude. Goku chuckled helplessly, explaining, our Kamehameha may appear formidable, yet it consumes a substantial amount of ki. And what is his name? Li Jiu. Oh, have you noticed? Li Jiu has never utilized Kamehameha or ki blasts. Indeed, his methods of attack were peculiar, akin to my ki sword slash. Krillin was astounded. The ki sword slash was his signature technique, compressing ki to its utmost limit, resulting in a devastatingly powerful strike. However, the ki sword slash required extensive preparation and was challenging to control. Yes, the ki sword slash. Each of Li Jiu's energy attacks is equivalent to a ki sword slash. That sword-like energy form possesses formidable penetrating power. Once it strikes, it can wreak havoc. Even Frisia dares not confront him head-on. As Sun Wukong attentively observes the battle unfolding in mid-air, he simultaneously imparts wisdom to Krillin and Gohan. Such opportunities are rare. Although these two cannot partake in the fight, they can greatly enhance their martial knowledge. Li Jiu's mastery of energy is truly formidable. If I aspire to reach his level, I must control at least 3% of my internal energy. The more Sun Wukong perceives the clash in the air, the more he is awed by Li Jiu's prowess. Yet, this very realization stirs the combatant within him. I can hardly contain myself. Sun Wukong is eager to intervene in the conflict between Li Jiu and Frisia. Wukong, are you really going to intervene? Krillin exclaims in disbelief. Indeed, Sun Wukong's power is immense, yet pales in comparison to that of Li Jiu and Frisia. Li Jiu, my apologies. Sun Wukong clenches his fists at his waist, energy swirling around him in waves. Hey, don't interfere with Li Jiu's affairs, otherwise I won't hold back. Natasha stands protectively by Dandy's side. With Dandy present, even if Li Jiu were to sustain injuries, it would not pose a significant issue. Thus, the healer is of utmost importance. Sun Wukong's fervent spirit suddenly cools. Although he desires to engage in the battle against Frisia, if Natasha were to obstruct him, forcing his way would be ill-advised. Defeating Natasha? Looking at her, Sun Wukong senses that she might be even more perilous than Frisia. This feeling, once ignited, is uncontrollable, as though stemming from a bloodline suppression. Vegeta remains unusually silent, fixated on the fierce duel above. Frisia, gradually losing his temper, unleashes a powerful energy cannon that collapses the ground beneath, causing the entire Namekian planet to tremble. Boom! Frisia strikes with precision, his tail unexpectedly slamming into Li Jiu, who is then pursued relentlessly as the prince's battle tactics activate, unleashing a barrage of energy balls that streak toward Li Jiu like shooting stars. 100,000. 8,000 swords. Li Jiu steadies himself, raising a hand toward the incoming energy orbs, his palm directed at them as he speaks with intent. Delicate sword energies materialize, resembling transparent arrows cascading downward. Whoosh! Boom! One by one, the energy orbs are pierced, yet the rain of blades continues its relentless assault toward Frisia. What? Damn it! Frisia, with remarkable speed, finds that Li Jiu's sword energies cannot catch up momentarily. Li Jiu's fingertips quiver slightly, as the sword energies, akin to projectiles equipped with tracking devices. Pursue him unyieldingly. You insolent fool. Frisia, unable to endure any longer, retaliates with a planet-destroying blast, annihilating all the sword energies in an instant. Oof. Is that all? Breathing lightly, Frisia wipes away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. After such a prolonged battle, both Li Jiu and Frisia bear wounds. Although Li Jiu's energy is significantly weaker than Frisia's, his control over it far exceeds that of Frisia. Li Jiu gently moved her body, the joints crackling softly. I had overestimated you, yet it suffices. Li Jiu slowly closed her eyes. After an intense battle, the power within her seemed to have found its own outlet. Next, Sun Wukong, would you care to give it a try? However, be prepared, so you are not swiftly defeated. Li Jiu gradually retreated, allowing Sun Wukong, who had long been eager to join the fray, to take the lead. Thank you, Li Jiu. I shall be cautious. Sun Wukong activated the Kaioken at 10 times its normal strength, the crimson aura crackling fiercely, his combat power soaring from 300,000 to 30 million in an instant. Now, that is cheating, is it not? It is already quite impressive that Vegeta can keep pace with Sun Wukong without mastering the Kaioken. Li Jiu slowly withdrew from the battlefield, sitting cross-legged in mid-air, guiding her energy to break through the shackles of Super Saiyan. Since she had found her direction, it would be too pathetic if she could not transform. Li Jiu gently closed her eyes, while Sun Wukong positioned himself in front of Frisia. Hello, Frisia. Sun Wukong waved, but was met with a brutal tail swipe. Wow, such a lack of sportsmanship. Sun Wukong took a heavy blow, sent flying, blood instantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. A mere insect dares to battle me? Frisia's expression twisted in rage. Fighting Li Jiu always left him feeling as if he were striking a fist into cotton, frustratingly ineffective. But as for Sun Wukong, bang, bang, bang. He was tossed around like a ball, having no strength to resist. Father. Sun Gohan gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over, launching a Masenko towards Frisia. Chapter 7. 3 Super Saiyans. Little brat. Frisia effortlessly swatted aside Sun Gohan's attack, gritting his teeth. One annoying fly. Frisia raised a hand, a red light flashing at his fingertips, instantly piercing through Sun Gohan's chest. Gohan. Sun Wukong roared, activating the 20-fold Kaioken, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frisia flying. Gohan. Sun Wukong rushed to Sun Gohan's side, but Frisia's strike had already pierced Gohan's heart, sending him flying several meters away. In that moment, Sun Gohan had lost all breath. Gohan. Sun Wukong shouted, cradling Gohan in his arms, his energy spiraling out of control. Gohan. Krillin arrived at Sun Gohan's side, his hands trembling. Goku, Gohan. Sun Wukong said nothing. Only the overwhelming energy he emitted wreaked havoc, making Krillin hesitate to draw near. Goku. Krillin wanted to offer comfort, to tell Sun Wukong that Piccolo had been revived and Gohan could also return with the Dragon Balls. But the immense energy radiating from Sun Wukong rendered him speechless. Crack! Lightning flickered as a thunderbolt descended from the heavens, leaving Frisia in stunned disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Natasha, equally astonished, gazed at Sun Wukong, her expression brimming with incredulity. How could this be? Lost in thought, Natasha was reminded of her own transformation from 6 months prior by the shift in Sun Wukong's aura. Frisia, rubbing his face that had nearly been shattered by Sun Wukong's punch, suddenly fixed his cold gaze on Dandy, unleashing a crimson ray. Kill that little insect, and let us see how you recover. Frisia's strike was a true display of his formidable power, arriving in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Natasha positioned herself in front of Dandy, her dark hair standing on end, illuminated by a golden sheen. At that moment, Li Jiu, seated in the distance, abruptly opened his eyes, his previously dark orbs transforming into a vivid green. Golden lightning enveloped him as 2 beams of light erupted from his gaze, intercepting Frisia's assault. The golden energy crackled audibly, and Li Jiu turned his attention towards Sun Wukong, sensing that his transformation was proving to be a challenge. The energy within him difficult to control, powerful currents sparking around him. Frisia. Sun Wukong slowly rose, his body trembling from the sheer force coursing through him. Muscles bulging like rock. Li Jiu gracefully ascended, joining Natasha and observing her current state. With golden hair and azure eyes, her once lustrous dark locks now stood on end. When did you complete this? Li Jiu I. Half a year ago. I missed you, and I was upset, Natasha replied, reverting for a Super Saiyan form. Gazing at Li Jiu. Your control remains impressive. It took me a long time to gradually master the power of Super Saiyan. Yet you, having just transformed, seem to wield it almost entirely. Should I practice the Xuanhuang breathing technique regularly? If you don't train yourself, can you blame me? Li Jiu remained in his Super Saiyan form, still adjusting. Sun Wukong had also completed his transformation, his golden hair shimmering with electric energy, the ferocity of his aura palpable. Emotions subtly spiraling out of control. It appeared his accumulated power was insufficient, not reaching the threshold of his normal state. Observing Sun Wukong's condition, Natasha noted that a Saiyan transformation, when properly accumulated, should come effortlessly. Her battle power had surged to 5 million, inadvertently achieving transformation in a state of emotional distress. In contrast, Sun Wukong's 3 million battle power merely met the prerequisites for transformation. Truly monstrous, Li Jiu remarked, glancing at Gohan. Initially believing his presence would delay Sun Wukong's transformation. Yet he had unexpectedly completed it on planet Namek, with Gohan now the sacrificial lamb. It was understandable. Any father witnessing his son perish before his eyes would inevitably be consumed by rage. However, the crux of the matter lay in Sun Wukong's ignorance of Piccolo's resurrection. Otherwise, while he might have been furious, it would not have reached such an extreme. Unforgivable, Sun Wukong slowly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura surging forth. And in the next moment, Frieza was struck hard in the abdomen. Oh, Frieza took a heavy blow, his eyes almost bulging out as his petite frame was sent flying 1,000 meters, crashing into towering mountains. Kakarot, Vegeta trembled. His fists clenched tightly as he gazed at Sun Wukong, then turned his attention to Li Jiu and finally cast a glance at Natasha. 3. There were actually 3. This is the Super Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta's heart surged with excitement, yet he was also deeply conflicted. The first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan was not him, the prince of all Saiyans. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Li Jiu inquired. His lips pursed as he observed Vegeta from a mere 3 to 5 meters away. The weight of Li Jiu's gaze bore down upon Vegeta like a mountain, a pressure far surpassing his own. Super Saiyan. Vegeta was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yet filled with an intense sense of unwillingness. I believe, Your Highness, that you too can become a Super Saiyan. Li Jiu spoke, causing Vegeta to pause momentarily before a smirk crept onto his lips. Of course, I will become a Super Saiyan. You merely have a head start. Vegeta's pride remained unwavering. Natasha chuckled lightly. By the time you become a Super Saiyan, Li Jiu might have already completed the second transformation. The second transformation? Vegeta's eyes widened as he looked at Li Jiu. The first, second, third, and even fourth stages of Super Saiyan can be developed. There is no limit to Super Saiyans. You don't think the pinnacle of Saiyan power is merely becoming a Super Saiyan, do you? Li Jiu did not hold back, explaining while observing Sun Wukong mercilessly pummeling Frieza. I certainly know that, Vegeta retorted, his expression defiant, while Li Jiu nodded. Then I shall not ramble on. No, Li Jiu. Please continue. I forgot. Vegeta's arrogance paled in comparison to the prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan, a deep-seated obsession consuming him. It was simply a matter of transformation. The first transformation of a Super Saiyan could amplify one's combat power by 50 times. As for the second stage, he was uncertain, but it must be even greater. Li Jiu certainly knew the details, yet chose to withhold them. Vegeta seemed to drift into another realm, envisioning himself completing the second transformation ahead of others. Li Jiu cleared his throat twice and then glanced at the sky. King Kai, are you still there? Is it time for a wish on the Dragon Balls of Earth? The North Kai had been closely monitoring the battle on Namek, and now Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, single-handedly overpowering Frieza, completely shattering the North Kai's understanding. What was even more astonishing was that there were 3 such Super Saiyans, with the other 2 seemingly even more formidable. Chapter 8. Frieza's Defeat. Saiyan, Super Saiyan. How infuriating! Frieza roared in fury, gasping for breath as he beheld the resplendent form of Son Goku, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Damnable Saiyans! I, Frieza, shall exterminate you all. With a thunderous crack, fragments of rock levitated into the air, illuminated by flashes of lightning, before disintegrating into dust. Frieza's energy surged once more, and although Goku furrowed his brow, he made no move to intervene, fixated on Frieza as the latter's power grew. That scoundrel Kakarot is still granting Frieza an opportunity. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation welling up within him. No matter, let him play at his leisure. Li Jiu maintained his Super Saiyan form, acclimating to the abrupt influx of power. Li Jiu, the eternal dragon of earth has been summoned, came the voice of North Kai. Li Jiu responded promptly, revive all those who perished on Namek due to Frieza and his minions. Is that so? However, the battle between Frieza and Goku will surely annihilate the Namekian planet. North Kai cautioned. The Grand Elder will also be resurrected as a result, though his lifespan remains limited. The Dragon Balls on Namek can still grant one wish. Li Jiu explained. Ah, I see now. You had a plan all along, North Kai realized, relaying the message to the Supreme Kai to facilitate a wish on Earth. Moments later, a multitude of feeble energies emerged on Namek, and the once bright sky turned dark as the colossal dragon reappeared. Gohan! Krillin shouted. Son Gohan, now revived, gazed in bewilderment at the scene before him, particularly at the golden-haired figure of his father. Is that Dad? Gohan questioned, astonished by his father's transformation. It's Goku. He has ascended to Super Saiyan, and even Frieza is no match for him. Super Saiyan, how marvelous! Dad is incredible, Gohan exclaimed, jumping with joy. The resurgence of Gohan's energy brought joy to Goku, who turned towards Li Jiu with gratitude. Thank you, Li Jiu. Not at all. Now, I intend to send a few individuals back to Earth. Would you like to return first? Li Jiu inquired, also addressing Vegeta and the others. I shall not return yet. I wish to witness Frieza's full power, Gohan replied, the murderous intent within Goku dissipating upon his son's revival. Yet a desire to confront Frieza still lingered. That scoundrel! Vegeta cursed. Yet he seemed to comprehend Goku's choice, reminiscent of the time Goku spared his life on Earth. Vegeta, do you wish to depart? Li Jiu asked. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly before he replied. Even if the planet explodes, I have a spacecraft to escape. Is that so? Dandy, transport everyone on Namek except for Son Goku. Frieza, Natasha, Vegeta, and myself to Earth, Li Jiu commanded. Dandy nodded affirmatively. To Earth? Is it? Indeed. Dandy uttered a barrage of incomprehensible words, while the enormous dragon's eyes flashed a crimson hue. In an instant, Dandy, along with Klin, Son Gohan, and Bulma, who was hidden in some corner, vanished from the surface of Namek. Are you not afraid that I might obliterate this planet in an instant? Frieza's form had grown remarkably robust over the century, his aura now exuding an extraordinary strength, rivaling that of Goku, albeit still somewhat weaker. Natasha spoke up, to which Li Jiu nodded. Exercise caution. It will take us some time to depart Namek in our spacecraft. We must not allow Frieza to annihilate the planet instantaneously. Understood, Natasha acknowledged, while Vegeta remotely summoned his spacecraft. Vegeta, you certainly come prepared. Observing Vegeta set the destination to Earth, Li Jiu remarked, though reluctant to admit it. Your speed indeed surpasses mine by a considerable margin. When the planet explodes, I may not be able to locate my ship in time. Vegeta interjected, but Li Jiu countered, would you consider becoming my disciple? What did you say? Vegeta could hardly believe his ears. Li Jiu actually wanted him to become his student. How could that be? Not willing, are you? Then so be it. Focus on your own training. Li Jiu was aware that Vegeta would never accept such a proposition. He was merely pondering whether to take Vegeta along, all while contemplating the utility of instantaneous movement. Though not immensely beneficial in combat, it was undeniably convenient, allowing one to reach even the distant realms of the Destroyer Gods with but a thought. Vegeta scoffed, and Li Jiu gazed pensively, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, Son Goku was entirely unencumbered, engaging in a fierce battle with Frieza. The entire Namekian planet trembled. Tectonic plates shifting, deep chasms opening up that seemed to lead into the abyss. If their battle continued in this manner, the planet would surely explode without any deliberate destruction. Natasha observed. Presently, Son Goku possessed a staggering battle power of 150 million. With every movement, the earth quaked and fissured beneath him. Vegeta's gaze darted about. Barely able to discern the figures of Son Goku and Frieza, their actions obscured. They appear to be wildly colliding, leaving ripples in the air as they darted left and right. Whenever they descended to the ground, one could see that white figure crashing like a cannonball into the earth, sinking vast expanses of land. Vegeta strained to gain clarity on their combat, though he was loath to admit it. He had to concede that both Son Goku and Frieza were far more powerful than he. Even as a mere observer of their fight, he found himself gaining invaluable insights. He had previously watched the battle between Frieza and Li Jiu, witnessing the latter's mastery over Ki, which sparked a bold idea within him. The ground trembled incessantly, and Li Jiu and the others began to levitate, gazing down at the deep ravines on the surface, as if the entire Namekian planet were on the verge of shattering into pieces. Li Jiu swiftly appeared near Frisia's spacecraft, ensuring the safety of the vehicles that Jinyu and his companions had arrived in. These vessels were their lifelines. Without them, Li Jiu would not permit so many to remain. Naturally, he would not grant Frisia the opportunity to engage in combat. The surface of the planet was increasingly in ruins, with jets of magma erupting into the sky, an ominous harbinger of Namek's impending explosion. With a flick of his hand, Li Jiu conjured an energy shield, enveloping the spacecrafts for protection. Ho ho ho, this planet is on the brink of annihilation, and yet you still hesitate to flee? Frisia wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging his defeat at the hands of Son Goku. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Den's Potential. Even when unleashing all his power, he remained no match for Son Goku. Ah, indeed it is time to depart, but you shall remain here forever, he lamented. Son Goku felt a pang of regret. His spacecraft was still intact, capable of carrying everyone to safety. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jiu had already prepared numerous vehicles and even selected their next destination. Oh, vota piti. However, I suspect we shall meet again soon. Frisia's cold gaze fell upon Son Goku, then briefly flickered to Li Jiu, who maintained his Super Saiyan form. You won't last long. Frisia concentrated an orb of crimson energy in his palm and violently thrust it into the ground. Damn it, he intends to detonate Namek instantaneously. Does he wish for his own demise? Vegeta cursed vehemently, unhesitatingly activating his spacecraft, which sped away into the cosmos. Why the haste? Li Jiu remarca, a smirk tugging at his lips, then called out to Son Goku, Son Goku, there are spacecraft here. Hurry. He tossed a vessel towards Son Goku and, with a swift motion, unleashed several blades of energy, tearing Frisia asunder. Curse Saiyan, Frisia, will not let you escape. Frisia's resilience was terrifyingly formidable, even when his body lay in tatters. He clung to life. Li Jiu paid him no mind, and, with a decisive punch, sent Frisia plummeting deep into the earth. Natasha, quickly. Li Jiu leapt into one of the spacecrafts, prompting Natasha to dive into another. In the next moment, 3 vessels shot off in the same direction, while Namek transformed into a brilliant firework in the cosmos, gradually fading into the endless void. In the desolate expanse of space, the 3 spacecrafts were not far apart. Li Jiu slowly retracted his aura, reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Fei, Li Jiu. Suddenly, Son Goku's voice resonated, catching Li Jiu off guard momentarily. He quickly responded. Son Goku, what is it? Telepathic communication, a manifestation of spirit and essence, was an application of energy in which Li Jiu excelled, effortlessly achieving it. Thank you, Li Jiu. Sun Wukong chuckled softly twice, reclining within the confines of the spacecraft, his body marred by numerous injuries, yet he appeared blissfully unaware of them. What do you mean by thanking me? Li Jiu asked, puzzled, before adding, well, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then in the future, if I require your assistance, do not refuse. Very well, Sun Wukong replied without a moment's hesitation, then inquired. Was my previous state what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? I feel that your condition seems vastly superior to mine. Indeed, you transformed into a Super Saiyan, but your instability stems from the extreme anger that triggered your metamorphosis. I, however, have mastered my energy more perfectly. My breakthroughs occur naturally and are not influenced by emotions. I see. It appears I have much to refine, Sun Wukong acknowledged, his innate desire to battle igniting at the thought of a formidable opponent. There will be an opportunity, Li Jiu replied with a light laugh, reminiscent of times past when this combat fanatic was once his idol. Yet now, that childhood hero stood before him, transformed into an even greater warrior. Though uncertain if I can match you, the mere thought of engaging in combat with you fills me with excitement, Sun Wukong remarked, eliciting a smile from Li Jiu. The journey from planet Namek to planet Adralat was not far. At the speed of the spacecraft, it would not take long. Natasha sat in silence, her gaze transfixed on the cosmic panorama outside the window, rather than succumbing to slumber. It seemed a year would pass from Xenoer planet to Earth. A detail Natasha had recalled clearly from her previous inquiries with Li Jiu regarding the travel duration. Since Li Jiu's departure, only a little over a year had elapsed. This thought enveloped Natasha's heart with warmth. He found me at the first opportunity. She gazed toward the nearby spacecraft, where 3 vessels flew in unison, seemingly at a standstill. Li Jiu, she called, having just concluded her exchange with Sun Wukong, and upon hearing Natasha's voice, He smiled and replied, "What is it, girl? Are you feeling unwell?" "No," Natasha merely called out, remaining silent thereafter, as if to confirm Li Jiu's presence. "Have you been well this past year?" The question slipped from Li Jiu's lips, and he immediately regretted it. How beautiful Natasha once was, a slender and curvaceous figure, brimming with vitality and endless energy each day. Yet now, she appeared weary, reminiscent of someone who had not slept for 3 days. "I'm all right, just missing you," Natasha said, her face lighting up with a smile. Though the past year had indeed been quite challenging, she couldn't help but wonder if, had Li Jiu sought her out 3 years later, she might have been reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. Silly girl, Li Jiu thought quietly during this journey through the stars. How he longed for her as well. On Earth, in the West City, within Bulma's estate, over 100 Namekians had gathered, resurrected by Earth's dragon, and subsequently transported to Earth by the dragon of planet Namek. After the calamity, Bulma rejoiced and exuberantly welcomed Elder Kai and others to her home. However, before Elder Kai could speak, Dandy's voice rang out. Neru was on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. His fate had been altered by Li Jiu, and he had managed to survive until now. "Wait a moment, Neru, I shall heal you." Dandy, a walking miracle, chanted a spell, and Neru's injuries began to mend as Dandy assisted him to his feet. "Everyone is alive. This is wonderful," Neru exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, recognizing them all as his brothers and sisters by virtue of their lineage. Corindo, Elder Kai glanced at Dandy with gratitude before turning to a rather stout Namekian. "Elder Kai." Corindo stepped forward, fully aware of what Elder Kai was about to convey. He was the second elder, who had met his end at the hands of Vegeta in the original story and had not been resurrected until now. "My time is short. Henceforth, you shall be the elder, ensuring the Dragon Balls do not vanish." Elder Kai spoke weakly, casting his gaze toward the cosmos, foreseeing a tumultuous future. "Yes, Elder Kai." Corindo accepted the mantle of leadership, just as Piccolo, returned from the afterlife, arrived in West City. "My child, you have suffered," Elder Kai said, directing his attention toward Piccolo and slowly raising his hand. Piccolo, frowning, approached as Elder Kai's enormous hand rested upon his head. "Allow me to do one last thing for you." An ominous expression crossed Piccolo's face as an overwhelming power surged within him, drastically enhancing his combat abilities. "After the division, your demonic lineage has amplified your potential." Elder Kai nodded slightly, his colossal arm falling limp as he departed from this world. "Elder Kai." Piccolo lowered his head slowly, and the assembled Namekians wore expressions of profound sorrow. Neru, in particular, was stricken with grief, having been the Elder's closest companion on Namek for the longest time. A week later, Earth was visited by an unexpected guest. Chapter 10, Arrival at Yardrat. Vegeta arrived, waiting impatiently for a protracted time, yet still not encountering Li Jiu and the others. "Are they dead?" "Ha ha ha ha. Indeed, I, Vegeta, am a mightiest Saiyan." Vegeta laughed boisterously until Piccolo suddenly appeared nearby, silencing his laughter. "Vegeta, Earth does not welcome you." Piccolo floated with an aura nearing 1,000,000, granting him a sense of invincibility. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo and then at Neru, scoffing, "Kakarot is dead, Li Jiu and Natasha are dead, and Frieza is dead. In this universe, I, Vegeta, am the strongest." "Ha ha ha. TCH. Piccolo retorted coldly, seizing the initiative as an immense energy exploded forth, catching Vegeta off guard. What? How can your power have suddenly become so formidable?" Vegeta questioned, grappling with disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure, his combat power exceeding 2,000,000, turning the tide in an instant. "Impossible. Kaioken." Din was astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming power and immediately activated the Kaioken. However, Din lacked the Saiyans' formidable physique and could only endure the maximum triple Kaioken. Once again, Vegeta's fury surged, his battle power skyrocketing as he ruthlessly suppressed Din beneath the weight of the triple Kaioken. From a distance, Nail observed, unable to intervene in the clash. Both Din and Vegeta surpassed him in strength. Frustration welled within him, realizing the toll the Kaioken took on the body. Din seethed with anger. Yet Vegeta's might gradually stripped him of any hope of resistance. With a resounding crash, Din was sent crashing into a mountainside by a single punch. Vegeta scoffed. "I can't be bothered to kill you. Don't get too cocky. Do you really think Goku is dead?" Din clutched his chest, painfully extracting himself from the rubble. In the distance, two figures approached at incredible speed. Gohan shouted, "Uncle Dend." Gohan descended swiftly before Dend, watching Vegeta with a wary gaze. Vegeta, what are you planning? Vegeta cast a cold glance at Gohan, sensing the boy's formidable energy, and retorted, Kid, your father is dead. Your father is truly dead. Suddenly, Vegeta struck, sending Gohan crashing into the mountainside. Shut up, brat. Vegeta hissed, spitting disdainfully before taking off in a random direction, fortuitously heading toward West City. The journey from Namek to the planet Yardrat took 10 days. 3 spherical spacecraft made a rough landing, immediately attracting the attention of the local Yardratans. Natasha rushed to Li Jiu's side, clutching his arm, her curiosity piqued by the Yardratans. Isn't this Earth? Goku wondered aloud, surveying the surroundings before waving to the locals. Hello. Goku. Where are we? Natasha quietly echoed his inquiry, equally perplexed by their location. A mysterious planet. Yardrat, Li Jiu replied, his words drawing the locals' attention. Who are you? The lead local inquired, his expression grave, adorned in peculiar attire with oversized collars. Natasha remained silent, standing beside Li Jiu, who also refrained from answering, allowing Goku to take the lead. Goku did not disappoint. He successfully garnered their acceptance, and they were subsequently escorted to a vast estate. The Yardratans were a peace-loving race, known for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. Nonetheless, they possessed a multitude of extraordinary techniques and high individual combat prowess, yet they never instigated trouble. The humid air enveloped them as Natasha took a deep breath, rejuvenated after 10 days of rest within the spacecraft. The architecture of the Adratlations is perched upon towering stone pillars, atop which rests a grand semicircular edifice, reminiscent of an enormous lollipop. A subtle, yet profound, force emanates from the structure. Li Jiu perceives an elusive aura, one that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, is shrouded in obscurity. As they gaze upon the elegantly simple architecture, Li Jiu and his companions gradually reduce their pace. The guiding Adratlation halts, gesturing invitingly. Please, enter. Someone awaits you. Awaiting us? Thank you, replies Sun Wukong, his mind rather straightforward, harboring doubts, yet refraining from further inquiry. In contrast, Li Jiu is somewhat taken aback, pondering whether the Adratlations have a figure akin to the Grand Elder of Namek. The trio lands before the entrance, only to hear a distant, ancient voice suddenly resound. Friends who have traveled from afar, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Please come in. The voice, aged and resonant, clearly anticipated their presence. Li Jiu purses his lips and gently pats Natasha's hand that is wrapped around his arm. Let us proceed. All right. Natasha nods obediently, and Li Jiu affectionately tousles her hair. She has grown considerably gentler compared to a year ago, though Li Jiu understands that this tenderness is likely to be fleeting. After all, one's nature is hard to change. Inside the stone dwelling, a middle-aged man clad in Adratlation garb sits cross-legged upon a mat, facing the trio. Li Jiu experiences an odd sensation, as if he were in the presence of a cultivator. The man's eyes shimmer with a verdant hue, deep and luminous, and his long white brows lend him an almost ethereal quality. Were it not for his distinctly non-human appearance, Li Jiu might mistake him for an enlightened immortal. Upon their entrance, the man speaks languidly. I had anticipated the arrival of a Saiyan, not the two of you. It seems your cultivation is insufficient. Li Jiu narrows his eyes slightly, responding with a touch of rudeness as his gaze sharpens. Indeed, my cultivation is lacking, the man replies, casting a penetrating glance at Li Jiu. But I presume I am aware of your intentions. Thus, I ask for your utmost sincerity. Noting that the Adratlation has refrained from further commentary on his own matters, Li Jiu's tone softens somewhat. Success or failure lies in your own hands. Follow me. The man rises and exits the stone edifice, soaring towards a certain direction. His pace is unhurried, and after a flight of half an hour, they descend into a vast hollow valley. This valley is encircled by towering cliffs, upon which are inscribed numerous arcane techniques. Herein lies the compendium of all Adratlation secrets. You may choose to learn at your discretion, but only one. Studying multiple techniques may overwhelm your spirit. However, those with robust mental fortitude may manage accordingly. The man casts a significant glance at Li Jiu and Natasha. In the meantime, Sun Wukong, the martial enthusiast, has already become enraptured by the techniques etched upon the cliffs, catching only the initial words. This simple-minded fellow is easily satisfied, while Li Jiu finds himself consumed by ambition. Chapter 11. A year later. Upon a cliff, fist-sized pieces of pale stone interwove, their textures in exquisite array, simplistic yet undeniably beautiful. Li Jiu's gaze fell, and a wave of mysterious information surged into his mind. The spiritual inheritance. No wonder only one secret technique could be learned. Regaining his focus, he observed the variously shaped reliefs on the stone wall, each radiating a gentle glow, and his heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. To conceal the inherited secret technique within the relief's textures, such a method was truly profound. Li Jiu murmured, noticing that Sun Wukong had already chosen a secret technique to begin his studies. He glanced over, and a rush of information flooded his mind. Instantaneous movement. Such a complex technique, yet undeniably practical. Li Jiu turned to Natasha and spoke. Our spiritual strength should be able to accommodate 2 or 3 secret techniques. Manage it carefully and do not overexert yourself. Yes, I understand, Natasha replied obediently, then also gazed at the instantaneous movement, a look of joy gracing her face. I want to learn this too. Let us learn together. Li Jiu and Natasha sat cross-legged, an intricate web of mental information pouring into their minds. Such vast spiritual data. Even he could only grasp 2 techniques, though instantaneous movement appeared to be quite intricate, allowing for the possibility of exploring others. As Li Jiu pondered, he sought to unravel the mysteries of instantaneous movement. Time flowed unnoticed. Half a year later, Li Jiu slowly opened his eyes, their depths sparkling with brilliant starlight. His form vanished in an instant, only to reappear moments later. I've done it. Li Jiu exhaled a long breath. This half year had consumed considerable mental effort, with the mastery of instantaneous movement taking him 6 months to complete. After a brief rest, he glanced at Natasha, who was still immersed in her training, and felt a twinge of admiration. The girl had truly remained seated for half a year. During this time, aside from hunting large creatures to satiate their hunger, the trio had engaged in no other activities. The secret techniques of the Yadalat people were indeed wondrous. Li Jiu explored various techniques, ultimately fixing his gaze upon one called inner breath technique. This technique allowed individuals with combat power exceeding 10,000 to survive in a vacuum. As long as there was breath, one could live indefinitely. Even sustenance could be substituted with breath. Li Jiu, intrigued, recalled his own attempts at similar methods, which had always ended in failure. This one is it. He concentrated, and a stream of information entered his mind. Is it really this simple? Li Jiu was astonished. After meditating for half a month, he soared upwards, reaching the edge of the atmosphere in mere moments. At this point, a fiery aura enveloped him, and the breath within him formed a self-sustaining cycle. In non-combat scenarios, the inner breath technique's consumption of breath was nearly negligible, with the recovery rate vastly surpassing the expenditure. Li Jiu grew increasingly pleased with the inner breath technique. Once again descending before the stone wall, Li Jiu continued his search. His mental resilience is formidable. If instantaneous movement occupies half of his capacity, then the inner breath technique merely claims 1/10. It remains uncertain how many secret arts Natasha's mental strength can accommodate. Li Jiu shook his head lightly, turning away, and hunted a dinosaur-like creature over 10 meters in length, roasting it over the flames. This colossal beast would only sustain 3 individuals for a week. Li Jiu sought further secret arts, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in surprise as he resolutely accepted the inheritance of the secret art, without a moment's hesitation to consider whether his mental strength could bear its weight. The blood-locked self-healing technique. Li Jiu felt a rush of excitement. This technique allows one to seal their own blood even when the heart is shattered, simultaneously constructing a circulatory system with energy to facilitate recovery. Such a life-saving method was not to be overlooked by Li Jiu. Fortunately, the burden on his mental strength was less than anticipated, leaving him with 2/5 remaining. As Li Jiu contemplated, he recalled that Natasha had comprehended instantaneous movement in the 8th month. Upon awakening, he inquired, "How much mental strength do you have left?" 4/5. 4/5? Li Jiu was taken aback. Was Natasha's mental strength so close to his own? Don't underestimate me. I have diligently practiced the Xuanhuang breathing method, Natasha pouted, stealing a glance at Sun Wukong, who was lost in contemplation. In a sudden leap, she dove into Li Jiu's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Has the little girl become increasingly audacious? Li Jiu wiped the dampness from his face and playfully pinched Natasha's nose. With a rosy complexion, she remained silent, simply basking in the warmth of Li Jiu's embrace. Li Jiu, how many secret arts have you learned? I have yet to master the 3rd one. I suggest you learn the ones I have. Your mental strength should suffice. All right. Natasha did not inquire about the nature of the techniques Li Jiu had studied. simply nodding in agreement. The two lingered in warmth until Natasha sensed a stirring within her, prompting her to hastily depart. Little girl, you are becoming quite the tormentor. Li Jiu sighed, taking a few deep breaths before sharing the secret arts he had learned with Natasha, allowing her to decide whether to pursue them. As time flowed once more, Li Jiu opened his eyes and traced a line on his forearm with his fingertip, leaving a trail of blood. In the next moment, a soft glow enveloped the area, sealing the blood about to spill forth, while the wound visibly began to heal, returning to its former state in mere moments. The consumption was minimal. How wondrous! He truly wished to learn it all. Li Jiu grinned, his gaze ablaze as it fell upon the 3 stone walls. There remained a small vacancy. Perhaps he could seek a seemingly weaker spatial technique, one useful for storage? You shall do. Li Jiu focused intently, and in the next instant, a sharp pain surged through his mind. Ouch, perhaps I overstepped. This spatial technique is formidable. Li Jiu could only endure a solitary grievance. Although he was plagued by a splitting headache, he nonetheless acquired the complete inheritance of spatial techniques. Instead of immediately comprehending the intricacies of these techniques, Li Jiu first needed to acclimate to the mental strain. As he practiced the Xuanhuang breathing technique, he felt a significant enhancement of his vitality and spirit with each breath. This breathing method, bestowed upon him by the King of Hell, contained the profound truths of the universe. Yet Li Jiu had only scratched the surface of its depths. The sharp pain in his mind rapidly subsided, allowing Li Jiu to begin his exploration of spatial techniques. In essence, the function of these techniques was rather straightforward: to create an independent space into which one could store items, accessible at any time and from any location. While undeniably a practical skill, it seemed somewhat trivial in the grand scheme of things. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Jiu acknowledged that having accepted the inheritance, it was too late for regrets. When Sun Wukong mastered instantaneous movement, nearly a year had passed. This instantaneous movement truly gives one a headache. But I'm glad to have learned it, he remarked, scratching his head before turning to Li Jiu. Li Jiu, where do you intend to go next? The King of the Universe has contacted me. Frisia is not dead and is currently en route to Earth. I must return to Earth post-haste. Chapter 12, The Astonishing Trunks. Li Jiu was not of Earth, and Sun Wukong was uncertain if he would indeed travel there. Earth, huh? Natasha and I are also heading to Earth. Li Jiu glanced at Natasha, who nodded and placed her delicate hand upon her brow. I have memorized the essence of Earthlings, but their presence is too faint to locate. Li Jiu made an attempt as well, a twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating his frustration. Indeed, it is elusive. They have all concealed their auras. However, I have detected Frisia's essence. It seems somewhat more potent, though only marginally so. We can't just teleport directly on a Frisia's spaceship, can we? Natasha exclaimed, her surprise evident. Although both she and Li Jiu had learned the internal breathing technique, being stranded in the vast cosmos would pose a grave predicament. Fear not. We can first travel by spacecraft. If Frisia arrives before us, we can teleport back. Li Jiu resolved to adhere to the narrative's progression. Yet, he was curious whether the timeline he inhabited was indeed the one from the Great Saga. If Trunks did not return via time machine, then his current timeline must be the one from the Grand Tale. Alternatively, it could be a parallel timeline formed anew by his arrival. The spacecraft soared into the sky, re-entering the desolate expanse of the universe, while Li Jiu remained calm and unperturbed. The trio exchanged little conversation, as Sun Wukong had set off for Earth immediately after mastering instantaneous movement, leaving no opportunity for a spar with Li Jiu. As for Earth, the North Kai not only informed Sun Wukong, but also notified Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others. At this moment on Earth, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha Kaiatsu, and Bulma were anxiously awaiting in a tense atmosphere. Above them, a colossal spaceship descended slowly. Vegeta, gazing at the spacecraft that soared overhead, shouted, "Everyone, conceal your energy if you wish to avoid being discovered too soon." He added, "They possess detectors. We must not fly. We shall approach on foot." The group swiftly dashed towards the direction where the spaceship was landing. Meanwhile, the doors of the spaceship swung open, and 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged, followed closely by a throng of minions. "Excellent, Goku. If I manage to eliminate all the Earthlings before your return, you should find it quite delightful, no?" Frisia waved his hand, commanding his alien followers. However, in a flash of swordlight, the advancing aliens met their demise. A multitude of energies dissipated, accompanied by the emergence of a formidable aura, prompting Vegeta and the others to abandon their concealment and rush toward the scene. Before the immense spaceship, a white-haired youth stood in confrontation with King Cold and Frisia. Did you not claim that before the arrival of the Super Saiyan, you would let him experience the anguish of Earth's annihilation? Trunks calmly sheathed his sword, casting a cold gaze at Frisia. Frisia sneered at the remark. Indeed, I did utter such words, but thanks to you eliminating all my subordinates, I must now take matters into my own hands. He scoffed. Your calculations are misguided. Trunks retorted with a disdainful huff. Frisia, perplexed, responded, no matter, it is merely a matter of dealing with some insignificant pests, a slight inconvenience at worst. Trunks corrected Frisia's misunderstanding, stating, you have already miscalculated. The Super Saiyan is not solely Goku. There's another right here. As his words reverberated, Frisia's expression shifted to one of shock. Ha, what a jest. Bravado alone will not vanquish me. Frisia laughed heartily, while King Cold displayed a smirk. Trunks' lips tightened, his energy steadily rising, golden light radiating from him, his purple hair standing on end, transforming into golden locks and azure eyes. His pressure intensified, becoming overwhelmingly fierce. Frisia, gritting his teeth, bellowed in fury, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave towards Trunks. At this moment, Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. He realized there was a Super Saiyan, another one. Li Jiu, Natasha, Kakarot. Who else? This cannot be. Vegeta's veins bulged as he approached the battlefield. Frisia's attack stirred up a torrent of dust, shattering half a mountain. As the dust settled, Trunks emerged unscathed before Frisia. Truly foolish, Frisia. Your arrogance will be your demise. Real battles are decided in the blink of an eye. Trunks cast a cold gaze upon Frisia, who roared in fury before revealing a sinister smile, proclaiming, then let us annihilate you along with this entire planet. A colossal planet-destroying energy sphere coalesced at Frisia's fingertips, descending ominously upon Trunks' head. However, the sphere did not strike the earth. Instead, Trunks raised a hand, and even as it detonated, he emerged unscathed. Atop the mountain, Trunks reappeared, unleashing an energy blast that forced Frisia to leap aside in evasion. In quick succession, several sword strikes cleaved Frisia into fragments, followed by a ki blast that obliterated the remnants. Subsequently, Trunks effortlessly dispatched King Cold and obliterated Frisia's spacecraft before reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden emergence of a Super Saiyan on Earth. Before they could voice their confusion, Trunks spoke first. I'm going to retrieve Son Goku. Would you care to join me? Over there, in 3 hours, his spaceship will land. Follow me. In the cosmos, Li Jiu sensed a formidable energy that vanquished Frisia and another presence, leading him to abandon his plan of instant transmission back. The unfolding events belonged to the main storyline. Li Jiu narrowed his eyes. 3 hours would pass swiftly, with 3 spaceships arriving simultaneously. This time, it was Trunks who was taken aback. In the future he hailed from, neither Li Jiu nor Natasha existed. How could this be? 3 of them. Trunks watched as 3 figures emerged slowly from the spacecraft, beads of sweat forming on his brow. 3 Saiyans. Unconsciously, he gripped the hilt of his sword, a powerful aura radiating as he scrutinized Li Jiu and Natasha. Oh, why do you gaze upon us so? Li Jiu smiled, his eyes locking onto Trunks before he gestured toward Vegeta. Your mother's genes are indeed formidable. Even the black hair of the Saiyans has turned purple. You know me, Trunks stammered, casting a discreet glance at Bulma. Chapter 13. Let them die a little less this time. Well, you could say I know. Li Jiu replied with a smirk. You should call me uncle. Trunks was taken aback, confusion washing over him as he recalled that Bulma had never mentioned an uncle. If there were one, surely Bulma would have mentioned it. You must have slain Frisia, correct? Son Goku interjected, unable to comprehend the conversation between Li Jiu and Trunks, and opting to ask the question that piqued his curiosity. Yes, indeed, I am Son Goku, Trunks replied, though still intrigued by the identities of Li Jiu and Natasha. May I inquire, who are you? Who here is not for you to inquire? Simply complete your tasks and return swiftly. Li Jiu did not respond to Trunks' question, turning instead to Natasha and leading her before Vegeta. Vegeta, are you certain you will not take me as your master? Take you as a master? The very notion rendered Vegeta perturbed. Yet, with 4 Super Saiyans already on Earth, he found himself conspicuously absent from their ranks. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Remember, once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is folly. Li Jiu smiled at Vegeta, then playfully winked at Bulma, who was curiously observing him. Am I not quite striking? Huh? No, yes, very, very striking. caught in a moment of infatuation. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. Vegeta appeared to be in a quandary, yet his pride as a prince forbade him from becoming a disciple. It seems you have made your decision. Until we meet again, I look forward to witnessing your ascension as a Super Saiyan. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiu attempted to sense the direction of Master Karen, but found himself at an impasse. In resignation, he turned to Krillin and inquired, Krillin, in which direction is Karen Tower? Initially taken aback by Li Jiu's intent to take Vegeta as a pupil, Krillin was momentarily speechless upon being questioned. What do you need with Karen Tower? Krillin was astounded. He had learned from Master Roshi that Li Jiu had visited Earth previously, only to ascertain Goku's whereabouts before departing. Isn't there something called a Senza bean on Earth? Those are nearly depleted. They produce only a handful each year. Krillin's astonishment deepened. As it seemed, Li Jiu possessed knowledge of everything. This sentiment was not unique to Krillin. Even Piccolo, who had been quietly observing Li Jiu, was equally stunned. With such limited production, isn't there a way to wish for more using the Dragon Balls? He pondered. Right, I will also need the Dragon Radar. Next, I intend to utilize the Dragon Balls to make a few wishes. Li Jiu remarked, rubbing his temples in frustration. The Dragon Balls on Earth could only grant one wish at a time, requiring a full year for each. They were far less convenient than those on Namek, which could fulfill 3 wishes within 3 months. Li Jiu glanced at Bulma, who appeared utterly bewildered. Who is this person? Li Jiu, are you heading to Karen Tower? Goku sensed the tension in the air, noticing that everyone on Earth seemed wary of Li Jiu. Li Jiu nodded. The Senza beans were indeed a significant advantage in the Dragon Ball universe. Even when Goku and Vegeta reached their ultimate forms, they could still use a Senza bean to heal all injuries and replenish stamina. It was akin to possessing a second life, provided there were enough of them, surpassing even the efficacy of a healing potion. Karen Tower is in that direction. Follow the stronger energy signature. He turned to Bulma. Do you have a Dragon Radar with you? Sun Wukong naturally placed his trust in Li Jiu, thus raising no questions regarding Li Jiu's need for the Dragon Ball Radar. Bulma gazed at Li Jiu with confusion, unable to comprehend why Sun Wukong held such unwavering faith in him. Son, is there truly no issue in giving them the Dragon Balls? She inquired. Of course not, Sun Wukong assured her. Were it not for Li Jiu, Gohan and I might have perished on Namek. At this, Bulma retrieved a Dragon Ball Radar and handed it to Li Jiu. Very well, you may manage your own affairs. If anything arises later, I shall seek you out. Li Jiu accepted the Dragon Ball Radar and gently pressed a button, eliciting a response. The Dragon Balls on Earth had been used just a year prior. Then, let us commence our search for the Dragon Balls, he declared, soaring into the sky while disregarding Trunks. Li Jiu was indifferent to the original plot, neither caring for it nor seeking to disrupt it intentionally. Shall we reside on this planet? Natasha inquired, following closely behind Li Jiu. As they flew above the bustling streets below, her expression radiated delight. Do you fancy this planet? We could settle here, and if you wish to make new acquaintances, we could also dwell in the city. The notion of friendship was still a mere concept for Natasha, while Li Jiu had already been placed on an entirely different pedestal in her perception. Well, it's unlikely that ordinary people could be your friends. That presents a dilemma. Bulma, however, was quite acceptable. Let us establish ourselves in West City. Over time, we shall gradually become friends. Li Jiu and Natasha flew at a leisurely pace, unhurried, taking in the sights of Earth's urban landscape. Occasionally, they would pause to explore the city. Do you need money to acquire things here? Natasha, having lived her entire life on the planet Xenor, possessed almost no knowledge of the outside world. Money? Just tell me what you desire, and I shall procure it for you. Li Jiu was a person who focused on grand matters, dismissing trivialities. Natasha blinked her enchanting eyes, a playful smile dancing upon her lips. While she did not have many demands, women seemed inherently drawn to clothing, and Saiyans were no exception. These garments are splendid, but they are impractical for combat and lack durability. Natasha roamed about, ultimately gathering dozens of outfits. The eyes of the sales clerk sparkled with delight. However, when Li Jiu instantaneously collected all the clothes and vanished along with Natasha, the clerk was left dumbfounded. Is this a haunting? Thankfully, there was surveillance footage. Yet this incident was ultimately dismissed as an illusion. Is this truly acceptable? Natasha, having been raised by Li Jiu, had tempered her inherent volatility considerably, now emanating a gentle charm. No waities. Let us be off, Li Jiu replied without a hint of psychological burden, thinking to himself, at worst, I shall simply ensure they die less often in the future. Chapter 14. Constructing the floating island Corinta. Look, I have found it. In the depths of a vast chasm, Natasha retrieved a 3-star ball from the crevices of the rock, raising it triumphantly above her head to showcase her discovery to Li Jiu. We have gathered them all. Li Jiu smiled faintly, waving his hand to slice open a rift in space, claiming the final Dragon Ball. The Earth was not vast, particularly for Li Jiu and Natasha. Collecting the 7 Dragon Balls took merely a few hours. Li Jiu, what wish shall we make? Natasha gazed at Li Jiu, curious about the wish he would choose. However, Li Jiu sat cross-legged upon the ground. He did not summon the eternal dragon immediately. There were numerous desires he wished to fulfill. Yet, given that the Earth's dragon could grant but 1 wish per year, it would take him nearly 2 years to realize all his aspirations. First, let's seek out Vegeta. Seek Vegeta? Natasha was taken aback, wondering why they suddenly needed to find him. He should be at Bulma's home in West City. Li Jiu placed his hand on Natasha's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, within a gravity chamber set to 500 times Earth's gravity, Vegeta stared in astonishment at Li Jiu and Natasha, utterly perplexed by their sudden appearance. How did you? Vegeta was bewildered, for his gravity chamber was supposed to be sealed. 500 times gravity? Li Jiu felt the discomfort weighing on him, while Natasha furrowed her brow. Hey, why does it feel so oppressive here? Natasha inquired, unaware that she was in an environment with 500 times Earth's gravity, which contributed to her discomfort. This is 500 times gravity. Once you adapt to it, exiting will feel considerably lighter, Li Jiu explained, slowly moving his feet without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at Li Jiu in disbelief. While he struggled under the immense gravity, Li Jiu ambled with ease. Cool, mate. Vegeta. After taking a few steps, Li Jiu beckoned to him. Upon seeing this, Vegeta's expression faltered. Without greeting, he unleashed his energy, charging directly at Li Jiu. Under 500 times gravity, both Li Jiu and Vegeta's movements were slowed severalfold. Nevertheless, the air crackled with residual energy as Li Jiu deftly dodged, occasionally raising a hand to deflect Vegeta's energy blasts. The gravity training chamber rumbled ominously. Outside, Bulma glanced periodically at the gravity chamber, her face betraying a hint of concern. Inside the gravity chamber, Vegeta gasped for breath, while Li Jiu remained composed and unperturbed. Vegeta's power level had likely reached its habitual limit. Without transformation, breaking through this threshold would prove exceedingly challenging. Conversely, upon transforming, the limits of his normal power would shatter, ushering in a new phase of growth. I, the Saiyan Prince, will certainly surpass you all. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his body, worn to the brink of exhaustion, summoned a flicker of strength anew. The Saiyans are dwindling in number. Li Jiu raised his hand and struck out, sending Vegeta flying. He refrained from allowing Vegeta to unleash his newly awakened power again, while repeatedly squeezing out potential could indeed shatter limits. Expending even a fraction of that power would lead Vegeta into a period of weakness, a slow recovery that would prove counterproductive. Supporting the unconscious Vegeta, Li Jiu had also acclimatized to the 500-fold gravity. Natasha curiously wandered about the gravity chamber, seemingly having adapted as well. Let us proceed, Li Jiu suggested. Very well, Natasha replied. As the two emerged from the gravity chamber, Bulma hurried over. Vegeta, she exclaimed, rushing to support the Saiyan that Li Jiu was carrying. These two have gone close rather quickly. Li Jiu mused, puzzled. Was it this swift in the original story? Without dwelling on it, he spoke. He is fine. He is merely exhausted. A day of rest will suffice. When did you arrive? Bulma inquired. She had remained by Vegeta's side since he entered the gravity training room, witnessing him emerge battered after each training session. I need you to take Vegeta to rest first, Li Jiu stated. Bulma, upon hearing this, asked no further questions and, after settling Vegeta, led Li Jiu and Natasha to the living room. Honestly, Goku and Vegeta are all Saiyans like this? A bunch of battle maniacs, she remarked. Bulma, bold and unafraid, a woman who dared to slap a God of Destruction, had initially approached Li Jiu with some trepidation, but her annoyance was gradually surfacing. The Saiyans are indeed a warrior race. The blood that courses through their veins is that of battle. Fighting is an innate yearning, Li Jiu explained. Bulma waved her hand dismissively and retorted, yet you two appear rather normal. According to Goku, without the two of you on Namek, we would have perished there, she continued. Not necessarily, Li Jiu countered, but Bulma dismissed his modesty. By the way, did you seek me out for something? Let me be clear. I will not partake in any battle-related matters. I merely require your assistance in designing a blueprint, an architectural blueprint, if you will. Li Jiu was uncertain of Bulma's expertise in architecture. Architectural? If it is too complex, I may not be able to assist. Do elaborate, Bulma replied, retrieving a sheet of white paper and a pen, clearing the clutter from the table. I need a floating island. What? A floating island? Are you jesting? Bulma exclaimed, slamming the table in disbelief before even putting pen to paper. I only require the design, a complete expression of my needs. The rest, of course, will be fulfilled by the dragon. Li Jiu smiled, and Bulma sighed in relief. The dragon can indeed assist. Have you gathered the Dragon Balls already? Bulma asked, somewhat astonished at the speed with which they had collected them. Yes, they have been gathered, Li Jiu affirmed, and then continued to articulate his requirements. The area of the floating island need not be excessively large. The size of West City would suffice, provided that the landscape is aesthetically pleasing. It must be robust, capable of self-restoration in the event of damage. The island should soar majestically into the sky, accessible via a spiraling staircase, with each step measuring 5 meters. The gravitational force along the staircase should progressively intensify, ultimately reaching 50 times that of Earth's gravity. Indeed, the gravity across the entire floating island should be maintained at 50 times as well. Bulma meticulously strategized, her pen dancing across the paper as she annotated specific details that warranted special mention. Although the island would be suspended in the air, it must not obstruct the sunlight reaching the land below, existing instead in a separate dimension akin to the realm of the gods. It is sufficient to merely connect the entrance to Earth. The realm of the gods? Bulma pondered, still unaware of what this place entailed. You only need to note it down. The dragon should be able to comprehend, Li Jiu interjected. Bulma nodded, and the outline of the floating island began to take shape on the paper. Following this, she would incorporate various structures, landscapes, and a training ground. Chapter 15, The Floating Island, Korinkat. Bulma devoted a full 2 hours to her sketches, subsequently utilizing a computer to produce a flawless design blueprint. Truly, the genius girl Bulma had created a masterpiece. Li Jiu praised her without reservation. Had it been any other time, Bulma would have undoubtedly blushed with modesty. However, she fixed her gaze on Li Jiu and stated, since I have completed the design for you, could you assist me in return? Oh, do tell, Li Jiu responded, examining the blueprint, which featured an array of architectural facilities, a grand estate, and a self-sustaining ecosystem. Most notably, a tenth of the floating island was designated as a sanctuary for the growth of magical beings. However, the methodology for cultivating these beings eluded Li Jiu. He would need to seek guidance from Master Korin. The entrance to the floating island was set at the summit of a mountain not far from Bulma's home. Could you discreetly mentor Vegeta? He seems rather fixated on achieving Super Saiyan status. Bulma proposed, a request that took both Li Jiu and Natasha by surprise. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. If he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan, there will be no peace for my family. It would be best if he did so sooner rather than later, to spare me from daily troubles. He can be rather fierce. Vegeta is quite proud. Nonetheless, it would not be overly difficult for him to achieve Super Saiyan transformation, Li Jiu remarked with a gentle smile, turning his attention back to Bulma. She immediately leaned in, attempting to grasp Li Jiu's collar, only to be intercepted by Natasha, who stood 2 meters away with a scowl. What do you think you're doing? Natasha glared, protective of her claim on Li Jiu. What method? Bulma disregarded Natasha's interference, anxiously turning to Li Jiu for answers. Make him fall in love with you. Nanny? Both Bulma and Natasha froze in disbelief. Bulma exclaimed, what nonsense is this? How could Vegeta possibly fall in love with me? And how does that relate to transforming into a Super Saiyan? First, get him to love you. The rest I shall handle. Li Jiu slowly rose to his feet, then seemed to recall something. By the way, could you spare me some of your capsules? For living facilities. The estate only has a base, but no actual buildings. Bulma stood there, seemingly oblivious to Li Jiu's words. Make Vegeta fall in love with me? How could that be possible? A headache washed over Bulma as she turned to Li Jiu. What did you just say? The building capsules, my estate only has a base. You will prepare everything for me, right? Well, in the future, if the opportunity arises, I could help you procure some advanced technology from the cosmos. Advanced technology? That sounds wonderful. If you need capsules, I have plenty here. Indeed, there's a mansion capsule here, containing everything one might need: food, beverages, aircraft. You two are a couple, right? Also, safety supplies. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. She appeared to have devised a clever plan. Li Jiu was taken aback, as Bulma had not denied it. He collected an entire box of capsules and turned to leave. Wait, Li Jiu, here is a phone. I can reach you through in the future. Can it work on the floating island too? It should, Bulma replied confidently, handing Li Jiu a phone that was no ordinary device. Yes, Li Jiu mused, recalling Master Roshi's admiration for the technology in the Dragon Ball realm while watching beautiful gymnastics in the other world. Li Jiu ascended a small hill, leveling it off to create a platform over 100 square meters in size, from which he retrieved the Dragon Balls. Come fort, Shenron. Following Li Jiu's command, Natasha summoned the dragon. The sky darkened as an eastern dragon spiraled upward. State your wishes. I can grant any wish, but only one. Shenron's voice reverberated through the heavens. Natasha gazed curiously at the dragon. Can any wish truly be fulfilled? Of course not. Shenron is a deity created by Earth's gods, and wishes that exceed divine power cannot be realized. Li Jiu interjected, noticing a bead of sweat trickle down Shenron's face. Was it really appropriate to expose such limitations? Shenron materialized the floating island designed on this blueprint, Li Jiu declared, producing the plans, confident in Shenron's understanding of the island's construction. The dragon remained silent. This wish seemed somewhat excessive, yet it was indeed a wish. But what on earth is all those dense annotations on your blueprint? Is it possible or not? Why is it not responding? Did it not claim that any wish could be granted? Natasha whispered, seemingly wary of being overheard by Shenron. Another 2 beads of sweat appeared on the dragon's brow. After a long pause, it finally spoke. Your wish is quite simple. Its crimson eyes gleamed as layers of 5-meter-high steps spiraled upwards, reaching astonishing heights before connecting to a vast floating island. Upon this island, a landscape of mountains, waters, gardens, flowers, birds, insects, fish, and various creatures flourished, creating a realm of its own. When everything was completed, the divine power of the dragon seemed to be entirely depleted. After hastily uttering a farewell, it transformed into 7 stones and scattered away. Want to escape? In a flicker, Li Jiu retrieved the 7 stones. The Dragon Balls have now become your exclusive possessions? Natasha remarked with a smile upon witnessing this. Each time a wish was made, intercepting the Dragon Balls certainly spared the trouble of searching for them. Of little significance, but better than nothing, Li Jiu scoffed. If only there were a super dragon, he would surely wish for the ability to create Dragon Balls himself. Is this the way to ascend to the floating island? Natasha inquired eagerly, for Li Jiu had mentioned that they would reside there together. The gravity of 50 times was inconsequential to both Li Jiu and Natasha. The floating island was adorned with lush greenery, its landscapes picturesque and delightful. At the far western edge of the vast island lay a training ground spanning several hundred miles. According to the design blueprint, its surface area was 1,000 times that of the Earth's land, and it had the remarkable ability to regenerate after being damaged. Li Jiu first visited the planting area for the magical beans. The blueprint indicated that the yield could reach 100 times that of Corinta, yet there are no seedlings present. Natasha, stay here, Li Jiu instructed, placing his finger to his forehead, and in the next moment, he vanished. Upon reappearing, he held a large cat in his arms. Akat, Natasha observed curiously, examining Master Karen. It is Master Karen. The feline sage licked its paw, beads of sweat glistening on its brow. Under 50 times the normal gravity, it still maintained an air of elegance, a source of pride for it. What brings you here? Master Karen asked, glancing at the bean plantation. Though the area was modest, the conditions were exceedingly favorable for the growth of the magical beans. If we were to plant beans here, how many could we produce in a year? Li Jiu inquired. Master Karen narrowed its eyes, around 1,000. Very well. Then you shall cultivate them here from now on. What? Master Karen's fur bristled, disbelief etched on its face as it regarded Li Jiu. Having observed Li Jiu through the water tank on Corinta, Master Karen believed him to be a kind-hearted individual. Chapter 16. Asking Sun Wukong to be a bodyguard. Corinta cannot be without caretakers. Master Karen merely hoped that Li Jiu could negotiate and reconsider. However, the magical beans here also require cultivation, it lamented, revealing a frown. The process of growing the beans was complex, and tending to even the small patch on Corinta was quite troublesome for one alone. You could wish to the dragon, Master Karen suggested. I prefer not to wait, Li Jiu replied. 1,000 in a year, indeed. I could transplant the magical bean plants from Corinta. Master Karen expressed its faith in its judgment of character. Though Li Jiu was somewhat impolite, it still believed he was not malevolent. However, I can only cultivate the beans here for 2 years, but I can teach others the methods of growing them. Very well, fish will be plentiful. Yet you must find someone willing to cultivate the magical beans here. It requires meticulousness and patience. Karen's eyes sparkled with interest as she continued. Diligence and patience. Who could it be? Li Jiu felt a pang of frustration. This was indeed a challenging search. Well, perhaps Sun Wukong's wife would be a splendid choice, Karen suggested, noticing Li Jiu's distress. Chi-Chi? How could that be possible? Li Jiu exclaimed in disbelief. She has quite the fiery temperament. You misunderstand, Karen clarified. Chi-Chi was once very gentle, but after marrying Sun Wukong, he has proven unsuitable as a husband, at least for her. I believe if you could offer a substantial sum, she would gladly accept the position. While cultivating the holy beans is indeed a meticulous task, it only requires management at specific times, thus allowing her to care for Sun Wufan without hindrance. Karen's explanation left Li Jiu feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, Sun Wukong was hardly a model husband. A thought occurred to him. He could hire Sun Wukong as a bodyguard. This plan seemed feasible, serving as a form of assistance to the protagonist. Ideally, Li Jiu wished to transform Wufan into a true warrior. Such remarkable talent and cultivation would be wasted if he became merely a scholar. It seems you have made a decision. I can accompany you, Karen offered. The training environment here would surely please Sun Wukong. Naturally, Li Jiu accepted her offer. This time, Natasha joined them, and they swiftly traced Sun Wukong's energy. However, it appeared they had arrived at an inopportune moment. Li Jiu whispered, while Karen turned away, and Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Li Jiu. Chi-Chi, come down quickly. Someone is here. Sun Wukong's voice echoed from within the room, and moments later, he leapt out of the window clad only in his oversized shorts. Who dares to disturb my privacy? Chi-Chi's irate voice rang out, and Sun Wukong scratched his head as he noticed Li Jiu and the others. Li Jiu, what brings you here? He asked, surprised, before hastily retreating to change his attire. In the living room, Li Jiu stifled a laugh while Chi-Chi suppressed her irritation, greeting everyone with a smile. Sun Wukong, I have come to discuss an important matter with you and your wife, Li Jiu stated, revealing his intention to employ both Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi on his floating island. A bodyguard? But I need to train. Sun Wukong protested, scratching his head, reluctant to agree. Yet, Chi-Chi interjected with a firm headbutt, you fool. Can't you see they are clearly looking after you? All you have to do is ensure Li Jiu's safety, and the rest of your time is yours for training. Does Li Jiu really need my protection? Sun Wukong grinned, while Li Jiu replied, sometimes, troublesome matters may require your intervention. I tend to be rather lazy. Of course, you will primarily be engaged in combat-related tasks. Moreover, Chi-Chi could also work on the floating island, with her duties being brief, primarily focused on cultivating the holy beans. The conditions Li Jiu proposed were simply irresistible to Chi-Chi. At once, she expressed her confidence in perfectly undertaking the task of cultivating the celestial beings. As for the remuneration, Li Jiu had none at present, but it would certainly come. In the vast universe, there are countless high-tech marvels. Even a single one brought to Earth could be exchanged for inexhaustible wealth. For instance, rejuvenation pods, advanced spacecraft, cosmic battleships, and more. On the floating island, where gravity was multiplied 50-fold, Natasha observed that for Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan, enduring such gravitational pressure was not a daunting challenge. However, for Chi-Chi, it posed a significant difficulty. Sigh, this is troublesome. I must consult Bulma. Li Jiu lightly tapped her forehead, and Natasha smiled gently, saying, I shall remain here to guide them to the floating island while you seek Bulma to explore potential solutions. Very well. Li Jiu closed her eyes in concentration. Bulma's presence was faint, yet given the Earth's modest size, Li Jiu's perceptive abilities enabled her to discern it, albeit with some effort. Found it. In the next moment, Li Jiu vanished and reappeared, discovering Bulma tenderly feeding a bowl of congee to Vegeta. Li Jiu. Vegeta immediately attempted to rise, but the fatigue of his body caused him to falter halfway and collapse once more. Vegeta, it seems your treatment here is rather pleasant. Li Jiu remarked with a playful smile, then turned to Bulma, stating, I intend to have Chi-Chi assist me in cultivating celestial beings on the floating island. Could you create an anti-gravity device to allow her to move freely in that environment? Of course, Bulma replied without hesitation, understanding her own needs in relation to Li Jiu. Vegeta, I will need to ask you something later. For now, rest well. Li Jiu waved her hand towards Vegeta, who felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Here he was, the mightiest of Saiyans, being fed by a woman, and worse, witnessed by others. Infuriating. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with tension, yet his exhaustion rendered him incapable of mustering further strength. Hooray, it's done. I, Bulma, am indeed a genius. At her workstation, Bulma cheered with delight, showcasing over a dozen exquisite wristwatches, which were in fact anti-gravity devices. Here, let Chi-Chi wear this and she'll be able to move freely under 50 times the gravitational force. It even has a smart adjustment feature. Your foresight is commendable. Bulma, by the way, I suggest you modify the spacecraft. Once your innovations are complete, I shall take you into the cosmos to exchange for some advanced technology using the universal capsule technique. Before that, I will need you to provide me with some funds. Funds? You, the illustrious Super Saiyan, require money? Bulma questioned, her brows furrowed in confusion. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate to retrieve a card from her drawer, stating here, there are 10 billion. However, this will be deducted from your future earnings. We agreed that you would handle the safety of transactions involving the universal capsule and that I would manage the technical aspects. The profits will be split evenly. Of course. Li Jiu accepted the card, murmuring, this 10 billion should suffice for Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong's wages. Nanny, you intend to employ Son Gohan? Bulma, in disbelief yet resigned, waved her hand dismissively. All right, do as you please. Chapter 17, Son Goku's Ultra Super Saiyan King Fist. The convenience of the universal capsule exceeded Li Jiu's imagination. Bulma's box of capsules encompassed all the necessities of Li Jiu's life. Particularly notable was the estate capsule, which was equipped with various cleaning robots and boasted impeccable water and electrical facilities. How beautiful! Natasha exclaimed as she entered the estate, which sprawled over several acres, featuring not only a luxurious main villa, but also 7 or 8 smaller villas. Chi-Chi, here's 1 billion, along with some extra anti-gravity wristwatches. From now on, I will need you to prepare meals for Natasha and me. Yes, you can use that money to hire some help, but you must personally oversee the supply of senza beans. Li Jiu directly handed a bank card containing 1 billion to Chi-Chi, who appeared as if she were dreaming. 1 billion? Are you certain it's 1 billion and not 1 million? Chi-Chi asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. 1 billion. All our living necessities are included here. If it's not enough, I'll provide more later. Li Jiu had no particular use for the money himself, and since Natasha did not seem adept at cooking, he entrusted everything to Chi-Chi. 1 billion? How much is that? Son Goku, calculating with his fingers, was met with a gentle thump on the head from Chi-Chi. That's enough for our family to last a lifetime. Is it really that much? Wow. Then I must ensure to protect Li Jiu properly. Indeed, I must surpass Li Jiu first. In 3 years, the androids would arrive, and Gohan needed to train diligently. Upon hearing that Gohan would also train, Chi-Chi frowned. Gohan has great potential, and Earth will face many crises in the future. Li Jiu interjected, and Chi-Chi hesitated. Let us not hinder Gohan's studies. Mom, I won't lag behind in my studies. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. After the battle on Namek, he had grown significantly. With that, it seemed the Dragon Balls would serve little purpose. Li Jiu pondered, glancing towards the ominous energy waves at the other end of Floating Island, where Son Goku and Gohan were training. Days later, Gohan's father arrived via the floating lift to join him on the floating island for training. The training grounds of the westernmost part were continuously ravaged, yet miraculously restored overnight. Li Jiu felt a twinge of worry. If these individuals lost control one day and sank the entire floating island, would it ever be restored? Half a month later, Bulma called. Hello, is this Li Jiu? The spaceship has been modified. We can set off to the cosmos to acquire technology. Bulma's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Calculating the time, Li Jiu replied, all right, I'm coming to your place. You need to prepare a batch of empty universal capsules. Don't worry, I have everything ready. With that, the call ended, and Li Jiu stepped out of the estate. Over the past half-month, everything had progressed smoothly. Chi-Chi has become increasingly adept at the cultivation of the mystical beings, her learning pace surpassing even Li Jiu's expectations. Likewise, the power enhancement of Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan seems to have exceeded what was anticipated. It is through pressure that one finds motivation. Li Jiu stresha langitli. Recalling how Natasha has been transforming into a Super Saiyan intermittently, delivering relentless beatings to the trio. Each bout leaves even the fastest recovering Piccolo bedridden for a day before he can resume his training. Natasha, Wukong, Piccolo, and Wufan, Li Jiu Spuka, and their chaotic skirmish came to an abrupt halt. Would you be interested in taking a journey through the cosmos? Is it beneficial for our training? Piccolo interjected bluntly, voicing his skepticism about any endeavor that would not contribute to their cultivation. I am uncertain. Perhaps we might encounter some formidable masters in the universe. Li Jiu made no promises. If you allow us to witness your true strength, we might be persuaded to accompany you, even if it means merely playing the role of your muscle. Piccolo expressed his disinterest in the universe's warriors. noting that even a battle power of 10,000 qualifies one as a strong contender amidst the stars. Frieza, in his initial form, embodies the essence of a cosmic emperor. Thus, it is more prudent to focus on Li Jiu, who stand before them. Is my true strength not sufficient with Natasha exerting pressure upon you? Li Jiu Smirka. Yet Sun Wukong remarked, Natasha is indeed formidable, but I sense that you possess an even greater strength. At that moment, both Natasha and Sun Wukong maintained their Super Saiyan forms, yet a significant disparity lingered between their states. Natasha was nearing her full power, while Wukong had yet to fully harness his energy. Oh, would you care to test it? Seeing Wukong's fighting spirit ignite, Li Jiu raised a finger and instantly transformed. Behold, this is the extent of my power. Li Jiu transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden-haired and azure-eyed, yet exuding no discernible aura or energy. It was as if he merely dyed his hair and donned colored contact lenses. Incredible, to master one's energy so perfectly. Sun Wukong was taken aback. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he understood the sheer ferocity that accompanied such transformations. All right, let me see what fighting power you possess in this state. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared behind Li Jiu, raising his leg to strike at Li Jiu's neck. Li Jiu, however, did not evade, merely tilting his head to avoid a direct blow to his face. Bang! The shockwave rippled through the air, yet Li Jiu remained utterly unmoved. Ada, Ada, Ada! Wukong unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Li Jiu, who continued to gaze at him with unwavering composure. Natasha observed with a hint of skepticism, her mind racing with doubt. This shouldn't be. Even if Li Jiu's strength was formidable, by numerical estimation, it could only be twice that of Sun Wukong's. At this moment, it was evident that Sun Wukong had exerted all his strength, yet he still failed to breach Li Jiu's defenses. Such formidable control. Short D felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, the two antennae atop his head quivering. He could vaguely sense that when Sun Wukong's attack landed upon Li Jiu, there was a momentary gathering of Li Jiu's energy, coalescing solely at the point of impact for defense. Control indeed? Natasha's gaze grew increasingly bright, while Sun Wukong, panting heavily, ceased his onslaught, taking a moment to recuperate before chuckling, I still have the Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura surged forth, and Sun Wukong's body trembled violently. To recklessly employ the Kaioken at 10 times its usual power before fully mastering the Super Saiyans might was sheer foolishness. Li Jiu felt speechless, sensing that Sun Wukong's heart condition might have arisen from such reckless behavior. Under the tenfold Kaioken, the burden on Sun Wukong's physical form was unprecedented. The transformation into a Super Saiyan inherently placed a strain on the body, and now, with the addition of the Kaioken, Chapter 18, one could discern his ill intentions. Forcing an increase in power was hardly a sagacious choice. Li Jiu raised a hand as Sun Wukong launched another assault. The tremendous force reverberated throughout the floating island. Yet such an attack was effortlessly thwarted by Li Jiu with a single hand. 10 times Kamehameha, Sun Wukong seemed to be reaching his limits, channeling all his energy to use the Kamehameha against Li Jiu. Do you intend to obliterate my floating island? Li Jiu's expression darkened, confronting this madman. With a swift motion, Li Jiu faced Sun Wukong's energy wave, his hands rapidly forming seals. Streams of transparent, sword energy coalesced with great speed, instantaneously arranging into a terrifying sword formation. Squeeze! Li Jiu commanded, controlling nearly 1,000 sword energies to instantly extinguish Sun Wukong's energy wave. The explosive force was relentless, shaking the entire floating island violently. As the dust settled, the training ground lay in ruins, revealing the mountains and forests of earth below. What a predicament. I've done my utmost. Sun Wukong managed to laugh, retracting from his Super Saiyan state and descending without a trace of energy, plummeting towards the island's depths. Dad! Upon witnessing this, Sun Gohan hurriedly rushed to catch Sun Wukong. Let us go, Li Jiu said, placing his hands on Short D and Sun Gohan, activating instant transmission, and vanishing from the floating island. At Capsule Corporation in West City, Bulma stood before Vegeta, chattering incessantly, while Vegeta displayed an impatient yet resigned demeanor. Oh, is Vegeta going too? Upon Li Jiu's arrival, Bulma immediately noticed the incapacitated Sun Wukong. Sun-kun? Bulma approached, and after Sun Gohan recounted the battle between Sun Wukong and Li Jiu, Bulma finally felt at ease. As a fellow Super Saiyan, how could Kakarot be so utterly defeated? Vegeta, with an air of disdain, cast a sharp glance at Kakarot. It was said that within the cosmos, there existed a galactic patrol organization. Surely, they could establish contact with the Galactic King, right? Li Jiu turned to Vegeta, who was likely more familiar with the power dynamics of the universe. Umph, a bunch of worthless fools, Vegeta scoffed, his arrogance unabated. They are merely an alliance formed by those lacking combat prowess, barely surpassing 200,000, along with some petty minions. Oh, can you locate them? Li Jiu inquired. Of course, Vegeta replied haughtily as he strode into the spacecraft, which boasted a spacious interior, fully equipped with living amenities. Yet, why were there only 3 rooms? Li Jiu pondered, thinking that Bulma could have easily allocated 10 bedrooms in such an expansive area. How was I to know that Piccolo and Gohan would also be joining us? Time is of the essence, so I prepared only 3 rooms, Bulma asserted defiantly. 3 rooms is hardly sufficient, Li Jiu remarked darkly, questioning Bulma's judgment. Let Goku and Piccolo share a room then. Bulma's face flushed with indignation as she stormed into one of the rooms. Thus, only 2 rooms remained. Natasha blinked her bright eyes and quietly opened one of the doors, stepping inside to discover a spacious interior. Li Jiu's mind stirred as he observed Natasha in that moment. Hey Vegeta! Bulma's door swung open once more, her expression furious as she glared at Vegeta, who stood rigidly in the central control room. What are you making a fuss about? Vegeta replied, his countenance stiffening. His head held high as he entered Bulma's room under the astonished gazes of those present. The spaceship ignited, setting its course toward the designated galactic center. Inside the room, Li Jiu and Natasha exchanged glances. I'm going to take a shower, Natasha said, unable to withstand Li Jiu's gaze. Her cheeks flushed. She retreated into the bathroom and took her time, emerging an hour later wrapped in a towel. Li Jiu closed his eyes in meditation, sensing Natasha's presence as she exited. The young woman stood gracefully, her delicate skin fair and luminous. Her collarbone was elegantly defined, and glistening droplets of water rolled down her form, occasionally cascading down the gentle curve of her chest. What are you staring at? Natasha asked, clutching the towel tightly, her dark, lustrous hair damp. Li Jiu stepped forward, retrieving a clean towel to gently dry her off. Natasha sat obediently at the edge of the bed, her initially rigid posture gradually relaxing. All done, Li Jiu declared as he hung the towel back up. Natasha, head bowed, curled into a ball on the bed, an unusual flush adorning her cheeks. Are you not going to wash up? Natasha timidly lifted her face, her dark eyes blinking. All right, I'll wash, Li Jiu replied, clearing his throat as he entered the bathroom. Under the cold cascade of the shower, he attempted to quell the heat within him. Yet, the lingering fragrance of a young woman in a small garment tucked away in the corner continually drew his attention. This girl, without a doubt, was doing this on purpose. Li Jiu smiled bitterly, casting a glance at his irate elder brother, and turned the shower up a notch. Hey, you're a grown man. Why are you dawdling in the shower? Outside the bathroom, Natasha's voice rang out. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiu opened the bathroom door. However, before he could step out, a delicate figure leaped into his embrace. Li Jiu. Natasha looked up at him, her towel slipping away. I knew you had ulterior motives. Don't you dare regret this. You're the one with ulterior motives. I don't care, I want this. In another room, Vegeta restrained his simmering rage as Bulma pushed him into the bathroom. Ugh, you stink, covered in sweat, and you don't even think to wash up. Disdainfully, Bulma tossed Vegeta's clothes into the washing machine, her eyes glancing sideways as she stripped off her own clothes and joined him in the bathroom. Get away, you woman. Oh, come on, help me scrub my back. Vegeta cursed, though his voice soon dwindled, the battleground shifting and his temper gradually cooling. In the central room, Son Goku was fast asleep while Son Gohan and Din engaged in a mental sparring session. Yet, Din appeared somewhat unsettled, consistently revealing vulnerabilities, ultimately leading to his defeat by Son Gohan. The universe remained vast and empty as Bulma modified the spacecraft they had used to return to Earth, enhancing its speed to double that of before. However, reaching the Galactic Center would still require a month. It seemed Trunks would have to be born earlier than expected. Unbeknownst to Li Jiu, he had altered history inadvertently. Meanwhile, Bulma and Natasha had seemingly become close, discussing matters that made Li Jiu's head spin. Hey, Bulma, don't corrupt Natasha. Li Jiu frowned. Over the past few days, Natasha had clearly learned a great deal more, transforming from a once innocent girl. Oh, don't worry. I've reinforced the bed in your room especially. It's quite sturdy. Chapter 19, Kvila. Vegeta possessed a detailed understanding of certain cosmic factions, having been a fierce warrior since the age of 5. The spaceship landed on a colossal planet, a commercial hub bustling with various interstellar races operating their businesses. It showcased an array of technologies. At once, Bulma was captivated by the myriad of innovations, eager to purchase some for research, but found herself lacking universal currency. TCH, why bother with transactions? Super Saiyans can roam the universe unchecked. Just take what you want, Vegeta scoffed, yet obediently followed Bulma and the others. Vegeta, can you refrain from violence? We ought to pursue a path of sustainable development. Don't you understand? Must you leave a trail of enemies across the universe to be satisfied? Bulma, undaunted by Vegeta's prideful demeanor as a prince, incessantly chattered away, while Vegeta could only clench his fists in silent resentment, refraining from making a move. Li Jiu, the technology in this universe is truly remarkable. I desire it all. Let us hasten and sell the universal capsules. At this moment, Bulma could hardly contain her eagerness to acquire new technology. However, we must first find a suitable partner for cooperation. You do not expect me to oversee your business here, do you? Li Jiu felt overwhelmed as the group navigated the vast commercial planet, making their way towards the Galactic Patrol shop. Despite the stellar reputation of the Galactic Patrol's establishment, they, too, could suffer losses when faced with formidable foes. Vegeta quietly trailed at the rear of the procession. Ahead lay a colossal shopping center, the property of the Galactic Patrol. Bulma, I must inform you in advance that what we are selling are capsules, not the technology behind them. Are you confident in safeguarding the secrets of the universal capsules? Li Jiu inquired, as Earth's technology had little to offer apart from this singular capsule. Of course, the android technology ranks among the finest in the universe, but cannot be sold. Naturally, I'm a super genius, a talented young lady. The universal capsule is my leverage in acquiring technology from across the cosmos. I shall ensure that the secrets remain secure. Bulma spoke with assurance, prompting Li Jiu to refrain from further questioning as they entered the commercial building. Inside, a diverse array of spacecraft and advanced combat mechs was on display. They even observed some Galactic Patrol officers repairing warships. Hey, Li Jiu, should we seek out the higher-ups of the Galactic Patrol to finalize our transaction? Although Bulma was unconcerned about the capsule company's affairs, she understood the nuances of negotiations. Li Jiu nodded and then turned to Gohan, saying, Gohan, release an energy signature of approximately 100,000. Unkla Li Jiu, should I let my energy flow? Gohan responded, surprised. Yes. All right. Gohan nodded, and without any visible effort, his energy began to surge. Beep, beep, beep. Within the shopping center, a desktop scanner emitted a series of alarm sounds. The staff within the mall immediately fell into a state of disarray, yet some managed to approach Gohan. Excuse me, esteemed guests, do you have any grievances regarding the services at the Galactic Patrol Mall? A battle power of 100,000 is considered significant in the universe. After all, even the formidable Ice Demon Clan, whose elite special forces boast a peak battle power of merely around 100,000, pale in comparison. Gohan felt somewhat at a loss. He suppressed his energy and glanced at Li Jiu. The staff member quickly realized that Li Jiu was the spokesperson for the group, and their astonishment deepened. May I inquire? Sir, we have a substantial business proposition to discuss with the Galactic Patrol, and therefore, we require a meeting with your higher-ups, Li Jiu stated, causing the attendant to breathe a sigh of relief. So, it was a business matter. As long as it pertained to commerce, there would be no issue. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the VIP lounge and await your turn. The staff exhibited an attitude of utmost respect, and upon hearing this, Li Jiu and his companions made their way toward the lounge. However, a voice, tinged with a chilling undertone, resonated from behind them. Wait a moment. Might I inquire what business you intend to discuss? I believe the Quila Cosmic Empire possesses greater capabilities for collaboration with you. Quila Cosmic Empire? The staff, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Looking somewhat flustered, they stammered, Might I ask what business you guests wish to pursue? Perhaps we could discuss this with the gentleman. Li Jiu cast a glance at the staff member before turning to the individual who had spoken. The person was clad in a battle mech suit, radiating a formidable aura, significantly stronger than that of Sun Wukong. Who are you? Huh? I am Nez, a member of the Met combat team under the command of King Quila. Nez. Li Jiu scanned Nez briefly, his mind conjuring a vague recollection of the figure. Nez bore a resemblance to the Hulk, yet whether he was indeed Nez or truly a member of the mech team was of little consequence. You claim the Quila Cosmic Empire? Li Jiu inquired. Nez, brimming with pride, responded indeed. The territories of Frisia and King Cold have now become the dominion of our King Quila. The entire galaxy shall be annexed into the Quila Empire. Thus, I strongly advise you to consider collaborating with our Quila Empire. Nez, full of arrogance yet also curious, pondered how an individual with a combat power of 100,000 had become a mere enforcer, questioning what advanced technology they might possess. Well, it seems Quila indeed presents a promising partnership. Li Jiu mused while Bulma tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Li Jiu, this Quila does not seem to be of the virtuous sort. Certainly not a paragon of virtue. He is the brother of Frisia. Li Jiu chuckled softly, unperturbed whether Nez heard him. He then stated, what we are offering is a universal capsule that can transform any object into a capsule, allowing for easy transport. As he spoke, Li Jiu gestured for Bulma to demonstrate the remarkable utility of the universal capsule. Should Quila desire this technology, we could discuss in detail. Li Jiu glanced at the scanner Nez carried, adding, you should be able to contact Quila, correct? Perhaps we can arrange a meeting. Bulma was uncertain of Li Jiu's intentions, while Vegeta appeared to have an inkling, a cold smirk gracing his features. Li Jiu is undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives beyond mere collaboration. Partnering with Frisia's brother? Can he be trusted? Sun Wukong wore a contemplative expression, beads of sweat trickling down the brows of Piccolo and Gohan beside him. Frisia's brother is undoubtedly cut from the same cloth. How could one question his reliability? It is certain he cannot be trusted. Just look at that bear of a subordinate he has. Chapter 20. Let us get to it. Oh, such astonishing technology. Please wait a moment. I will contact King Quila immediately. Nez felt a surge of excitement. At present, the Quila Legion was consolidating the territories and influence of Frisia and King Kurd, making this universal capsule indispensable. It would greatly facilitate their operations. Nez moved a short distance away to establish communication with Quila. Meanwhile, Dend quietly recounted the conversation between Nez and Quila to the others. They are attempting to deceive us into a deserted planet to forcibly extract the universal capsule technology. What a lucrative scheme. Dend scoffed, inwardly mocking Quila's overreaching ambitions. However, it appeared that Quila was not inclined to act personally, opting instead to delegate the task to the mech commander, Shaviza. Dend shook his head gently, although he was unaware of Shaviza's true strength. It was evident that Nez could not be extraordinarily powerful. Surely, Quila's mech team could not harbor a master like Frisia. It was absurd to think that a Shaviza could overpower 3 Super Saiyans. Wait, Nez was indeed cautious, believing that Gohan was not the strongest among them. Hence the need to summon Quila. This could spell trouble. A smirk crept across Den's lips as he speculated that Li Jiu's true aim must be Quila. Do you seek a permanent resolution? Den inquired, to which Li Jiu nodded slightly and replied, there exists a cosmic empire within the galaxy that inevitably intersects with our interests. Quila's might far surpasses that of Frisia. Vegeta wore an expression of skepticism towards Li Jiu, yet he was, in fact, cautioning him. I am aware. Li Jiu responded as he glanced at Nez, who had returned and addressed the group. King Quila has consented to meet with you, but the distance is considerable. We can proceed together to a planet midway for our encounter. Is it to be aboard your spaceship? Li Jiu asked. Certainly. Traveling on your spaceship is feasible. We approach this transaction with sincerity. Nez spoke with earnestness, his manners impeccable. Let's take your spaceship then, Li Jiu said, pressing his lips together, signaling to Bulma that there was no cause for concern. The group boarded Nez's spacecraft and departed. Li Jiu, are we truly going to negotiate with this Quila? Bulma felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship, surrounded by intimidating extraterrestrials. Bulma, you need not worry. These aliens are no match for Vegeta, who could dispatch them with a mere finger. He will ensure your safety. Li Jiu reclined on the sofa, savoring fine wine from the cosmos. His arm wrapped around Natasha's slender waist, enjoying the moment. Who would protect that foolish woman? The prince wore a scowl. Yet Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to him. Sun Wukong is undoubtedly a fervent practitioner of martial arts, even aboard the spaceship of Quira. He remains unyielding, engaging in a mental battle with Piccolo and Gohan. The Quira Legion's spaceship travels at remarkable speed, landing on a relatively desolate planet in merely 3 days. Come on, Lord Quira has been waiting, Nez remarks with a chilling smile. Li Jiu mirrors this smile, slowly raising a finger and delicately tapping it. Then you are of no use. As the words leave his lips, a barely perceptible flash of sword energy pierces through Nez's skull, the lethal force exploding within his mind, extinguishing his life in an instant. Thud! Nez falls lifelessly to the ground, oblivious to the manner of his demise. Even the extraterrestrial beings wielding detection devices fail to react. Their instruments appear to have malfunctioned. A momentary explosion? Vegeta observes intently, noting that Li Jiu's fingertip indeed emitted a cold glimmer. Yet, the aura of that glimmer is not formidable. How could it penetrate Nez's head and unleash such terrifying power within? Was it condensation? Compression? None of that seems to explain it. Vegeta is lost in contemplation, as are Piccolo and Gohan, while Sun Wukong, ever carefree, naively exclaims, Li Jiu, did you just kill him? How can you take a life without reason? Fool, he brought us here with the intention of killing us and forcibly seizing our capsule technology. How can you say there was no reason? Bulma scolds, gripping Sun Wukong by his collar. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately begs for forgiveness, yet retorts, but he hasn't killed anyone yet, right? Wouldn't it be too late to act only after he's killed you? Bulma's face flushes with anger, internally reflecting, thank goodness Li Jiu is responsible for the security of the universal capsule channels. If this guy were in charge, we'd surely lose everything. After dispatching Nez, Li Jiu casts a cold glare at the remaining extraterrestrials, causing them to flee in terror. Natasha, ensure Bulma's safety, Li Jiu commands. Natasha immediately shakes her head in response. No, let Vegeta protect her instead. I want to test Kefira's strength. She pouts slightly, a hint of playfulness in her demeanor. Li Jiu, taken aback, replies, what business does a girl have with fighting? No, I must engage. Natasha glares at Li Jiu with her charming dark eyes, exuding an endearing quality. Li Jiu concedes, very well, but you mustn't get hurt, otherwise I will have to intervene. All right, you're the best, darling. Natasha beams with joy, rushing over to plant a kiss before heading towards Kefira's spaceship. They are already aware of Kefira's intentions and require no further negotiations. Natasha, can I have a fight with him first? Sun Wukong shouts, eager for action, convinced that Kefira, being Frisia's brother, must be even more formidable. Vegeta's irritation intensified at the sight before him. Kakarot was deemed worthy to partake in such a battle, yet he was not. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma, observing Vegeta's reaction, cast a pleading glance towards Li Jiu. If you find yourself in peril, I shall assist you in creating the illusion of death. Should Vegeta truly care for you, he would be enraged, thus shattering the shackles of his Super Saiyan form. Li Jiu's voice echoed in Bulma's mind. However, you must perish at the hands of Kefira, he added. Bulma, taken aback, regarded Li Jiu's earnest smile with a peculiar expression. Why must it be this way? What if I truly die? Fear gripped Bulma's heart as she envisioned a scenario where Li Jiu did not come to her rescue. She winked at Li Jiu, who responded with a nod. The two exchanged silent signals, leaving even Piccolo oblivious to the nature of their clandestine agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Bulma chose to place her trust in Li Jiu. Of course, she was also aware that the Dragon Balls on Earth could grant her revival, even in death. Chapter 21. Speedily downward with a resounding boom, Natasha sprang into action, decisively bombarding Kefira's spacecraft. The flames illuminated half the sky as Natasha hovered in midair, honing her senses to pinpoint the most formidable aura amidst the blaze. Suddenly, a purple figure materialized before her, prompting Natasha to complete her transformation into a Super Saiyan in that very instant. Golden hair and azure eyes replaced her short, dark locks, now radiating brilliance. She has nearly reached full power, Li Jiu mused, acknowledging Natasha's exceptional talent. However, due to the inherent nature of Saiyans, Natasha was unable to focus on cultivating the Xuanhuang breathing technique as Li Jiu did. Nevertheless, she had forged her own training regimen, and though it may not be as extraordinary, her combat prowess at the same level was formidable. Kefira possessed an additional transformation compared to Frisia, yet his strength was likely insufficient to surpass 400 million. Li Jiu calculated silently, aware that Kefira could not contend against the full power of Super Saiyan Goku. Meanwhile, Natasha's combat strength had already soared to 500 million. Kefira towered over Frisia, his purple skin lending him an unappealing appearance. Yet in that moment, Kefira's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on Natasha with palpable intensity. So this is a Super Saiyan? Cold sweat trickled down Kefira's forehead as his energy surged rapidly. He needed to complete his transformation and unleash his full potential. Natasha, during the battle, allowed Kefira's attacks to reach Bulma. Li Jiu's voice resonated suddenly in Natasha's mind. Taken aback, she processed Li Jiu's explanation and subtly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Frisia's brother is far more formidable than Frisia himself, capable of undergoing yet another transformation. Goku was taken aback. Within his perception, the aura of Kivra surpassed even that of his Super Saiyan form. This indicated that, despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would stand no chance against Kivra. It appears that I must intensify my efforts, he thought. Goku's fighting spirit seemed insatiable, undeterred by any formidable adversary, relentlessly pushing forward. Li Jiu pondered, just how formidable is Kivra's combat power? At that moment, Piccolo could no longer accurately sense the auras of the two ahead. They were far beyond his reach. Natasha's combat power had already reached 500 million, while Kivra's was estimated to be around 350 million. Drawing upon his intuition and understanding of the characters within the narrative, Li Jiu made his deduction. Piccolo's expression turned pale. Whether it was 350 million or 500 million, it was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Vegeta clenched his fists tighter. His baseline combat power was merely over 3 million. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan, he might not match Kivra. The transformation could amplify his base power by 50 times. Natasha's base power astonishingly reached 10 million. Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on the two figures suspended in the air. There was little to say. Nez was dead, and Natasha had obliterated the spacecraft. The stance was unmistakable. Kivra understood that he had encountered an immovable obstacle, one that seemed intent on delivering a blow to him. With a sigh, Kivra completed his final transformation, appearing as though adorned with shoulder armor and sprouting a few horns atop his head. Was it effective? After transforming, Natasha's tone grew markedly indifferent, her cold gaze fixated on Kivra as she vanished, reappearing instantaneously behind him. Bang! Her long leg shot out, striking Kivra's shoulder. Unprepared, Kivra was propelled like a cannonball into the ground. Dust filled the air, yet the notion of being unscathed would soon be shattered. How infuriating! Kivra struggled to rise, unleashing a barrage of fine rays of light. Natasha smirked, her form darting with remarkable speed. Kivra, in a frenzy, unleashed a relentless stream of energy beams and projectiles from his hands. Whoosh! An energy blast hurtled towards Li Jiu and the others, unfortunately aimed directly at Vegeta. The group paid it no heed, for Vegeta's strength would easily allow him to evade it. However, aside from Li Jiu and Vegeta, everyone had forgotten that Bulma was beside him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending Vegeta and Bulma flying several dozen meters, crashing into a massive rock. Vegeta, Goku, and the others reacted swiftly, rushing forward to check on them. However, Vegeta had not sustained any injuries. Instead, it was Bulma in his arms who was bloodied and lifeless. Bulma, Bulma. Vegeta frantically scrambled to his feet, his aura still tumultuous. Li Jiu observed the scene quietly and moved closer to assess Bulma's condition. What's the matter with you? Can't you even protect your own woman? Li Jiu not. But Vegeta remained oblivious, relentlessly calling out Bulma's name. At that moment, Vegeta's energy erupted entirely, surging with terrifying intensity. Bulma, how dare you? How dare you kill my Bulma? Vegeta's aura transformed into a golden blaze, accompanied by streaks of lightning. Li Jiu's expression darkened. Are you intending to destroy her physical form? Upon hearing this, Vegeta regained his composure, gently laying Bulma down. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze towards Kvila, who was engaged in battle with Natasha, completely forgetting whether he could contend with Kvila. I will kill him with my own hands. Boom! Vegeta became a streak of light, charging toward Kvila and forcefully entering the fray. Natasha briefly withdrew, staring in astonishment at Vegeta, who was overpowering Kvila. Incredible! How impressive! Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's form. Despite Kvila's formidable strength, he was being dominated by Vegeta. The ground trembled as Kvila was mercilessly battered back and forth by Vegeta like a mere ball. Li Jiu, though momentarily dazed, did not forget to leave a trace of energy on Bulma. Is she all right? Li Jiu had previously inscribed an aura on Bulma, capable of protecting her while simultaneously sealing her vitality at a critical moment. Has Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan as well? Roar, quite handsome indeed, even surpassing Kvila. Bulma waved her hand. Although her body ached, she had sustained minimal harm under Li Jiu's protection. This was indeed the case, but only for the moment. At this time, Sun Wukong and the others began to discern the truth. Vegeta's current state was merely a manifestation of his rage, just as Kvila regained his senses. Chapter 22, 3 years later. Bang! Not even 3 seconds of glory. Vegeta was sent flying by the now alert Kvila, receiving a thorough beating that caused him to revert from his Super Saiyan state. Natasha glanced at Vegeta and chuckled softly. Not bad. Keep it up. Your battle power should be around 170 million. After saying this, Natasha struck once more, and Kvila wasted no time in attempting to flee. However, Natasha had destroyed the spaceship, and Kvila's speed was no match for hers. Escape was impossible. Natasha, just kill him, Li Jiu commanded, and Natasha showed no mercy. Behold my newly developed ultimate move. Natasha swung her arms at her sides, forming a Tai Chi diagram with her hands. However, this Tai Chi diagram possesses only its form, devoid of its spirit. The golden Tai Chi symbol, with its yin and yang extremes rotating, emanates terrifying beams of energy. These beams spiral and intertwine, resembling a tornado, swiftly engulfing Kvila within. Annihilation. The golden Taiji tornado shatters with a thunderous roar, obliterating Kvila into nothingness. The metallic Kvila can no longer exist. Li Jiu possesses herlips, achieving a decisive victory. Wow, Natasha is truly remarkable. Kvila has been utterly eradicated. Sun Wukong scratches his head, realizing that, given Natasha's displayed combat prowess, he still had a long journey of training ahead. Meanwhile, Bulma's revival leaves Vegeta in a daze, as if caught in a dream. He stares incredulously at the living Bulma, unable to believe it. Bulma, aren't you dead? You fool, you were the one who died. However, Vegeta, you claim you do not care about me. If you truly did not care, would you transform into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage? Bulma retorts with a playful pride. In truth, before executing this plan, Bulma held no absolute confidence. After all, Vegeta's usual demeanor left her perplexed. She was uncertain whether he would be enraged by her demise. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Congratulations, Vegeta. At that moment, Sun Wukong learned from Li Jiu the entire sequence of events. It was all orchestrated to provoke Vegeta into becoming a Super Saiyan. TC8, I can become a Super Saiyan without your assistance. Vegeta scoffed, disdainfully pushing Bulma aside as he slowly stood up. Li Jiu, how should we deal with these aliens? Natasha hovered in midair, pointing her finger to eliminate an alien attempting to flee, inquiring. Li Jiu scanned the surviving aliens from the spaceship explosion, her gaze locking onto one individual. The person's appearance bore resemblance to Earthlings, with golden hair and a device on his face. You come here. Igriagajis. Please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you. The individual scrambled to kneel before Li Jiu and the others. You are Zuiza, Li Jiu stated, revealing the identity of the person before her. Why yes, I am Zuiza. I can assist you in consolidating the remnants of Kvila's forces. The entire galaxy will become your domain. Zuiza hurriedly showcased his utility. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Li Jiu. With Zuiza's presence, it would be exceedingly simple for Li Jiu to consolidate the remnants of Kvila's forces. Thus, does Li Jiu aspire to become the ruler of the cosmos? I have no interest in being any cosmic monarch. I have noted your energy signature. I will dismantle Frisia, King Cold, and all of Kvila's forces. This galaxy shall not harbor a cosmic emperor. Do you understand? Li Jiu gazed at Sha Weijia, his voice devoid of warmth. Should I discover any organization akin to the Cosmic Emperor, I shall seek you out without hesitation. Yes, yes, my lord, rest assured. Upon my return, I shall dissolve all forces of Kvila at once. There shall be no more Cosmic Legion. Do not attempt any tricks. I could eliminate you at any moment. Li Jiu patted Sha Weijia on the shoulder, then turned his attention to Bulma, who was affectionately clinging to Vegeta. Bulma, we must depart. Huh, all right. Are we going to engage in business with the Galactic Patrol? Indeed. A capsule fell to the ground, and with a resounding bang, it transformed into a spacecraft, which shortly ascended into the sky. According to their prior agreement regarding the profit share, Li Jiu's 50% net profit would cover the security concerns during the Universal Capsule transaction. With Kvila now deceased, the Galactic Patrol soon received word of the incident, and the one responsible for Kvila's demise was within their very shop. This revelation startled the Galactic King. However, Li Jiu had no time to discuss matters of peace in the galaxy with the Galactic King. After concluding their business transaction, Li Jiu and his companions lingered on the commercial planet for several days until Bulma acquired some advanced technology before finally returning to Earth. Master Karen had already transplanted all the Senzu bean plants to the floating island. The cultivation space for the Senzu beans resembled an island within an island. Even if the floating island were to experience a magnitude 13 earthquake, the beans would remain unaffected. This was a significant improvement over the conditions on Karen Tower. Now, let me make it clear. I shall only be here for 2 years, Master Karen reiterated. He also reminded them of Li Jiu's earlier words. Fish are plentiful. In the westernmost training ground, Piccolo adeptly countered Gohan's attacks, while Goku observed from the sidelines, occasionally joining the fray. Such training sessions occurred daily, and Li Jiu and Natasha would occasionally join in, giving the three a thorough beating under the guise of guidance. Vegeta remained as proud as ever, refusing to train alongside Goku and the others, instead laboring diligently in the gravity chamber. Over the following 3 years, Li Jiu transformed into an ordinary man, exploring the mountains and rivers with Natasha. They traveled by car, indulged in street food, and stayed in lavish hotels. Li Jiu, 3 years have passed, Natasha exclaimed, brandishing her phone to show him the date. It marked the day the androids, as foretold by Trunks, would emerge. Forget them, Li Jiu said, snatching the phone and tossing it aside, pulling Natasha into his embrace. What are you doing? Natasha blushed, her delicate fingers tracing circles on Li Jiu's chest. How could you feign ignorance? What do you think? Obviously, it's about you. With a rough gesture, Li Jiu tossed Natasha onto the bed, then drew the curtains, obscuring the scene within the room. On an island, Goku and the others had congregated early, preparing for what lay ahead. As Son Wukong arrived late, carrying a bag of magic beans, he presented them to Son Gohan, saying, Uncle Li Jiu has given 10 magic beans. In truth, the procurement of the beans was entirely overseen by Chi-Chi, while the quantity was managed by Li Jiu. Wonderful. 10 magic beans are ample. Son Wukong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, glancing around before discreetly stowing away 2 beans. Chapter 23. Son Wukong has changed. The onlookers observed Son Wukong's actions with confusion, questioning, Who are you guarding against? Dad? Son Gohan mirrored their bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Son Wukong felt the need to hide 2 of the magic beans. Ha! 8 beans are more than sufficient. Son Wukong chuckled, his face flushing as he distributed the beans. Each person, Piccolo, Kaiatsu, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Son Gohan, received 1 bean. Subsequently, Son Wukong boldly claimed 1 for himself, asserting it was rightfully his. With 1 bean remaining, he decided to entrust it to Piccolo for safekeeping. Piccolo, frowning, regarded Son Wukong with a hint of skepticism as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What do you need so many magic beans for? He queried, sensing Son Wukong's intentions. It was clear to Piccolo that Son Wukong intended to hoard the beans for rigorous training following their encounter with the androids. I'll keep 2 just in case, Son Wukong replied, his face reddening as he fabricated an earnest excuse. The others were taken aback, but refrained from further discussion, knowing that should any injuries arise, Son Wukong would undoubtedly produce more beans. Yet, they couldn't shake the feeling that he had changed. This was the sentiment held by Tien Shinhan and the others. Son Gohan interjected. Uncle Li Jiu mentioned that magic beans also have drawbacks. It's best to avoid them if possible, as they could deplete one's potential. It's all right. Son Wukong responded with an awkward smile, feeling helpless. Despite 3 years of diligent training, he still hadn't caught up with Li Jiu and Natasha. The most disheartening aspect for everyone was that, during these 3 years, Li Jiu and Natasha had been leisurely exploring scenic spots. As they conversed, an airplane approached from the distance, and Bulma emerged, cradling a small infant. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all again. She waved, the baby timidly nestling closer to her. Bulma, what brings you here? Son Wukong asked, extending a finger, only to have it swatted away by the baby's tiny hand. Yes, this is Trunks. Li Jiu must have told you his name, right? Bulma assumed that Li Jiu had informed Son Wukong of the name. Son Wukong scratched his head, nodding and attributing the responsibility to Li Jiu. By the way, where are Li Jiu and Natasha? I haven't seen them in over a year, Bulma remarked, scanning the vicinity for any sign of them. Logically, with the emergence of the androids, Li Jiu and Natasha should have come, she noted. We don't know either. It has been quite some time since we've seen Li Jiu, came the reply from the group. Son Gohan curiously gazed at Trunks and playfully made faces to amuse the young lad. How did Vegeta come with you? The news of Vegeta's relationship with Bulma had long circulated, so no one was particularly surprised. He must be off training somewhere again. Yet, surely he will return soon? Bulma sighed. Both Vegeta and Goku were equally obsessed with their training. Is that so? Then he must have grown significantly stronger. If given the chance, I certainly wish to engage him in battle once more. Goku's excitement surged. Fighting with Li Jiu had been frustrating, while a confrontation with Vegeta was far more thrilling. You should focus on eliminating the androids first. We must not allow them to wreak havoc on Earth. But what brings you here? This place is quite perilous. The androids are present. Around 9:30. Goku scratched his head, having forgotten the time. If it weren't for Den's intervention, he would have completely overlooked it. I came to confront the androids, and besides, aren't you all here? A bunch of grown men, unable to protect a delicate young lady? Bulma feigned shyness, prompting the others to frown in disapproval. You're a mother now. How can you still refer to yourself as a delicate beauty? After some light-hearted banter, the group gradually became serious as the time approached. The timeline indicated by the boy from the future was nearly at hand. Bulma glanced at her watch. It was nearing 10 o'clock. Yet, there was no sign of any formidable energy emanating from the nearby island. According to the boy's information, the androids should possess an incredibly strong presence. Krillin, the wise bald-headed warrior, spoke up. However, if they were indeed powerful, we should be able to sense their energy from anywhere on Earth. Yamcha's expression grew grave. He felt uncertain about their chances from the moment they arrived. After all, everyone present was far stronger than he was. Perhaps the androids do not emit any energy at all? The boy from the future would not deceive us, Den suggested, taking the lead as he soared toward the island. If that is the case, we must rely solely on our vision to locate them. No energy? The group's expressions shifted, yet they pressed onward toward the island. Everyone, exercise caution, Krillin advised as they dispersed, some surveying from above while others scoured the streets. Yamcha moved with trepidation, but the androids were far too knowledgeable about them. Even if they encountered one, Yamcha might not recognize it. Suddenly, Android 20 covered his mouth and pierced his chest, draining his energy. Fortunately, the ensuing chaos caused by the androids triggered an explosion from a fuel truck, drawing the group's attention. In that direction, a presence rapidly weakened. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, and after a brief moment of perception, was suddenly taken aback. It was Yamcha. A flurry of figures descended upon the two androids surrounding him. At that moment, Yamcha lay on the ground, nearly on the verge of death. Yamcha. Krillin stepped forward, cautiously eyeing the two androids. Krillin, Yamcha still has a pulse. Retrieve him, Sun Wukong commanded, his gaze fixed on the androids. Although Krillin felt trepidation, he approached and, under the watchful gaze of the androids, carried Yamcha back, extracting a senza bean from his pocket to feed him. Sun Wukong, we have been searching for you for a long time. The android number 20 spoke, revealing himself as Dr. Gero, whose purpose in creating the androids was to eradicate Sun Wukong. Who exactly are you? Why do you seek me? Why harm the innocent? Sun Wukong questioned, perplexed, as it appeared that the android's sole aim revolved around him. Have you forgotten? Doctor. Gero recounted the incident from years ago when Sun Wukong obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, and only then did Sun Wukong grasp the full scope of the matter. Since you are here for me, let me settle this grudge with you. There are too many people here. Shall we find a more secluded location? Sun Wukong suggested, attempting to lure the two androids away. However, in the next moment, beams of laser light erupted from the android's eyes. Chapter 24. The Other Two Androids. The explosive sounds echoed, and the once modest island city was instantly reduced to ruins. You scoundrels! Sun Wukong retaliated, sending the two androids flying, their hats knocked off in the process. Yet, the androids taunted, did you not request a place devoid of life? How infuriating! Do you not wish to kill me? Follow me. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, heading towards a desolate expanse. The two androids ascended rapidly, trailing after him, leaving behind a landscape of devastation as the onlookers closely followed. Soon arriving at a bare mountain range. This shall suffice, Sun Wukong declared. Wherever you go, it is merely relocating a grave for you. This area is a forest, and for soulless androids, such terrain is ideal for battle, number 20 remarked. Very well, if that is the case, then let us engage here. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly replied, it seems you possess great confidence in yourselves. Indeed, every move you make has been meticulously observed by me. Through the use of micro-robots, I have recorded your every action since childhood, including your battles with the Saiyan Vegeta. Oh, and what of battles with Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired. That is unnecessary. You're already over 20 years old. Your battle prowess, even if it grows, will not increase significantly. Number 20, filled with self-importance, was met with Sun Wukong's triumphant expression. It seems your plans are destined to fail. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, drawing them close to his abdomen, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. On the other side of the earth, within the luxurious confines of a couple's hotel, the curtains of a presidential suite were suddenly drawn open. Li Jiu, stretching languidly in the warm sunlight, was accompanied by Natasha, who was gradually succumbing to sleep due to exhaustion. Has it begun? Would Sun Wukong's heart ailment manifest itself at this moment? Li Jiu sat at the edge of the bed, gently untangling Natasha's disheveled hair. How frustrating. Why can I not surpass you? Natasha, tired, wrapped herself tighter within the blanket, recalling Bulma's assertion that girls possess an innate advantage. While Bulma's defeat could be excused, given the significant disparity between her and Vegeta, the gap between herself and Li Jiu was far less pronounced. You're still a novice, my dear. Li Jiu smugly toyed with Natasha, treating her as he pleased. Ah, you scoundrel. Give me a senza bean. I need to vent my frustrations. Unable to bear the indignity, Natasha reached out to Li Jiu for a senza bean. Since the planting of these beans, 3 harvests had occurred. The first yielded merely a handful, the second brought forth over 20, and the third produced a staggering 100. These beans were meticulously regulated by Li Jiu, particularly in regard to Sun Wukong and others. As for Natasha, moderation was key, but fine, here you go. Li Jiu retrieved a senza bean and gently fed it to Natasha. Instantly revitalized, she shot Li Jiu an irked glance before striding boldly into the bathroom. This girl still requires some discipline. Li Jiu mused, sitting quietly by the window in anticipation. Before long, Natasha emerged, composed, and the two teleported directly to Sun Wukong's side. At that moment, it was evident that Sun Wukong's vitality had significantly waned. His heart ailment had struck. Dend and the others sensed the change, initially concerned about how to rescue Sun Wukong and return him for his special medicine. However, with Li Jiu and Natasha's arrival, hope was rekindled. Li Jiu, you have arrived. Sun Wukong grimaced, clutching his chest, his face pale and marred with injuries. Clearly, his heart ailment had rendered him incapable of fighting back, leaving him vulnerable to the androids. Your heart ailment has manifested. You should return to take your medicine, right? You still have the special medicine, I hope? Li Jiu inquired, fearing that if the medicine were lost, they would need to summon Shenron to save him. Yes, I still have it, Sun Wukong replied with great difficulty, gradually reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Very well, let someone escort you back. Li Jiu nodded before addressing Dend and the others, who will take Sun Wukong to the floating island. You all know where it is, correct? Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, while Tien and Kaiatsu appeared equally perplexed. They were unaware of Li Jiu's floating island's location. I will carry father back. Gohan stepped forward, hoisting Sun Wukong onto his back. Very well, off you go. Li Jiu nodded as Gohan sped towards the floating island. What about number 20? Aren't you going to pursue? On the 19th, number 19 absorbed a wave of energy from Sun Wukong, resulting in a significant boost in power. Number 20 observed Sun Wukong's retreat from a distance, then glanced at Li Jiu and Natasha with surprise. There's no need to pursue. It is far more entertaining to let the prey linger a while longer. The focus now shifted to dealing with these individuals. Number 20 aimed its attention at Li Jiu and the others. Who are you? Why do I find no record of your existence in my database? A sense of unease gripped number 20, as Sun Wukong's strength exceeded their expectations. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's heart condition, number 19 would have undoubtedly been no match for him. Now, with the emergence of two unfamiliar entities, Dr. Gero felt a growing sense of disorder. Are these two androids formidable? Even the Super Saiyan is not a match for them. Natasha scrutinized number 19 and number 20 with suspicion, as they appeared rather unimpressive. Sun Wukong had not fully unleashed his power due to his heart ailment. These two androids were not the ones referred to by the young boy from the future. Li Jiu spoke, casting a slow glance toward a distant mountain peak. Vegeta, if you do not take action, I shall have Natasha eliminate them. Had you not shown yourselves, I would have acted long ago, came Vegeta's voice, echoing before his appearance. Vegeta, Dr. Gero's eyelids twitched slightly, and a sense of foreboding intensified within him. Since you have appeared, I shall leave this to you. Li Jiu waved his hand. Natasha frowned at the remark. You can only give him one. We must wait. The true android has yet to awaken. What do you say, Dr. Gero? Li Jiu grasped Natasha's hand, indicating the real power lay with androids 17 and 18. How do you know this? Dr. Gero's complexion changed dramatically, retreating 2 steps in panic. Vegeta listened intently to Li Jiu's words, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I see now. I suspected matters were not so simple. These 2 androids cannot kill me. Vegeta recalled the boy's words from long ago, foretelling his demise at the hands of an android. So, I cannot eliminate all of you just yet? Then I shall start with one. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he transformed in an instant, his demeanor growing colder in the process. Let me, number 19, deal with you. Number 19 refused to back down, having tasted the sweetness of absorbing Sun Wukong's energy wave. Chapter 25. The Death of Dr. Gero. Ha ha, greedy fool, Vegeta is yours, but the rest are mine. Dr. Gero feigned composure. Yet Li Jiu suddenly raised a hand, flicking his fingertips to unleash a slender blade of light. The blade swiftly severed a membrane from Dr. Gero, sparks flying as his mechanical arm fell neatly to the ground. I offer you a chance. Release androids 17 and 18. Li Jiu lightly tapped his shoulder with his fingertips, smiling at Dr. Gero. On the other side, Vegeta gazed solemnly at Li Jiu, then shifted his focus to android 19. If my observations are correct, your energy absorption device should be on your hands, right? With that, Vegeta suddenly vanished and reappeared, delivering a powerful punch directly to android 19's abdomen. Your reflexes are rather sluggish. Brimming with confidence, android 19 once again found himself at the mercy of Vegeta's might. Aware that he faced an overwhelmingly stronger opponent, Vegeta, devoid of a playful demeanor, swiftly dispatched android 19 within mere moments. Worthless. Vegeta returned to his normal state, having expended minimal energy in the process of eliminating android 19. What is happening? Dr. Gero retreated quietly, yet neither Li Jiu nor Vegeta harbored any intention of ending his life at that moment. This is your doing. Androids 17 and 18 will surely eliminate all of you. With that, Dr. Gero turned and fled, followed leisurely by Li Jiu and the others. Li Jiu, I must have one of those too. Either android 17 or 18. Natasha interjected, having come to this confrontation to confront her own discontent. You can have android 18. Li Jiu nodded slightly, while Vegeta promptly added, android 17 is mine. None of you are to interfere. Agreed, Li Jiu chuckled softly. At this moment, Vegeta's strength seemed to surpass that of his original portrayal, though not by a considerable margin. Whether he could truly contend with android 17 remained uncertain. Shortly after their departure, Future Trunks arrived via time machine, discovering android 19's severed head filled with confusion. Nevertheless, he hastened in pursuit of the others, accompanied by Bulma, who was trailing behind at a plane. With the tacit approval of the group, Dr. Gero successfully awakened androids 17 and 18. Trunks arrived fashionably late, entirely unaware that he had merely missed a crucial moment, as events had escalated to this point. Why? Why release them when they could have remained in eternal slumber? Trunks seethed, clenching his teeth in anger, only to be disdainfully shoved aside by Vegeta. Step aside, I will handle them. Vegeta transformed once more, yet Dr. Gero showed no fear. Android 17 and 18, quickly. They are friends of Son Goku. Eliminate them. Oh, friends of Son Goku? Android 17 slowly approached, positioning himself behind Dr. Gero, his peripheral vision fixated on the termination remote in the scientist's grasp. In an instant, Android 17 struck, seizing the controller and destroying it. Without this remote, you can no longer control US, can you? Android 17 smirked, leaving Krillin and the others in stunned silence. Dr. Gero was equally astonished, but quickly regained his composure, shouting in fury, I can create another one. Right now, immediately eliminate them. Create another one, you say? Number 17's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Li Jiu and the others, disregarding them entirely. Instead, he reached forth and pierced through Dr. Gero's chest, snapping his neck with a swift kick. You, how could you? Truly, I have no desire to be controlled again, to succumb to a deep slumber. With a decisive stomp, number 17 crushed Dr. Gero's skull, finally easing his tension. 18, release 16 at once. I wish to witness the strength of the android that even Dr. Gero feared. The movements of the two androids went unimpeded. Li Jiu stood at the forefront, intercepting Trunks' energy wave aimed at destroying 16. Why did you stop me? Trunks glowered at Li Jiu, realizing that his attack, unleashed in his transformed state, had been thwarted by this Saiyan in his base form. Although he had not unleashed his full power, it was still an assault executed in the Super Saiyan state. Trunks, this timeline is distinct from yours, so be patient. Li Jiu observed as 16 was released, then turned to Natasha. You may engage in battle, but do not kill. Androids are not malevolent beings, are they? Not at all. Oh, so you're number 18? Natasha's excitement surged as her short black hair slowly transformed into a golden hue. Throughout the process, there were no significant fluctuations in energy. Even after her transformation, Natasha's aura remained relatively unchanged. Are you eager for a confrontation? I could inadvertently bring about your demise. 18 frowned, her golden locks gently lifted, betraying a hint of animosity towards Natasha. Shouldn't two beautiful women appreciate each other? Li Jiu was slightly taken aback by 18's hostility towards Natasha. Indeed, Natasha was strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more so than 18, which could explain the latter's resentment. After all, few relish the thought of someone being even slightly more attractive than themselves. Jealousy often arises when the disparity is minimal. TCH, were it not for Li Jiu's insistence on sparing lives, I would shatter you. Natasha distinctly recalled that 18 was an android. Natasha, these androids possess boundless energy. Be cautious. Li Jiu reiterated, drawing a curious gaze from 18. She brushed her golden hair aside, her eyes as cool as water. Yet her voice was soft. You seem quite knowledgeable about us. One could say that. Li Jiu smilat. Within the cave, a battle would inevitably lead to its collapse. Follow me. Natasha's excitement intensified, particularly upon learning of 18's limitless energy. 18 and 17 exchanged glances, with 17 nodding slightly, since they wished to test their strength. Let's indulge them. Hey, 16, do you wish to join the fray? I can allow you 2 turns. No, I shall not intervene. On the 16th, the calm shake of his head, Li Jiu observed as the crowd departed from the cave, and only then did he slowly ascend into the air. With his palm directed towards the mountains below, a torrent of fierce, sword energy surged forth, utterly obliterating the entire peak. Indeed, there was a basement. Li Jiu pursed his lips, yet at that moment, he also laid waste to the underground chamber. With the demise of Shalu in this world, it was time for the true Shalu to reveal himself. Chapter 26. 5 Types, Speedy Vegeta. You must be Vegeta, right? Number 17 regarded Vegeta with a calm demeanor, watching as the latter transformed into a Super Saiyan, displaying a hint of astonishment. The atmosphere has changed. 5 Types, Speedy Vegeta. It is not merely the atmosphere that has shifted. Vegeta lightly brushed his cheek with his fist. Number 17 remained impassive, merely standing in opposition to Vegeta. As an android himself, he emitted no energy, and Vegeta's understanding of number 17 was limited to a few words from Trunks. Prepare to perish. Vegeta initiated the attack first, launching himself at number 17 before Natasha and number 18 could make a move. With fists leaving trails of light, the two transformed into mere afterimages in midair, their speed astonishingly swift. Of course, this was only apparent in the eyes of Tianjin, Fan, and the others. Wow, incredible speed. No wonder he is my father. Trunks gazed in shock at the battle unfolding in the sky, his mind racing with confusion. The androids of this timeline seemed far more formidable than those of his own. Vegeta had indeed grown immensely powerful, capable of suppressing number 17 in combat. Krillin strained to discern the fight, noting that Vegeta held a slight advantage at that moment. He will soon be defeated. Piccolo scoffed, his perception keen. Although Vegeta had the upper hand, it was negligible. This indicated that Vegeta and number 17 were nearly equal in strength. However, one must not overlook the fact that number 17 possessed boundless energy. Vegeta's ability to maintain peak combat effectiveness was nearly impossible. Indeed, Vegeta had made significant progress over the years, yet it was insufficient to defeat number 17. To overcome them, one must possess absolute power to crush. Li Jiu Spuka. And the atmosphere among the group grew heavy. Krillin's expression turned grave. Li Jiu's words implied he could defeat the androids, right? I will not intervene. Li Jiu immediately shook his head. Though he was also a Saiyan, his goal was solely to grow stronger, not to engage in battle. Therefore, he held no interest in confrontations of such magnitude. After all, his prowess had long surpassed that of the androids. Li Jiu, are you unwilling to act? Yet, if the androids wreak havoc on Earth, wouldn't your life be affected as well? After all, you and Natasha enjoy wandering the world, do you not? Krillin was aware of Li Jiu's current situation, having learned it from Gohan, who says androids will bring calamity to Earth. Haven't I mentioned? This timeline is distinctly different from Trunks' reality. Li Jiu remarked, casting a glance at Trunks. In your timeline, the androids are feeble, even with your current prowess. You could easily evade them. However, this timeline is different. Each of them possesses the strength to effortlessly eliminate you. Moreover, the androids here are not entirely malevolent. At the very least, they refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Li Jiu's gaze shifted slightly, observing the standoff between Natasha and Android 18. The battle between the two women appeared to be far from imminent. Natasha, why do you not make a move? Li Jiu inquired. Natasha huffed lightly. I intend to defeat her with my beauty. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Was it truly appropriate to engage in a contest of attractiveness at such a serious juncture? Ahem. Ahem. Haha. Both Natasha and Android 18 are indeed strikingly beautiful. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head, while Dend and the others exchanged conflicted glances at the unfolding scene. Shorty, Natasha suddenly declared, seemingly having identified her advantage. Android 18 paused momentarily at Natasha's words, glancing at her long, elegant legs, her attractive brows knitting together in annoyance. You seek your own demise. Though Android 18's legs were not short by any means, in terms of proportion, Natasha's overall height surpassed hers, naturally granting her longer legs. Little one, Natasha disregarded the murderous intent radiating from Android 18 and continued to stoke the fires of confrontation. Unable to contain herself, Android 18 raised her hand to unleash an energy blast, which Natasha effortlessly deflected. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you angered? Have I struck a nerve? I will kill you. Android 18 clenched her fists and charged at Natasha, who did not flinch, immediately engaging in combat. The intensity of their struggle appeared less fierce compared to the commotion surrounding Vegeta. Yet, only those who had attained a certain level of mastery could discern that the clash between Natasha and Android 18 was not weak. Rather, Natasha's control over her energy was exquisitely refined. Their punches and kicks did not disturb their surroundings. In stark contrast, Vegeta unleashed his ki blasts and energy projectiles, reducing the hills below to mere ruins. Vegeta was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, he found himself at a disadvantage, battered and bruised, yet still defiantly howling. 5 class, hurry and take down Vegeta. 5 class, how can you let a Saiyan be defeated? Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's eye, and Trunks could no longer restrain himself. With his sword drawn from his back, he charged forward, slashing down in fury. Android 17 furrowed his brow and raised an arm to block, causing Trunks' sword to shatter upon impact. How is this possible? Trunks gasped in disbelief. How could this android be so formidable? Bang! Android 17's fist struck Trunks squarely in the chest, swiftly followed by a kick that sent him flying. Blood sprayed from Trunks' mouth as the golden aura dissipated, and he was forced out of his Super Saiyan form. Incredible, truly powerful. Cold sweat trickled down Trunks' forehead. After all, he was a Super Saiyan, capable of defeating even Frieza's Super Saiyan form. Yet, he had been vanquished with a single blow. TCH useless. Vegeta gradually rose from the ground and, with a swift kick, sent the nearly unconscious Trunks flying, only for Krillin to catch him just in time. Oh, even if you don't kick him away, I wouldn't kill him, remarked Android 17, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he sensed Vegeta's intention. Humph. Who wants to save him? Just an annoying nuisance, Vegeta retorted, his words perhaps the hardest in the Dragon Ball universe. Android 17 observed Vegeta silently. At this moment, Vegeta was undoubtedly no match for him. Acknowledging his dire situation, Vegeta, filled with indignation, charged forward recklessly. You are truly stubborn. Android 17 sighed. His battle prowess remained at its peak as long as his body suffered no substantial harm. Vegeta, however, was bound by his own limitations, unable to fully unleash his combat potential. Trunks. Krillin gently patted Trunks, who slowly regained consciousness, racked with excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen. Your ribs are broken. Let me fix that. Have a senza bean, Li Jiu remarked, glancing at Trunks, feeling pity for him. The future world had subjected him to countless tribulations. Chapter 27. Li Jiu takes action. Krillin stepped forward and fed Trunks one of his senza beans. In an instant, his injuries healed, and Trunks yearned to charge back into the fray, where Vegeta was still struggling against overwhelming odds. As a son, how could he bear to witness his father being tormented so? Ah, bastard. Trunks transformed once more, his energy slightly elevating. Yet it did not alter the dire situation Vegeta faced. Are you seeking death? The dragon may not be able to resurrect someone from the future like you. Li Jiu abruptly appeared before Trunks, who was taken aback. When did you? About now, Li Jiu replied, glancing at the battle between Vegeta and Android 17, which had already determined its victor. Oh, you think saying it's over means it's over? Android 17 held the nearly incapacitated Vegeta aloft. Despite having intended to spare him, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson for his treachery. Vegeta had already lost his fighting spirit. Li Jiu Vegeta, who had one arm broken and his energy at its lowest, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Oh, I will kill him, Android 17 declared, discarding Vegeta aside and gathering a blue energy sphere in his palm. What do you think? Can I do it? Do you wish to fight me? Li Jiu I, shaking his head slightly before advancing slowly. Android 17 pursed his lips, then turned his gaze to the battle unfolding high above, where two stunning women engaged in combat, not forgetting to hurl personal jabs amidst their fierce struggle. However, it was evident that Natasha was merely toying with Android 18. Otherwise, given 18's strength, she could have easily been vanquished long before Vegeta's defeat. Surely, you ought to be somewhat more formidable than that woman? Android 17 withdrew his gaze, contemplating the fact that his sister, Android 18, was being suppressed. Should he give a try? Li Jiu's body slowly ascended into the air, with Android 17 following closely behind. Li Jiu was about to make a move. How splendid! Krillin was filled with excitement, although he was uncertain of Li Jiu's true power. Natasha had managed to engage with Android 18 for an extended period without succumbing, suggesting that Li Jiu must be even stronger. High above, Android 17 fixated his gaze upon Li Jiu, who floated serenely in mid-air, gradually raising a hand, with his fingertips coalescing into a blade of energy. Is this the nature of your attack? Android 17 raised his own hand, conjuring an energy sphere within his palm. Whoosh! The blade of energy shot forth, and Android 17's energy sphere was launched simultaneously. In the air, a tremendous ripple erupted. Android 17's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly retreated, angling his body. Yet, despite his agility, his garment was still torn, a gash appearing across his chest. Regaining his composure, Android 17 stared at the rent in his clothing, a line of crimson gradually surfacing on his chest. Incredible! I have sustained injury? A chill ran through Android 17's mind. It was merely a simple probe, yet he had been wounded. The blade of energy was exceedingly sharp, piercing through his energy sphere without destruction. Li Jiu observed the unfolding events in silence, refraining from further action. You are indeed powerful, but merely possessing such strength is insufficient. Surely, you could transform as well. Allow me to witness it. Android 17 spoke flatly, dismissing the bloodline on his chest. He had evaded the brunt of the attack, merely suffering a superficial cut from the blade's edge. Very well. Li Jiu nodded and promptly executed his transformation. Yet there was no release of energy, his aura remaining consistent with its original intensity. What purpose does this transformation serve? Is it more enduring than Vegeta's transformation? Android 17 discerned the full extent of Li Jiu's capabilities. You are quite astute, Li Jiu acknowledged, not denying the observation. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball Super, Android 17 possessed power comparable to Super Saiyan Blue, underscoring his remarkable talent. He was an android, or more accurately, a bioengineered being. They lacked ki, but possessed flesh and blood. The most perfect creations of Dr. Gero were arguably these two. As for Cell, he was simply too grotesque. Now, let me test your true strength. Android 17's voice remained composed, even though he harbored doubts about being a match for Li Jiu. He initiated an assault, opting for pure hand-to-hand combat rather than energy blasts. Li Jiu remained stationary, using one hand to parry left and right, successfully deflecting all of Android 17's strikes. Impressive indeed. During the battle, it was impossible for Li Jiu to conceal his aura, although he did not unleash his full power. The mere presence of his energy was sufficient to leave the others in awe. This fellow Li Jiu has surpassed me by such a significant margin. Natasha sensed Li Jiu's aura and felt a surge of anger within her. Despite having trained together, there were times when Li Jiu was merely playing while she was diligently practicing. How infuriating! I must devote myself to the Xuanhuang breathing technique as well. Li Jiu's foundational combat strength far exceeds mine. In a moment of opportunity, Natasha's doppelganger, number 18, launched a swift kick, burying Natasha amidst a pile of rocks. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Natasha fumed, brushing off the dust from her clothes and soaring back into the sky. This time, number 18 found herself unable to maintain an equal footing, thoroughly overpowered by Natasha, who sent her crashing into the mountainside multiple times, leaving her attire in tatters. Damn it! Number 18 stood amidst the ruins, her injuries not severe, yet she could discern that Natasha was holding back. This only fueled her rage further. 17, come and eliminate her. Number 18 called out to the distant number 17, who broke into a cold sweat. What nonsense is this? Even with all my might, I couldn't shake Li Jiu in the slightest. Why is Li Jiu's strength so formidable despite being a fellow Super Saiyan? Number 17 stepped back, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Number 18 was oblivious to the struggle between him and Li Jiu, believing that number 17 had the upper hand since he bore no visible wounds. But what was the reality? Was Li Jiu truly weaker than number 17? In the distance, Natasha shouted eagerly, "Shouldn't we switch opponents?" Li Jiu replied, casually resting one hand behind his back as he glanced at number 17. "Would you like to change opponents?" What a humiliating thought. Change. Number 18's combat prowess was inferior to his. Against Li Jiu, she had no chance whatsoever. And could he truly contend with that woman? After fighting number 18 for so long, she hadn't even broken a sweat, implying she still had plenty of stamina left. Chapter 28. Number 16 takes action. Change. Of course. We must switch. Number 18 exclaimed. What were these two men dawdling about, testing each other, having suffered indignities at Natasha's hands? Number 18 was eager to reclaim her honor against Li Jiu. Without waiting for number 17 to intervene, she charged at Li Jiu, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks, but missed entirely. In the skies above, the speed of number 18 and Li Jiu was bewildering. Tian Shinhan had given his Senzu beans to Trunks, who then fed them to Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta's heart was shattering. Why had they awakened him? Damn it. Li Jiu's foundational combat strength must have far surpassed my own. Vegeta understood the magnitude of a Super Saiyan's enhancement, 50-fold increase. At this moment, Li Jiu's combat prowess fundamentally stems from his formidable foundational strength. Although Vegeta is reluctant to admit it, he cannot deny that both Li Jiu and Natasha have far surpassed him. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he realizes he cannot achieve such mastery in a fleeting moment. The ability to control the power of a Super Saiyan so flawlessly astonishes Vegeta, while simultaneously striking him deeply, especially with his son watching nearby. How infuriating! Unconsciously, Vegeta's energy flared up, stronger than before his injuries, yet still dwarfed by Li Jiu's might. It's too swift. I can hardly keep pace. Krillin, with his wide eyes, attentively observed the battle unfolding in midair. Despite Li Jiu remaining utterly still, Android 18's attacks failed to land on him. Damn it, are you only capable of dodging? The sensation of striking nothing but air left Android 18 feeling increasingly frustrated. When fighting Natasha, she at least had the opportunity to retaliate occasionally, even if it didn't inflict significant damage. But Li Jiu, are you not a man? Is evasion all you can do? Android 18 scolded angrily, while Li Jiu frowned slightly. Then, under Android 18's watchful gaze, he raised a hand and gently flicked her forehead with a single finger. Bang! The crisp sound resonated, and in an instant, Android 18 plunged into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as it erupted. Android 18 soared into the sky, her smooth forehead visibly swelling. Does it hurt? Li Jiu asked calmly, observing her quietly. This woman is indeed beautiful, each with their own merits alongside Natasha. Android 18 felt a mix of rage and helplessness, keeping a vigilant eye on Li Jiu, realizing he was far more terrifying than Natasha. No wonder both she and Android 17 bore no injuries. It was because 17 could not inflict harm upon Li Jiu, and Li Jiu had chosen not to retaliate. However, at this moment, 17 was not in good shape either. When facing a man, Natasha would not exhibit the same gentleness she reserved for women. Currently, she was tossing 17 around like a mere ball, with mountains being shattered in the process. 17 could only barely muster enough energy to launch small energy blasts in a futile attempt to counter. 17 and 18 were astonished, casting incredulous glances at Natasha. That woman is astonishingly powerful. Oomph. Don't blame me. It was that Android 18 who insisted on the exchange. Natasha quipped while continuing her onslaught. For a moment, Android 18's mind seemed to freeze, but she quickly regained her composure and turned to the ever-watchful 16, exclaiming, 16, aren't you going to make a move? 16 remained silent, glancing at Natasha in the distance, then at Li Jiu, seemingly deep in thought. They want to kill you. Ultimately, 16's conclusion was simply this. On the 18th, she was once again taken aback, only to find Li Jiu sporting a faint, almost mocking smile. What are you laughing at? 18, feeling both embarrassed and angry, swung her fist again, but Li Jiu effortlessly enveloped her hand with one of his own. Do you wish to be struck again? Li Jiu regarded 18 coolly, raising his other hand in a gesture reminiscent of a flick. 18 quickly retracted her fist, and Li Jiu, showing her no further difficulty, released her. 16. What is the extent of your power? Li Jiu inquired with genuine curiosity. In his recollection, 16's strength was supposed to surpass both 17 and 18. 16 was a bona fide robot, though she struggled to articulate her capabilities. 16 responded sincerely, prompting a chuckle from Li Jiu. In that case, let's put it to the test. Li Jiu was certain that 16's combat prowess was somewhat inferior to that of a Super Saiyan 2, considering that Cell's power merely reached the initial stage of Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Li Jiu's base combat strength was merely 20 million, and in a Super Saiyan state, it peaked at 1 billion. I doubt I am your match, 16 replied earnestly. Li Jiu frowned, then beckoned. Come and see for yourself. Very well. 16 slowly ascended, taking 18's place, and announced, I shall make my move. Please. Li Jiu found himself somewhat embarrassed by 16's politeness. She truly was a cultured individual. 16's attack was immense and powerful, and Li Jiu chose not to evade, bracing himself to endure a heavy punch from 16. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, ruffling 18's golden hair and forcing her to shield her eyes from the discomfort. Bang! 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 The sky trembled as the two figures intertwined. And in an instant, one was sent crashing down. It was 16. 18 could hardly believe it. How could this happen in only a few exchanges? However, the rapidly descending 16 quickly regained her composure and soared back into the sky, each strike carrying tremendous force, though lacking in speed. The clash between the two was a dizzying spectacle, with terrifying imprints of their punches scattered like stars, lingering in the air. Before the onlookers could even grasp their movements, they had vanished from sight. Rumbling, Li Jiu once again drove 16 into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Yet abruptly, 16 appeared behind Li Jiu, delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder, causing him to plummet into the debris like a cannonball. How could this be? Li Jiu was astonished to witness Krillin observing 16's actions with clarity, seeing the entire sequence of Li Jiu being struck down. Yet he found it hard to believe that even Li Jiu was not a match for 16. As the dust settled, Li Jiu stood quietly among the ruins, his neck aching as he gently twisted, the joints cracking. Now, this is more entertaining. Li Jiu tilted his head back, gradually rising to match 16's altitude. 16's expression remained impassive, emitting not a trace of energy. Your prowess indeed surpasses that of androids 17 and 18. Li Jiu cannot help but acknowledge Dr. Gero's eccentricity. Android 16's combat power has undeniably reached 600 million. However, to Dr. Gero, Android 16 is merely a failed experiment. Chapter 29, Transcendence, Speed of the Saiyan? Unbeknownst to him, Android 16 has already ignited his fury, yet Li Jiu remains composed, effortlessly suppressing his opponent, a fully mechanical contender. How vexing it is that Android 16 is being comprehensively overpowered. From a distance, Android 18 observes, casting a glance towards Android 17, who is currently sustaining blows while maintaining his protective barrier. Although the energy of androids is limitless, they are not impervious to injury, even with boundless energy and stamina. An injury can hinder their full potential. Android 16, I shall assist you. Compared to Natasha, Android 18 harbors a greater disdain for Li Jiu, who casually flicks his forehead with a single finger. The golden-haired beauty enters the fray, yet Li Jiu remains unfazed, his speed slightly increasing as he deflects the combined assaults of both Android 16 and 18. Bang! With a flash, Li Jiu sends Android 16 flying with a kick, then swiftly turns, raising his hand, palm directed at Android 18's cheek. So close, Android 18, who initially intended to launch a surprise attack, suddenly hesitates. Sensing the terrifying energy brewing within Li Jiu's palm, poised to erupt at any moment. Just as she anticipates that Li Jiu might unleash a ki blast to send her flying, he alters his stance and gently pats her exquisite cheek, saying, "What a lovely face. It would be a pity to mar it." At these words, Android 18 inexplicably breathes a sigh of relief. Women cherish beauty, and although she is an android, she was still fashioned from human form, and thus shares the same appreciation for aesthetics. They have all witnessed Li Jiu's strength. Should he truly decide to strike seriously, her face would undoubtedly be ruined. TCH. Android 18 scoffs, abruptly sweeping a leg, landing a kick squarely on Li Jiu's face. Baka! How dare you tease me? Her cheeks flushed, she feels the heat rising within her. Li Jiu, having received a solid kick, finds his face smudged. Rubbing his slightly aching cheek, he gazes coldly at Android 18, his aura radiating danger. Do you wish to perish, woman? Li Jiu's gaze sharpens as he raises his hand, palm aimed at Android 18. She, sensing imminent peril, watches him warily, regretting the impulsive kick she had delivered. TCH, do you think I fear you? Android 18 defiantly retorts, assuming a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Android 16 charges again, only to be met with another kick from Li Jiu, sending him back underground. A disobedient woman deserves a spanking. Li Jiu's hand, previously raised, is lowered once more as he vanishes, his movements swift and decisive. The figure of number 18 suddenly became rigid, her body unnaturally suspended in mid-air, with a burning sensation radiating from her curvaceous form. Moments later, Li Jiu reappeared before her, gently caressing her cheek before flicking his finger. Bang! The figure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a mountain peak, and did not re-emerge for a considerable time. Number 16 did not approach either. Although his strength could warrant a measure of seriousness from Li Jiu, it was insufficient to create a confrontational scenario. Natasha, please refrain from incapacitating anyone, Li Jiu remarked, as Natasha executed a flying kick, burying number 17 amidst a pile of rubble. How dull, she exclaimed. Hey, is this the formidable android you spoke of, Trunks? Natasha expressed her dissatisfaction. While both number 17 and number 18 were undoubtedly powerful, they evidently failed to provide her with the thrill she sought. Yes, indeed. They are even more potent than those in my timeline. However, it is simply that Mr. Li Jiu and yourself are far too formidable, Trunks replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to believe that such strong androids were so easily vanquished. Well, that's rather disappointing, Natasha sighed, drifting slowly to Li Jiu's side. But there should be another creature yet to emerge, one that is even mightier. Though, it may not necessarily be your match. Li Jiu stated, referring to Cell, who also hailed from the future and was being reared in this timeline. At this juncture, Cell should have been voraciously absorbing human life energy. Is there a creature even more powerful? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued, alongside a sense of anticipation. Li Jiu glanced at numbers 17 and 18, shaking his head slightly. It is a monstrous being, a creation of Dr. Jero, still in its developmental phase. Only after absorbing both number 17 and number 18 will it attain its perfect form. By the way, this creature is indeed biological. It is cultivated from the cells of Earth warriors, possessing the genetic material of Earthlings, Namekians, and Saiyans. As Li Jiu spoke, Vegeta and the others were rendered speechless. How could such a creature exist? A monster birthed from the amalgamation of everyone's cells. How formidable would that be? Mr. Li Jiu, does this monster originate from the future? Trunks questioned, incredulous. After all, he was the sole possessor of the time machine. If that creature were from the future, it would imply, indeed, it should belong to the future of your timeline, where you were slain by Cell, who then utilized the time machine to arrive in this world. I will be killed, Trunks murmured in disbelief. His arrival in this world was intended to seek a means to eradicate the androids of his timeline. Yet he had not anticipated that an even more formidable entity, Cell, would follow the androids. Could it be that after I eliminate the androids, Cell could not evolve into his perfect form, and therefore chose to travel back in time? Trunks quickly pieced together this realization, deducing the fundamental cause. Li Jiu neither confirmed nor denied this, choosing not to elaborate further. As for that creature, you shall be the ones to confront it. Li Jiu pondered for a moment before turning to Natasha, who clearly appeared dissatisfied. No, I wish to take action as well. Your strength has surpassed that of many. However, that artificial being, Cell, is likely infused with Saiyan blood, which could render it immensely powerful. How can you be certain that Cell won't be exceptionally formidable? What if, by chance, you're not its match? Natasha protested, unwilling to concede her opportunity for battle. With a resigned sigh, Li Jiu replied, do as you please. Just refrain from causing destruction to Earth. As he spoke, he began to drift away into the distance. Natasha did not follow, but instead turned to Krillin and the others, stating, hey, you all hurry and locate the monster Li Jiu mentioned. I intend to personally obliterate it. Maintaining her Super Saiyan form, she seemed to carry no burden from its immense power. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Li Jiu's departing figure before glancing at Natasha, his arms tensing with bulging veins and rippling muscles. Is that what it means to surpass the Super Saiyan state? Surpassing Super Saiyan? Trunks looked incredulously at his father, unable to fathom the notion of transcending Super Saiyan. It had never occurred to him. Fool, there is nothing that cannot be transcended. Even the state of surpassing Super Saiyan. I shall undoubtedly surpass it once more. Just wait and see. With a heart full of ambition, Vegeta ignited a brilliant trail of energy and sped away. Chapter 30. The Proud Trio? Surpassing Super Saiyan? Why had I not considered this? If Super Saiyan is already so formidable, then surpassing it would render the androids no longer my adversaries, not even Cell. Trunks felt a surge of excitement within him as he gazed in the direction Vegeta had departed. Turning to Krillin and the others, he declared, Mr. Krillin, I wish to train alongside my father. Please, find the creature. Mr. Li Jiu spoke of first. Understood. Trunks must become even stronger. Krillin nodded, assigning the task to them once more. Yet, they as mere foot soldiers would inevitably be no match for that monster, even if they found it. What should they do? Krillin felt a headache coming on as Dend watched Vegeta and Trunks disappear, his expression growing increasingly grim as his sharp nails dug into his flesh. A wave of resentment rising within him. Ha! Thankfully Dend is with us. Otherwise, we might as well pack up and go home. Krillin laughed heartily. But Dend suddenly erupted in anger, seizing Krillin by the collar and furiously rebuking him. Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not with you. Dend vehemently hurled Krillin into a pile of rubble. You naive fools, do you truly believe that I, the mighty Dend, am on your side? You are merely tools for my quest to unify the world. With a cold, disdainful smirk, Dend cast a contemptuous glance at them before soaring away at incredible speed. Krillin sat amidst the ruins, chuckling once more under the bewildered gazes of those around him. Can you still find humor in this? Tien, at a loss for words, pondered the absurdity of Krillin's laughter in such dire circumstances. Oh, almost forgot. Dend is not like us. Krillin nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire and rose from the debris. Not like us. Tien was perplexed. Krillin stroked his wise bald head and replied, Indeed, Dend, along with Vegeta and Goku, belong to a different caliber of warriors. Their pride is undeniably palpable. Pride, indeed, Tien acknowledged with a nod, recognizing that whether it be Goku, Vegeta, or Dend, each harbored their own brand of pride. Yet, they also bore the weight of their limitations. Their pride paled in comparison to overwhelming strength. Our abilities are ultimately insufficient. Unbeknownst to us, we have fallen far behind Goku and the others. Yamcha felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Not long ago, when Raditz arrived on Earth, the gap in strength between them and Goku was not as vast. However, within the span of just a year, that gap had astonishingly widened. Following their journey to Namek, they bore witness to Goku's remarkable ascension. The Super Saiyan transformation bestowed upon him an unfathomable power. Since then, it seemed their appearances were merely to serve as background characters. I, too, feel this sense of inadequacy. Goku's progress is staggering. Or perhaps the Saiyan lineage is simply too formidable for us to rival. Despite my relentless efforts to catch up, I remain unable to reach their shoulders. Krillin's expression grew distant, reminiscing about the times he trained alongside Goku and the countless rounds they fought during the martial arts tournament, where he held his own. Yet, those days belonged to a distant past. Nowadays, even the newly emerged Gohan had surpassed him. Hey, you lot, why aren't you out searching for that monster? Once you locate it, elevate your energy to its peak. I will arrive shortly. Natasha took note of everyone's energy levels. The group fell silent. In the face of such formidable foes, they found themselves unable even to muster their energies. What a disgrace. Tien grit his teeth, recalling how the performances of Li Jiu and Natasha today evoked memories of the past few years. Hey, what is wrong with all of you? Natasha sensed their disquiet and inquired with curiosity. Natasha, we are fine. We are merely lamenting how our strength seems futile in this war. Krillin was somewhat familiar with Natasha, having met her on Namek, unlike Tien and the others, who had only encountered her briefly when Li Jiu returned to Earth. Is that so? You are indeed a bit lacking. But why didn't you mention this sooner? What were you doing 3 years ago? In the past 3 years, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Gohan have all been training on the floating island, and their prowess has significantly advanced. Natasha gazed thoughtfully at Tien, remarking that the combat potential of the three-eyed people is substantial. However, it seems that his bloodline is a mix of three-eyed people and earthlings, yet it remains dormant. Natasha recalled some remarks inadvertently made by Li Jiu, which left a profound impression on her regarding Tien. Three-eyed people? Gohan inquired, glancing at the stunned Tien and Krillin before asking again. Aunt Natasha, could you elaborate? Bang! Just as Gohan finished speaking, Natasha delivered a punch that could have easily shattered the ground. Little brat. How many times must I tell you to call me sister? Natasha glared at Gohan, her strike appearing severe but causing him no real harm, only a slight ache on his head. Yes, Sister Natasha, Gohan replied, rubbing his head with a pitiful expression, and continued. Could you tell us more about the three-eyed people? The three-eyed people, Tien echoed, as if struck by lightning. He had never encountered that term before. With purely earthling blood, the one you refer to as Master Wu Tian has already reached the pinnacle. Even if one were to be stronger, it would not be by much. Natasha explained, then glanced at Krillin, adding, Your ability to grow so powerful is also due to the fact that you are not merely an earthling. And Yamcha is a pure earthling. She concluded. Natasha's knowledge of the individuals before her was limited, primarily gathered from Li Jiu's idle chatter. Yamcha grinned, his heart racing. So you all are aliens. No wonder each of you surpasses me in strength. With this clarification, I can rest easy. Though somewhat discontented, Yamcha understood that, as Natasha had stated, the martial accomplishments of Earthlings are quite limited. I wonder if Uncle Li Jiu would be willing to train Uncle Tien and the others. If so, Uncle Tien could undoubtedly grow even stronger. I've heard from my father that Uncle Tien was once even more formidable than him, Gohan remarked while looking at Natasha, as if seeking her approval. If you wish to consult with Li Jiu, you may go to the floating island. However, I cannot guarantee that he will indeed train you. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly, adding, don't forget to search for the monster that Li Jiu mentioned. Chapter 31, Li Jiu's Training. Piccolo has left, presumably to seek the fusion with the deity. Let's wait for Piccolo. During this time, perhaps we could attempt to visit the floating island? Krillin suggested, glancing at Natasha. Natasha furrowed her brow before nodding. Li Jiu has already arrived at the floating island. I will take you there. She placed her hand on Krillin's shoulder, prompting him to quickly reach out to others. In the next moment, everyone vanished from the scene, leaving only Android 17, 18, and 16 exchanging glances. How infuriating I am. After all, the most formidable android in history, Android 17, filled with resentment, felt that although Natasha had struck with precision, causing him only moderate harm, the pain coursing through his body was unbearable. Android 18 stood in a daze, her fair and smooth forehead marked by a swelling. Yet her attention was decidedly fixated on her posterior, which still throbbed with discomfort. Where shall we go next? Android 16 asked, maintaining an air of calm. Being defeated by Li Jiu seemed to have little effect on him. I don't know, replied the three androids, their objectives now clouded with confusion. Originally targeting Sun Wukong, they found themselves lost after their encounter with Li Jiu. By the way, Android 16, you are surprisingly powerful. You are purely a mechanical being. Android 17 remarked while adjusting his tattered clothing. Android 18 cast a disdainful glance at her disheveled attire and retorted, I need to find a proper outfit first. The trio exchanged looks before setting off toward a remote island city. On Floating Island, Li Jiu was leisurely basking in the sunlight when Natasha unexpectedly returned with a group of individuals, surprising him. Natasha, weren't you supposed to confront that monster? Li Jiu inquired, puzzled by her sudden return. Well, their strength was inadequate, and I was too lazy to search further, so I brought them back instead. Would you like to train them? Natasha suggested, her gaze fixed on Li Jiu, whose attention shifted to Krillin and the others. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about training individuals, but if you wish to attempt it, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. At the very least, it might be more effective than training alone, Li Jiu replied. Observing the group, Tianjin Han then spoke up, Mr. Li Jiu, I would like to know more about the three-eyed people. The three-eyed people? I don't have much information, but I am aware of their existence. Perhaps we could inquire of the dragon, Li Jiu said, casually drawing forth the Dragon Balls from the dimensional space. The 7 Dragon Balls were currently in a usable state, but Li Jiu sensed that it wouldn't be long before they were no longer functional, especially with Piccolo and the Supreme Kai about to merge. Inquire of the dragon? No, that wouldn't be necessary. Tianjin Han thought it surprising that Li Jiu would consult the dragon over such a trivial matter. If you seek to find your kin, the dragon is a commendable option. However, if you wish to unlock the latent potential within your bloodline, I can assist with that provided you allow me to examine your body, Li Jiu offered. Examine my body? Tianjin Han glanced at Krillin, and Li Jiu nodded. It simply entails assessing your bloodline and physical strength. Li Jiu elaborated, then turned his attention to Krillin and Yamcha, saying, if you wish to train with me, that is also an option, but be forewarned, it will be exceedingly arduous. Li Jiujin maintained a serious demeanor, while Klin and the others cast a glance at the icy beverage beside him, as well as the beach chair. If the path to strength required hardship, they would willingly embrace it. The resolve to grow stronger lingered in Klin and his companions, and any subsequent fatigue could be attributed to their burgeoning prowess. Very well. From this point forth, let each person bear a massive stone and traverse to the western arena of the floating island. I shall procure some capsules for you. You may reside there henceforth. Li Jiu gradually rose, lifting his hand to cleave the mountain beneath into 4 unevenly sized stones. The smallest piece was designated for Dumpling, the largest for Klin, and the second largest for Tianjin Fan. Thus, 4 colossal stones emerged, each weighing at least 1,000 pounds, with Klin's stone surpassing 2,000. coupled with the floating island's inherent gravity, which was 50 times that of normal, transporting these stones to the Western arena would be no trivial undertaking. By the way, on foot, if possible, refrain from using your energy, Li Jiu added, before leading Natasha back to the manor. Left behind, Clin and the others exchanged glances. The moment they arrived at the floating island, they sensed the gravitational disparity. Now, they were to bear such heavy stones across the island, an endeavor that felt akin to infernal training. What if they could not even surpass the first trial? Tianjin Fan stepped forward, addressing Clin on Namek. Your latent potential was awakened by the Elder, significantly enhancing your strength. However, I shall not allow you to maintain your lead effortlessly. Clin scratched his head and laughed heartily. Tianjin Fan, I too shall not permit you to surpass me so easily. While there was a considerable gap in strength between Clin and Tianjin Fan, the stones assigned to them were of similar size. As the four bore the immense stones, their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Yamucha, who had found walking difficult, was now on the verge of kneeling as he struggled to support a large rock. This is outrageous. The gravity here is 50 times that of normal. Yamucha bellowed, veins bulging as he exerted all his might to lift the stone. Dumpling fared even worse. His abilities were concentrated in psychic prowess, rendering his physical strength feeble. Dumpling, persevere. Tianjin Fan extended a hand, assisting Dumpling to stand. Thank you, Ation. I shall strive diligently. Dumpling nodded earnestly, his slight frame shouldering a stone larger than himself as he trudged forward with great difficulty. Tianjin Fan followed closely behind, occasionally lending a hand as they made their way to the Western arena, a journey through mountains and hills, the distance unknown. The floating island was vast, comparable to the entire West City, far exceeding the size of the temple. Why not allow them access to the hyperbolic time chamber? Natasha inquired, glancing at Li Jiu. To test them first, Li Jiu replied. Although the hyperbolic time chamber can accommodate multiple entrants at once, its cooldown period is quite lengthy. If they cannot reach the Western arena within 3 days, there would be no reason for them to remain on the floating island. Li Jiu cradled 7 Dragon Balls in one hand, contemplating whether he should make another wish. The hyperbolic time chamber was a creation born from his wishes with the Dragon Balls, yet it did not reside on the floating island. Rather, it existed within a spatial rift, akin to the spirit being cultivation base. The chamber would only materialize upon Li Jiu's approval. What should he wish for? Chapter 32, Natasha's Thoughts. Natasha pouted, her dark eyes shimmering gently. How about a child? Excuse me? Li Jiu instinctively nudda. Then quickly realized the implications as he glanced at Natasha's blushing face, rendered speechless. Having a child requires effort, you know. It takes at least twice a day. How can we possibly conceive? Li Jiu regarded Natasha with a hint of disdain. Natasha, her face flushed, retorted, who is to blame for your peculiarities? 3 times a day, without a moment's rest? Blushing, Natasha wished for more, but one time was already exhausting, and the lengthy duration made conception challenging. Is it my fault? Li Jiu shuja. Pursing his lips. How about a spaceship? The fastest one available. There's not much excitement left on Earth. With his mind made up, Natasha had no objections. Immediately, the dragon appeared, and the entire Earth transitioned from day to night in an instant. Predictably, upon seeing Li Jiu and Natasha, the dragon was taken aback. You two again? This is the 3rd time. Moreover, each wish was becoming increasingly burdensome. The first wish for the floating island, the second for the hyperbolic time chamber, were not simple creations. Had it not been for the relatively low power requirements for these constructs, the dragon would have struggled to fulfill them. Dragon, I desire a spaceship that is 10 times faster than the swiftest in the universe, 10 times more luxurious than the most opulent, and 10 times more flawless than the most well-equipped. Li Jiu spoke, and the dragon nodded slowly, its demeanor remaining unchanged. That is unachievable. The dragon's response left Li Jiu bewildered. Such a spaceship would surpass the limits of technology within the universe, and with my capabilities, it cannot be produced. What is the most you can create? Li Jiu inquired. After a long silence, the dragon finally replied, 10 times becomes 2. Then why are we still waiting? Li Jiu pressed his lips together. In truth, even 2 times would suffice. The universe is vast, and advanced technology abounds. The fastest spaceship could likely traverse the galaxy in a brief span. The dragon sighed. It swore it never wished to encounter these 2 wishers again. Your desire is quite simple. The dragon's tone remained as flamboyant as ever. Yet the expression it wore, while attempting to fulfill wishes, betrayed its true feelings. After a protracted moment, a capsule materialized in midair. Li Jiu reached out to catch it, glancing at the dragon. Not bad, quite progressive. Thank you for the compliment. Farewell. The divine dragon yearned to escape, fully aware of the reason behind its summoning by Li Jiu. Yet, how could such a mere dragon hope to elude the grasp of Li Jiu? Without any visible motion, Li Jiu merely extended his hand, and one by one, the petrified Dragon Balls were collected anew. Wasn't this excessive? Natasha observed Li Jiu's actions, questioning whether these Dragon Balls were not meant to belong to Earth. However, since Li Jiu's arrival, the Dragon Balls seemed to have remained in his possession. Excessive? Where's the excess? Li Jiu retorted, fixing his gaze upon Natasha. With a slight smile, Natasha replied, never mind. After all, we are not at a loss. Indeed, Li Jiu tossed the capsule in his hand, pressing it gently before casting it into the air. With a resounding pop, smoke dissipated, revealing a small spacecraft before Li Jiu and Natasha. The spacecraft appeared exquisitely crafted, though its external size was considerably diminutive. So small? Natasha inquired, glancing at Li Jiu, who offered no explanation as he guided her toward the vessel's entrance. Beep. The ship has recognized its master. Master identification successful, an electronic voice announced as the hatch opened, allowing them entry. Suddenly, a small sprite emerged, Greetings to my esteemed masters. Please bestow a name upon the ship and its intelligent sprite. Let's call it the Peaceful Star. You shall be named Ping Ping. Li Jiu decided, casting a glance at the charming flower sprite, no larger than the palm of his hand. Master has granted a name. The sprite replied gratefully, then began to demonstrate the various functions of the spacecraft. The interior of the vessel was vast, resembling a miniature world. It was fully equipped, with capabilities limited only by Li Jiu's imagination. Anything he envisioned could be realized, even dolls that could be 3D printed at any moment. Lifelike and embedded with an artificial intelligence system, tailored precisely to his desires. Upon discovering this feature, Natasha became animated with excitement, eager to try it out. Yet, Li Jiu promptly delivered a playful slap to her head. Do you think your husband is so indiscriminate? Do not even entertain such thoughts. Either work hard for it or rely on luck. No shortcuts allowed. Ouch, that hurts, Natasha complained, cradling her head while casting a mournful glance at Li Jiu, her eyes darting around, perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme. After exploring the spacecraft, Li Jiu stored it away, pleased that this vessel would greatly facilitate his future cosmic travels. According to the sprite Ping Ping, the spacecraft could traverse the Milky Way in a single day at full speed, a truly astonishing velocity. In the divine realm, the celestial god stood at the edge, scrutinizing the affairs on Earth, with the actions of Sheru firmly within his sight. All my years of unease must stem from him, he thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Observing the figure of Dend meditating in the temple behind him, he resolved to take action. On the mystical ghost island, Master Rashi gazed solemnly at the television. This time, the screen did not feature the exuberant performances of gymnastic maidens, but rather a series of reports that resembled eerie occurrences. Oh, that terrifying creature. Goku, Krillin. You must persevere, he muttered, his frail body trembling with reluctance. I am of no assistance any longer. I long for the days when Master Mateto was the strongest in the world. With a heavy sigh, he turned his attention back to the television, silently praying in his heart. Meanwhile, on the floating island, Gohan sensed the presence of Tien and the others and hastily pursued them to inquire about the situation with the androids. Upon learning that Li Jiu had already defeated the androids but had mentioned an even more fearsome creature, he scratched his head in frustration. Ha ha ha, Gohan. You should return to look after Goku. We have no time for idle chatter here, Krillin remarked. Gohan nodded in agreement and made his way back to the residence he shared with his parents on the floating island. In the desolate mountain region, Vegeta stood resolutely atop a cliff, unmoving. Trunks, seated behind him in a state of distress, gazed longingly at his father's silhouette. He yearned to train alongside his father. Yet Vegeta found him a hindrance. Chapter 33, What is Ki? As time flowed, the next evening, in the far west of the floating island, 4 stones crashed to the ground, followed by a series of splashes as Krillin and the others collapsed. Not bad, it only took a day and a half. Li Jiu mused, surprised by their adaptability to the 50-fold gravity of the floating island. Despite the added burden, they had traversed nearly the entire island in such a brief span. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow I will commence your preliminary training, Li Jiu declared, dropping several capsules before preparing to leave. Li Jiu, Krillin suddenly lifted his head and struggled to rise from the ground. That creature, more terrifying than the androids, must already be wreaking havoc on Earth, right? What are you implying? Li Jiu replied calmly, though he had his suspicions. Li Jiu, I know your strength far surpasses that of Goku and Vegeta. Even if that creature grows stronger, you would not be intimidated, would you? Krillin's sharp intellect shone through. Continue. I implore you, eliminate that creature. The people of Earth are innocent, Krillin earnestly stated, as Tien slowly rose as well. Though his burden was not as heavy as Krillin's. He had expended more energy assisting Kairatsu along the way. Li Jiu, if possible, please eradicate that creature, Tien requested, wishing to confront the so-called monster himself. However, he understood that he could not reach that level in the foreseeable future. That creature will be handled. You need not worry, Li Jiu replied, his demeanor unchanged. And he vanished from their sight in an instant. Krillin's heart was heavy with reluctance, yet he found himself powerless to alter the circumstances. It seemed that Li Jiu possessed knowledge that surpassed our own. Do you remember? When Li Jiu first arrived on Earth, he appeared to be intimately familiar with us. He inquired of Krillin the direction to Kailing Ta, and subsequently sought Bulma for the Dragon Ball radar. Yamcha, panting from exertion, analyzed the situation and then glanced at the few capsules left by Li Jiu. Only 3, yet they should suffice for their needs. 3 house capsules fully equipped, though lacking in provisions. However, it was not long before Gohan arrived, carrying a large bag of lunchboxes. Uncle Krillin, I brought you food. How fortunate it was to have Gohan. Krillin was overwhelmed with excitement, as they had gone 2 days without a meal. After a hearty feast, the 4 of them lay contentedly on the ground, drifting into slumber. The following morning, Li Jiu returned to the training ground, observing the 4 individuals sleeping soundly. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of energy, sending them soaring hundreds of meters away. The dust settled, and the 4, slightly dazed, floated back to him, scratching their heads at Li Jiu's enigmatic smile. How do you feel? Li Jiu inquired. The gravity of the floating island is 50 times that of Earth. While it may be uncomfortable, it should not be unbearable, right? Indeed, although we are weak, we can endure 50 times the gravity, Krillin affirmed. Tianjin Han and the others concurred, stating, though we are not accustomed to it, after a night's rest, we are ready to continue training. Then let us begin, Li Jiu said, glancing at the group. He leaped lightly to the center of the training ground. The others focused intently, eager for Li Jiu to impart unique insights and training methods. Li Jiu certainly did not disappoint their expectations. Energy. Li Jiu extended a finger, concentrating to form an energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. You can all do this, right? He asked, and the group nodded in understanding, each raising their hands to conjure their own energy spheres. This was a simple task, but merely the most fundamental and rudimentary application of energy. Even a beast, given sufficient energy within, could accomplish it. Li Jiu retracted his hand and addressed them, enunciating clearly, your mastery and understanding of energy are merely a notch above that of a beast. You know how to gather energy, perceive it, compress it, and unleash it. However, these applications are not difficult. You can do it, and so can others. Indeed, it was true, Vegeta had swiftly grasped energy sensing as well. Techniques akin to the Kamehameha were relatively easy to learn, Krillin acknowledged, supporting Li Jiu's assertion. However, techniques such as the Kaioken, the Demon Seal Wave, the Spirit Bomb, and my instant transmission are increasingly profound. The more advanced the technique, the greater its power, Li Jiu remarked, observing the group's reactions as he spoke. Yamcha appeared contemplative, while Tien Shinhan nodded slightly, and Krillin's intellect seemed increasingly illuminated. Yet, even techniques such as the Spirit Bomb or the Mafuba could not render one invincible. Yamcha spoke, expressing his confusion. After all, he too had mastered the Kaioken, but in the absence of sufficient strength, its effectiveness dwindled. One must be strong to forge iron. My lengthy discourse serves merely to convey that your comprehension of ki remains quite superficial. Thus, a question arises, what precisely is ki? What purpose does it serve? Li Jiu raised his hand once more, manifesting a short sword formed entirely from condensed ki, appearing almost tangible. I have compressed the ki to its utmost limits. Can this sword truly become corporeal? As Li Jiu spoke, the sword within his palm dissipated, transforming into a sphere, which then abruptly ignited into a brilliant crimson flame. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the flames extinguished, and his palm radiated a chilling aura. A single essence. Li Jiu demonstrated numerous forms, radiant as the blazing sun, searing as the midday heat, frigid as eternal ice, sharp as a blade, and weighty as a mountain. Such a wondrous application. This is nothing short of a superpower. Yamcha's eyes sparkled as he turned to Goku, inquiring, surely, you can achieve this, right? I cannot. That is not a superpower, Goku replied, shaking his head. His abilities lay in telekinesis, the power of thought to manipulate others and objects. Not a superpower? Yamucha exclaimed incredulously, while Tian Shinhan, deep in thought, interjected, Qi is merely a form of energy. Flames, frost, hurricanes, and the like are all manifestations of energy, which implies they can be transformed into one another. Mutual transformation? Tian's solar flare seemingly unleashed Qi in a radiant blaze. It seems to follow this principle. Krillin slowly raised a hand, releasing a wave of Qi, yet failing to condense it into an energy blast. Gradually, the energy grew increasingly intense, a torrent of heat. Ouch! Hot, hot, hot! Krillin could no longer contain himself, shaking off the Qi from his palm, which was now painfully warm. This embodies the essence of Qi. It is a form of energy. Your daily training enhances your physicality, allowing you to harbor greater quantities of Qi. However, have you ever considered employing Qi to refine your physical form, rendering it even stronger? Have you pondered how to manipulate Qi for swifter utilization? Chapter 34, Piccolo vs. Cell. What is Qi? How is it wielded? Li Jiu posed these two questions, leaving the group gradually ensnared in deep contemplation as he departed quietly. Shortly after Li Jiu's exit, a formidable presence erupted from a distant direction, its intensity surpassing that of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. The aura appeared suddenly and vanished just as swiftly. Is it Piccolo? Li Jiu watched the horizon silently, while Natasha unexpectedly appeared by his side, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Has that creature emerged? It seems you still possess some energy, he replied. Li Jiu playfully pinched Natasha's cheek, which earned him an eye roll from her. Of course there is, she replied. The aura was reminiscent of that Namekian, Piccolo, albeit more potent and distinctly different. Natasha rubbed her eyes, gradually regaining her alertness. It must be that Piccolo and the deity have fused. Fused? How does that work? Natasha inquired, perplexed. Li Jiu glanced at Natasha, whose thoughts seemed to drift, and with a frown, he explained. The deity and Piccolo are essentially two personas of the same Namekian, representing good and evil. However, Piccolo has become increasingly benevolent, and with a formidable adversary at hand. Their fusion could result in a terrifying increase in power. Their choice is entirely reasonable. Fusion? Natasha appeared unheeding of Li Jiu's words, fixated instead on the term fusion, seemingly lost in contemplation. Bang! Li Jiu lightly tapped it hervorgehat. Is your mind wandering off? Ouch! Why did you hit me? Natasha pouted, looking aggrieved, then shot Li Jiu a reproachful glare. Sun Wukong is about to have 2 children, and you don't even have one. How embarrassing. Huh? Li Jiu was taken aback, blinking at Natasha. What are you staring at? She retorted, her expression one of disdain. Sun Wukong is about to have 2 sons? Li Jiu questioned, perplexed, then asked. How do you know that? Chi-Chi mentioned it herself. She's pregnant, so of course, she would know, Natasha said, reaching to feel Li Jiu's forehead. You're not running a fever. Li Jiu swatted her hand away, rolling his eyes. You're the one with a fever. Go rest. Okay, Natasha replied, stretching and yawning, then playfully draping herself over Li Jiu. Li Jiu, I want a child. Meanwhile, Earth had descended into chaos. Cell had commenced his actions, silently siphoning the essence of human life. Cities transformed into ghost towns, and people vanished as if into thin air, leaving their clothes strewn across the ground in a haunting display. Piccolo descended upon an island city, gazing at the abandoned garments, his fists clenched tightly. Since merging with the deity, Piccolo had long since abandoned any desire for world domination. Now, his sole aspiration was to protect the world. Damn it, he thought, suppressing his aura, unable to locate the monster's trace. Piccolo surveyed his surroundings when, suddenly, he stood tall and turned around. So you finally dare to reveal yourself. He fixed his gaze on Cell, who emerged from around a corner, a cold smile forming on Piccolo's lips. Oh, you are aware of my existence. In his initial form, Cell resembled a gigantic cicada, an unsightly green creature marred by black spots. How fortunate that you recognize me. Yet, you seem strong, but this timid demeanor is rather unimpressive. Piccolo regarded Cell with disdain. Cell remained silent, observing Piccolo, absorbing his aura. After a long pause, he erupted into laughter. You're no match for me. Oh, is that so? The short flute curled its lips, twisting its neck, producing a series of creaking sounds from its joints. The two stood in opposition, and, suddenly, a battle erupted. The short flute delivered a powerful punch to Sheru's face, sending him flying over 10 meters and crashing into a building. Dust and smoke filled the air, and Sheru unexpectedly appeared behind the short flute, seizing his arm and violently swinging him down to the ground. "Oomph, I told you you're no match for me," Shero boasted arrogantly. Yet before he could release his grip, the short flute countered by grasping Sheru's arm, simultaneously lifting his foot to press against Sheru's armpit, exerting a sudden force. "Oh!" A sickening crack echoed as blood splattered. The short flute had brutally torn off one of Sheru's arms. "Is this all you can do?" He taunted, discarding Sheru's severed limb and unleashing a wave of energy. The intense pain and the short flute's sudden eruption left Sheru momentarily unprepared. Enduring the assault, Sheru struggled to rise from the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face as he glanced at the spot where his arm had been torn away. "It seems I can regenerate it," he chuckled ominously. The severed wound twitched, and in an instant, a new arm sprouted forth. "Ah, short flute, did you not foresee this? I possess your cells within me, as well as those of the Super Saiyans." As he spoke, a golden aura enveloped him, his power surging dramatically. The short flute's expression grew grave. Although Li Jiu had mentioned Sheru's unique traits, the sheer abnormality of Sheru's abilities took him by surprise. After all, if Sheru had concentrated cells from Namekians and Super Saiyans, his potential for growth was incalculable. While his regeneration might be manageable, the traits of a Saiyan were truly monstrous. The combination of the two was utterly terrifying. So what? The short flute remained vigilant, yet he did not regard Sheru as a serious threat. At this moment, even if Sun Wukong were to recover, he might not be his equal. Hell, let us find out. Sheru's tail lashed out like a scorpion stinger. The short flute dodged with astonishing speed, and their battle transformed the entire city into ruins in an instant. The sounds of combat echoed relentlessly, a terrifying aura spreading across the earth, alarming those on the floating island. It's Uncle Short Flute. Gohan, delivering meals to the training ground, noticed the commotion. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were distracted, eating while pondering the questions left by Li Jiu that morning. "Gohan, the energy from Uncle Short Flute surpasses both Vegeta and Goku. Our presence would be futile. The one battling Uncle Short Flute must be the monster Li Jiu mentioned." Krillin spoke, but it was clear he had other thoughts, his eyes devoid of focus. His eating motions mechanical. Uncle Short Flute's energy feels even more powerful. Has he fused with the Supreme Kai? Gohan closed his eyes, sensing the intertwining energies. In the Eastern Estate, Natasha found herself in a dire predicament. Although she sensed the presence of Dend and Cell, she lacked the energy to confront them. Chapter 35, Cell's Escape. The island city was gradually consumed, reduced to ruins, and then submerged, battered from the ground to the sea, and then propelled into the heavens. Cell's aura weakened, for he was ultimately no match for Dend. After merging with the deity, Dend had transformed into a true Super Namekian, his combat prowess exceeding 500 million. At this moment, Dend's presence remained formidable, and he had yet to shed his burdens. Gasping for breath, Cell cautiously regarded Dend, perplexed by the stark contrast between the information he had on Dend and the overwhelming power he now displayed. Why had Dend suddenly become so formidable? The change was indeed monumental. Surrender, Cell thought grimly. Dend's cold gaze bore down on Cell, and doubts about Li Jiu's words began to surface in his mind. Although Cell possessed the combat strength of a Super Saiyan, it seemed that was all he had. If Goku were to recover, he too could surely defeat Cell. Yet, why did Li Jiu hold Cell in such high regard, even suggesting he could rival Natasha? How powerful was Natasha? Before Goku's affliction, even in his Super Saiyan state, he could only contend with her by utilizing the Kaioken technique, a fleeting advantage that quickly dissipated. Hump, do not be so smug. I have yet to unleash my true capabilities. Cell clenched his fists tightly at his sides, then abruptly raised his hands to his forehead under Dend's watchful gaze. This was the solar flare. A blinding light erupted, causing Dend excruciating pain, rendering him unable to open his eyes for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Cell concealed his aura and swiftly fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Dend slowly opened his eyes, he gazed upon the empty expanse of the sea and the distant islands, contemplating the idea of sinking them. However, it remained merely a thought. Even if he did so, it would serve little purpose. In a remote urban area, Cell emerged, muttering, "Humph, once I absorb enough energy and then take an Android 17 and 18, I shall settle the score for today." On Floating Island, the battle concluded as Natasha kicked Li Jiu off the bed. "Leave me be, I wish to sleep." Li Jiu, sitting on the floor, stared dazedly at Natasha, who had turned over to sleep, a reluctant smile creeping onto his face. He lifted Natasha into the bathtub, carefully washing her body before changing the sheets and placing her back in bed. Stepping out of the estate, Li Jiu instantly appeared in the training grounds, observing the seated figures of Krillin and others, curious as to when Gohan had joined them. In the distance, Din arrived, puzzled by the contemplative expressions of the seated individuals, and inquired, "What are they doing?" "They are thinking," came the reply. "Thinking? Indeed, cultivation transcends mere physical exercise, does it not, Piccolo?" Li Jiu countered, and in this regard, Piccolo's understanding of cultivation was notably profound. However, the individuals from Dragon Ball were rather single-minded, each adhering to their own methods of training. Had it not been for Li Jiu's vastly superior prowess, they would not have so willingly permitted him to instruct them. "Shall we delve into this together?" Li Jiu inquired, harboring an audacious notion to nurture Krillin and the others, to ascertain the extent of their potential. "I possess my own methods of cultivation," Piccolo asserted with pride, seemingly emboldened in Li Jiu's presence, for he believed he had surpassed Son Goku. "What a pity, Piccolo. Your potential should be even greater. At least not less than that of the Saiyans." Li Jiu gently shook his head, refraining from pressuring him further. After an indeterminate period, Krillin and the others gradually regained consciousness. Gohan, too, languidly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Piccolo, joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo." Indeed, Piccolo, though uninterested in joining Krillin's group, was nonetheless curious about how Li Jiu would guide them. There was an element of suspicion regarding the potential for him to glean insights from Li Jiu's teachings. Yet Li Jiu chose not to expose this. "So, have you all arrived at your own conclusions? You may validate one another's thoughts and engage in discussion. I shall grant you 1 hour, after which I will assign you your next task." With that, Li Jiu stepped aside, casually tossing out a capsule that materialized into a sunshade and beach chair, where he leisurely sipped an icy beverage, finding tranquility. Observing Li Jiu's demeanor, Piccolo felt a surge of curiosity. He had witnessed Natasha's rigorous training and meditation, yet each time he encountered Li Jiu, he seemed to revel in a carefree lifestyle. Even more so than Master Roshi, while Li Jiu's true strength remained an enigma. Who shall begin? Krillin and the others gathered. In fact, they had engaged in discussions prior to Li Jiu's arrival, contemplating and exchanging views. Ki is a form of energy akin to the fuel required for an aircraft, or the sustenance needed by an ordinary person. This aspect had been thoroughly examined, yet did anyone else harbor alternative thoughts? Tien looked around, sensing that while they were nearing an answer, there remained a sense of incompleteness. Let us momentarily bypass that query. How should Ki be utilized? The discourse among Tien and the others gradually found its rhythm, and Piccolo's thoughts shifted from Li Jiu to the dialogue among Krillin and the others. Some of the points raised during their discussion provided Piccolo with profound insights, illuminating matters he had previously overlooked. An hour passed, and the conversation continued to flourish. Growing ever more fervent, Li Jiu remained relaxed, indulging in his drink with an air of nonchalance. At this juncture, Piccolo had unconsciously become part of the discussion, which seemed to invigorate Krillin and the others. After all, some of Din's insights into cultivation have far surpassed theirs. Almost time. Let us enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Unbeknownst to Win, Li Jiu suddenly spoke, interrupting the discussions among the group. The hyperbolic time chamber? Does such a place exist on the floating island? Din could hardly believe it, to which Li Jiu replied, "Indeed, it does, but the time ratio within is 6 months, equating to a single day. However, the conditions are considerably more stringent. You all should enter together. A single day of training will suffice. If Gohan steps inside, he should emerge as a Super Saiyan, correct?" Li Jiu glanced at Gohan, who, feeling somewhat uncertain, replied, "Can I really do it? With your talent, surpassing your father should not be a formidable challenge. But do you possess the heart of a warrior?" Li Jiu affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, adding, "You harbor immense potential within you, perhaps due to your mixed heritage." "I will do my utmost, Uncle Li Jiu," Gohan declared with newfound determination, and under Li Jiu's watchful gaze, the group stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. How much could one grow in 6 months? Li Jiu reclined back in his chair and gradually fell asleep, unaware that during his slumber, the situation on Earth had drastically changed. Chapter 36, Perfect Form Cell. After being defeated by Dend, Cell became increasingly frenzied, voraciously absorbing human life energy. In just one day, 2 major cities were entirely consumed. More alarmingly, Cell now encountered androids 17 and 18. "No wonder this city is devoid of life. It appears you are the culprit." Android 17 observed calmly as he witnessed a woman being drained by Cell. "Ha, I was just about to seek you out, and here you are," Cell exclaimed, brimming with excitement, glancing at Android 17 before shifting his gaze to Android 18. Oh, do you intend to absorb us? Android 17 was already aware of Cell's intentions, but remained unwilling to retreat. He sought to eliminate Cell to prove himself as the strongest android. 17. You're no match for him. Android 16 interjected, stepping forward slowly. Nonsense. Android 17 dismissed 16's warning and launched an attack. The once desolate island city was swiftly reduced to ruins. This time, Cell was astute. The moment he struck, he unleashed his full power, catching Android 17 off guard. And to Android 16's astonishment, he directly absorbed Android 17. The entire episode transpired in an instant, so rapid that Android 16 barely registered it. Ultimately, Android 17 had not even managed to unleash his full strength before being overwhelmed by Cell and absorbed. Cell radiated a brilliant luminescence as his physique transformed, his once insect-like mouth grotesquely morphing into a hideous sausage-like form, resembling a human more than before, yet remaining as repulsive as ever. 18 run! Android 16 shouted in alarm, detaching his arms to reveal two mechanical cannons that unleashed a terrifying energy blast. However, with the absorption of Android 17, Cell's combat prowess now far exceeded that of Android 16 and 18. On the 16th, half of Android 16's head was obliterated, while Android 18 was inevitably absorbed. Thus, the perfect form of Cell emerged into the world. With a thud, Cell gracefully descended, gazing at his hands and reveling in the immense power of his perfected state, erupting into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! At last, I, Cell, have attained my complete form. The entire world shall bow to my dominion, and the universe will submit beneath my feet. A terrifying wave of energy surged across the island as Cell sensed a formidable presence, yet he found nothing of significance. At that moment, the Z fighters had concealed their energy, rendering them undetectable to him. Hee, I refuse to believe that you can remain hidden forever. Cell's form floated into the air, heading toward the city. Soon, alarming news spread like wildfire. The Cell Games were imminent, set to commence in 1 week. Li Jiu, we have a grave situation. Bulma's unique tone echoed through the receiver. Li Jiu, indulging in a lavish feast, distanced himself from the phone. I understand. There is nothing to worry about, he reassured, though Bulma remained skeptical. After all, Li Jiu appeared rather cold-hearted. Bulma felt that even if the Earth were to face annihilation, Li Jiu's demeanor would remain unperturbed. Li Jiu, could you please take this seriously? After all, the Earth is your home as well. If Cell wreaks havoc, you won't find it comfortable either, will you? Bulma continued her relentless plea. Li Jiu rolled his eyes in response. Your husband, your future son, and even Goku are all doing just fine. Trust me, everything will be all right. With that, he ended the call. Across the table, Natasha was voraciously consuming her meal, exemplifying the Saiyan appetite. I want to participate in this Cell Games as well. I will personally obliterate that Cell. However, she pondered, but with Cell having absorbed androids 17 and 18, will there be any complications? Can they be saved? It should be possible, Li Jiu replied, then turned to Natasha. Haven't you yet completed the second phase of your transformation? Isn't it because of you that I haven't been able to train properly lately? Natasha shot him a resentful glare. Li Jiu was taken aback, then responded with exasperation. It's always you who clings to me. How is this my fault? Blame you indeed. Natasha insisted, refusing to relent. Li Jiu simply shook his head, choosing not to argue further. At that moment, in a corner of floating island, Goku's energy suddenly surged. He's back just in time. Li Jiu nodded slightly, watching as Goku appeared at the dining table. Waha! Li Jiu, your feast looks absolutely extravagant, Goku exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, let us eat together. However, do try to limit your use of instant transmission in the future. Li Jiu wore a dark expression. If he and Natasha were engaged in a fierce battle when Sun Wukong suddenly appeared, would it not be rather awkward? At that moment, Li Jiu would certainly have sought to eliminate Sun Wukong. Well. Sun Wukong seemed to recall something. Indeed, there was a time when Li Jiu's use of instant transmission had resulted in an embarrassing situation. However, Sun Wukong, with his carefree demeanor, noted that Li Jiu had appeared just outside the room, so it was not a matter of great consequence. The two Saiyans, in a fervent rush, devoured a genuine feast in mere moments. The professional chefs in attendance had long since become accustomed to such scenes. They understood that working here came with truly generous benefits. Although the workload could be substantial on occasion, such large-scale banquets occurred only once every 3 days on average. while their wages were beyond what they had ever dared to imagine. Moreover, they enjoyed rotational rest days. I am quite full. Sun Wukong patted his belly, stood up to stretch a bit, and then turned to Li Jiu, saying, Chi-Chi has already informed me about Cell. Will you be making a move this time? Me? You all go ahead, Li Jiu replied lazily. Natasha, however, interjected, Do not worry, Sun Wukong. I shall take action. Cell is merely a trivial opponent. With her hands on her hips, Natasha radiated her full power, her base combat strength reaching 15 million, and her transformed strength soaring to 750 million. This level of power, coupled with Natasha's mastery over Ki, could indeed elevate her combat prowess to a staggering 1 billion. Oh, Natasha's words surely indicate that she can defeat Cell. Nonetheless, I still wish to face him, Sun Wukong requested. May I take the first match? You may. But with your current strength, you are no match for Cell. Natasha did not refuse Sun Wukong's request, knowing she would ultimately intervene. Well, I shall train diligently over the next few days. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intensity, and suddenly his brows furrowed as he exclaimed, I sense Gohan's Ki. This energy is. Chapter 37, Dimensions. Before Sun Wukong could finish his thought, he had vanished, followed by Li Jiu and Natasha, leaving behind the servants who began to tidy up the aftermath. In the training arena, Piccolo and the others emerged from the room of spirit and time, with Gohan being the last to exit, maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Gohan. Sun Wukong's sudden appearance sparked excitement as he beheld Gohan's golden hair and piercing azure eyes. Not bad at all, Gohan. You managed to transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems you're nearly catching up to me. Sun Wukong's base combat strength was nearing 5 million, and in his Super Saiyan state, it reached 250 million, quite comparable to number 17 strength. At this moment, Gohan's power had also reached 200 million. His base combat strength was only 4 million, but achieving such progress in just half a year was already quite impressive. Not all. I still have a significant gap compared to Dad. Son Gohan scratched his head and, filled with excitement, inquired, Father, have you recovered from your illness? I must have caused you worry, Sun Wukong replied, ruffling Gohan's hair, only to notice that Gohan's hair had been cut short. Was it Shindi who gave you that haircut? Sun Wukong glanced at Short Piccolo, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Short Piccolo's expression darkened as he retorted, A deity is merely an assistant. I remain who I am. Oh, then perhaps we should still call you Short Piccolo, Sun Wukong remarked. He carefully sensed Short Piccolo's essence, and then turned to Li Jiu, asking, Li Jiu, do you also have a room of spirit and time here? May I enter to train? Eager to begin, Sun Wukong glanced at the transformations of those around him and exclaimed, Krillin, Tien, how have you trained? The progress of Krillin, Tien, and the others was remarkable, each having surpassed a combat power of 1 million. Furthermore, both Tien and Krillin possessed a hidden energy within them, seemingly yet to be fully unleashed. Once they tapped into it, their growth would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. Hee Wukong, we certainly won't share our training methods with you. How else could we keep pace with you? Krillin joked. Sun Wukong scratched his head, but Li Jiu interjected, their training methods may not necessarily suit you. Moreover, the room of spirit and time here isn't for you. You should head to the one in the divine temple. What? Li Jiu, don't be so stingy. How about I take you as my master? Sun Wukong pleaded, his hands clasped together in earnest. If you truly wish to try, you might ask Krillin and the others, but it may not be suitable for you, Li Jiu stated, fully aware of Sun Wukong's character. After all, someone who struggles with basic arithmetic is unlikely to focus on other matters. Gohan can accompany you to the divine temple for training. If Wukong wishes to learn your methods, you may teach him, Li Jiu suggested to Son Gohan. Yes, Uncle Li Jiu, Gohan replied, nodding earnestly. Son Wukong, seeing this, broke into a wide grin. Thank you, Li Jiu. Well then, train hard. You're all quite weak, Li Jiu yawned, stretching lazily before addressing Krillin and the others. The results of your training seem promising. Why not spar a little? He pointed to the empty space in the training arena, eager to witness their progress. Let me and Din demonstrate first, Yamcha said as he tightened his belt. After half a year of training in the room of spirit and time, he appeared to have regained his confidence in martial arts. With a determined gaze, Yamcha stepped into the center of the arena, exuding an aura that, while not overtly released, conveyed an air of profound mystery. Li Jiu nodded slightly, sensing that Yamcha had discovered a shortcut, a path to becoming a formidable warrior. If he could persist on his journey, the achievements would be immeasurable, even as a mere mortal. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Yamcha's aura is surprisingly feeble. Son Goku's expression grew grave, despite Yamcha being right before them. His presence remained so faint as to be nearly undetectable. Li Jiu slowly rose, his gaze fixed upon the battle between Yamcha and Dumpling. Dumpling's super abilities seemed to have made significant strides, yet Yamcha appeared to possess an acute understanding of Dumpling's powers, or perhaps he bore an immense resistance, rendering Dumpling somewhat passive, forced to engage with mere physical prowess. Dumpling had indeed grown considerably stronger. This energy now eclipsed even that of the previous Krillin. While Dumpling's aura was not overwhelmingly potent, his combat prowess had reached 1,000,000. In just half a year, the progress of these individuals astonished Li Jiu. The number of fighters, Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Tin, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Dumpling, Android 17, and Android 18, had now swelled to 10. Li Jiu quietly calculata. Feeling no concern for the impending crisis facing Earth, his only apprehension lay with that fool. Should his butterfly effect incite discontent, it might lead to the annihilation of the entire universe, which would be disastrous. The current Supreme Kai, Shin, also proved to be a fool, unreliable, and they would have to wait for the emergence of the Majin. Strengthening oneself remained a priority. Li Jiu, possessing the Xuanhuang breathing technique, naturally had his own cultivation system. However, at this juncture, his comprehension of the technique was still limited to the path of training. The confrontation between Yamcha and Dumpling was indeed thrilling. Compared to their about 6 months prior, both had undergone profound transformations. The path Yamcha had chosen could be described as the path of dimension. This route is commendable, one that all can emulate. After all, simply enhancing one's strength ultimately has its limits. One must also elevate their dimensionality. Once the sparring between Yamcha and Dumpling concluded, Li Jiu spoke up. The crowd immediately displayed expressions of confusion and contemplation. What is dimension? Yamcha only vaguely realized he had embarked on a unique path, one that did not require immense potential within himself to continue his self-improvement. Dimension can be described as a realm, a tier of existence. For instance, the divine. Divine? With Li Jiu's words, Son Goku and the others gasped in astonishment. How did the conversation turn to the divine? They collectively turned their gaze to Piccolo, who appeared contemplative, possessing a deeper understanding of Li Jiu's words. Dimension represents a tier of existence, akin to the distinction between deities and mortals. They are not of the same essence. I can comprehend this myself, yet I struggle to articulate it to you. Perhaps Li Jiu could elucidate it? Piccolo, too, felt a sense of hazy understanding, as if grasping something crucial yet elusive. Chapter 38, The Z Fighters Unleashed. Dimension signifies the levels of existence. Yamcha had already touched the barriers of dimension. If the dimensional barrier were to be shattered, Yamcha's potential would experience a terrifying enhancement, and his own strength would surge dramatically. At this moment, Yamcha's dimension would equate to that of celestial beings, akin to deities or rulers of the underworld. A further elevation would lead to the realm of the King of Worlds, beyond which lie even higher dimensions. With each ascension in dimension, one's lifespan and potential would concurrently amplify. Upon reaching a certain level of dimension, immortality would be granted. Indeed, I feel an invigorating vitality coursing through my body, as if I have undergone a profound transformation. An inexhaustible wellspring of potential surges forth from within me. Currently, I have only managed to breach a single barrier, yet I find myself at a loss to articulate the essence of that barrier. Yamcha felt a pang of guilt. In collective training, insights are typically shared, but he had unwittingly made such a significant breakthrough without the means to convey it to others. This is quite normal. Not only you, but even I can merely acknowledge the existence of dimensions without truly perceiving the barriers that define them. Perhaps only by excavating one's internal potential to a certain extent can one truly touch that confinement. Yamcha, being of earthly origin, possesses relatively low potential and thus has encountered that barrier first. Of course, as one breaks through to higher realms, the dimensions would completely offset the disadvantages brought about by inherent low potential. This implies that whether one is a Saiyan, a Namekian, or an Earthling, once the dimensions reach a particular threshold, their potential becomes equivalent. As the dimensional level rises, potential becomes nearly limitless. However, beings like Saiyans, who possess formidable inherent potential, may even surpass some higher dimensional entities, yet their disadvantages are apparent. The difficulty of dimensional ascension and the limitation of lifespan serve as significant constraints. As Li Jiu spoke, the others began to grasp these concepts. Yet at this moment, Yamcha smiled, realizing that having low potential also presents certain advantages. Ah, ah. Each has its merits and drawbacks. After all, even if Yamucha were to break through 2 dimensions, the potential that arises within him might not surpass that of a Saiyan who has not breached any dimensions. This to strike a chord. But I have now discovered a path to further strengthen myself, and I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve. If breaking through a single dimension is insufficient to bridge our gap, then I shall break through twice, thrice, until my potential is boundless. Yamucha, filled with confidence, acknowledged that although he had only breached 1 dimension, he still lagged behind Krillin and Tenshinhan in unlocking their potential. However, he believed that one day, he would close that gap and even surpass them. Dimensions? Piccolo's eyes sparkled with newfound insight, as if he had discovered a new continent. Namekians possess great potential, but Piccolo understood that their potential could not rival that of Saiyans. Moreover, having merged with the Supreme Kai, he had an inherent advantage in understanding dimensions. Ashempiash, son. I reckon you will only be left in my shadow from now on. As the short flute pursed its lips, Sun Wukong remained in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend what Li Jiu meant by dimensions or potential. The only thing he grasped was that this so-called dimension might require the excavation of one's own latent abilities to reach it. I shall not allow you to catch up with us. Gohan, let us depart. Sun Wukong beckoned Gohan to him, and then sensed Vegeta's energy. Vegeta was indeed a formidable fighter, and if Li Jiu refrained from intervening, he would still need to contribute. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Gohan appeared above the precipice. Hey, Vegeta! Sun Wukong waved his hand, and Vegeta glanced at the suddenly materialized Sun Wukong, envious of his instantaneous movement. Appearing and disappearing at will. What do you want from me? Cell has already shown himself. You must have sensed that powerful presence as well. Come, let's train together. Sun Wukong extended his hand, inviting Vegeta. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Super Saiyan. I have no need to train alongside you. Vegeta scoffed. Sun Wukong scratched his head and then looked at Gohan. Gohan, transform. Huh? Oh, all right. Gohan, somewhat bewildered, managed to transform into a Super Saiyan after gathering his energy. The golden light flickered, and Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. What is this? How can this kid possibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, Gohan, like Trunks, possesses Saiyan blood. Why should he not be able to transform? Sun Wukong retorted, somewhat displeased, for Gohan's transformation seemed entirely normal to him. Don't play tricks on me. Just days ago, this kid's energy was quite weak, and now he has surpassed Trunks. This is not merely a matter of transformation. Vegeta discerned Gohan's approximate strength at a glance. Realizing that it was likely beyond just surpassing Trunks, Gohan seemed to have grown taller, which could not have been achieved in a mere few days. Trunks, noticing Gohan's height increase of a full 5 centimeters, remarked, It must be due to Uncle Li Jiu's guidance, along with 6 months of training in the room of spirit and time, which only experienced a single day outside. Gohan, being quite earnest, had fully inherited his father's simplicity. 6 months of training, equivalent to just a day. Vegeta immediately seized Sun Wukong by the collar. Take me there. Vegeta, do not be impulsive. The room of spirit and time with Li Jiu has already been utilized by Dend and Tien. We can only go to the temple now. The temple's room of spirit and time allows 1 year of training to be equivalent to a single day. Sun Wukong chuckled, successfully leading Vegeta away. At the temple, Bobo opened a door for the 4 of them. This is the room of spirit and time, but only 2 individuals can enter at a time, and the maximum duration inside is 1 year. Vegeta and Trunks should go in first. Gohan and I will enter tomorrow. Sun Wukong was eager to discuss with Gohan how Li Jiu instructed them in their training. Vegeta dismissed Li Jiu's guidance with disdain, yet Goku found it rather precious. Naturally, with a cold snort, Vegeta was the first to stride into the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks felt a surge of excitement within that chamber. It would be just him and his father, allowing them the opportunity to train together. Thank you, Mr. Goku, Trunks called back, but Goku had already engaged Gohan in discussion. Entirely oblivious to Trunks' words, Trunks offered a sheepish smile before stepping into the chamber. Meanwhile, on the floating island S arena, Tien and the others unleashed their full power, collectively confronting Li Jiu alone. Li Jiu stood in the center of the arena, never straying beyond a 3-meter radius, executing his moves with precision and efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. That move is superfluous. Krillin, why hold back? Do you think you can harm me? Yajirobe, your super abilities are not meant for direct confrontation. Piccolo, your special beam cannon takes too long to charge. Suddenly, Li Jiu transformed into a Super Saiyan, extending his finger like a sword, cleaving Piccolo's energy beam in two. Chapter 39. The Floating Island Exposed. Cell approaches. While fending off their attacks, Li Jiu pointed out their shortcomings. Piccolo was well aware that his beam charged for too long. But who possesses a flawless technique? Just like Li Jiu's energy sword, its offensive power indeed surpasses his combat strength. Yet few can wield such control. Even Natasha, whose battle power far exceeds Goku's, cannot match Li Jiu's level of mastery. Li Jiu's control transcends merely condensing energy into a weapon. He can concentrate all his internal energy into a weapon, though the meanings may sound similar. While Piccolo and the others can utilize 10 units of energy to form a weapon, Li Jiu can harness a full 100 units. The weapons they forge differ vastly in potency. Krillin's energy blade, for instance, is taxing to execute, as it necessitates condensing energy into a thin layer, which is a true test of control. Krillin cannot consolidate all his energy into the energy blade. He can only muster a small fraction. Nevertheless, even so, the power he displays is formidable. Even someone with 10 times Krillin's battle power would hesitate to confront his energy blade head-on. After a brief assessment of everyone's progress, Li Jiu used his energy to probe Tien and Krillin's bloodline potential. Smiling as he remarked, "You should have a sense of it yourselves. There is not much I can teach you. The path you carve for yourselves is the most fitting. Indeed, without Li Jiu's insights, our progress might not have reached such heights, and we may still uncover even greater strengths in the future. Yes, since receiving Li Jiu's guidance, I feel I have embarked on a celestial path, one I could never have envisioned on my own." As Yamcha opened his mouth and gazed at his own fists, he reflected on the fact that they were once friends of Sun Wukong, having been stronger than him at one time. However, as he witnessed Sun Wukong's continuous ascent in strength, surpassing them and creating an ever-widening chasm, he pondered the emotions that must have stirred within them. Perhaps only they could truly comprehend such feelings. The essence of Cell was not entirely concealed, and if Li Jiu sought him, he could locate him in an instant. It seemed that Cell was oblivious to the existence of formidable beings like Li Jiu and Natasha on Earth. Yet at that moment, Cell too was fixated on the direction of the floating island. The immense power of Piccolo's special beam cannon was unleashed, and Li Jiu instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, cleaving through it and releasing his aura. In that fleeting instant, Cell captured the essence, which was neither akin to Sun Wukong nor Vegeta, yet undeniably powerful and engaged in combat with Piccolo. Cell pondered. The burst of energy in that moment left him astounded. "I must investigate," he set forth, a tempest of energy swirling behind him as he headed towards the floating island. Cell. Li Jiu sensed a shift in Cell's position. As he approached the floating island, Natasha's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Will he discover our location? Piccolo's expression turned grave. He perceived Cell's energy to be even greater than that of Li Jiu. Yet, instinctively, he felt that Cell could not match Li Jiu's prowess. It should be manageable. Let him come up on his own. However, Natasha, do refrain from killing him. Just give him a sound thrashing and toss him aside. Let Cell serve as a sharpening stone for Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan. Li Jiu turned his gaze towards Natasha, who nodded slightly in agreement. Stretching her shoulders, "I am curious to see just how formidable this Cell truly is. At the very least, it will require a considerable amount of time and effort if you wish to eliminate him." Li Jiu glanced towards the entrance of the floating island, and soon after, Cell, clad in insect-like armor, ascended the steps of the floating island. So, he was hiding here. No wonder the gravity here is 50 times that of Earth. They must be training in such an environment. Cell's gaze swiftly fell upon Li Jiu and the others. Upon entering the floating island, their auras became strikingly apparent. However, as Cell laid eyes upon Li Jiu and Natasha, he frowned. "These two individuals are not present in my memory, yet I feel an instinctual sense of danger. If they were truly powerful adversaries, I should possess their cells within me." Cell was perplexed. He had no recollection of these two figures in his mind, let alone their genetic material. At this moment, Cell was not the version cultivated 30 years hence in this world, and thus could not possibly have Li Jiu and Natasha's genes. "Hey, are you Cell?" Natasha called out from a distance, waving her hand to beckon Cell from the entrance to the training arena. Sheru curiously surveyed his surroundings. The sheer expanse of the training ground was astonishing, roughly equivalent to a quarter of the West City. Engaging in combat here would allow for a more unrestrained display of abilities. To his surprise, such a remarkable place existed on Earth. "Is this the grave you have chosen for yourselves?" Sheru's gaze swept coldly over the crowd, his brow furrowing at the absence of Son Goku and Vegeta. Had they been present, today would have marked her demise. Natasha let out a disdainful huff and addressed Krillin and the others, urging them to step aside so she could gauge Sheru's true strength. Without hesitation, she transformed, her golden aura flickering momentarily, embodying the perfect first stage of a Super Saiyan. It appeared that Natasha had made further advancements in her control over the Super Saiyan power. Her strength seemingly heightened. Krillin and the others retreated to a distance, attuned to the energies of Natasha and Sheru. The transformation into a Super Saiyan grants a 50-fold increase in power, a feat that Natasha could master flawlessly, something neither Goku nor Vegeta had achieved. Even Gohan, after 2 months of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, had not succeeded. Piccolo spoke up, drawing curious glances from the others, who wondered what had instilled such confidence in him regarding Gohan's potential to surpass Li Jiu and Natasha. Indeed, Gohan's talent was formidable. After all, he had once been a timid little boy prone to tears. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement, while Piccolo, somewhat pleased by the praise directed at Gohan, found it more gratifying than direct commendation of himself. Could Piccolo now match Sheru? Krillin glanced at him, pondering that Piccolo must have made significant progress over the past 6 months. Piccolo shook his head slightly. His strength might have temporarily surpassed Goku's, but it was only a fleeting advantage. In fact, his current power level was likely around 300 million, while Sheru's battle power was at least 800 million. 800 million? How is that even possible? The group was incredulous. While Sheru's aura was undeniably potent, it did not seem excessively so. Chapter 40. A battle power of 1 billion. Sheru, Natasha, and Joy. Piccolo refrained from elaborating. This was merely his assessment of Sheru, not necessarily reflective of reality. What then was Natasha's battle power? Determining strength through energy sensing is inherently inaccurate, lacking the precision of a dedicated measuring device. However, as long as the disparity in power isn't too extreme, a general estimation can be made through energy perception. I don't know, Piccolo replied, noting that Natasha's aura had not been fully unleashed even in her transformed state. Sheru's energy was more formidable than I had anticipated. It should be around 1 billion. Li Jiu suddenly interjected, informing the group of Sheru's strength, while also subtly warning Natasha. With a battle power of 1 billion, he should be able to hold his own against Natasha. After all, Sheru's combat experience was deeply ingrained, possessing all the techniques of the Z fighters. 1 billion? Now that makes things even more intriguing. Natasha grew increasingly exhilarated, leaving the onlookers somewhat bewildered. Yet, when they thought of Son Wukong and Vegeta, they felt this behavior was quite normal. In contrast, a composed and languid Saiyan like Li Jiu was the anomaly. 2 formidable energies gradually intensified, and Cell's expression turned grave. This Earth's reality had surpassed his expectations. Could the narrative have altered due to his time traveling? Cell attributed the changes to himself, unaware that the true disruption in this world stemmed from Li Jiu's presence. The clash between the 2 warriors erupted instantaneously. Natasha, lacking the habit of testing her limits, unleashed her full combat power at once. If it were Son Wukong, it would have been impossible to draw out his complete strength without at least half an hour of probing. Their battle escalated to its zenith in an instant. Cell was taken aback by Natasha's ferocity and found himself at a disadvantage before he could react. Piccolo was astonished. According to Li Jiu, Cell possessed a combat power of 1 billion. Could Natasha's combat power possibly exceed 1 billion? If that were the case, what would her base power be? Did it surpass 20 million? Gohan's base power was only around 4 million, right? Krillin found it hard to believe. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was already extraordinary. And if Natasha's base power were to exceed that by such a margin, it would be utterly despairing. Natasha's base combat power is 15 million, Li Jiu stated. 15 million, multiplied by 50, would yield 750 million. So why was Natasha still gaining the upper hand? It seemed that her advantage was not merely temporary. While the others were puzzled, Piccolo spoke. Just like Li Jiu, even with only 1 million in strength, one can unleash combat power in the millions. Natasha should also be capable of exerting power beyond her own limits. Piccolo saw clearly that both Li Jiu and Natasha possessed combat power that far exceeded their inherent strength. Therefore, even with her presence radiating 750 million, she could still suppress Cell. As 2 billion-level warriors clashed, the arena was soon ravaged, with fissures crisscrossing the ground and neatly laid bricks being dislodged and shattered, revealing the rocky surface beneath. The ground here was 10 times harder than Earth's. yet it could not withstand the destructive aftermath of their battle. Boom! The entire floating island began to tremble. Natasha, her complexion flushed with excitement and her spirits soaring, reveled in this moment. In the past, she had been relentlessly subdued by Li Jiu, always the loser in every encounter. Today, at last, she had found a worthy opponent to unleash her frustrations upon. A strike. Natasha instantly teleported, appearing abruptly behind Cell, delivering a crushing blow that buried him deep into the ground. Behold my two-phase light killing cannon. Natasha swung her arms, sketching an abstract Taiji diagram, where black and white energy waves converged, colliding and repelling each other, yet were forcibly fused together. Boom! The duality of the light cannon surged forth like two intertwined black and white divine dragons, howling as they emerged. The terrifying force reverberated through the void, striking directly at the location where Cell lay buried. This is bad. It could pierce through the earth. Krillin suddenly realized, wanted to take action, but was restrained by Din's grip on his shoulder. It's fine. Indeed, it was fine. Natasha exhibited remarkable control over her attack, despite penetrating the floating island, revealing the earth beneath through the massive pit. The duality light cannon had not harmed the earth in the slightest. Is it possible to control such power? Tenshinhan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. That dreadful black and white energy cannon could be wielded by someone, its might concentrated to erupt above the floating island. Huh. Natasha gasped for breath, as that strike seemed to have drained a significant amount of her strength, beads of sweat trickling down her smooth forehead. What is happening? Din's expression grew increasingly grave, and Krillin and the others began to show signs of concern. Why has Natasha's aura suddenly become disordered? This shouldn't be the case. Yajiro found it hard to believe. The scene bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong experiencing a heart attack. Li Jiu also noticed this anomaly, yet he understood that Natasha could not fall ill, for her cultivation of the Xuanhuang breathing technique granted her immunity to viruses. This is not good. Din's eyes widened in alarm, and in the next moment, Cell appeared behind Natasha, raising a leg to stomp down on her shoulder. Crack! Natasha failed to react, but her arm intercepted Cell's leg. Li Jiu, do not interfere, Natasha said with a hint of dissatisfaction, casting a somewhat anxious glance at him. Stand down. Li Jiu glanced at Natasha, seizing Cell's hand and violently swinging it down into the ground. Ha. One person isn't enough. Shall we team up? Cell, sustaining no substantial injury, believed Natasha's earlier outburst to be merely a temporary display of strength. Simultaneously, he regarded Li Jiu with a modicum of disdain. What is happening? Li Jiu ignored Cell, focusing on Natasha, then extended a hand, saying, "Give me your hand." Natasha pouted, a slight blush gracing her cheeks. Li Jiu found it increasingly peculiar. Grasping Natasha's hand, he transmitted a breath of energy coursing through her body. In the next instant, Li Jiu's expression transformed, his gaze toward Natasha filled with astonishment. What is it? Natasha had formed a suspicion, but could not yet confirm it. Just moments ago, while she unleashed the duality light cannon, she had suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach, a sensation of nausea and unease. Under normal circumstances, such a condition would never manifest in her. Quite resilient, indeed. A radiant smile illuminated Li Jiu's face as he embraced Natasha, twirling her around a few times. Natasha, you're going to have a child. Really? Natasha's heart soared at Li Jiu's affirmation. I finally have a child. Oh, I truly have a child. Overcome with emotion, Natasha wept, for she had toiled tirelessly for this moment. Chapter 41. Li Jiu vs. Cell. Her efforts surpassed, even though she exerted in her relentless pursuit of Li Jiu's footsteps while striving to attain the full power of Super Saiyan. No more fighting. I must focus on nurturing my baby, Natasha exclaimed joyfully, confident that her physical prowess would shield her from significant detriment during her pregnancy, though intense battles would certainly be unfeasible. Indeed, practicing the breathing technique will be beneficial, Li Jiu said, gently ruffling Natasha's hair. Cell gazed darkly at the pair and spoke in a low voice. Have you two finished your display of affection? Do you not regard me as a worthy opponent? Natasha's spirits lifted, making even Cell appear somewhat more agreeable. Lightly, she drifted away from the battlefield, leaving Li Jiu and Cell suspended in the air. Is it now your turn? The energy I sensed earlier, I assume it emanated from you? Cell regarded Li Jiu with an enigmatic confidence. You think mastering instant transmission makes you impressive? Li Jiu retorted, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear directly before Cell. Cell instantly hunched over, resembling a giant lobster. Li Jiu maintained his punching stance, gradually retracting his fist as he observed Cell retreating step by step in the air, his expression remaining relatively unchanged. Even if you have learned instant transmission, what of it? Cough, cough, how is this possible? When did you? Cell grimaced, clutching his abdomen. Terror etched upon his face as he looked at Li Jiu. Such incredible speed. Not even Piccolo, an outsider, could discern how Li Jiu had appeared before Cell so swiftly. Li Jiu quietly watched Cell, allowing him to recuperate, yet it was evident that after receiving Li Jiu's blow, Cell's energy had diminished significantly, by at least half. Had a single punch truly incapacitated Cell to such an extent? Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, realizing that even this solitary strike demonstrated the vast chasm between Li Jiu and individuals like them. It could not be. Li Jiu had not utilized his full strength. This punch might injure Cell, but would not drastically diminish his combat capabilities. Natasha, fully aware of Li Jiu's prowess, knew that such damage was uncharacteristic of his capabilities. How infuriating! Cell retreated step by step, a golden aura erupting from his body. I can transform as well. Cell roared, his energy escalating dramatically. Boom! The arena erupted once more, a deep crater forming as Cell's figure instantaneously appeared beside Li Jiu, raising his leg to strike. Li Jiu slightly turned, allowing Shalu's foot to sweep across his chest. A flicker of sword energy vanished in an instant. One of Shalu's legs was severed, blood splattering forth. And Li Jiu delivered another kick, sending Shalu flying. Is this all you are capable of? Li Jiu observed Shalu, who, despite possessing the cells of a Super Saiyan, found himself at the mercy of Li Jiu's relentless assault. How infuriating! Shalu gazed at his easily severed leg, cold sweat dripping down his face. How could you possibly be this powerful? Shalu could scarcely believe that Li Jiu surpassed him by such a vast margin. There are always those stronger than you. In this entire universe, many are mightier, though you remain oblivious. Li Jiu advanced step by step, inciting Shalu's fury as he roared, Impossible! I possess the cells of Saiyans. Frisia and Namekians, how can I be your inferior? With multiple cells, he bore the pride of their power, unwilling to accept that anyone could be stronger. Shalu bellowed, his aura intensifying, surpassing 1,000,000,000. At that moment, Piccolo and the others stood in stunned silence. And Goku and Gohan abruptly appeared on the floating island. Hey, Li Jiu, weren't we supposed to have a chance to fight? Goku lamented, feeling a bit despondent. If Li Jiu intervened, their opportunity would vanish. Li Jiu cast a glance at Goku and Gohan, disregarding them entirely. Shalu had begun his transformation, growing in size much like Piccolo had before, his power more than doubling. Shalu grinned, lifting his newly grown leg to stomp down on Li Jiu. It seems I still haven't hurt you. Li Jiu's voice remained calm as he vanished, reappearing at Shalu's lower leg, raising his hand to strike down. Swish! In Li Jiu's grasp, Shalu was akin to a mere toy, with a swift motion. Even as Shalu's power had doubled, Li Jiu effortlessly severed another leg. No. Shalu's eyes, filled with rage, turned bloodshot as he roared. The severed leg regrew. Yet, before he could strike again, Li Jiu appeared before him, delivering another punch, a familiar formula, a familiar taste. Shalu curled up on the ground, gurgling, as if something was about to emerge. With a splatter, a pool of transparent liquid expelled a figure, the unconscious android 18 rolling onto the ground, while Shalu regressed to his second form after expelling her. Android 17 should also be released, right? Li Jiu glanced at Android 18, then unleashed a punch from a distance, the force producing a thunderous boom as it struck Shalu's abdomen. Bang! Shalu was sent flying, his massive form crashing to the ground, shaking the earth like an earthquake. How unforgivable! I will not let you escape. Sheru's form began to swell, and Li Jiu's gaze sharpened as he sent Sheru flying with a kick. Self-destruction is too arduous. Allow me to assist you. With a sweeping motion of his arms, the Taiji diagram materialized behind him, the yin and yang fish swirling together, transforming into two dragon heads that soared skyward. The duality light cannon? That was Natasha's technique, or more accurately, it was Li Jiu's. The execution of this move signified that the dual dragons representing yin and yang did not repel each other. Instead, they entwined, ultimately merging into one. This was the Taiji light cannon. Unbeknownst to Natasha, she had dragged Android 18 to her side. The colossal Sheru was directly struck away by Li Jiu, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion beyond the confines of Earth. The terrifying force of the blast reverberated throughout the planet, sending shockwaves of immense pressure rippling across the surface. Incredible! Sun Wukong observed in awe as Li Jiu effortlessly toyed with Sheru. That was Sheru, and he couldn't even self-destruct. Ha ha ha. There remains a significant gap between Li Jiu and us, Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head before turning to Gohan. Since Sheru is dead, we need not enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Sheru is not dead. Li Jiu's attention was drawn to the depths of the sky, where he could still sense Sheru's energy. He will grow stronger. The game with Sheru is far from over. You all must train diligently. Li Jiu pursed his lips, acutely aware that Sheru's energy had surged significantly, and he had regained his complete form. However, Sheru, realizing he was no match for Li Jiu, opted to retreat. Yet, with Sheru's innate talent, the game would undoubtedly resurface. In due time, the lightning Sheru might make his appearance. Chapter 42. The Sheru game begins. Would he become even more formidable? Sun Wukong regained his focus, recalling Sheru's previously displayed strength, which was already formidable, and he was astonished at the prospect of Sheru growing even stronger. Perhaps he will, Li Jiu speculated, reasoning that it was feasible for Sheru to surpass Super Saiyan 2 within a matter of days, given that his combat prowess had already met the necessary criteria. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Li Jiu. We shall strive even harder. Sun Wukong's blood surged with excitement, while Gohan remained stoically unchanged. Uncle Li Jiu, why not simply eliminate Sheru? Gohan expressed a hint of disappointment. Unlike Vegeta and Sun Wukong, he did not possess a fervor for battle. This was not solely due to Chi-Chi's influence, but rather because Gohan inherently preferred peace. His journey to this point had been driven by circumstance. Even his training to transform into a Super Saiyan was a result of Li Jiu's initial assertion that he would not intervene, leaving Gohan with no choice but to train. Gohan, Sun Wukong, sensed his son's unease, his expression growing somber for a moment before breaking into a smile as he ruffled Gohan's hair. I was mistaken. Father? Uncertain. Sun Wufan lowered his head as Sun Wukong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "It is I, your father, who yearns for battle. Having overlooked the fact that you do not share this passion, I merely see the incredible potential within you, wishing to awaken it, yet neglecting your own desires." Sun Wufan's voice was barely a whisper. "Father, am I of no use?" "Not at all, Wufan. You possess great strength, but I should not impose my own interests upon you." Sun Wukong gently patted his shoulder. If it were not for Li Jiu, he would have placed all his bets on Wufan, but that was no longer the case. Dong Pigu, at this moment, also gazed intently at Wufan, having witnessed his growth from a tearful child to a formidable warrior capable of standing on his own. If you dislike fighting, then pursue what you truly love. Earth has many to protect it. Yet, guilt lingered within Wufan, for he possessed formidable power, yet remained inactive. Earth could not always be in peril, but when danger struck, it would be overwhelming. Strength, at times, was merely for self-preservation, and without it, everything was but an illusion. Your dream is to be a scholar. Why not merge your cultivation with your studies? Li Jiu observed Sun Wufan, his fingertips coalescing into a blade of energy. Why does the same amount of energy yield vastly different results under varying conditions? When delivering a punch, how can one optimize their strength? How can one inflict the greatest damage with the least exertion? The energy in Li Jiu's hand transformed continuously, and Wufan's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. It seemed as if he had discovered a new realm. Li Jiu's succinct words had opened a new academic door for him. Sometimes, knowledge itself is a form of power. Just as in the case of Dr. Gero's androids, who could dare say they are not formidable? No one contradicted Li Jiu, yet Wufan was filled with excitement. He had long wrestled with his desire to be a scholar while being compelled to confront powerful foes alongside his elders. Now, he had found a path that harmoniously combined both aspirations. It would indeed be a pity to squander Wufan's remarkable talent for cultivation. Li Jiu also shared his perspective, as the first Super Saiyan transformation in the original tale was no mere boast. "Hey, Uncle Li Jiu, I understand." Determination filled Sun Wufan's gaze, as if he had found a new direction. Li Jiu nodded slightly and glanced at the time chamber at the edge of the training grounds. "Continue your training. The time chamber still offers 2 more years of cultivation. After that, a period of energy recovery will be necessary." "What about Android 18? Natasha asked, lifting Android 18 with a gentle levitation. "You decide how to arrange that." Li Jiu did not concern himself with these matters, instead eagerly anticipating the power that Cell would bring in 5 days. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye over the course of 5 days. As anticipated by Li Jiu, the Cell games commenced without a hitch, showcasing the audacious visage of Cell on the television screen. as he manipulated blocks to construct a makeshift arena. Yet, this arena was merely a facade. Its modest dimensions of 100 meters square were utterly inadequate for a confrontation of Cell's caliber. Concurrently, a myriad of oblivious martial artists from Earth flocked to the scene, some genuinely eager to challenge Cell, while others merely sought to bask in the limelight. However, these individuals were little more than a nuisance, essentially there to create disturbances. On the mountains overlooking the arena, the Z fighters had gathered, significantly more formidable than their counterparts in the original narrative. Although they might not yet rival the current strength of Cell, their battle powers had all surpassed the 10 million mark. Among them, Yamcha had achieved a remarkable 2 million after 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, while Tien's power had also reached 2 million, albeit he had hit a plateau. Krillin remained the strongest among them, boasting a battle power of 25 million. In the face of Super Saiyans whose power often exceeded 100 million, this was clearly insufficient. Yet in the cosmic realm, it placed them among the ranks of formidable figures. Goku and Gohan had not maintained their Super Saiyan forms as in the original tale. Rather, it was Trunks who had attained the full power of Super Saiyan. It seemed that everyone had made commendable progress in their training. Li Jiu arrived fashionably late, accompanied by Natasha and Android 18. After awakening, Android 18 had forged a friendship with Natasha, a development that pleased Li Jiu, as Natasha had previously lacked companions. Now, her time with Android 18 was far less dull. Li Jiu's unexpected arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. After all, without her presence, the chances of victory in the Cell games would have been significantly diminished. It appeared that everyone had indeed experienced breakthroughs. If Trunks had reached the full power state of Super Saiyan, then Vegeta must have surpassed that level as well. Li Jiu turned her gaze towards Trunks, who maintained his Super Saiyan form, exuding a calm demeanor devoid of aggression. Full power Super Saiyan? Is this the title you bestow upon my current state? Li Jiu Musha. Indeed, it is quite fitting. Trunks nodded, casting a respectful glance at Vegeta. Uncertain of Goku and Gohan's advancements, he recognized that Vegeta still outpaced him. Akima Piak, Li Jiu. Do not become complacent. I shall surpass you soon, Vegeta declared, his confidence rekindled, his gaze towards Li Jiu brimming with combat spirit. Chapter 43. Goku's unconventional tactics, striking first. Is that so? Then I must extend my congratulations to Prince Vegeta. Li Jiu smiled faintly, eliciting an enraged roar for Vegeta. You scoundrel. Do not refer to me as Prince Vegeta, and cease your sarcastic tone. Are you mocking me? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Vegeta felt an unusual irritation whenever he heard the title Prince uttered by Li Jiu. Ah, Prince Vegeta. You. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Li Jiu, his aura surging so powerfully that the very mountains beneath him trembled. Yet, Li Jiu remained unfazed, calmly observing Vegeta and casually remarking, 8 million? Quite the significant improvement. Remarkably, after a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's base combat power had reached 8 million. It seemed, indeed, that he had transcended to another level. Li Jiu was certain that his presence had empowered the Z fighters. Trunks had achieved full power, and it was illogical for Vegeta to remain at the same tier as Trunks. You know about another level, yet I wonder if you have truly broken through. Vegeta harbored doubts. Surely, Li Jiu must have surpassed another level. Li Jiu smiled enigmatically, and then turned his attention to Goku and Gohan, nodding slightly before directing his gaze toward Krillin and the others he had personally trained. How has your training been, everyone? Having not monitored their progress for several days, he was unaware of the level they had attained. Hey, while we may not match Piccolo or the Super Saiyans, we can't exactly be called weak anymore, Yamcha interjected, effortlessly raising his aura to a combat power of 10 million. Very good. In terms of training, do you have any uncertainties? Li Jiu inquired, as he was now prepared to further cultivate the Z fighters. The group fell silent, and Krillin looked toward Tien. Observing this, Tien spoke. It seems I have hit a bottleneck in my training. I can sense a surge of power within me that remains untapped. Yet I am unable to elevate my strength. He wished to attempt Yamcha's dimensional training, but could not locate the dimensional barrier. Is there a potential within you that you cannot activate? Li Jiu raised an eyebrow, while Vegeta displayed an intrigued expression. When we Saiyans transform, we can also sense a formidable power within us that remains dormant. Only when we reach the peak of our fury does that power erupt forth, Vegeta stated, watching Tien with keen interest. Could it be that you, too, possess the ability to transform? Super Tien. Kayatsu lifted his head, cracking his fingers as he gazed at Tien. Perhaps, he mused, envisioning a scenario where Tien could transform, resulting in a staggering 50-fold increase in strength. 2 million multiplied by 50 would yield 100 billion. Krillin calculated, staring incredulously at Tien. However, upon hearing Krillin's calculation, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. What are you thinking? Even if the bloodline of the Three-Eyed Clan were activated, it could never rival a Super Saiyan. With a base of 2 million, if he were to increase his power by 50 times at his current level, his body would simply explode. Vegeta's words indeed hold a profound truth. Perhaps there exists an overabundance of confidence in the Super Saiyan form. However, given Tien's current physical prowess, an instantaneous surge of 50-fold energy would undoubtedly lead to an explosive outcome. Transformation, perhaps? Tien silently noted that transformation might indeed be a viable avenue. May I probe the power within you? Li Jiu inquired, seeking Tien's consent. Probe? How do you intend to do so? Tien asked, pondering whether Li Jiu could discern the latent power hidden within him. Allow my energy to flow through you, and do not resist. I can then assess your internal potential and draw certain conclusions. Li Jiu replied, emphasizing that this process necessitated Tien's complete trust in him. Is that so? Very well. Tien, without a moment's hesitation, extended his hand, permitting Li Jiu to place a hand on his wrist. Do not resist, Li Jiu urged, focusing intently as he infused a strand of energy into Tien's body, allowing it to traverse slowly within him. Yet, despite Li Jiu's caution, Tien's internal energy instinctively repelled the intrusion. Were it not for the extraordinary refinement of Li Jiu's energy, his probing might have been thwarted before significant insights could be gleaned. Obliterated by the power residing within Tien. Remarkable potential, Li Jiu remarked as he withdrew his hand. Although the strand of energy he had sent forth could not return, his objective had been achieved. Approximately 20-fold, Li Jiu estimated, continuing, akin to the bloodline power of a Super Saiyan, it requires a catalyst to manifest fully. Of course, one may also continuously cultivate to enhance their physical attributes, allowing for a natural progression. 20-fold? Indeed, it pales in comparison to the Saiyan bloodline. Falling short of even half the enhancement of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta thought, his pride swelling, accompanied by a cold smirk within. The second transformation of a Saiyan, however, boasts a 100-fold increase. 20-fold? Wouldn't that equate to 400 million? That would surpass Goku, wouldn't it? Krillin exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at Tien, astonished by the latent strength of Tien's bloodline. Goku must be considerably stronger now, Tien mused, shaking his head, acknowledging that his own bloodline had yet to be fully awakened, and considering that Goku's year of training would undoubtedly yield significant advancement. My bloodline power has yet to be activated, Tien admitted, uncertain of how to awaken his bloodline power. Could it be through rage as well? As they awaited Cell, who had vanished after the arena was constructed, the crowd remained quietly attentive, watching the martial artists below, whose power levels barely reached 50, beads of cold sweat forming upon their brows. These individuals truly seemed oblivious to the danger they faced. Vegeta scoffed, remarking that those martial artists would be unable to withstand even a mere sneeze from Cell. They're coming, Natasha suddenly announced, having sensed Cell's energy. The crowd focused intently. After being defeated by Li Jiu, Cell, possessing Saiyan cells, prompted the question, to what extent would he grow stronger? The green-skinned Cell slowly descended from the distance, gracefully landing at the center of the arena. Casting a glance at a martial artist performing, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you dancing? You Cell?" The martial artist, startled by Cell's sudden appearance, stammered his words. With a hint of boredom, Cell waved his hand, and in an instant, the crowd surrounding the arena dispersed, the shockwave propelling the martial artists who were breaking bricks through the air. Who will be the first to challenge me? Or shall you all come at once? Cell's gaze shifted toward Li Jiu and lingered on him, revealing a confident smile. All right then, let me test Cell's strength. Without any warning, Sun Wukong materialized atop the arena. Vegeta glared, damn cockroach, why'd he get a strike first? Chapter 44, Sun Wukong, Super Saiyan 2. That is indeed a bit cheeky, Son Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. His laughter drew Vegeta's attention. At that moment, Gohan donned a cape reminiscent of Piccolo's, looking remarkably dashing. This kid, Vegeta frowned, finding it hard to believe that Sun Wukong had not yet reached full power. Moreover, the faint aura surrounding Gohan gave Vegeta an unsettling sense of inferiority. Li Jiu did not focus on the arena. Should Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 2 as expected, even if Cell had grown stronger, that form would be sufficient to ensure Wukong's survival. On the arena, Sun Wukong slowly raised a finger, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan state. The golden aura flickered and then vanished, revealing Sun Wukong in full power as a Super Saiyan. Oh, a Super Saiyan, Cell remarked nonchalantly, accustomed to this transformation. Super Saiyan 1. Sun Wukong wiggled his extended finger, emphasizing the numeral 1. Cell pressed his lips together and gradually shifted into a fighting stance, his energy steadily escalating to the level of Super Saiyan 1. 500 million, not bad, Natasha noted, gauging Wukong's approximate battle power. 500 million? But wasn't T-Cell's battle power supposed to be 1 billion? Last time on the floating island, Cell's power was indeed 1 billion. And surely he had grown more formidable since then. Who says Sun Wukong's battle power is limited to 1 billion? Natasha bit her lip, realizing that Wukong's full power state had yet to be unleashed. His true battle power must exceed 500 million. If he were to transform again, it would certainly reach at least 1 billion. Come on then, Cell. Let me witness your prowess. Sun Wukong assumed a standard stance. Then his figure vanished in an instant, appearing before Cell. Da. The flurry of punches came like lightning, and Cell remained composed, occasionally blocking with his hands, more often evading the strikes. Wukong, so powerful. Tianjin Fan could vividly perceive the movements of Sun Wukong and Cell, fully appreciating the formidable power possessed by both warriors. However, at this moment, Wukong was not yet a match for Cell. Tianjin Fan discerned that Cell was not exerting his full strength. Their battle disregarded the arena beneath their feet, and even in this initial round, they had already wrought considerable destruction upon it. As their confrontation intensified, Cell's aura gradually overshadowed that of Sun Wukong, granting him the upper hand. The ground reverberated with a thunderous roar, and the arena vanished without a trace, while the surrounding peaks crumbled under the onslaught. In the distance, a camera continued to operate steadfastly. A diligent reporter crouched between two boulders, capturing the scene of the battle between Sun Wukong and Cell, as well as the onlookers on the mountainside. Such overwhelming power emanated from Cell, capable of shattering mountains with a mere gesture. This strength transcended human comprehension. It is essential to remember that if anyone were to defeat Cell, it would undoubtedly be one of the familiar faces present. Among them was a young man who had once vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, now grown, once again stepping forth to confront the malevolent Cell. Although he found himself in a precarious situation, one must believe that justice will ultimately triumph over evil. At that moment, nearly every television on Earth displayed the same image. It was the only functioning camera, operated by a brave journalist, risking his life to broadcast the true circumstances of Cell's game, ensuring that the heroic efforts to save the planet would not be forgotten. Sun Wukong emerged from the ruins, shaking off the debris and tearing away his tattered shirt, his expression growing increasingly grave. If this were all there was, perhaps a different contender should step in. Cell regarded Sun Wukong, who appeared somewhat disheveled, with bloodstains marking his body, yet his spirit remained undaunted. But there was more to it than that. A far more powerful transformation awaited. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and his energy began to fluctuate violently, with flashes of electricity illuminating the air and golden flames crackling around him. A tremor coursed through the ground as Sun Wukong's power surged dramatically, bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens, his golden hair standing on end, with a defiant lock falling across his forehead. This transformation was unlike any other, distinct from the Super Saiyan transformation. What kind of transformation was this? His strength had escalated considerably. Sun Wukong's metamorphosis astonished Piccolo and the others, as it was their first encounter with such a transformation. Although he still possessed the golden hair and blue eyes, the overwhelming aura he exuded far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. His demeanor had shifted, becoming even more formidable. Kakarot has indeed achieved this level. What's so remarkable about it? It's merely the next stage among the Super Saiyans, the Super Saiyan second stage. Vegeta's demeanor was one of haughty superiority, his meaning unmistakable. If Kakarot could transform, so too could he. Super Saiyan 2. The crowd gasped. It was astonishing that the already formidable Super Saiyan could achieve yet another transformation. The bloodline of the Saiyans is not something the three-eyed beings can rival. Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance, for the title of Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of honor in his heart. Whether it was he or Kakarot, as long as the Super Saiyan remained invincible, it did not diminish Vegeta's pride. Naturally, if the invincible Saiyan were Vegeta himself, it would be even more splendid. Super Saiyan 2? Does this mean Goku could potentially defeat Cell? Krillin exclaimed, excitement surging within him. Their shared history had forged an unwavering trust in Goku. It's not that simple. Although Goku has achieved the transformation to Super Saiyan 2, he has merely taken his first steps into this form. And his basic combat power is still only 10 million. The chances of defeating the current Cell are slim. Natasha interjected, shattering the group's illusions about Goku's capabilities. Cell's advancements seemed rather excessive. Meanwhile, Goku and Cell had engaged in a fierce new battle, with Goku struggling to gain the upper hand. Yet, Cell 2 was unable to maintain his composure, having sustained some injuries from Goku's explosive onslaughts. This state of yours must be the newly developed transformation of the Super Saiyan. Cell panted, while Goku appeared even more battered, his clothing tattered to the point of revealing only a pair of pants, his body marred by wounds. His face a canvas of bruises and blood. Are you referring to Super Saiyan 2? This is yet another transformation beyond the Super Saiyan level. Chapter 45. The Appearance of Gohan. Goku released a deep breath, his body gradually relaxing. Honestly, I thought that by developing a new transformation, I could defeat you. But I did not anticipate that you could grow stronger as well. At this moment, Cell was in a peculiar state, a form that could be deemed as his complete lightning cell. However, this version was evidently far superior to the one depicted in the original narrative. Are you conceding? Cell observed Goku quietly, showing no intention of hindering his departure. Well then, it's time for someone else to take my place in this battle, Goku said as he slowly ascended, leaving the battlefield. This scene was captured and broadcasted by cameras. The young man with golden hair was about to take flight. But I believe he was not fleeing. Look, someone is stepping forward. My goodness, it's a child. Could this child possibly defeat Cell? The battlefield reporter diligently provided commentary. Yet the tense atmosphere had enveloped the world. The Z fighters were well aware of Li Jiu's formidable strength. Thus, they were not overly concerned about the threat posed by Cell. However, the spectators before the television screens were oblivious to the existence of such an extraordinary individual on Earth. When they beheld a child stepping forward, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What was happening? Was there no one else on Earth? Were they really expecting a child to confront Cell? Was the fate of humanity to rest upon the shoulders of a mere child? It is imperative that we remember those faces, for they carry the weight of the world's destiny upon their shoulders. Should they falter, our planet would inevitably meet the same desolate fate as those lifeless cities, extinguished by the malevolent Cell. At that moment, a revelation struck. The boy who had once vanquished King Piccolo had been found. His name was Son Goku. My heavens! The resemblance to the young Son Goku was uncanny. Could this be his progeny? At such a tender age, was he truly expected to battle the demon Cell? Indeed, the offspring of a fierce lineage. Let us unite in prayer that these valiant Earth warriors shall surely triumph over the fiendish Cell. The television screen flickered with solemn, resolute faces, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them, the illustrious figures of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan emerged, long-standing champions of the martial arts tournaments. It became evident that true martial artists often remain hidden, only revealing their prowess when Earth is in peril. This time, we must earnestly commit these faces to memory. They are heroes. The internet buzzed with fervent discussions as profiles of Son Goku and his companions were unearthed. Even Piccolo's reputation was rehabilitated. Yet, only Li Jiu, Natasha, Vegeta, and Trunks were shrouded in an even more enigmatic aura of reclusive mastery. Kakarot, who authorized you to let that child be the second to step forward? Vegeta's frustration reached a boiling point. Son Goku, scratching his head in a display of contrition, spoke softly. I'm sorry, Vegeta. Gohan has recently received guidance from Li Jiu and has gained new insights into his training. Please allow him to have a go. Goku clasped his hands together in a plea, while Vegeta struggled to contain his rage. Just then, a small figure was unexpectedly thrust into his arms, prompting him to suppress his fury. Trunks? Bulma? What possessed you to come here? Do you not realize the danger? Vegeta glared at the petite Trunks nestled in his embrace, gritting his teeth to resist the urge to cast him aside as he directed a furious outburst at Bulma. Oh, why are you yelling? Natasha is pregnant and can watch. Why can't I? Bulma countered with a defiant demeanor. Besides, you're here, aren't you? Trunks and I'll be fine. At that moment, Bulma proved to be Vegeta's nemesis. Despite the tempest of anger raging within him, he could not bring himself to abandon Trunks, who was adorably grasping and babbling incoherently for his father. Curse it, what inconvenient nuisance. Vegeta haughtily turned his face away, though he occasionally couldn't resist casting a sidelong glance at Trunks. As Trunks gazed enviously at the little one before him, he sensed a shift in the flow of time within this realm. Even he appeared to be happier than in his memories. Trunks, the timeline you hail from needs your guardianship. After all, you are the last Super Saiyan. Goku, having appeared at Trunks' side, lamented. If only I hadn't perished in that timeline. Goku did not consider himself a savior, yet he possessed his own measure of confidence. Had he still been alive, despite initially being no match for the androids, he would have swiftly surpassed them. Indeed, Mr. Goku, I shall protect my timeline with unwavering resolve, Trunks declared, his tone earnest and his expression resolute. The years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber under his father's rigorous training was far more grueling than the torment he endured while being pursued by the androids. Yet, the results were unmistakable. Additionally, certain philosophies and Vegeta's pride had influenced Trunks significantly. The battle between Gohan and Cell had commenced, and contrary to his expectations, Gohan was not being thoroughly overwhelmed. Instead, he and Cell were locked in a fierce stalemate. How could this be? How could this little brat possibly? Vegeta observed Gohan's movements and his current state with a mixture of disbelief and fury. Damn it, the half-Saiyan has indeed achieved the second transformation. Vegeta seethed, casting a disdainful glance at Trunks and muttering, useless. Yes. Trunks straightened up sharply. As Li Jiu glanced over, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is that how one stands when enduring a beating? The hybrid Saiyan possessed undeniable strength, yet he lacked the relentless drive and yearning for power that characterized pure Saiyans. However, Trunks must have discovered his own purpose by now. I believe you shall soon transcend to the next level. Yes, thank you, Mr. Li Jiu. However, after I defeat Cell, I hope you will guide me further. Trunks expressed, casting a lingering glance at Bulma and Vegeta with a tinge of reluctance. He wished fervently that the timeline he inhabited was this one. In your timeline, the formidable martial artists have all perished. You have received little training or guidance, possessing untapped potential that you do not know how to harness. After you defeat Cell, you may seek me out, Li Jiu responded, drawing the ire of Vegeta. What? You believe your instruction surpasses mine? Not all, father. I merely wanted to explain, Trunks interjected, but Vegeta dismissed him with a cold snort. No need to elaborate. Your fate is yours to determine. Trunks bowed his head in silence, while Li Jiu wore a triumphant smile. Vegeta, are you certain you do not wish to learn from me for a time? I can help you surpass Goku. Chapter 46, The Demon Seal Wave. Is Li Jiu sealed? Unnecessary. Vegeta unhesitatingly declined the offer. In truth, he had gleaned some of Li Jiu's training methods from Goku and Gohan, and combined with his own insights, he felt no need for further guidance from Li Jiu. It was indeed a pity. Now, aside from myself and Natasha, Gohan appeared to be the most formidable. Li Jiu sighed softly, gently wrapping his arms around Natasha's slender waist. Gohan seemingly was not a match for Cell, while their strengths were comparable. Cell's physical prowess surpassed Gohan's. Natasha observed keenly that, in the short term, Gohan could indeed hold his ground against Cell. However, Cell's attributes were remarkably balanced. His recovery, resilience, and an uncanny ability to grow stronger with each passing moment. Within Cell resided the cells of frost demons, Saiyans, and Namekians. The longer the battle persisted, the more advantageous it became for him. Seizing an opportunity, Gohan resolutely unleashed the Kamehameha, aiming to severely wound Cell. Yet, Cell's reaction speed surpassed Gohan's expectations, and he countered with his own Kamehameha. The two powerful energy waves collided, sending a tempest of wind and debris swirling, the blinding brilliance rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Gohan continued to exert himself, his energy climbing higher, yet the energy wave still advanced toward him. What does it matter if you are in Super Saiyan second form? You remain no match for my lightning Cell. Let the earth be destroyed along with you. Cell suddenly unleashed a terrifying force, his body crackling with electricity as his energy surged once more. This is bad. He intends to annihilate the earth. Piccolo, ready to rush to Gohan's aid. But another figure moved even faster. Gohan, quite impressive. Li Jiu's presence appeared at Gohan's side. Unkla Li Jiu. Gohan exhaled in relief upon seeing Li Jiu. He had given his all, yet he had to withstand Cell's assault. Otherwise, this energy wave would obliterate the earth completely. Do not slacken in your training henceforth. Li Jiu nodded, slowly accepting the energy wave from Gohan. Go ahead, leave this to me. In an instant, Li Jiu transformed. Vegeta handed Trunks to Bulma, fists clenched. You intend to face Cell with your first stage Super Saiyan, do you? Vegeta acknowledged Li Jiu's strength. Under similar combat conditions, Li Jiu could easily overpower him. However, the disparity between the boosts of Super Saiyan 1 and 2 was 50-fold and 100-fold, respectively. Yet soon, Li Jiu exemplified what it meant to wield absolute control over power. The terrifying energy wave continued to advance, and Li Jiu firmly resisted Cell's Kamehameha until Cell was exhausted. The energy wave in Li Jiu's hands had swelled to an immensely formidable degree. Remarkably, the energy wave, akin to a spirit bomb, did not explode in Li Jiu's grasp. Sheru hovered in midair, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed upon the colossal energy sphere, a manifestation of his own power, now firmly grasped by Li Jiu. Gradually, the expressions of all present shifted to one of sheer horror. The energy sphere began to condense, ultimately transforming into a blazing white orb the size of a water tank, effortlessly cradled in Li Jiu's hand. No, this is impossible. Sheru remained suspended, his body frozen in place. That was the very force he intended to wield to annihilate both Son Gohan and Earth, now forcibly subdued by Li Jiu. This was far more formidable than the energy sphere he had conjured himself. Tell me, can you withstand this energy sphere? Li Jiu inquired calmly, his gaze unwavering. No, please. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will leave Earth at once and never return. I beg you, spare me. In a frantic descent, Sharon knelt before Li Jiu, crawling towards him in desperation. I implore you, I implore you. He prostrated himself repeatedly, causing cracks to splinter in the ground beneath him. Observing Sheru's plight, Li Jiu allowed the energy sphere in his hand to gradually dissipate. Yet, at the very moment the energy sphere vanished from Li Jiu's grasp, Sheru suddenly lifted his head, hurling a small vial forward. With arms outstretched, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Demon Sealing Wave." What? Li Jiu's pupils constricted as he was engulfed by a swirling force, feeling his power become chaotic. This was the Demon Sealing Wave. How could Sheru wield such a technique? This is bad. Destroy that vial quickly, Tianjin Fan shouted, springing into action as his Kikaho surged towards the small vial. Huh, futile effort. Sheru's countenance twisted into a sinister grin as he employed the Demon Sealing Wave with one hand while shielding the vial with the other. In an instant, the energy of the Demon Sealing Wave, now entwined with Li Jiu, was siphoned into the vial. Damn it, Sheru, I will not allow you to succeed. Though Son Gohan had never witnessed the true might of the Demon Sealing Wave, the fact that even Li Jiu had been sealed by it indicated its tremendous power. Nevertheless, he could not surrender. So what if it is powerful? Even with a surprise attack, in the end, it will still require me, Vegeta, to save the day. Vegeta, brimming with excitement, transformed into a Super Saiyan at the first stage and then roared as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Impressive, Vegeta. Son Goku remarked as he too completed his transformation, prepared to join forces to defeat Sheru. However, before they could strike, Natasha spoke softly, "Li Jiu will be fine." Her words instantly calmed the crowd. Tianjin Fan turned in disbelief, asking, "Do you know what the Demon Sealing Wave is?" No, Natasha shook her head. "I do not know what the Demon Sealing Wave entails. Nor do I need to. That thing cannot contain Li Jiu." She gazed steadily at the battlefield where Li Jiu had already been sealed within that small stone vial. This was merely a precaution. Tianjin Fan possessed the ability to execute the Mafuba, fully aware of its formidable nature. Din solemnly nodded, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. Exchanging glances, the group swiftly set off to besiege Cell. Would there truly be no consequences? That Mafuba appeared to be an exceedingly powerful technique. Android 18 gazed at Natasha, noting that Li Jiu had already been sealed away. There will be no issues, Natasha asserted with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Cell erupted into maniacal laughter. Huh. Once I consume you, you will become a part of me. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the stone vial whole. How could this happen? Son Gohan could hardly fathom that Cell would actually ingest the vial. Damn it. Din suddenly delivered a swift kick to Cell's head. At this moment, Din's combat power had nearly reached Super Saiyan 2 levels. This kick sent Cell flying, carving a deep trench into the ground. Chapter 47, Li Jiu's Unsealing. However, the vial containing Li Jiu had already been devoured by Cell. Cell laughed maniacally, exuding an overwhelming confidence without Li Jiu. Even if Sun Wukong and Gohan joined forces, he believed he would remain undefeated. The Mafuba was a technique specifically devised by Cell as a precaution against Li Jiu. Haha, I will devour each of you and transform you all into my essence, Cell cackled, his body expanding, an ability reminiscent of Din's technique. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, recognizing the move. Den recalled employing this technique against Sun Wukong in the past. Although the power of this move was immense, significantly enhancing Cell's strength, it bore evident weaknesses. A gigantic form was rife with vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong stared intently at Cell, seemingly having made a resolution. Sun Den anticipated Sun Wukong's intentions, but hesitated to voice them. Cell was not the same as before, and Sun Wukong was no longer the warrior he once was. Den, create an opportunity for me. Sun Wukong was the first to charge forward, only to be swatted into the ground by the colossal Cell. What? Den stared in disbelief. How had Cell's power surged so dramatically? Even in his enlarged state, it was unexpected. I had merely been conserving some strength. Did you truly think that Lightning Cell possessed only this level of ability? Cell proclaimed with arrogance. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms as he observed Cell from a distance. Then allow me to teach you a lesson, Lightning Vegeta. A confident smile graced Vegeta's face as he approached swiftly, matching his pace with equal alacrity. Though Cell's enlarged form had vastly surpassed the strength of Sun Wukong and the others, he lacked in speed. Yet it was still sufficient to contend. At that moment, even faced with the combined assault of the group, Cell held his ground, effortlessly swatting Tianjin Fan aside. Troublesome little insect. The Kamehameha of Tianjin is indeed a formidable challenge. Its terrifying oppressive force is something even Cell struggles to withstand. After a few rounds, the Z fighters were all knocked down, their eyes filled with unwillingness as they gazed at Cell. Is there truly no way out? At this moment, Sun Wukong had already reverted from his transformed state. He sought to enter Cell's body to locate the small vial that sealed Li Jiu. However, there seemed to be no opportunity. Has Cell truly progressed so rapidly in just a few days? Even I am nearing my limit. Natasha appeared astonished, somewhat taken aback by Cell's strength. Yet that was all. She merely observed, patiently awaiting Li Jiu's emergence. Meanwhile, Li Jiu found himself enveloped in a swirling green tempest. The rapidly rotating energy disrupting the flow of his own aura, rendering him unable to muster sufficient power. What principle is at play here? He gazed around at the verdant whirlwind, maintaining his transformation into the first stage of Super Saiyan, his aura beginning to coalesce. Were it anyone else, they would be unable to control their power in such an environment. But Li Jiu was different. Although he couldn't perfectly harness his strength, he could still command a significant portion of it, surpassing even Sun Wukong in mastery. The Demon Seal wave nearly caught him off guard. Li Jiu shuklad bitarli. He had anticipated Cell's sudden assault, but hadn't expected the technique to be the Demon Seal wave, catching him completely off guard. To escape, he would need to completely transcend the power of the seal. Gradually, he gathered his energy, the golden radiance around him intensifying. In the next moment, with a surge of electricity, Li Jiu transformed into the second stage of Super Saiyan. Yet, even then, his control over his strength remained formidable. The golden lightning flickered momentarily at the onset of his transformation before quietly fading away. Simultaneously, Cell, who was poised to deal a finishing blow to the Z fighters, abruptly froze in motion. The Z fighters each wore expressions of disbelief. That was Li Jiu's aura. Li Jiu. It was indeed the aura of Li Jiu. Krillin exclaimed with excitement, struggling to lift his head, mustering a shred of spirit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one sealed by the Demon Seal wave escape? Cell's expression shifted to panic, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Yet, the aura emanated from within his own body. How could he evade it? Cell. Li Jiu's voice resonated like a divine decree. Cell searched frantically, his expression fraught with anxiety, ultimately confirming that Li Jiu was still within him. Don't try to intimidate me. I will digest you. Cell feigned calmness, but in the next instant his voice was abruptly silenced. For he sensed that the vile sealing Li Jiu within him had shattered, followed by a flash of golden light, as Li Jiu's figure unexpectedly appeared before Cell. Without uttering a word, Li Jiu delivered a punch that instantly pierced through Cell's chest. Sheru, how dare you consume me? Li Jiu's tone was indifferent as he hovered in midair, his form dwarfed by the immense head of Sheru. Yet, despite the staggering disparity in size, Li Jiu's presence exerted an overwhelming pressure on Sheru. In the distance, amidst a pile of rubble, a camera flickered with electric sparks, broadcasting fragmented images. A turning point had emerged. The golden-haired warrior, previously confined within a bottle, reappeared. With a single punch, he pierced through Sheru's chest, a display of his formidable strength that even instilled fear in Sheru. We might truly be on the brink of defeating Sheru. The diligent battlefield reporter directed his nearly expired camera towards Li Jiu once more and spoke. Remember this face. He and all those participating in this battle shall be heralded as the heroes who save Earth. They're the saviors of our planet. On the television screen, static intermittently appeared, yet did not hinder the audience from recognizing the identity of those engaged in combat against Sheru. Perhaps during the battle, the Z warriors moved so swiftly that the camera could not capture their actions, but when they paused, their figures were still discernible. The powerful, world-shattering attacks were ultimately accepted as reality, no longer mere illusions. Sheru, suppressing his inner terror, bellowed angrily, healing the wounds on his chest. Li Jiu raised an eyebrow at this sight and slowly lifted a finger, conjuring a small, shimmering white sword about an inch long at its tip. The sword expanded with the wind, transforming into a 3-foot-long blade, firmly grasped in Li Jiu's hand, appearing as tangible as reality itself. Sheru's expression grew grave, uncertain of Li Jiu's intentions. As long as the chip in your head remains intact, you'll not perish, correct? Li Jiu murmured, his words igniting a flicker of intrigue in Sheru's demeanor. How do you know? What are you planning? Faced with the current Li Jiu, Sheru found himself devoid of the will to resist. Even in his first Super Saiyan form, Li Jiu could suppress him entirely, let alone in his Super Saiyan 2 state. You'll come to know. Chapter 48, The Demise of Sheru. Li Jiu swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that instantaneously severed Sheru's body beneath his head into countless pieces. With a flick of his wrist, the fragmented remains of Sheru's form were propelled into the air. The sword energy ignited in vibrant sparks above. Sheru quivered in fear, the last remnants of his head gazing at Li Jiu, suspended in the air. Regenerate. Li Jiu spoke with an air of indifference, eager to witness the extent of Sheru's tenacity for life. No, you cannot do this. Sheru's mental state had unraveled. Li Jiu was a demon, more malevolent than any fiend. Disobedient? Then face your demise, Li Jiu abruptly declared, the long sword effortlessly cleaving Sheru's head in two, followed by a cascade of sword light that reduced his head into hundreds of fragments. Li Jiu raised a hand, enveloping the hundreds of flesh fragments in a sphere of energy. A tempest of finely woven sword energy erupted within the orb, and the aura of Cell dissipated entirely. Victory! Sun Wukong squinted at Li Jiu's silhouette, a profound yearning blossoming within his heart. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground, his expression rigid, desperate to escape this humiliating place. However, battered and bruised as he was, merely standing was an achievement, let alone flying away. It is over, truly. I inadvertently fell into a seal, causing everyone concern. Li Jiu's voice bore no emotional tremors, yet was not as merciless as when he faced Cell. He retrieved several Senzu beans from the dimensional space and distributed them among the group. Thankfully, I intended for Cell to hone your skills, and through this intertwining of fate, the objective was achieved. Li Jiu observed the recovering Z fighters, a slight smile gracing his features. I initially believed we had made significant progress. In the face of Cell, we still felt utterly powerless. Krillin spoke, a hint of dejection in his tone, though his gaze remained resolute. Moving forward, we must strive even harder. Tien Shinhan approached with Den in tow. Li Jiu regarded Tien Shinhan, a flicker of change in his demeanor. Your aura has strengthened once more. Indeed, in this battle, I discovered the means to awaken the power of our bloodline. Tien Shinhan nodded, then turned to Yamcha and the others, saying, everyone must diligently train. The next time we convene, do not let me leave you behind. The hyperbolic time chamber on the floating island cannot be used for a while, and without the pressure of Cell looming before us, the group would not resort to its use. After all, that is a path that depletes one's lifespan. Yes, we have all found our own paths to cultivation. When we meet again, let us ensure no one falls too far behind. Krillin felt a renewed confidence. In the past, they may not have aimed for Son Goku as their benchmark, but now they all aspired to reach the level of the Saiyans. Krillin, are you all departing? Son Goku inquired, looking at Krillin and Tien Shinhan. Rest assured, we are merely heading to other locations on Earth to train, if time permits. We will return to the floating island. However, we hope Mr. Li Jiu does not find us bothersome. Li Jiu smiled and nodded. The floating island is vast. Should you wish, you may settle there. Furthermore, Li Jiu produced envelopes from the dimensional space, distributing them to everyone. Natasha and I will be hosting a banquet for our child's first moon celebration in 10 months. Do not forget. Li Jiu, you are to be a father? Son Goku remarked, taking the invitation and handing it to Gohan to keep. After all, he would be training on the floating island, so he need not worry about forgetting the date. We shall remember. Then, let us reconvene in 10 months. 10 months, you say? It seems a martial arts tournament is scheduled for that time. Perhaps we could participate and see how it goes. Yamcha opened his mouth, then folded the invitation, gazing into the distance. Well then, my friends, we shall meet again in 10 months. With that, he took his leave first, embarking on his own path of cultivation. I, too, must depart, remarked Tianjin Han, waving farewell to the crowd. At that moment, a war correspondent, burdened with a camera, trudged forth calling out, wait. Tianjin Han cast a glance at the reporter, offering a faint smile, and together with Dumpling, they levitated into the air, leaving behind a trail of fiery energy, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Fortunately, you all have not yet departed. Greetings, noble heroes, I mused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, silhouettes departed, leaving the bewildered war correspondent behind. Thankfully, Li Jiu had not yet taken his leave. You were the one who vanquished Cell. May I have a moment for an interview? The war correspondent asked respectfully, though his reverence did not compel Li Jiu to acquiesce. At that moment, Li Jiu lacked for money. Why would he seek to inflate his fame and invite trouble wherever he went? Under the expectant gaze of the reporter, he waved at the camera, then exited his Super Saiyan form, instantly disappearing from sight. In the distance, Natasha and Android 18 had already taken their leave. With the conclusion of the Cell games, Earth entered a period of tranquility. Yet, due to the devastation wrought by Cell and the androids, the planet had suffered greatly, and the countless lives lost at Cell's hands needed to be revived. On the floating island, Sun Wukong continued to feast heartily as if he had been starving. Son Gohan fared somewhat better, though his mouth was still stuffed, devouring a hefty portion of meat. To resurrect the deceased, the Dragon Balls were needed. Li Jiu gnawed on a leg of an unknown beast, while Natasha began to eat at a more measured pace. With the deities absent, acquiring the Dragon Balls required a journey to the new Namek. Natasha, her mouth full, spoke indistinctly. Regarding this matter, there is no need for Li Jiu and Natasha to intervene. I can consult King Kai and utilize instant transmission to reach the new Namek, Sun Wukong declared, taking it upon himself to handle the situation, thereby alleviating Li Jiu's concerns. Such a course of action was not unfeasible. Li Jiu nodded, offering no further instructions. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to finish his meal and head to King Kai's planet, Natasha interjected, I wish to take a stroll. Let's travel by spaceship. After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to. Li Jiu paused momentarily, then nodded. In that case, shall Chi-Chi and Wukong accompany us? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes brightened. She knew that Sun Wukong and Gohan had fought on another planet, yet she had not had the chance to venture beyond her own. Li Jiu's inquiry stirred her curiosity. Sun Wukong, usually rather foolish, displayed a rare moment of attentiveness as he inquired. Chi-Chi has never left Earth, has she? The divine beings seemed to require no tending at present. Perhaps we should accompany her? Chapter 49, The Call of the North Kai. At the heart of the floating island, a magnificent and imposing spacecraft ascended gracefully into the sky. At this moment, Trunks had also been summoned aboard the spacecraft by Li Jiu. He opted not to return to the future immediately, choosing instead to train on the floating island for a time before making his eventual return, which would be his last. However, before anyone could depart, an aircraft abruptly appeared on the external display of the spacecraft. Li Jiu. Li Jiu. Bulma's voice echoed. Li Jiu halted the spacecraft and opened the hatch. Bulma clung to Vegeta, who was impatiently cradling young Trunks. Vegeta, Bulma, what brings you here? Li Jiu inquired, snapping his fingers to close the hatch. The spacecraft reactivated its engines. Do you think anyone wishes to be here? Vegeta grumbled, suppressing his irritation as young Trunks tugged at his hair, ultimately surrendering the little one to Bulma with a huff. Oh! Li Jiu disregarded Vegeta's arrogance and turned his attention to Bulma. This collaboration between Capsule Corporation and the Galactic Patrol has been quite successful for some time now. Consequently, the Galactic Patrol wishes to invite us to a banquet, Bulma explained, while soothing young Trunks. I see. Then we shall go together, Li Jiu replied, as he and his companions had also contemplated visiting New Namek. Although it was not on their direct route, with the speed of the peaceful, it would not consume much time. It would serve as a perfect respite for Natasha. Hey, Chi-Chi is here too. Bulma waved to Chi-Chi and then smiled at Natasha and Android 18, saying, I'm glad we caught you. Otherwise, reaching you would have proved quite challenging. Let us proceed to the Galactic Patrol, Li Jiu suggested, glancing at the little sprite aboard the spacecraft. without needing further instruction. The spacecraft naturally set its course for the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. This journey was brief, taking less than half a day to arrive at the headquarters. An incredibly luxurious and grand cosmic city. Those who had ventured beyond Earth, like Sun Wukong and the others, were quite accustomed to such sights. Only Chi-Chi and Android 18 were filled with curiosity. However, Android 18 maintained her composure, observing with intrigue, feigning understanding even in ignorance. In contrast, Chi-Chi was less restrained, tugging at Sun Wukong's arm with a barrage of questions, to which Sun Wukong scratched his head, admitting his own confusion. That must be the spa technology from Aunt Bulma's home. Was it purchased back? Chi-Chi pondered aloud. But why hasn't it been mass-produced on Earth? At this moment, Sun Gohan displayed his remarkable intellect. Although he may not fully comprehend these matters, he is capable of making some fundamental judgments, far superior to Sun Wukong. Awaiting them is the Galactic King, accompanied by an enormous cabbage resembling an octopus. In response, Li Jiu and the others merely partook in a modest meal. However, due to their slaying of Quila, the Galactic King held them in the utmost respect. The collaboration between the Capsule Corporation and the universe had consistently proceeded without incident. After all, in the absence of the Frozen Demon Clan, the power of the Galactic Police remains formidable. After meandering through the commercial planet for 3 days, the group had engaged in a cosmic-scale procurement, acquiring numerous treasures. On this particular day, Li Jiu suddenly gazed in a specific direction, a grave expression crossing his features. Soon after, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks also sensed a peculiar aura. What is happening? Natasha inquired with a frown. The aura was distant yet exceedingly volatile, brimming with destructive potential and remarkable strength. So powerful that even Li Jiu displayed a solemn demeanor. Who could it be? Li Jiu contemplated the cosmic expanse, and the group gradually rose, neglecting their meal. Such a formidable presence. Why do I feel an unusual oppression? Vegeta sensed the overwhelming aura, the pressure stemming from his bloodline, causing him considerable discomfort. Oppression? Natasha, do you perceive it? Li Jiu asked her. No, but that aura still unsettles me, Natasha replied. Li Jiu then turned his attention to Sun Wukong, who simply shook his head. Trunks and Sun Gohan shared a similar lack of sensation. This pressure originates from the bloodline. Am I the only one experiencing this? Kakaro's bloodline is far too inferior, Li Jiu remarked, indicating that neither he nor Natasha felt it either. Vegeta kicked Sun Wukong, the disdain for his inferior warrior bloodline evident. Yet, Sun Wukong maintained a constant pressure over him, causing Vegeta great discomfort. Perhaps it is due to the paths of cultivation that Natasha and I have chosen. Li Jiu recalled the Xuanhuang breathing technique. He felt no particular sensation, while Natasha seemed slightly uneasy. It could be interpreted that Natasha's comprehension of the Xuanhuang breathing technique was still lacking. Wukong, Wukong. At that moment, the voice of the King of the World suddenly echoed, and all present heard it. Ah, Lord King of the World, it has been a while. Sun Wukong called out from a distance. However, the King of the World did not engage in idle conversation with Sun Wukong, stating directly, all of you, yes. Every one of you must come to King Kai's planet. Huh? Are we all supposed to go? Sun Wukong was perplexed by the king's sudden summons. Li Jiu, upon hearing this, remarked, since the King of the World wishes for us to go together, there must be significant matters at hand. Let us proceed together. Li Jiu placed a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder, unaware of the king's aura. Let's go together, he said. However, Kiki and Bulma have their gravity bracelets, right? Of course. How else could we move on such a planet? Bulma nodded. It was only then that Goku nodded in agreement, activating his instant transmission. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the diminutive King Kai's planet. So, this is King Kai's planet? For some, it was their first encounter, and they gazed in astonishment at the figure of King Kai and the confined space of the planet. Hey, Bulma squinted her eyes and greeted King Kai with a smile. Yet, King Kai was not in the mood for jest. He solemnly stated, we have a grave situation, Goku, and you too, Li Jiu. We may require your strength this time. Perhaps you should first explain what has transpired. Lord Kai, Li Jiu suggested, harboring some suspicions in his heart. The aura they sensed was so overpowering that even the proud Vegeta felt a sense of oppression emanating from deep within his bloodline. The only plausible explanation was the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Indeed, the Super Saiyan has obliterated the entire South Galaxy. King Kai confirmed Li Jiu's conjecture. Chapter 50. The legendary Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? How can that be? The Saiyans are nearly extinct. How could there still be a Saiyan? let alone a Super Saiyan. Do you think Super Saiyans grow on trees? Vegeta could hardly believe it, considering the few surviving Saiyans left. The notion of a Super Saiyan seemed far-fetched. Yes, the legendary Super Saiyan, King Kai corrected, looking at Li Jiu. You must be aware, right? His intuition suggested that Li Jiu possessed greater knowledge regarding the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Before Li Jiu could respond, Vegeta interjected. How is that possible? Does the legendary Super Saiyan truly exist? His face was etched with terror, indicating he was indeed aware of the legend. Vegeta seems rather frightened, Goku remarked, oblivious to the concept of the legendary Super Saiyan. However, seeing Vegeta's fear filled him with inexplicable excitement. Is it time to face a formidable opponent again? Goku felt a surge of eagerness, while King Kai wore a grim expression. Warning, if this goes awry, the entire universe could face annihilation. The legendary Super Saiyan is too terrifying. King Kai turned his gaze to Li Jiu, placing his hopes upon him, as Li Jiu's enigmatic nature offered a glimmer of hope. Damn Kakarot, what do you understand? The legendary Super Saiyan is the true embodiment of invincibility. It is impossible to triumph over such a being. Vegeta trembled. Merely uttering the name of the legendary Super Saiyan sent shivers down his spine. That is not just a Super Saiyan. It is a Super Saiyan of legends. The ultimate Saiyan warrior, inheritor of an ancient bloodline, one that has not been born in countless ages. That is why it is called a legend. Is that being causing destruction? Li Jiu sensed Broly's presence. Indeed, he was under his father's control and now found himself in an uncontrollable state. The king of the world spoke. Then let us proceed to investigate. Li Jiu nodded slightly, comprehending the king's intent, and then said, Natasha, you shall remain on King S planet, or perhaps you could journey to Namek first. Li Jiu had no intention of allowing Natasha to accompany him on this perilous adventure. After all, their adversary was far more formidable than the earlier encounter with Majin Buu. The legendary Super Saiyan was almost akin to a cheat code in battle. In the theater, it was only through Goku's extraordinary abilities that Broly was subdued, and it remained uncertain whether Goku would retain such advantages with his intervention. If Goku's prowess were to falter, dealing with Broly would prove exceedingly challenging. I shall accompany you, Natasha asserted, sensing the terror of their foe, and thus was reluctant to let Li Jiu venture alone. No, you must stay here on King S planet. Alternatively, proceed directly to the new Namek, ensuring someone remains in this location. Even if we were to perish, we could utilize instant transmission to escape or be resurrected. Li Jiu firmly rejected the notion. Natasha was currently with child, and Broly was a veritable force of destruction. How could he allow her to face such danger? Natasha pouted, and then observed as Li Jiu placed a finger to his forehead, vanishing from King S planet. All right, let's go as well, Goku exclaimed, grasping Gohan's arm, while Trunks placed a reassuring hand on Goku's back. Father, are you not coming? Trunks inquired, looking towards Vegeta, whose expression was one of utmost distress, his body trembling. The aura emanating from Broly grew increasingly formidable. Vegeta clenched his fists, stealing a glance at Goku and Trunks, and scoffed. You have no idea just how powerful the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. He was reluctant to join, yet seeing Kakarot, a lower-class warrior, display no fear fueled his resentment. With great effort, he lifted his hand, resting it on Trunks' shoulder. Very well, then we shall set off. Goku's instant transmission initiated, albeit slightly slower than Li Jiu's. In that brief interval, a delicate hand settled upon Gohan's shoulder. Android 18? Gohan inquired. I will investigate. Android 18's cool voice declared before she vanished from sight. Natasha shook her head in resignation. What a pity. I cannot partake in the battle. With a child on the way, she could not afford any injuries and would instead await the triumphant return of Li Jiu and the others. Bulma, cradling little Trunks, spoke up. Her curiosity piqued as she wandered around King S planet. But based on Vegeta's reaction, that so-called legendary Super Saiyan seems incredibly formidable. I wonder if Li Jiu will be able to contend with him. For the first time, Natasha began to worry for Li Jiu. Even Bulma, observing the situation, was intrigued. What distinguishes the legendary Super Saiyan from a regular Super Saiyan? Natasha had previously harbored great confidence in Li Jiu's abilities. Could it be that Broly surpasses even Cell in strength? I am uncertain. However, judging by Li Jiu's reaction, he does not possess absolute certainty. This is the first time I have witnessed Li Jiu displaying a grave expression. Natasha has little knowledge about the legendary Super Saiyan, as she did not receive her education on planet Vegeta, but merely acquired some basic information through a spacecraft. Should we venture to planet Namek? Bulma wishes to secure the Dragon Balls there, just in case. No need. Li Jiu will not perish. Natasha remains quite confident in this regard. She turned to King Kai and inquired, Lord Kai, may we witness the battle between Li Jiu and the legendary Super Saiyan? Certainly. King Kai produced an old-fashioned television, revealing a broadcast of Li Jiu and others on a desolate planet. At that moment, Li Jiu and his companions were observing a robust figure wreaking havoc across the planet. The world had been reduced to ruins under Broly's destruction, while Paragus watched from a distance, remotely controlling Broly's power with a device in hand. The sudden appearance of Li Jiu and his companions immediately captured Broly's attention, much to Paragus's astonishment. Prince Vegeta? Paragus exclaimed upon recognizing Vegeta among the crowd. His expression shifting as he approached respectfully, Prince Vegeta, Broly, and I have been searching for you for quite some time. However, before Paragus could reach Vegeta, a blade of energy pierced directly through his heart. Li Jiu regarded Paragus with indifference, raising his hand once more, and a glimmer of cold light erupted from his fingertips, shattering the remote control in Paragus's grasp. Know why? Paragus stared at Li Jiu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Li Jiu had suddenly turned against him, destroying his means of controlling Broly. Chapter 51. Vegeta Conquers Fear. Li Jiu merely cast a fleeting glance at Paragus without offering any explanation, his gaze shifting to the towering figure nearing 3 meters in height. He pondered the implications of killing Broly at this moment. How would the Dragon Ball saga unfold? After all, Broly made his official debut in Dragon Ball Super, not in the theatrical releases. Thus, if Broly were to be slain now, would he still exist in Dragon Ball Super? Witnessing his father's demise, Broly displayed no sign of sorrow. He loathed the man who had treated him merely as a tool. The Saiyans are cold-blooded, and the legendary Super Saiyan is no exception. Nevertheless, the fact that his father was murdered by another incited a profound anger within him. His power continued to surge. Was there truly no limit? Vegeta, drenched in sweat, felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Broly's transcendent aura, a force that resonated deep within his very bloodline. You should be grateful to me, should you not? Li Jiu fixed his gaze upon Broly, who responded with a wide grin. Thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I shall kill all of you. Son Gohan and Trunks were both taken aback by Broly's ferocity, yet only son Goku innocently inquired, Hey, your name is Broly, right? Why do you wish to destroy this planet? There are many forms of life here. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Broly's eyes instantly transformed into an empty white, his aura becoming increasingly violent. Kakarot. Broly went into a frenzy, unshackled from the constraints of his energy limiter, his power surging at an alarming rate. The planet trembled as Li Jiu gradually levitated. Has he lost his sanity? It appeared he could not harness this formidable power. Goku cautiously assumed a defensive stance, remarkably transforming into a Super Saiyan even before the battle commenced. Kakarot. Broly seemingly disregarded Li Jiu, fixating solely on Goku. Observing this, Goku promptly urged Gohan and Trunks to keep their distance. Android 18 leapt away from Goku, recognizing that Broly harbored an unusual obsession with him. Goku, locked onto by Broly's aura, did not contemplate fleeing. Instead, he continued to amplify his energy, breaking through the limits of the first stage of Super Saiyan to attain Super Saiyan 2. Dad! Gohan's gaze sharpened, lightning crackling as he swiftly transformed. At that moment, Gohan unknowingly emerged as a competent warrior, his latent potential fully awakened. Trunks also completed his transformation, though he remained unable to transcend the first stage of Super Saiyan. Reaching only his maximum power, Vegeta stood rigidly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Baka, you will die. If you cannot surpass this level of suppression, you shall never transcend Goku. Li Jiu's voice resonated as he silently achieved his own Super Saiyan 2 transformation. This marked the first time Li Jiu directly engaged an opponent in this form. Mr. Li Jiu. Trunks looked towards him, increasingly anxious. Even Li Jiu was compelled to give his all. Perhaps I am not a match for Broly. Then Gohan, Trunks, Li Jiu, let us join forces. Goku's aura surged dramatically as he took immediate action. This was not a moment for mercy. Thus, when Li Jiu eliminated Paragus, Goku did not question the rationale behind it. There was no need for inquiry. This planet bore the scars of destruction wrought by Broly and Paragus. If they were not vanquished, the entire universe would face annihilation at Broly's hands. Kakarot. Broly's aura was in a state of relentless ascent, his grass-green hair and energy starkly contrasting that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. The ferocious energy unsettled Goku even before he could close the distance. Yet, Sun Wukong's combat experience is undeniably vast. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, he can engage Broly for several rounds, exchanging blows with him. "Father, I shall assist you," exclaimed Gohan, who perceives only the terrifying power of Broly. "Mr. Goku, I'm joining the fray." Trunks also entered the battlefield, albeit without transforming into Super Saiyan 2, struggling to withstand even a single attack from Broly. Even in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, both Goku and Gohan can barely endure Broly's relentless onslaught. Together, they remain in a state of absolute suppression. A mere low-level warrior dares to challenge the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta continues to struggle, seemingly greatly influenced by the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Overcome it, Vegeta is a legendary Super Saiyan, truly so fearsome? Li Jiu maintains his Super Saiyan 2 state, his aura gradually calming, akin to the full power of a Super Saiyan 1. Witnessing Li Jiu's condition, Vegeta feels an overwhelming shock. The second stage of Super Saiyan is indeed achievable. "There is nothing that cannot be done," Li Jiu affirmed, nodding. "Super Saiyan 2 can certainly reach full power. Is there anything beyond Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta slowly straightened his posture, encouraged by Li Jiu's transformation, which instilled a semblance of confidence in him regarding the Super Saiyan form. Beyond Super Saiyan 2, there exists an imperfect transformation. Li Jiu nodded, prompting Vegeta to inquire. An imperfect transformation? All aspects of power would be significantly enhanced, yet the aura would become exceedingly volatile and difficult to control with far greater energy consumption, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Is that so? Vegeta pondered, shaking his head shortly thereafter. He understood his own power level well. He had yet to fully master Super Saiyan 2, let alone the third transformation. Boom! Another figure was forcefully kicked out of the battlefield. Trunks struggled to rise from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, it's nearly impossible to join the fray," Trunks roared, faint sparks of electricity flickering around him. "I refuse to be a burden. I must grow stronger. Gohan, I will not let you down." Gritting his teeth, Trunks' energy surged rapidly as bolts of lightning rained down, stirring the winds. His hair stood upright, crackling with electricity, with a defiant lock falling over his forehead. "This is Super Saiyan 2. Trunks felt a surge of excitement. The difference between full-power Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, though seemingly a mere step, was a staggering 50 to 100 times greater. Boom! Gohan was sent flying, and Trunks swiftly moved to catch him. "Gohan, Trunks, you've reached it too." Gohan clutched his painfully struck chest, feeling joy for Trunks' achievement. "That kid," Vegeta observed Trunks, then shifted his gaze back to Broly, feeling his fear diminish significantly. "I am, after all, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta's abrupt transformation unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, hurtling towards Broly. Chapter 52. The end of the battle? Oh, Kakarot. Broly's aura continued to escalate. Although the combined efforts of Gohan and Goku had previously managed to withstand some of his power, even with Vegeta's participation, it proved futile. "You bastard. Meh. From a distance, Goku gathered energy, a brilliant blue light radiating like the culmination of stars. Yet, before the Kamehameha could be unleashed, Broly forcefully overwhelmed him. Kakarot. Grasping Goku by his hair, Broly slammed his head into the ground, delivering punch after punch. "Dad!" Magic Flash. Gohan crossed his arms above his head, unleashing the Magic Flash. However, as the dust settled, Broly emerged unscathed, casually tossing Goku aside, who crashed heavily into Trunks, who was rushing forward once more. "Mr. Goku." Trunks caught Goku, only to realize that Goku had reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation. Cough so powerful. Goku struggled to rise, breathing heavily, his face marred with bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Pesky insect. Broly charged forward relentlessly, and even the combined might of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and Gohan could not withstand him. "Ha! Kakarot, I will kill you." Broly, fixated on Goku, sent Gohan and Vegeta crashing into the ground before charging at Kakarot once more. Trunks positioned himself in front of Goku, but Broly effortlessly pressed his face down with one hand, causing an energy blast to explode, sending Trunks flying. And he too reverted from his Super Saiyan state before he even hit the ground. Is this what they call transcending Super Saiyan? Such a perverse concept. Li Jiu appeared behind Trunks, producing a Senza bean to feed him. Trunks recovered and slowly rose, eager to continue fighting. Yet Li Jiu halted him. "Just observe for now. Mr. Li Jiu. Trunks gazed at Li Jiu with anticipation. With you here, I find it difficult to unleash my full potential. Li Jiu pursed his lips, sensing a surge of power within him, and tossed several more sins of beans to Trunks, urging him to assist Gohan and Goku. Goku's anguished cries echoed as he was mercilessly battered by Broly. Hey Broly! Li Jiu raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of sword energies aimed at Broly. In response, Broly hurled Goku directly at Li Jiu. Li Jiu frowned, dispersing the sword energies and redirecting Goku towards Trunks. Now, your opponent is me, Li Jiu I Broly, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. You shall die too. Broly's eyes turned completely white, the grass-green aura around him continuing to rise at a remarkable rate. Is that so? Li Jiu pursed his lips, his gaze sharpening as he made the first move. As his fist descended, Broly made no attempt to defend himself, underestimating Li Jiu's strength. Despite being besieged by numerous opponents without sustaining any injuries, Broly finally found himself wounded. A single punch from Li Jiu indented Broly's chest. However, this injury was merely a source of discomfort for Broly. Unkla Li Jiu. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with clarity as he observed the trajectory of Li Jiu's strikes. Acutely attuned to the fluctuations of Li Jiu's energy, his application of power was astonishingly precise. A mere ounce of force could yield the impact of 2 or even 10. Was that all there was to it? Broly's temper flared once more as Li Jiu's strike inflicted pain upon him. Yet there was more to come. Li Jiu launched another punch, but this time Broly would not underestimate the attack and stood ready to defend himself. However, before the punch reached its target, Li Jiu abruptly crouched low and delivered a side kick that struck Broly's abdomen with force. Boom! The robust Broly was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into a towering building. Heaven and earth, sword slash. Li Jiu joined his hands, lifting them high, and a colossal sword began to materialize. The sharp aura sliced through the air, causing rifts in space that rapidly healed. Slash! Li Jiu's energy locked onto Broly. Even amidst the rubble, he could strike with pinpoint accuracy. Huh! A grass-green energy shield enveloped Broly, causing the building to dissipate into nothingness as the colossal sword struck against Broly's shield, producing a hissing sound of air. Break for me! Li Jiu pressed down with both hands as the great sword erupted with radiant light, cleaving downwards and shattering Broly's energy shield. Impressive! Son Goku gazed in astonishment at Li Jiu's attack. If he were in Broly's place at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been cleaved in two. Li Jiu concentrated his power upon the blade, effortlessly breaching Broly's defenses. Yet, the fact that Broly had endured for so long was utterly beyond their capabilities. Son Gohan was once again reminded of Broly's terrifying strength. At that moment, Broly's energy surged once more. The colossal sword descended slowly as Broly exerted all his strength to defend himself, yet still left a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest. Blood gushed forth, and Broly's emotions spiraled into complete chaos. His aura surged violently, shattering Li Jiu's great sword. His enormous form carved a path through the ground, aggressively charging toward Li Jiu. It shattered. Li Jiu could scarcely believe that his heavenly sword slash had been directly obliterated by Broly. Boom! A fist the size of a sandbag struck toward Li Jiu's face. He turned his head just in time to evade, but nonetheless, Broly's punch landed solidly against his chest. Yet he was not sent flying. Instead, he grasped Broly's arm tightly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he swung Broly down to the ground, creating a massive pit that spanned 100 meters. Ugh! Li Jiu clutched his chest, feeling the sting of Broly's punch keenly. In the depths of the pit, Broly slowly rose to his feet. Aside from a gaping wound measuring a foot in length on his chest, he appeared to be free of other injuries. I will kill you. Broly's bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Li Jiu, instilling in him a sense of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. Li Jiu's expression grew grave. Broly's strength had not exceeded his expectations, yet he proved to be more resilient than he had imagined. Who will kill whom is still uncertain. Li Jiu's aura began to rise steadily. The recent battle had merely served as a warm-up. Broly stepped out of the pit, towering over Li Jiu. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Jiu delivered a powerful punch to Broly's abdomen, driving his entire fist deep into the flesh. Gritting his teeth, Broly glared fiercely at Li Jiu, refusing to retreat even an inch. Huh! Li Jiu unleashed another kick, striking Broly's head, but Broly merely tilted it disdainfully, regarding Li Jiu with contempt. Li Jiu furrowed his brow, and as Broly threw a sudden punch, Li Jiu adeptly dodged to the side, his hands weaving with finesse to redirect Broly's momentum. He then raised his knee sharply, driving it into Broly's face. This time, Broly was finally shaken, his body arching back as he was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jiu conjured a flurry of energy swords, retreating swiftly while unleashing a torrent of sword energy that mercilessly sliced through Broly. Is it over? Vegeta watched in excitement as Li Jiu's attack unfolded. The sword energy looked horrifically powerful, its cutting force undeniable. At such close range, Broly, unable to defend himself, seemed destined to succumb to this fate. Yet, as the shattered sword lights dissipated, Broly, covered in bloodstains, reappeared before the astonished crowd. To their shock, he had merely sustained light injuries. Li Jiu's final assault could not be compared to the might of the heavenly sword strike. The bloodstains on Broly were merely superficial flesh wounds. Oof. Li Jiu pursed his lips, having never anticipated that he could so easily vanquish Broly. If the legendary Super Saiyan were truly so easy to defeat, the legend itself would not exist. I will kill you. Broly had now channeled all his hatred towards Li Jiu. His aura continued to amplify, and the speed of its growth was alarming. How is this possible? Broly's energy was on an unending ascent. Trunks could hardly believe it. How could anyone continuously elevate their power? Unless Broly's strength had not yet been fully realized. But was that feasible? From the outset, Goku and Gohan had managed to hold their ground together, and later, even the combined might of 4 Super Saiyan 2s had proved inadequate. Then Li Jiu had intervened, and Broly's aura had relentlessly surged. In the legends, the Super Saiyan possesses boundless potential. This was precisely why I forbade your approach. Vegeta can now speak normally. His fear of the legendary Super Saiyan stems partly from myth and partly from his lineage. At this moment, Vegeta has seemingly overcome the constraints of his bloodline. The battle between Li Jiu and Broly shattered half the heavens, forcing Goku and the others to retreat to a safe distance. Meanwhile, number 18 gazed in disbelief at the clash between Broly and Li Jiu, a glimmer of longing appearing on her cold visage. Once, her strength was among the finest on Earth, yet now, she finds herself surpassed by Vegeta and the others. Androids can train too, can't they? She whispered to herself. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, wrapping her in an embrace before vanishing from sight. A colossale explosion ensued, and a mushroom cloud rose as number 18 glanced back at her former position, her heart pounding. Standing alongside Goku, she needed to remain vigilant. Li Jiu set number 18 aside and resumed his fierce confrontation with Broly. Broly's energy was still escalating, while Li Jiu felt the mounting pressure. The entire planet began to tremble violently, and Vegeta's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "This is bad. The planet is about to explode. Goku, take them away first." Li Jiu felt the blood within him igniting. He had never felt such exhilaration since the day he was born. Even during his battle with Frieza, he had never experienced such excitement as he did today. "Mr. Li Jiu, the planet is about to explode," Trunks shouted, aware that Li Jiu would perish if the planet were to be destroyed. "Do not worry. I will be fine," Li Jiu roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly crashing into the ground. He spread his arms, and the Taiji symbol materialized. Taiji, light kill cannon. The convergence of yin and yang unleashed a devastating force, hastening the planet's demise, which was already teetering on the brink of destruction. In the distance, a spaceship sped away. Those who had survived on the planet had seized the opportunity to escape. The battle between Broly and Li Jiu raged on, intensifying by the moment. "All right, everyone hold on to me. I will take you away at the moment of the explosion. But before that, I want to witness the extent of Li Jiu's power." Goku, ever the thrill-seeker, was eager to observe the unfolding spectacle, even as the planet faced imminent destruction. "Haha, do you think you can use the explosion of the planet to kill me? Is that even possible?" Broly bellowed, as a greenish energy formed a protective barrier against the onslaught of Li Jiu's sporadic sword energy attacks. Those sword strikes were exceptionally fierce, capable of leaving deep wounds on Broly if he were not careful. Yet, while those wounds appeared minor, they were inconsequential to Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan with an incredibly resilient physique, as he would heal swiftly. However, Li Jiu's sword aura was excessively domineering. Even a mere wisp of it, once it inflicted a wound upon Broly, would tenaciously cling to the injury, rendering it difficult to heal. Only when Broly completely eradicated the sword aura could the wound begin to mend, which resulted in his body being marred by numerous scars. Although these injuries were not life-threatening, they presented a rather disheveled appearance. At this moment, Li Jiu was not in a much better state. Broly's physical prowess was so formidable that the pain he inflicted seemed almost non-existent. A momentary lapse in vigilance could lead to being ensnared by Broly, resulting in a tempestuous onslaught. Li Jiu's battle attire was tattered beyond recognition, save for his trousers, which still held firm. This planet is on the brink of destruction. Are you not leaving? Broly sneered, a grass-green aura enveloping him. His already robust physique had now ascended to 3 meters tall, towering half a head above Li Jiu. What does the planet's demise matter? If I do not vanquish you, the repercussions will be endless. Li Jiu's aura remained formidable, and their battle was so frenzied that they had inadvertently ravaged the planet. Molten lava surged from beneath the ground, the sky turned ashen, and debris filled the air, resembling an apocalyptic scene. You cannot kill me. Rather, it is you who will surely perish. Broly scoffed, launching another attack in an attempt to seize Li Jiu by the neck and thrust him into the erupting lava. Li Jiu raised his hands to block, seizing Broly's wrist while delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Yet, Broly's growth attributes were exceedingly abnormal at this stage of their combat. Li Jiu's strikes were becoming increasingly ineffective. Broly retaliated by grasping one of Li Jiu's arms and flinging him towards the lava while simultaneously conjuring 2 energy blasts, adding insult to injury. As the lava gushed forth, it seemed Li Jiu was about to plunge into it. Yet, an energy shield emanated around him, causing the lava to recede. Li Jiu's aura erupted once more, and the terrifying gale he unleashed deflected Broly's 2 energy blasts. Broly, this ends now. With his back to the lava, Li Jiu's golden aura surged higher, arcs of electricity crackling across his form. His body began to tremble, a sign of his overwhelming power strain. The transformation into Super Saiyan at the 3rd level was even challenging for me to fully master. Sparks crackled, his golden hair cascading down to his waist. That is at the 3rd level of Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at Li Jiu's new transformation, realizing that while they were still grappling with the 2nd level, Li Jiu had already achieved the 3rd. Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, filled with an insatiable longing. Chapter 54. Let Dandy become a deity. This state, indeed, possessed certain flaws. The strain on the body was immense, and the efficiency of power utilization was too low, making it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Vegeta murmured that, upon comprehensive comparison, the full power of Super Saiyan 2 was indeed more perfect. However, when it came to explosive power, Super Saiyan 3 was undeniably more formidable. As Li Jiu completed his transformation, even Broly couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The planet trembled increasingly violently, and bottomless fissures began to spread. Goku swiftly activated instant transmission, bringing everyone back to King Kai's planet. The energy from the planet's explosion nearly obscured Natasha's aura. Goku exclaimed, feeling fortunate. Meanwhile, on the television screen, dazzling lights flashed. The planet had exploded. Mr. Li Jiu. Trunks gasped, looking around but failing to spot Li Jiu. It's impossible. Kakarot could return instantly, so Li Jiu should also be able to come back, Vegeta stated, doubting that Li Jiu was unable to return. He simply doesn't wish to come back. The planet's explosion alone cannot kill him, Natasha interjected. And just then, as the brilliance of the explosion faded, 2 figures appeared on the screen. They were still engaged in battle, but Broly had already begun to weaken. The aftermath of the explosion could not kill Broly without air. He wouldn't perish immediately. This was the essence of transcendence. Li Jiu had learned the secret art of surviving in the vacuum of space on planet Yarrat. The 2 continued to fight, with Li Jiu in Super Saiyan 3 form mercilessly overpowering Broly. Blades of light flickered as Broly was inflicted with deep, bone-revealing cuts. Damn it! Broly seethed with resentment. Kakarot hadn't killed him, yet he was being vanquished by Li Jiu. I will not die, Broly roared, his power seemingly surging. He brought his hands together, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy towards Li Jiu. In response, Li Jiu merged his hands once more, conjuring a colossal sword that pierced through Broly's energy blast, directly impaling his chest. It's over. Behind Li Jiu, the cycles of yin and yang revolved as the Taiji diagram erupted with resplendent brilliance. A towering beam of energy engulfed Broly, propelling him towards a blazing red star. No, Broly bellowed, his grass-green aura flaring, yet gradually faded from sight. The distant star trembled slightly before returning to tranquility. Broly's presence vanished. Goku stood in shock, unable to sense Broly any longer. Li Jiu remained still for a long moment before reverting from his Super Saiyan 3 state exhaling deeply. This battle had indeed taken a significant toll on him. Upon returning to King Kai's planet, Natasha immediately rushed into his embrace. "I was so worried about you," she declared. Though she appeared outwardly confident in Li Jiu, her inner concern for him was no less. "What is there to fear? I still possess instant transmission," Li Jiu replied, gently ruffling Natasha's hair. He then turned to King Kai and inquired, "Though Broly's aura has dissipated, can you ascertain whether he is truly dead, Lord Kai?" The legendary Super Saiyan is exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even though his chest has been pierced, Li Jiu remains uneasy until he witnesses Broly's disappearance with his own eyes. He should be dead, for Broly has been hurled into a star. Even as the legendary Super Saiyan, it is implausible for him to survive. Is that so? That is reassuring. Li Jiu nodded, and the King of Worlds glanced at Li Jiu's tattered attire, remarking, "Your clothing is in shambles. As a token of gratitude for your contributions to the universe, allow me to bestow upon you a new outfit." With a subtle quiver of his antennae, Li Jiu's garments transformed into a pristine ensemble. Li Jiu was unaware of how formidable he had become, having already unlocked the transformation of the Super Saiyan's third stage. Sun Wukong lamented that they had only just begun to attain the second stage of transformation. The third stage of transformation is not without its drawbacks. This is something you must ponder for yourselves. There surely exists a transformation beyond the third stage of the Super Saiyan that is even more perfect. Li Jiu Musha, casting a glance at the tail coiled around his waist. After mastering the Xuanhuang breathing technique, he could now freely control whether to transform into a great ape upon gazing at the moon. Natasha could not achieve such feats. After her transformation into a great ape, Li Jiu severed her tail, and since then, as a Super Saiyan, regrowth of her tail proved to be exceedingly difficult. He wondered if he could attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Li Jiu felt a premonition that if he could indeed achieve this transformation, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. Well, after such a battle, everyone must be famished. I shall prepare a meal. The North Kai, in a stroke of opportunism, recognized that Li Jiu and his companions had rendered him significant assistance, and thus, providing a meal was hardly an inconvenience. After feasting, Li Jiu's injuries had completely healed. He still possessed a considerable supply of senza beans. The floating island produced over 100 each year, and since they were seldom utilized, he had an abundance. However, Li Jiu was judicious in his consumption of the senza beans, for they represented a de facto expenditure of potential. Although such potential is trivial for a Saiyan, he preferred to refrain from using them if possible. Li Jiu had mastered the blood-lock self-healing technique, rendering his minor flesh wounds inconsequential. The location of New Namek is rather remote. Let me search for it. The North Kai's antennae twitched, and shortly thereafter, he located the coordinates of New Namek. Li Jiu and his companions departed aboard their spaceship. Astonishingly, the journey from King Kai's planet to New Namek took an entire day, underscoring just how isolated New Namek truly was. Of course, this duration was predicated on the peaceful ship not having engaged its interstellar travel mode. I'm already aware of your purpose for coming. The Dragon Balls of Namek have been prepared for you, but they can only resurrect one individual at a time. Given that the deity of old was a Namekian, if one were to seek a Namekian to become the new deity, could the dragon also resurrect? Li Jiu's objective was straightforward: to bring Dandy back, establish him as the new deity, and thus continue to monopolize the dragon. Certainly, Dandy is the most exceptional Namekian, with the blood of dragons coursing through his veins. He possesses the remarkable ability to create Dragon Balls. At this moment, Dandy has grown considerably taller and is joyfully reminiscing with Gohan. The prospect of going to Earth intrigues him. The words of the Supreme Kai present a unique opportunity for cultivation. Would Dandy be willing to journey to Earth? Li Jiu inquires, to which Dandy promptly nods, expressing his eagerness to travel to Earth. In light of this, we shall not squander the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls of Namek. All that is required is for Dandy to resurrect the dragon on Earth, Li Jiu states, and the others readily agree. Should there be Dragon Balls on Earth, any formidable foes that may arise in the future can be confronted with preparedness. Although the Dragon Balls of Namek are powerful, they can only resurrect one person at a time, which can be rather frustrating. After all, on Earth, death occurs frequently, and not just to one or two individuals. Chapter 55, The Legendary Bloodline. With the assistance of Li Jiu and the others, Dandy successfully ascends to the position of Supreme Kai, simultaneously resurrecting the dragon and enhancing its wishes to two, allowing even those who have perished once to be revived again. As the heavens abruptly darken, And when dawn once more illuminates the Earth, the devastation wrought by the androids on Earth is restored to its former glory. Can number 17 also be resurrected? Android 18 is particularly concerned for her brother. Although Dr. Jero's modifications have stripped away much of their humanity, as bioengineered beings, they still retain a semblance of it. Is number 17 without breath? Perhaps he can be revived? Natasha speaks up, looking towards Li Jiu, and asks, number 17 can be resurrected, right? He should be revived. We can search for him. Li Jiu nods. Android 18 hesitates for a moment before leaping down from the realm of the gods. She seeks her brother, the only family she has left in this world. It appears that even androids are not devoid of emotions. Piccolo observes this scene, a slight smile gracing his features. Indeed, our world's androids do not seem malevolent. From the beginning, they have not taken lives. Although their conduct may be questionable, having stolen numerous garments, it might stem from various factors. After all, our existence influences this world. When formidable power can be restrained, chaos is less likely to ensue. Piccolo perceives the situation with clarity. When an individual's strength is unbound, one should not be surprised by their transformation. Li Jiu finds Piccolo's insights quite astute and nods in agreement. On this matter, Piccolo has a profound understanding. By the way, what kind of adversaries did you encounter this time? The aura, despite the vastness of the cosmos, instills fear in us, remarks Krillin, seated on the ground and stroking his chin in contemplation. This time, it should have been Li Jiu who dealt with the enemies, as that overwhelming aura undoubtedly belongs to him. Piccolo turns to Li Jiu, questioning whether such power is indeed a reflection of Li Jiu's true capabilities. Indeed, it was Li Jiu who transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd level to vanquish the adversary. We still have a long way to go. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with eagerness as he gazed at Li Jiu, the meaning unspoken yet clear. Li Jiu promptly declined. If you wish to train without inviting me, I shall not serve as your sparring partner. Ha ha ha. Uncle Li Jiu's strength far surpasses ours. Engaging in battle with us would offer him no benefit, Son Gohan remarked, scratching his head. He then clenched his fists and said earnestly, however, we will strive to train diligently. I too can achieve the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Is Gohan also choosing the path of martial arts? Has he chosen not to become a scholar? Chi-Chi observed Son Gohan, sensing a shift in her son. No, mother, I will become a scholar of martial arts. I aim to integrate the knowledge within my mind into the realm of martial arts, forging a path uniquely my own. After all, there are unknown perils lurking in the universe. Although Uncle Li Jiu and father are formidable, we cannot afford to grow complacent, can we? Son Gohan's gaze was resolute. Chi-Chi, watching Gohan at that moment, gradually revealed a warm smile. Regardless, as long as Gohan is passionate, mother will support him. Previously, Chi-Chi's expectations for Gohan centered solely on becoming a scholar, as scholars could earn substantial wealth without risking their lives in battle. The primary reason being that Gohan also aspired to be a scholar. However, the situation had changed. Gohan no longer desired solely to be a scholar, and Chi-Chi, irrespective of financial concerns, would support him unconditionally. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Piccolo displayed a smile reminiscent of a proud father. Peace had been restored to Earth. Yet the group remained steadfast in their training, each harboring their own aspirations. The most powerful among them set their sights on Li Jiu, while Yamcha and others aimed for the Super Saiyan goal. They advanced steadily, resolutely traversing their paths, with their latent potential being gradually awakened, and the road ahead becoming ever more expansive. In the blink of an eye, Natasha's day of impending childbirth had arrived. Bulma had summoned the most elite medical team. Yet Li Jiu permitted only one female physician to remain, dismissing the others. The Saiyan process of childbirth is not so delicate. It can be accomplished independently. Having one physician to assist suffices. The manor was devoid of many people, and Li Jiu glanced at the medical team, stating, there is another individual in the manor who is also in labor. You may attend to her. He instructed them to proceed to the villa where Son Wukong resided. For Chi-Chi's pregnancy preceded Natasha's by a short while, yet they were to give birth on the same day. This discrepancy could be attributed to the difference between Saiyan and Earthling physiology. The childbirth proceeded remarkably smoothly, but suddenly a surge of grass-green energy erupted, breaching the roof. Li Jiu stood in astonishment, gazing at the plump, white infant suspended in midair. The little one, still tethered by the umbilical cord, floated in midair, gnawing on its hand, with a head full of black hair radiating a verdant glow. No, it can't be. Li Jiu was left speechless, while in West City, Vegeta, and Son Goku, who accompanied Chi-Chi, abruptly rose to their feet. That aura. Son Goku glanced at the pallid Chi-Chi, but ultimately decided against leaving. Vegeta directly approached the floating island, standing tall amidst the estate, gazing at the towering green energy pillar. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Cold sweat dripped down Vegeta's brow, and connecting the dots, he was nearly certain that this not-so-mighty aura belonged to Li Jiu's child. At that moment, Li Jiu and Natasha stared in astonishment at the little creature flailing in the air. After exchanging glances, worry etched across their faces. The attending doctor was equally stunned by the scene. Li Jiu gently patted her shoulder and said, "Do what you must." With that, Li Jiu reached out and cradled the little one. The child, surprisingly docile, emitted a formidable aura but displayed no signs of a volatile temperament. "I hope all is well." Li Jiu silently prayed, and with the doctor's assistance, he tended to the subsequent matters. "Natasha, it's a boy," he announced. After bathing the little one, the child succumbed to a deep slumber. "Let me see," Natasha exclaimed, sitting up with excitement. The Saiyans' physical prowess allowed her to bypass the typical postpartum weakness. With just a couple of days of rest, she would return to her normal self. The little one, being a purebred Saiyan, undoubtedly possessed the aura of a legendary warrior. Chapter 56. The Puzzling Incident of Barunja. Natasha could naturally discern that the child's aura was extraordinary. It bore a striking resemblance to Broly's energy. Watching the peacefully sleeping infant, she voiced her concern. "Li Jiu, is our child a legendary Super Saiyan?" Li Jiu nodded and replied, "This aura, along with that immense energy, is undoubtedly that of a Super Saiyan. Will our child be like Broly?" Natasha's worry surfaced. The legendary Super Saiyans were known for their volatility. Their immense power often led to a loss of reason. "I will find a way. Our child will not become a mindless killer like Broly," Li Jiu reassured her, gently stroking Natasha's head, alleviating her concerns. "Li Jiu, our child still lacks a name," Natasha remarked, cradling the slumbering infant. Li Jiu pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" "Let you name the boy, and I will name a girl," Natasha replied, shaking her head. Li Jiu smiled slightly. "Then let us call him Liluo." "Lilu. Does that not share a character with your name?" "Indeed. Let's name him Lilo. I hope that as our Lilo grows, he remains untainted by the influence of power." Natasha harbored her concerns. Upon noticing her unease, Li Jiu reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. I will ensure that the legendary Super Saiyan's power does not compromise Lilo's rationality." Natasha, having no choice but to trust him, nodded in agreement. "Rest well. I shall step outside for a moment." Li Jiu comforted her, allowing Natasha to embrace the little one and find solace in sleep. Upon exiting the room, Li Jiu encountered the figure of Vegeta, with Trunks approaching from a distance. "Mr. Li Jiu," Trunks remarked, sensing the overwhelming aura of the legendary power. Worry etched across his face. "Everything is manageable for now. I will devise a solution," Li Jiu assured them with a nod. Meanwhile, the damage inflicted by the child's power was gradually beginning to mend, promising a return to its former state in due time. Bulma, having learned of the situation from Vegeta, promptly proposed, "If it involves the dragon, could we not eliminate the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Why would we wish to eliminate it?" Li Jiu replied, shaking his head. "That power is far too formidable for the dragon to eradicate." "Very well. I must make a journey to Namek. I shall not keep you," he added, focusing on sensing the location of New Namek. This time, he could directly sense Nail's energy, making his journey considerably smoother. Li Jiu's sudden appearance took Nail by surprise. Yet gratitude filled Nail's heart for the Saiyan who had once saved everyone on Namek. "Mr. Li Jiu," he greeted. "Yes, Nail, I require the Dragon Balls. My child is facing some uncontrollable issues, and I need to seek the dragon's assistance," Li Jiu stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Nail promptly responded, "The Dragon Balls have not been used since their last collection. Please follow me." Nail guided Li Jiu to the Grand Elder's location, where the Namekians had gathered the Dragon Balls in anticipation of their use. Upon learning of Li Jiu's request, the new Grand Elder summoned the dragon and served as a translator for the wish. "For my first wish, please grant my child the ability to perfectly control the power within him without compromising his rationality." Although Li Jiu doubted the dragon's capacity to fulfill this wish, he still wished to try. The Grand Elder nodded and made the wish in the Namekian language. The fearsome form of Purunga trembled slightly, its crimson eyes glimmering. Before it spoke, "This wish cannot be granted." The Grand Elder paused momentarily, then turned to Li Jiu and said, "I apologize, Mr. Li Jiu. Purunga is also unable to fulfill this wish." Li Jiu then inquired, What must be done for my child to perfectly control that legendary power? Li Jiu altered his wish, harboring his own conjectures. If the dragon of Namek cannot fulfill his desires, then the Super Dragon Balls must surely be capable. However, to utilize the Super Dragon Balls, one must inevitably involve the angels of two universes and seek their assistance. To tempt Whis with gourmet delicacies? That is preposterous. Angels cannot be swayed so easily by mere culinary delights. Controlling the legendary Super or Saiyans power necessitates immense willpower and mental fortitude, alongside a sufficiently high personal realm. Given your child's current level, it is impossible to harness the legendary Super Saiyans' strength solely through their own abilities. To ensure your child's rationality remains unaffected, one might use the Super Dragon Balls to wish for the control of the legendary Super Saiyans powers. Alternatively, another method involves having the Super Dragon Balls erase the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. Belunja's response aligned closely with Li Jiu's speculation, both necessitating the use of the Super Dragon Balls. With my power, how can I gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls? Li Jiu inquired further, attempting to discern a way to collect them without alarming the angels and destroyers of worlds. Cold sweat began to bead on Belunja's forehead. Li Jiu's question was not easily answered. You could journey to the Kaioshin realm, gain the Kaioshin's endorsement, and then have the Kaioshin escort you to the Destroyer realm to solicit the angels and destroyers. If they are willing to assist you, the Super Dragon Balls could be gathered. Li Jiu felt a hint of disappointment. The dragon's response offered him no substantial aid. For my final wish, please help me contact the Kaioshin. With unwavering determination in his gaze, he acknowledged the lofty status of the destroyers and angels, but resolved to approach them nonetheless. Apologies. The Kaioshin does not wish to engage with me. Belunja's perspiration increased. He sensed that Li Jiu's mood was deteriorating. Fortunately, Li Jiu did not burden Belunja, but instead managed a faint smile, saying, "It's all right. Thank you, Belunja." No need for thanks. The elder was somewhat embarrassed, realizing that Belunja had not facilitated a single wish for Li Jiu. Even the answers to his queries bore little significance. You still have one wish left to fulfill, Belunja said, mustering his courage. Li Jiu, who had initially intended to depart, paused momentarily, stating, "Then please, Belunja, take me to Planet Yardrat." He wished to explore whether there were any arcane techniques to alleviate the issues concerning Li Luo. This wish was straightforward. Belunja felt a wave of relief. Finally, this individual had made a wish grounded in reality. Chapter 57. The Full Moon Feast. Upon returning to Planet Yardrat, Li Jiu was once again warmly received by the Yardratians. Upon learning of Li Jiu's intentions, he was once again escorted to the secret realm of the Yadralat people. The arcane arts contained within are not fully mastered even by us Yadralat. Whether there exists the particular technique you seek remains uncertain, the guide from the Yadralat remarked. Li Jiu nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. There is no need for such formality, esteemed guest. Should the Yadralat face insurmountable foes in the future, we humbly ask for your assistance. Without hesitation, Li Jiu acquiesced. As he re-entered the secret realm, his selection of techniques became markedly more targeted. No, that is not suitable. This is inappropriate. Li Luo was still but a child, and given the nature of the Saiyans, it seemed improbable that he would cultivate such a technique. Must it only be the Super Dragon Balls? An inexplicable agitation brewed within Li Jiu, an emotion he had not encountered during his many years in the Dragon Ball world. 3 days of relentless searching passed, and blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. 2 more days slipped by, and just as Li Jiu contemplated yielding, a minor technique presented itself before him. Galming technique. After a brief examination, he chose to learn it without a moment's hesitation. This technique, though not intricate, could place the practitioner's mind in a state of relative tranquility. Furthermore, it could be applied to others, proving to be exceedingly useful for Li Jiu at this juncture. The mastery of this technique consumed merely 3 days of Li Jiu's time, after which he returned directly to the floating island. The instant he arrived at the estate, he spied Li Luo, the little one, flitting about erratically. The small creature giggled heartily, heedless of his surroundings, and collided directly into Li Jiu. "Oh!" Li Luo waved his tiny paws, clutching at Li Jiu's garment with curiosity, then, with a swift motion, playfully swatted Li Jiu on the face. Li Jiu stared in astonishment, blinking, while the little one squinted and laughed merrily. Hee hee. Li Jiu. Natasha, now fully recovered, observed Li Luo with mild exasperation. The little one was a whirlwind, refusing to remain still save for sleep. Has Li Luo caused any issues these past few days? Li Jiu allowed the child to frolic upon him, Content as long as the little one maintained control. There were no incidents, except when son Wukong brought his child, son Goten, yesterday. The little one cried. At this, Li Jiu's leaps Wisha. Natasha continued. It seems he disturbed Li Luo, who retaliated with an energy blast that startled son Wukong quite a bit. Ha ha. Serves him right for disturbing our Li Luo. Wouldn't you agree, little one? Now call me daddy. Li Jiu lifted Li Luo by the arms, eliciting gleeful flailing from the child, who then opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, ha! A vibrant green energy orb struck directly upon Li Jiu's face. Li Jiu found himself at a loss for words. Did this little creature harbor a grudge against him? Ha ha ha, Li Luo, one must not be disrespectful to your father. Natasha chuckled heartily, noting that Li Luo's current strength was still relatively modest. Any attacks directed at Li Jiu and Natasha felt merely like gentle tickles. However, entrusting Li Luo's care to an ordinary person would be ill-advised. Should Li Luo cause even minor havoc, it would not be something just anyone could endure. Henceforth, should a child cry, Li Luo must not be allowed to hear it. Li Jiu gently admonished, tapping the little one's head affectionately. Natasha observed Li Jiu, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Sensing her trepidation, Li Jiu smiled reassuringly, stating, rest assured, even Broly's strength will not spiral out of control before he matures. Moreover, I have learned a calming technique on planet Adrat that will help the little one remain tranquil. Once he matures a bit more, I will impart the breathing technique to him. With it, he should be able to harness the legendary power of a Super Saiyan independently. But what if he cannot manage it? Li Luo, being a Saiyan himself, might find it challenging to meditate on the breathing technique. Natasha struggled to do so herself, let alone Li Luo. However, Li Jiu was an anomaly. He could initially have Li Luo practice the calming technique, followed by the breathing method. This approach would at least alleviate the risk of him losing control like Broly. As for complete mastery, solutions would present themselves in due course. It would not be a long wait. During this time, Li Jiu would endeavor to enhance his own strength. If the breathing technique failed to enable Li Luo to control the powers of the Super Saiyan, then the search for the Super Dragon Balls would become imperative, even if it meant attracting the attention of angels. Naturally, the primary concern remained that both Bruce and Whis seemed eager to cultivate several formidable warriors, as otherwise Goku and Vegeta would not have received Whis' tutelage in the first place. On this day, the floating island bustled with excitement, for it marked the day of Li Luo and Goten's full moon celebration. Beneath the floating island, figures occasionally soared upward. Fei, Li Jiu, Goku. Congratulations. Krillin, accompanied by Master Roshi, arrived by plane. Li Jiu cast a brief glance at Krillin, nodding slightly. It seemed Krillin had made significant strides lately, likely surpassing Super Saiyan status. Goku, cradling Goten, whirled around Krillin, poking and playfully thumping him. Goku, is this how one assesses strength? Krillin remarked, scratching his bald head in bemusement. Goku, however, paid no mind to such trivialities, turning to Li Jiu and affirming, Li Jiu's training methods are undeniably effective. Otherwise, Krillin's progress wouldn't be so remarkable. Indeed, Krillin echoed. Were it not for Li Jiu, I might never have achieved my current accomplishments. He nodded emphatically before glancing at Li Luo nestled in Li Jiu's arms, inquiring, I still do not know what Li Jiu's child is named. In addition, Wukong, what is the name of your child? Li Lu. Li Jiu gently pinched the nose of the child in her arms. Li Luo. Aya. Li Luo seemed somewhat displeased, yet refrained from unleashing an energy attack on Li Jiu. Ah, this is Goten's son Goten. Son Wukong playfully tossed Goten into the air, as he had been the one holding the child lately. Chi-Chi was preoccupied with the business of the magical beans. Although Goten was not as tempestuous as Li Luo, his sporadic bursts of power were more than enough to challenge even Chi-Chi. Ha ha, truly, the offspring of the Saiyans, exhibiting such formidable energy at such a tender age. Krillin remarked, casting a keen glance at Li Luo, who was eagerly stretching out his hands to touch Krillin's shining bald head. Amused, Krillin leaned in closer, only to be met with an unexpected boom. Giggle, giggle, Li Luo danced with excitement, while Krillin, clutching his head, grimaced as he crawled up from a distance. Chapter 58, The Quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Ouch, that hurts. Krillin, still holding his head, gazed incredulously at Li Luo, his irritation quickly dissipating. Despite the surprise, Li Luo's attack did not inflict significant harm on him. Remarkable. Such strength surpasses that of Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth, doesn't it? Krillin mused, a chill running down his spine. Do not compare me to that, Vegeta's voice echoed, his gaze fixed on Krillin, brow furrowed. Haha, Vegeta has arrived too. My apologies. I shouldn't have made that comparison. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head, unabashed. Vegeta snorted dismissively, casting another glance at Krillin, and remarked, "It appears that Li Jiu's training methods are indeed effective. Even you have reached the level of an ordinary Super Saiyan." Though Krillin's energy remained somewhat concealed, the heightened perception of energy by Sun Wukong and others allowed them to discern his potential. He seemed to surpass the strength of Sun Wukong's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, possibly even rivaling the former Android 17. Initially, Android 17's combat power was below 300 million, and Krillin now found himself within that realm. However, Krillin had not transformed. His strength was entirely in its natural state, following a path similar to Yamcha's, constantly enhancing his own dimension and exploring his untapped potential. Apologies for the delay. Two figures soared toward them, revealing Tianjin Han and Jiaozi. Tianjin Han appeared somewhat leaner, yet his aura radiated greater depth. Jiaozi's energy, though considerably weaker than Krillin's, was nonetheless powerful. "Welcome, Tianjin Han and Jiaozi," Li Jiu exclaimed. Both Tianjin Han and Jiaozi nodded in acknowledgement before presenting carefully prepared gifts for Li Luo and Goten. Unexpectedly, the children of Sun Wukong and Li Jiu were to celebrate their festivities on the same day. Tianjin Han glanced at Li Luo and then at Sun Goten, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The descendants of the Saiyans were astonishingly strong. Without mentioning Li Luo, even the presence of Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, is hard to overlook despite him being merely a month old. Li Luo, on the other hand, is truly remarkable, with his strength increasing daily. Fortunately, there have been no signs of losing control. "Well then, everyone, please come in." Li Jiu welcomed the guests, while Trunks busily attended to them. Having been training on the floating island for quite some time, it had been ages since the island had seen such liveliness, albeit with only a few visitors. Android 18 approached and took Li Luo from Li Jiu's arms. Only then did Li Luo join the others at the table to converse. During the gathering, Yamcha remarked, "It is fortuitous that we can convene for the celebration of my two little nephews' first month. In a few days, there will be a martial arts tournament in East City, and we can participate together, allowing us to witness everyone's recent training accomplishments." With unwavering confidence, Yamcha continued, "I believe that if I were to encounter the original Cell now, I might stand a chance against him." "Cell? That is a being that surpassed the androids," Krillin interjected. "That was in the past. Not anymore," a somewhat indifferent voice unexpectedly chimed in. The newcomer, who bore no discernible aura, appeared swiftly at the banquet. Android 17 has also arrived," Sun Wukong greeted, unaffected by the presence of 17, as Android 18 had been residing on the floating island. "Android." Vegeta's gaze turned slightly cold. Android 17, however, smiled faintly and addressed Li Jiu and Sun Wukong. "Congratulations." "Thank you. A guest is always welcome." Android 17 is not a villain, so Vegeta need not be so wary, Li Jiu interjected to ease the atmosphere. Soon after, Piccolo arrived with Dend, marking the completion of Li Jiu's guest list. It seems that everyone has made significant progress. Remember, all must participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. The feast continued for half a day, and as Yamcha prepared to leave, he reminded everyone, receiving their acknowledgement before soaring into the sky. "It appears Yamcha has already left me behind," Krillin remarked, observing Yamcha's departing figure while stroking his bald head. "Haha, if you do not put in the effort to train, it is only natural for Yamcha to surpass you." Master Roshi laughed heartily, while Krillin blushed in embarrassment. The others were somewhat puzzled, and noticing their confusion, Krillin decided to reveal. "I had planned to tell everyone at the tournament, but I'm getting married. A month from now, to be precise." Krillin's face turned crimson. After all, he had once been a monk. Following a bout of laughter, Krillin's wedding invitation was effectively distributed. As the guests gradually dispersed, Trunks quietly began tidying up, seemingly in a somber mood. "Are you leaving?" Li Jiu inquired. Trunks nodded. "I have already delayed for too long. Will you not wait until after the martial arts tournament?" Vegeta approached, causing Trunks to stiffen slightly. "Very well. I shall wait until after the tournament to depart." Let me see how much you have improved during this time." Vegeta scoffed before turning to leave. "Is Li Jiu also participating in the martial arts tournament?" Sun Wukong inquired. After contemplating the question, Li Jiu replied, "I shall not partake. I am departing today." "Departing? Where to?" Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned to him, realizing that Li Jiu's notion of departure was far from a mere outing. It was evident he intended to leave Earth. As you have observed, Li Luo's aura is akin to Broly's. Despite being merely a month old, Li Luo's energy is already formidable in its normal state. I fear that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he might struggle to control his inherited Super Saiyan powers. The fabled strength of the Super Saiyan is notoriously difficult to master. This power is invincible, yet exceedingly tumultuous, capable of instigating a loss of reason. Uncontrolled power leads only to unending destruction. Vegeta's gaze settled upon Li Luo, who, although currently well-behaved, emitted a potent aura. Thus, I must seek a means to assist Li Luo in mastering this strength, Li Jiu affirmed. Sun Wukong scratched his head in exasperation, stating, "That sounds rather troublesome. However, if there is any way we can be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Certainly," Li Jiu responded. The following day, he departed Earth aboard a spacecraft, placing a formidable energy source on a desolate planet. This energy source, crafted by Bulma to mimic a person's aura, would enable Li Jiu to teleport utilizing his sensitivity to energy. "I shall search for the Super Dragon Balls, even if it attracts the attention of angels." This encapsulated Li Jiu's plan, balancing the quest for the Super Dragon Balls with his training. Chapter 59, Disturbance of Whis. The peaceful ship traversed the cosmos at remarkable speed. While Bulma's research on the Super Dragon Ball radar allowed for exploration across the entire Milky Way and beyond. Yet, the universe is vast, teeming with innumerable galaxies. Locating the Super Dragon Balls would require considerable time. Within the peaceful ship, Li Jiu sat in meditation. He had maintained the second stage of Super Saiyan for 7 days, achieving full power in this state. Although the full power might not significantly surpass the usual state, it offered greater endurance and mastery over strength. Excellent. The next step is the third stage. Li Jiu mused, his brow slightly furrowed. In the next instant, he transformed into the third stage of Super Saiyan. Lightning crackled within the confines of the peaceful ship as Li Jiu endeavored to contain his aura. The third stage of Super Saiyan was still excessively volatile. Yet Li Jiu's extraordinary control over energy was not merely theoretical. Gradually, the electric flickers diminished, and the atmosphere within the chamber became increasingly tranquil. The burden imposed on the body by the third transformation of Super Saiyan significantly surpasses that of the second stage. Should I manage to attain the full power of the Super Saiyan third stage, my baseline combat prowess would inevitably experience a remarkable surge. It has been nearly a year since the Cell Games, during which my regular combat strength has escalated from 20 million to 25 million. However, this growth is evidently insufficient for me. Relying solely on transformations to obtain immense power is inadequate. A state akin to Gohan's mystic form is the ultimate goal. I recall the original narrative where Gohan's mystic form allowed him to possess strength comparable to Super Saiyan 3 in his normal state. It is essential to thoroughly integrate the power of Super Saiyan into my baseline form. My objective is clear: to achieve the full power of Super Saiyan 3. As time passed, 6 months went by, and I gradually adapted to the strain of Super Saiyan 3. My current combat strength stands at 50 million. Exiting the transformation, I savor the strength of my normal state. However, how can I incorporate the power of Super Saiyan into my baseline form? I find myself at a loss. Additionally, my training in the breathing technique seems to have hit a bottleneck, preventing further progress. What should I do? Furrowing my brow in contemplation, I am suddenly approached by a small sprite in the control room. "Master, I have detected a signal from the Super Dragon Balls. The peace ship is currently traveling at full speed and will arrive in a day and a half." "A day and a half, you say? Let's take a rest." I feel weary. Over the past 6 months, I have been relying on the breathing technique to restore my energy and stamina, without a single moment of sleep. The interior of the peace ship is spacious and stocked with ample food. 2 hours later, after a hearty meal, I succumb to slumber. As the spacecraft swiftly traverses the cosmos, on Earth, Natasha is imparting the breathing technique to Lilo. Though Lilo is still quite young, mastering the breathing technique demands considerable time. When Natasha learned it, it took her several years to barely grasp the fundamentals. "Lilo, you must study diligently. Your father's breathing technique is extraordinary. Perhaps, with it alone, you may harness the legendary power of the Super Saiyan." Gazing into the vast sky, Natasha is filled with nostalgia. It has been over 6 months since Li Jiu left. She wonders if he has located the Super Dragon Balls. The peace ship gradually approaches, revealing an unremarkable desolate planet before Li Jiu. This is the very one indicated by the radar. Exiting the cabin, I stow away the peace ship and approach the rocky planet. Raising my hand, I unleash an energy blast, shattering a mountain peak and unveiling a glimmer of golden light. This is it. My heart races with excitement. After months of journeying through the stars, I have finally found the Super Dragon Balls. Next, I shall test my ability to take them with me. Li Jiu designated the location of the artificial energy source within a desolate star field. Even the sudden emergence of a Super Dragon Ball, the size of a planet, would not disrupt the balance of celestial bodies. Maintaining the state of Super Saiyan 3, Li Jiu stepped onto the exposed surface of the Super Dragon Ball, placing his palm against it, his energy surging as he locked onto the entire Dragon Ball. Excellent. Now to teleport. With the Super Dragon Ball in tow, Li Jiu vanished, reappearing in a barren expanse of the cosmos. Ah, this is the spot. He glanced at the energy source he had established on a boulder the size of a satellite. As the planet-sized Super Dragon Ball appeared, the boulder transformed into a satellite, orbiting the Dragon Ball. How convenient. I need not reposition it. Li Jiu smiled, casting his gaze upon the Super Dragon Ball. One every 6 months at this rate. It should take 2 years. Oh. You won't be able to collect all the Dragon Balls this way, Saiyan. Just as Li Jiu prepared to set off again, a gentle, unassuming voice suddenly resonated. He was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Who could possibly appear behind him without his notice? Even upon speaking, he still could not sense the presence of the individual. Are you Li Jiu? He turned slowly, and upon seeing the speaker, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. You are aware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls, so you must also be cognizant of my presence, correct? Angel Whis stood quietly, staff in hand, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Li Jiu. Indeed, angels are all-knowing, are they not? Li Jiu shook quietly, retreating a few steps to regain his composure while observing Whis. At least in this 7th universe, many matters cannot be concealed from me. For instance, your child is the legendary Super Saiyan. Whis looked at Li Jiu with keen interest, who was also sizing up the angel. He then spoke. So, dear angel, is there a way to assist my child in mastering that power? Just call me Whis. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan is indeed challenging to control. Such beings are calamities. When a calamity becomes uncontrollable, a god of destruction must eradicate it. Whis spoke while observing Li Jiu's expression. Li Jiu appeared relatively calm, merely nodding slightly. Thus, I wish to harness the power of the Super Shenron to help my child control the power within. The Super Dragon Balls can indeed fulfill your wish, but your method of collecting them is futile. There are still several Super Dragon Balls within the 6th universe. Even if you can traverse the cosmic membranes, the angel of the 6th universe will detect you. The Super Dragon Balls are typically not freely given for use. The implications are too significant. Whis' tone remained tranquil, merely stating facts. Li Jiu understood this as well. Thus, his endeavor to gather the Super Dragon Balls was merely a form of training. However, now that he had drawn Whis' attention, he felt a glimmer of hope regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 60. Arrival at the Realm of Destruction. I merely seek to rescue my child. Surely, Whis does not wish for another legendary Super Saiyan, known solely for destruction, to emerge within the universe. Li Jiu gazed at Whis, contemplating that if this angel were inclined to assist, the Super Dragon Balls would undoubtedly be within reach. Do you desire my help? Whis inquired, his expression inscrutable. What makes you think I would extend my assistance to you? Then, what brings you here, Whis? Li Jiu countered without providing an answer. At his words, Whis paused momentarily, then chuckled softly twice. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Your strength, perception, and courage place you among the elite of this universe. You must have a purpose for seeking me, Li Jiu continued. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are aware of the God of Destruction and the angels, you should know that the God of Destruction is nurtured by the angels. I understand. Li Jiu's heart stirred with speculation, yet he refrained from voicing it. So, do you have any inclination to become a God of Destruction? Whis narrowed his eyes, observing Li Jiu intently. Li Jiu was not surprised, for angels are capable of making any decision. In the original narrative, Whis had contemplated training Goku to become a God of Destruction, but Goku's inherently good nature rendered him unsuitable. Nonetheless, cultivating a cadre of formidable warriors within a universe could be beneficial. Thus, Li Jiu was not astonished by Whis' proposition. Would Lord Beerus consent? Li Jiu inquired, recognizing that becoming a God of Destruction was not without merit. At least thereafter, aside from the omnipotent Zeno, no one could threaten his safety. Of course, Li Jiu would not recklessly confront the Grand Priest. Oh ho, perhaps Lord Beerus would welcome a successor. Whis remarked, however, with your current strength, you are not yet fit to assume the role of a God of Destruction. Whis smiled, indirectly confirming Li Jiu's response. Then, Could you assist me in gathering the Super Dragon Balls? Li Jiu's primary objective remained the acquisition of the Super Dragon Balls. Although the legendary Super Saiyan lineage is challenging to control, it has not yet spiraled out of control. The Super Dragon Balls could perfectly resolve this dilemma. But do you not perceive that this so-called perfection may also harbor flaws? Furthermore, even without the Super Dragon Balls, do you not possess a certain confidence in enabling your child to harness that power? Whis spoke, gazing at Li Jiu with profound significance. Li Jiu's heart raced in astonishment, unable to fathom Whis's implication. Whis chuckled softly. Your cultivation method differs greatly from that of the Saiyans. Additionally, your mental fortitude is remarkably strong, rivaling that of certain practitioners of psychic abilities. If the power of the legendary Super Saiyan were bestowed upon you, I believe you would be capable of mastering it effectively. However, not all Saiyans can cultivate according to my methods. Yet there remains a possibility. Mastery over oneself is essential to fully unleash the legendary power of the Super Saiyan. Perhaps, your child will astonish the entire universe. The words of Whis gradually transcended Li Jiu's comprehension. However, within Li Jiu's mind resided a bold notion. Did the ancient Saiyans occupy a significant status throughout the universe? Could this status be akin to that of the Grand Minister? Thus, the path ahead was clear: training. Your strength now stands at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, yet many formidable beings exist across the universe, with some even attaining power surpassing that of the gods of destruction. Therefore, prepare yourself to grow stronger with peace of mind. Whis established a goal for Li Jiu and glanced at the Super Dragon Balls, stating, I shall assist you when the time truly demands it. Thank you. Li Jiu replied with a bow, to which Whis nodded and said, Now, share with me the training path you intend to pursue. I sense you have already discovered your own method of cultivation. Should I hastily impose specialized training upon you, it might disrupt your rhythm. With a gentle motion of the staff, Whis whisked Li Jiu away at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of Li Jiu's spacecraft. I plan to develop a new transformation method and integrate the power gained from all transformations into my base form. However, I am yet to grasp how to merge the power of the Super Saiyan into my normal state, Li Jiu expressed. Whis nodded in agreement. True strength lies in transcending one's boundaries. When one's realm is sufficiently robust, their base form becomes an indomitable force. Relying solely on the power gained from transformations results in a transient surge. While such power is formidable, it carries the drawback of strain. Even you, having adapted to the third stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, still bear the burden it imposes on your physical form. Only by normalizing all your power can you attain the most perfect state. However, it seems you have already discovered the next transformation method. I am curious, what follows the third stage of the Super Saiyan transformation? If my estimations are correct, the initial third stage has already reached the limits of what the human body can endure. The next transformation will likely impose an even greater burden, as a more powerful transformation naturally entails a more substantial strain. Whis, being an angel, gleaned an impressive amount of information from Li Jiu's brief remarks, who claimed that the third stage transformation represented the ultimate burden. Moreover, would a transformation achieved through a different body yield distinct results? Li Jiu pressed his lips together. He had contemplated the Super Saiyan fourth stage transformation for quite some time, and, upon confirming its feasibility, was ready to experiment. Oh, a different body, you say? Saiyan, great ape transformation? That grotesque transformation seems to offer limited enhancement. A tenfold increase from the original base level is likely insufficient for you. The specific extent of enhancement remains uncertain and can only be discerned through experimentation. Li Jiu himself is unsure of the formidable strength of the fourth transformation, as there exists no definitive comparison between the fourth and the blue transformations. Moreover, elements from the films and games have not received official endorsement, leaving their viability in question. Here we are, Whis announced, as a form primarily characterized by dark purple hues and a tetrahedral shape emerged within Li Jiu's field of vision. Lord Beerus remains in slumber and will not awaken for quite some time. During this interval, you may cultivate within the realm of destruction. You are free to follow your own training regimen, and should you encounter any deficiencies, I shall offer my guidance. Whis is also intrigued to witness the nature of Li Jiu's so-called fourth stage transformation. Chapter 61. A transformation unlike any other. All right, I shan't keep Whis waiting for long. Li Jiu expressed with confidence, igniting Whis's anticipation. He had been observing Li Jiu for a considerable time and was curious to see the heights Li Jiu could attain. At the very least, his prowess should not fall short of Lord Beerus. On Earth, since Li Jiu's departure, The 5 great masters of E-City have also stirred quite a commotion. The appearance of Bojack and others disrupted the rhythm of the martial arts tournament. However, this tournament boasts the participation of 4 Super Saiyans in their second stage. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan alongside Piccolo, who has made significant advancements and is now nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. The moment Bojack and his companions appeared, they were swiftly dealt with, and the emergence of the golden-haired warriors elicited cheers from countless spectators. It can be said that due to Li Jiu's influence, the trajectory of Earth's development has undergone considerable change. As for Satan, he gained some notoriety after his appearance during the battle with Cell and has maintained a presence on television. Li Jiu, Natasha, as is her custom, stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the starry sky, unaware of Li Jiu's whereabouts in the vast cosmos. Li Jiu, it has been over 6 months. I wonder when you will return. Natasha expressed her discontent, her little one restlessly squirming in her arms. After giving him a gentle tap, he settled down somewhat. Mommy, mommy, Li Luo called out in a childish voice, his tiny hands reaching out towards the sky. Daddy, daddy. Suddenly, the little one's aura shifted to a more volatile state. His already formidable energy surged rapidly, and his hair stood upright, emanating a grass-green glow. Daddy, all right, Li Luo, be good. Daddy will be back soon. Natasha reassured him, employing a calming technique she had learned during Li Jiu's absence. This little secret practice proved to be quite beneficial for Li Luo. Gradually, Li Luo's mind began to settle into tranquility. Natasha finally exhaled, her anticipation for Li Jiu's swift return growing ever stronger. Whether or not he could locate the Super Dragon Balls mattered little. What was truly significant was that the little one longed for his father. Little Lilo needed to mature quickly, as his father had ventured forth to seek the Super Dragon Balls that could aid him. If Lilo diligently practiced the Xuanhuang breathing technique, perhaps his father would not need to search for the elusive Dragon Balls. Although Natasha was unaware of the true appearance of the Super Dragon Balls, based on Li Jiu's earlier demeanor, it was clear that gathering them would not be an easy feat. The realm of destruction was far removed from Earth, and even Li Jiu was unable to sense the aura emanating from Lilo. Otherwise, he would surely have returned to check on him. He had instructed Natasha that when the time came for him to return, Lilo should unleash a powerful aura, which Li Jiu would detect and respond to. Underneath a towering tree in the realm of destruction, Li Jiu had been seated in meditation for half a month. He was internally simulating the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, striving to achieve it in a single attempt. Yet despite countless simulations, the need for actual practice remained undeniable. In the distance, Whis watched over Li Jiu, seemingly idle. With Beerus deep in slumber, having entrusted the management of the universe to Whis, the latter felt somewhat helpless. With such a lackadaisical god of destruction, Whis could only endeavor to find a successor. Finally, Li Jiu rose slowly, gazing up at the stars above with a furrowed brow. There were no celestial bodies resembling the moon. Was it finally time to begin? Whis too felt a tinge of impatience. Well then, let us entrust Whis with the task of creating the Blutz wave that would facilitate the Saiyan transformation into a great ape. Although Li Jiu could expend some of his energy to produce it himself, why bother when Whis was available? Oh, you wish to transform into a great ape? Your attire may not withstand such a change, Whis remarked, seemingly distracted. Allow me to enhance your garments. With a gentle tap of his staff, Li Jiu's training outfit underwent a subtle transformation. It remained black trousers and a red shirt, yet the material had altered. Following that, Whis lightly gestured towards the sky, and a radiant source of light appeared. Li Jiu lifted his gaze towards the brilliance, no longer suppressing the urge to transform into a great ape, his body gradually beginning to change. Boom! Boom! The powerful beats of his heart resonated clearly, as the energy within Li Jiu became tumultuous and volatile. His muscles swelled, straining against the confines of his training attire. Yet, with Whis' enhancement, the outfit remained resilient and elastic. Oh, it seems there is more than a tenfold increase in power. Whis observed in surprise, as Li Jiu's transformation into a great ape appeared to far exceed the anticipated boost. Golden fur sprouted forth, and Whis nodded slightly. This transformation was unlike the ordinary great ape form. The genetic influence of the Super Saiyan was amplifying the ferocity and uncontrollability of the great ape transformation. However, at this moment, Li Jiu still retained a semblance of rationality. The originally modest height of less than 2 meters surged rapidly, transforming into a gigantic gorilla towering at 10 meters. Its golden fur set it apart from ordinary gorillas. with even the hair on its head standing upright in a golden tuft. Indeed, it was different, yet still rather unsightly. The immense size was also a flaw, as Weiss commented, confident that Li Jiu could hear him. Yet this was not the end. The golden gorilla's eyes flickered with a crimson glow, and its voice resonated like distant thunder. Li Jiu stood motionless, and at this juncture, his transformation remained within his expectations. After a considerable amount of time, Li Jiu's form still showed no change, only his breath gradually stabilizing. It was hard to fathom such a metamorphosis. Weiss observed Li Jiu's transformation, contemplating, shaking his head slightly. But soon, Li Jiu's form began to shrink suddenly, the speed of reduction surpassing that of his expansion. The gorilla's physique gradually morphed into that of a brawny man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a thick mane of long black hair and a body covered in short, dense red fur, muscles rippling like rock. As the gorilla underwent this metamorphosis, Li Jiu's aura surged once more, the previously chaotic energy becoming orderly, once again under his control. Oh, Weiss was taken aback by this scene, as it was entirely unexpected. Is this what you refer to as changing bodies? As Li Jiu had stated at this moment, his form indeed resembled a new body. To bear the burden of transforming into Super Saiyan Stage 4 with the physique of a giant ape, one could only imagine that such a transformation could only be conceived by a prodigy. At that moment, Weiss regarded Li Jiu as one such extraordinary being. This power had transcended dimensional boundaries, an incredible phenomenon. Weiss spoke, while Li Jiu gently pressed his lips together. The transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 4 was indeed feasible. Moreover, this power was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 62, Super Saiyan 4. Weiss quietly observed Li Jiu, whose transformation had exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that, even with Golden Great Ape transformation, Li Jiu's combat prowess would merely be tenfold that of Super Saiyan 3. However, after completing the transformation, Li Jiu's strength had astonishingly reached 50 times that of Super Saiyan 3. This transformation could be interpreted as an alternative form of Super Saiyan transformation, utilizing the giant ape's physicality to bear the burdens of the transformation. This metamorphosis began at an initial state equivalent to 50 times the power of Super Saiyan Stage 4. Weiss had a clear understanding of Li Jiu's combat capabilities. Super Saiyan Stage 4 had completely surpassed Super Saiyan Stage 3. It constituted an independent transformation system, mastering all powers after transforming into a giant ape. Super Saiyan 4? A misnomer, Li Jiu murmured softly. This was not merely an advancement beyond Super Saiyan 3, but an entirely different path of transformation. In the ordinary state of Super Saiyan 4, the energy consumption can be likened to that of a first-tier Super Saiyan. This form is significantly more powerful than Super Saiyan 3, while its energy expenditure is considerably less, placing almost no burden on Li Jiu. Thus, classifying it as Super Saiyan 4 seems rather inappropriate. Nonetheless, it is merely a name, and Li Jiu is disinclined to alter it. It is indeed a formidable transformation. Although it still lacks a divine aura, its strength can compensate for that deficiency. Weiss observed Li Jiu, momentarily taken aback as he glanced behind him. Oh, how curious. Lord Beerus has awakened. Behind Li Jiu stood a large cat, Lord Beerus, quietly poised, much like the first encounter between Li Jiu and Weiss. He appeared unexpectedly behind Li Jiu. Lord Beerus. Li Jiu slowly turned around, noticing Beerus stroking his chin while gazing intently at him, and offered a slight bow. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Beerus nodded slowly, circling Li Jiu twice. However, he soon shook his head. No, although the power is formidable, it lacks a divine essence. Boy, what is your name? Beerus stretched languidly, resembling one who has just awoken from slumber. No, to be precise, Beerus was roused by Li Jiu's aura. Li Jiu. Interesting. I have yet to witness such a transformation in a Saiyan. Beerus's gaze towards Li Jiu gradually turned perilous, and without warning, he struck, sending Li Jiu flying. Lord Beerus. Li Jiu soared over 100 meters, barely regaining his balance. Beerus's speed was astonishing, leaving Li Jiu no time to react. Kulme, let me see just how powerful this transformation of yours truly is. Beerus examined his nails, a chilling smile gracing his features. If it does not meet my expectations, the crime of disturbing the God of Destruction's slumber will fall squarely upon your shoulders. Li Jiu was speechless. This cat certainly possessed a lack of shame. In that case, Lord Beerus, I beg your pardon. Li Jiu felt little trepidation towards Beerus. After all, while Beerus may be shameless, he had entered the realm of the God of Destruction, and thus would not easily meet his demise. Unlike the erratic Xeno, who could annihilate an entire universe at any moment, that was beyond control. Bring it on, Beerus stated, hands clasped behind his back. Li Jiu's gaze sharpened as he suppressed his habitual perception of energy. In previous battles, he relied on his sensitivity to energy, yet Beerus emitted none. He would have to rely solely on sight. Li Jiu focused intently on Beerus, and with a thought, he instantly appeared before him. He unleashed a punch as heavy as a sandbag, but Beerus merely sidestepped effortlessly. Following this, Li Jiu executed a swift and precise kick, yet Beerus again evaded with ease. Suddenly, Li Jiu's aura erupted with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that momentarily halted Beerus in his tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jiu grasped Beerus's shoulder and thrust his knee forward. A muffled thud echoed as Beerus bent slightly, incredulously gazing at Li Jiu, while his left hand, previously resting behind him, was freed to deliver a powerful punch to Li Jiu's abdomen. The crimson figure was sent flying several hundred meters away upon impact. Ouch, that hurt! Li Jiu grimaced, feeling a pain unlike any he had previously experienced, even though it was merely a standard punch from Beerus. Across from him, Beerus revealed a menacing grin, his eyes gleaming dangerously. Is Lord Beerus perhaps being a tad too stingy? Yet, you did let me come at you, was observed, noting that Li Jiu's strike had evidently caused Beerus some discomfort. The extent of the damage remained uncertain, but the pain was undeniably real. I underestimated this young man, Beerus mused. Then, allow me to engage you with just one hand. With a casual shake of his left hand, he retracted it and extended his right. Oh, it seems Lord Beerus holds high expectations for Li Jiu, Whis remarked, turning to Li Jiu. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows when you might have a chance to receive Lord Beerus's guidance again. All right, I shall give it my all. Li Jiu's expression grew grave, his deep-set eyes shimmering with intensity, while the blood-red rings around them exuded a fierce aura. Hey, what transformation is this? Beerus inquired, having encountered Super Saiyans before, but never witnessing Li Jiu's particular transformation. It is a transformation of Super Saiyan Stage 4, Lord Beerus, Li Jiu replied, before suddenly launching himself forward, moving with lightning speed and leaving behind an afterimage. Bang! Before Li Jiu could fully materialize, Beerus raised his hand to block his strike. Li Jiu vanished once more, reappearing behind Beerus to deliver a swift kick. Boom! The force of the attack surged, yet Beerus remained composed, effortlessly deflecting Li Jiu's assault with a smirk of disdain. Your strength is lacking. Before his words could fade, Li Jiu expelled an energy blast that struck Beerus squarely in the back. The purple figure was sent hurtling away, and Beerus's expression darkened as he glanced back at Li Jiu in midair. Li Jiu offered an awkward smile before charging at Beerus again. This time, Beerus did not underestimate him. Although Li Jiu's strength may not match his own, he was already capable of unsettling the God of Destruction. Above the realm of destruction, waves of formidable energy whipped through the air, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Indeed, he is rapidly adapting to his newfound power, at least in terms of talent. He surpasses Lord Beerus somewhat. Whis observed, his gaze filled with admiration for Li Jiu's growth. On Earth, in the western part of the floating island, the training arena bore witness to Goku and Vegeta, both appearing ragged and disheveled, their clothes torn and their bodies marked with blood as they gasped for breath. The two individuals sparred every 6 months, adhering to a customary routine. However, in order to avoid causing any harm to the Earth, they opted for a floating island as their battleground. At this moment, their combat reached a fever pitch when Sun Wukong abruptly ceased his movements. Chapitre 63, Danger Urban Danger. Kakarot, Vegeta, having narrowly braked, found himself as stunned as Sun Wukong. What an overwhelming aura. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he gazed incredulously at the horizon. Sun Wukong mirrored his astonishment. This presence is distant, yet unmistakably powerful. Indeed, there are formidable beings in this universe. Vegeta? Sun Wukong's excitement was palpable, while Vegeta cursed vehemently. Baka, have you not recognized this familiar energy? Familiar? Sun Wukong scratched his head, then concentrated once more. Yes, it's Li Jiu, he exclaimed, disbelief coloring his voice. Could it be that Li Jiu has grown even stronger? But this power is astonishingly formidable, surpassing that of the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. The Super Saiyan 3rd stage was always a flawed transformation. That guy, Li Jiu, must have developed an even more potent form. Yet, he seems to be engaged in a fierce battle. Why can't I sense his opponent's energy? Vegeta analyzed swiftly, while Sun Wukong, grinning mischievously, produced 2 senza beans from his possession, offering one to Vegeta. Senza beans? How you still have these? Vegeta accepted the bean, but then his expression changed slightly as he pondered. This isn't like you. Hey, Vegeta. I didn't steal them. These were given to me by Li Jiu during our encounter with the androids. This is what remains. After using this, I will have only one left, Sun Wukong explained. You wish to go and seek him out, don't you? Vegeta snorted, understanding Sun Wukong's intentions. He consumed the Senza bean, and all his injuries were instantly healed. Let us go, Vegeta. Sun Wukong extended his hand, and Vegeta promptly placed his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished. Meanwhile, at a mansion to the east of the floating island, Natasha cradled the excited Li Luo. Good. Has Li Luo sensed Daddy's energy too? Mommy will take you to find Daddy. The next moment, Natasha disappeared. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having arrived earlier, found themselves in the realm of the destroyers. Abruptly, 2 figures appeared, and without any forewarning, Li Jiu and Beerus were sent flying, each receiving a kick from one of the newcomers. What was that? Beerus thought he had kicked something, yet he could not discern what it was. Meanwhile, Li Jiu paid no heed to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He was gradually entering a state of heightened readiness, the power of Super Saiyan force surging forth, his combat prowess ascending in an exponential trajectory. Cough. How painful. Sun Wukong covered his face, having been struck directly in the face by Li Jiu's kick, crashing heavily to the ground in an abrupt fall. Vegeta fared little better, having received a kick from Beerus to his waist, now curled up and unable to rise. Oh ho, 2 guests have arrived. The angel Whis displayed little surprise, as he kept a watchful eye on both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In midair, the battle raged on fiercely. Beerus had unwittingly employed both hands, his expression growing increasingly grave. Li Jiu struggled to maintain perfect control over the power of Super Saiyan Stage 4. Yet as the battle progressed, his mastery over this strength became increasingly refined. Additionally, the distinction between Li Jiu's techniques and the combat styles of the Dragon Ball universe compelled Beerus to approach the situation with heightened caution. Not bad, kid. But that's about it, Beerus remarked, licking his hand and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had actually sustained an injury. Such occurrences were rare for him since becoming the God of Destruction. Lord Beerus, my limits are far beyond this, Li Jiu asserted, feeling that he had yet to reach his full potential, with boundless strength still waiting to be harnessed. Oh, are you suggesting I should unleash my full power? Beerus replied with a cold smirk, suddenly vanishing from sight. Li Jiu's gaze sharpened, a chill running down his spine. With unwavering resolve, he formed his fingers into a sword and struck backwards without hesitation. Clang! The metallic clash echoed, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead, while Li Jiu's expression suddenly paled. At that moment, Beerus effortlessly blocked Li Jiu's sword with a single finger, and beside him, Natasha appeared unexpectedly. In the suffocating silence, a drop of heavy purple blood fell to the ground. Injured again, Beerus observed, glancing at his bleeding finger before turning to Natasha, scoffing, "Kid, how do you intend to thank me?" Beerus had certainly noticed the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet Li Jiu remained relentless, indifferent to their presence. However, Natasha's timing and position were perilously precarious, prompting Beerus to instinctively block Li Jiu's strike. Gradually regaining his composure, Li Jiu found himself drenched in cold sweat. He was acutely aware of the power behind his strike. Even with Natasha defending with all her might, it would not suffice. Had Beerus chosen not to intercept, the consequences would have been dire. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Li Jiu's hand trembled, a manifestation of his lingering fear. Despite the existence of the dragon, the feeling of having slain one's own wife and child would plunge Li Jiu into madness. Trespassing into the realm of the God of Destruction is a profound disrespect. Tell me, should I annihilate them all? Beerus stood with arms crossed, while Whis appeared beside him, glancing at Natasha and then at the child Li Luo cradled in her arms. Indeed, it is the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan. What? Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus was instantly riled up, staring blankly at the small creature, Li Luo, who was waving its tiny paws at Li Jiu. Legendary. Super Saiyan? Li Jiu did not respond. He was still shaken, and Natasha was drenched in cold sweat. Only the carefree little one was babbling, "Daddy. Daddy." Li Jiu extended his hand, and the little creature immediately wriggled free from Natasha's embrace, diving into Li Jiu's arms. Despite the profound transformation in Li Jiu's appearance, the little one could still recognize his aura. Natasha and Li Jiu emerged from their Super Saiyan 4 state, and he held Natasha close. Their hearts gradually calmed, and Natasha sighed with relief. That was close. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Once recovering her composure, Natasha respectfully bowed to Beerus. For Li Jiu's sake. I shall forgive you this time. But should there be a next time? Suddenly, Goku's voice echoed, ouch, that hurts, as he glanced around at his surroundings. At this moment, Vegeta was also slowly rising. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Li Jiu emerge from a new transformation. However, that was of little importance. The crucial matter was Lord Beerus. Vegeta was utterly stunned, for he was aware of Beerus's reputation, having encountered him before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Chapter 64, The God-Making Platform. Beerus, the absolute strongest in the universe. You are Beerus, he remarked, casting a glance at Vegeta, finding him somewhat familiar. I am Vegeta. I had the fortune of meeting Lord Beerus on Planet Vegeta. Vegeta was dripping with cold sweat, unable to believe that Li Jiu had just battled with Lord Beerus. Was Li Jiu truly powerful enough to engage in combat with Beerus? Oh, Beerus scratched his face, recalling the true reason behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta. I am hungry. Whis, Beerus declared, puffing out his chest and looking toward Whis. Lord Beerus, I currently do not have any food for you, Whis replied, shaking his head. Dealing with a destructive deity like Beerus was a source of constant worry for Whis. Food? I have plenty, Li Jiu interjected, opening a dimensional rift and retrieving a mountain of food from within. Most of it was pre-packaged earth food, but it would suffice to tantalize Beerus's palate. I did not eat unpalatable things, Beerus raised an eyebrow, picking up a chicken leg without even tearing off the packaging. He bit into it. What is this? It has no flavor at all. Beerus spat out a piece of plastic packaging and contemptuously discarded the entire chicken leg. This left Li Jiu somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. In desperation, he picked up a pack of spicy strips, opened the packaging, and handed 2 pieces to Beerus. Lord Beerus, the takeout bag is not meant for consumption. Of course I know that. The chicken leg is so unappetizing that merely smelling it is enough to discern its lack of flavor. Though Beerus appears irritable the moment he tastes the spicy snack, he transforms into a dog in delight. Indeed, the spiciness is just right, tender yet chewy, truly delectable. Whis also indulges without restraint. Li Jiu, cuddling Lilu, casts a glance at Natasha and inquires, is Earth faring well these days? Quite well, though after your departure. There was an attempt by warriors from the galaxy to seize control of Earth during the martial arts tournament. Fortunately, they were not particularly formidable. Oh, Li Jiu responds with mild surprise, but refrains from probing further. It must be those from the movie version, like Broly. Yet at this moment, Goku is still alive, along with numerous powerful Super Saiyans, rendering Broly and his associates incapable of being overly brazen. Has Li Luo been temperamental? Li Jiu teases Li Luo with his question. Generally, she is fine, but at times, she misses you and sulks, requiring a while to regain her composure. That's reassuring. Li Jiu feels a wave of relief wash over him, only to notice the peculiar rhythm of the little one's breathing. He immediately exclaims, You've grasped the Xuanhuang breathing technique at such a young age? Yes. It seems the little one possesses considerable talent. Furthermore, ever since she began practicing the Xuanhuang breathing technique, her mastery over her strength has improved significantly. At least she no longer recklessly destroys things. Is that so? It appears the Xuanhuang breathing technique indeed aids Li Luo. With that, Li Jiu concludes that for now, they need not summon the Eternal Dragon. He then turns to Goku and Vegeta, stating, Since you both are here, seize this opportunity. If you can persuade Whis and Lord Beerus to allow you to train here, it would be an extraordinary chance for you. Really? We could train here? Goku exclaims, visibly excited, and strides toward Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus and Whis, right? I am Goku, a friend of Li Jiu. Goku's straightforward nature remains unyielding. Vegeta, on the other hand, gazes incredulously at the scene before him, steeling himself to approach. I beseech you, Lord Beerus, grant us permission to train here. Vegeta certainly harbors no desire to train alongside a being as fearsome as Beerus, for any misstep could prove fatal. Yet, if Kakarot remains here, Vegeta must stay too. While Li Jiu's strength surpasses his own, the disparity is too vast for Vegeta to allow Goku to outshine him. If you can provide food more delectable than these, I shall permit Whis to instruct you in your training. Beerus reclines on the ground, propping up his legs while chewing on a blade of grass he has procured from somewhere. Delectable food? Vegeta finds it hard to believe that the condition for training here involves providing exquisite culinary delights. He glances at the instant food products. While convenient, They surely cannot compare to freshly prepared meals. Food more delicious than this? The floating island has plenty of such offerings. Haha, if Lord Beerus desires, I could take you to dine right away. Sun Wukong scratched his head, causing Vegeta to break out in a cold sweat. Lord Beerus, we indeed have a plethora of delectable dishes. If possible, cockroach and I could return with some for you. Vegeta's thoughts were far more intricate than those of Sun Wukong. It would be prudent for Beerus to refrain from visiting Earth. Otherwise, should some unwise individuals offend him, the entire planet could face annihilation. Oh, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, stretching lazily. You must not deceive me. Of course, how could we dare to mislead Lord Beerus? Well, Whis, I am weary. Let me awaken again when it's time to indulge in even more exquisite cuisine. With that, Beerus returned to the God of Destruction's temple, leaving Whis and Li Jiu behind. May I remain here to cultivate? Natasha, now a mother, had seldom trained lately. Yet despite this, her strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Congratulations, Lord Beerus has granted you permission to train in the God of Destruction realm, Whis announced. Li Jiu, you have discovered your own path of cultivation. The only assistance I can offer you is the God creation platform. If you can ascend to its pinnacle, your power should rival that of Lord Beerus. As Whis spoke, he gestured with his staff, and a colossal pyramid-shaped celestial body materialized high above the God of Destruction realm. The God creation platform comprises 999 levels. It can aid you in integrating the power of transformation into your normal state. He then turned his attention to Li Jiu's child, Li Luo, saying, as for Li Luo, I shall take responsibility for his training. Of course, you may also impart your mysterious cultivation method to him. Thank you, Whis, Li Jiu replied, nodding. With Whis overseeing Li Luo, it would certainly be more manageable than Natasha taking care of him. Natalie, come train with me, Li Jiu said, glancing at Whis. Whis nodded slightly in response, remarking, your transformation seems to require a tail. I understand, Whis, Li Jiu acknowledged, yet he still took Natasha along. The God creation platform, first level. The moment Li Jiu set foot on the first level, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, more stifling than being subjected to 500 times the gravity. Sweat beaded on Natasha's forehead, and she quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan to alleviate the strain. Chapter 65, Cultivation, 7 years in the blink of an eye. Here, the pressure of the Super Saiyan state appeared to be absorbed by their bodies. Natasha felt this, and her face lit up with joy, exclaiming, if I could attain the battle prowess of a Super Saiyan in my normal state, then transforming on that foundation would render me even more formidable. An infinite nesting doll. Perhaps? That seems implausible. After all, the power of the Super Saiyan has already been integrated into your normal state. Even if you transform, it should merely alter your hair color. Of course, if it were a different kind of transformation, it would be a different story. Li Jiu pressed his lips together, contemplating that the transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage equates to a 50-fold enhancement over the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. The latter itself boasts a 4-fold increase over the Super Saiyan 2nd stage and an 8-fold increase over the 1st stage, amounting to 400 times the normal state. Thus, it follows that the amplification of Super Saiyan 4th stage reaches an astonishing 20,000 times the baseline. What a terrifying figure. This astonishing increase is precisely what empowers Super Saiyan 4th stage to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Super Saiyan Blue, which possesses divine energy. Crucially, the Super Saiyan 4th stage diverges entirely from the transformations of the Super Saiyan lineage. These are two distinct paths, potentially allowing for experimentation with layer transformations. However, my tail Natasha glanced at her own appendage and shot a resentful glare at Li Jiu. She had lost her tail when she transformed into a great ape, severed by Li Jiu. This should be regrowable, shouldn't it? If all else fails, perhaps I could attempt the 100,000-fold Bull's Light. Li Jiu directed his gaze towards the apex of the God creation platform, stating, let us first integrate the power of Super Saiyan into our normal state. The higher we ascend, the greater the pressure will be, but the efficiency of our training will also increase. His recent training had been neglected, barely allowing him to attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd stage, which he could only maintain for a brief period before succumbing to fatigue. Natasha expressed her dissatisfaction before once again channeling her energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2nd stage as she ascended towards the next tier. The pressure of the 2nd stage was indeed more formidable than the first, yet the increase was not excessively pronounced. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha pressed onwards until she reached the 10th tier, where she finally paused. Any further ascent would render her unable to remain for long. Natasha was quite discerning. Li Jiu nodded and continued his ascent, maintaining his Super Saiyan first stage. After climbing 5 more steps, he settled into a cross-legged position, quietly focusing on his training. Natasha, blending motion with stillness, ensured they did not disturb one another as time passed unnoticed. In the realm of the destroyers, Son Goku and Vegeta were similarly engaged in their arduous training. At this moment, both Goku and Vegeta found themselves at nearly the same starting line, secretly competing against one another, thus alleviating the pressure that would otherwise impose. Oh ho ho ho! The destroyer realm suddenly buzzed with energy. Which chuckled, teasingly provoking Li Luo while also subjecting him to some specialized training. According to legend, should the Super Saiyan be able to master this power flawlessly, the 7th universe would surpass all others. Whis' ambitions were indeed grand. Moreover, he found himself quite intrigued by the breathing technique Li Jiu had mentioned, for even he could not discern its intricacies. On Earth, Chi-Chi cradled Goten as they searched the floating island for any trace of Son Goku, but he was nowhere to be found. Even Gohan could not sense his father's energy, let alone locate him. It had been a year since Goku had returned. Chi-Chi gazed at little Goten, who could now run about freely, her heart heavy with sorrow. Mama, Aunt Natasha, and Li Luo have not returned to the floating island either. They must have departed Earth along with father, Gohan reassured. Yet, there should be some news, considering the universe is fraught with peril. Chi-Chi covered her face, her mind conjuring images of Goku being vanquished by extraterrestrial beings. Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Mother, perhaps there exist individuals in this universe who surpass even father. But there is still Uncle Li Jiu. Isn't there? Gohan had his own speculations. When Li Jiu's aura first reached Earth, Gohan had sensed it. Just as he intended to seek out Goku for clarification, both Goku and Vegeta's auras vanished from Earth in succession. Shortly thereafter, Natasha, too, disappeared from the planet. It is likely that Uncle Li Jiu has found a new training ground. Once their training is complete, they will surely return. Gohan's conjecture was largely accurate. Goku, too, has been rather inconsiderate, leaving home for so long without even a phone call. Moreover, he didn't take Gohan with him. Currently, Gohan is pursuing a path of both martial and scholarly excellence, making steady progress in his training, much to Chi-Chi's support. Gohan scratched his head. Mother, everyone has their own training methods. I find my training on Earth quite sufficient. Uncle Piccolo was also aware that Goku and the others had left Earth. Yet he remained on the floating island, engrossed in his own training. Additionally, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, and even Kaiatsu were all training on Earth, and their progress was anything but slow. Gohan had carved out his own training path, no longer needing to push himself to the limits like Goku and Vegeta did. That was a path for brash. Time in the mountains is timeless, and training transcends the ages. Li Jiu was acutely aware of his continuous progress. His battle power steadily ascended from 30 million to 100 million, and then to 200 million. Now, it seemed impossible to quantify Li Jiu's combat prowess. At this moment, the golden hair cascading down Li Jiu's back gradually faded, revealing his habitual appearance. The rhythm of his breath fluctuated, and Li Jiu's features matured, no longer resembling the youthful visage he bore upon his arrival on Earth. One day, Li Jiu slowly opened his eyes, his dark irises suddenly igniting with a piercing brilliance that shattered the space before him. Looking back, Li Jiu found himself positioned halfway up the mountain. The divine creation platform consisted of 999 steps, and Li Jiu stood at the 500th step. The ascent grew increasingly arduous, requiring more time. Yet such progress had astounded the angel Whis. After all, it took Beerus several hundred years to achieve what Li Jiu had accomplished. Natasha's progress had been considerably slower. She was presently on the 300th step, her Super Saiyan 3rd stage power stabilized and sustainable for extended periods. Meanwhile, on the 50th step, 2 Super Saiyans were training in harmony, undisturbed by one another. Their transformation into Super Saiyans had not seamlessly integrated into their normal state. Rather, they had refined the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan to a state approaching full power. Moreover, their base combat abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. As Li Jiu descended into the realm of destruction, a diminutive figure darted into his embrace with such swiftness that even the former Cell would have been left in awe. Chapter 66, Return to Earth. Father. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating vitality, while the depths of his dark irises shimmered with the light of wisdom. At this moment, Li Luo practiced the Xuanhuang Breathing Technique and had cultivated the Tranquility Technique, allowing him to maintain control over his transcendent power without experiencing any uncontrollable states. This could also be attributed to the absence of excessive anger in Li Luo's recent life, keeping the growth of his power within a manageable range. Although he had yet to touch the divine realm, he was already perilously close in terms of strength, no weaker than when you first arrived in the realm of destruction. Whis had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Li Luo's training, especially after Li Luo demonstrated absolute mastery over his transcendent power. Whis's eyes gleamed brighter, prompting him to take Li Luo as his disciple. The significance of an angel taking on a student was immense. Even if the God of Destruction Beerus were to awaken, Li Luo could rightfully call him senior brother. Had he already perfectly integrated the power of Super Saiyan into his normal state? What about the power of Super Saiyan in its fourth stage? Whis observed Li Jiu, noting that he was now a stark contrast to the Li Jiu who had first transformed into Super Saiyan in its fourth stage. The difference in their powers was monumental. The transformation into Super Saiyan at its fourth stage could not be incorporated into the normal state. Li Jiu shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, even in his base form, his power could now easily surpass that of the previous Super Saiyan 3. What about the amplification effect? Was it still the 20,000-fold of his normal state? Whis was particularly concerned with the amplification Li Jiu received after transforming. If it remained at 20,000 times, it would be truly terrifying. Not anymore, Li Jiu smiled, though he revealed it is now only 1,000-fold. 1,000-fold? This implies that your current strength has improved 20-fold compared to 7 years ago. Whis was astonished. Even 1,000-fold was remarkable. Li Jiu nodded. Then his gaze sharpened slightly as he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His robust form towered over Whis, yet his formerly black hair had undergone a transformation, now radiating a shimmering crimson hue that complemented the thick red fur adorning his body. This aura, if Lord Beerus were to witness it, he would undoubtedly feel the pressure. At this moment, you are already capable of serving as a god of destruction in some universes. Whis' words were astonishing, and Li Jiu could hardly believe it. Didn't you say that only upon reaching the pinnacle could one rival Lord Beerus? Li Jiu inquired. That refers to rivaling Lord Beerus, not merely any god of destruction. Although Lord Beerus possesses a certain degree of laziness, he stands among the few destruction deities who have mastered the incomplete Ultra Instinct. Perhaps his strength is not the most formidable in the entire universe, yet he ranks among the highest. As for Ultra Instinct, Li Jiu nodded. Whis had previously imparted the fundamentals of Ultra Instinct to him, yet Li Jiu had never found the time to comprehend it. This state is not merely a transformation, but a profound realm, albeit one that imposes significant strain on the body. Should one be able to utilize Ultra Instinct during the fourth stage of Super Saiyan, they would undoubtedly surpass Lord Beerus. Whis gazed at Li Jiu with a knowing look, sensing that should Li Jiu cultivate Ultra Instinct, it would undoubtedly yield an astonishing surprise. You must have touched upon the divine realm, haven't you? It seems your dimension has unwittingly breached its previous limits. At this moment, Li Jiu's dimensional prowess was akin to that of a great Kai, though he remained far from the levels of a Kaioshin or a destruction deity. Nevertheless, it was already sufficient for his needs. Are you referring to the Super Saiyan God? That transformation appears quite powerful. Li Jiu remarked as he reverted from the Super Saiyan 4th state to assume the form of Super Saiyan God. In comparison, the latter exuded a more enigmatic aura and exhibited superior recovery abilities. However, in terms of combat prowess, Li Jiu felt the former was still more formidable. Indeed. Yet, I wonder if you have ever attempted to achieve a divine transformation while maintaining the foundation of Super Saiyan 4th? Whis inquired. Li Jiu, returning to his normal state, shook his head. I have attempted it. However, these transformations are inherently contradictory. The Super Saiyan 4th transformation embodies a ferocious energy derived from the great ape, a primal force of the Super Saiyan lineage, which is outwardly expressed. In contrast, the power of Super Saiyan God is introspective, refined to such an extent that it becomes imperceptible. The disparity between the two is vast, and reconciling them is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. Perhaps I have been too impatient. Nonetheless, once Lord Beerus awakens, he will indeed be taken aback. Whis expressed satisfaction with Li Jiu's progress while gently ruffling Li Luo's hair. Li Luo's talent seems to have inherited from you. It appears the Super Dragon Balls are no longer necessary. Li Luo's mastery over the legendary powers of Super Saiyan indeed surpassed my expectations. Thus, it seems the Super Dragon Balls are truly unnecessary. From time to time, Li Jiu and Whis would delve into discussions regarding cultivation. Now, with Li Jiu's rapid growth and strength, he encountered numerous perplexities during his training. As Li Jiu deepened his understanding of the Xuanhuang breathing technique, his desire to explore the fundamental truths of the universe intensified. In this regard, Whis could provide him with considerable enlightenment. Unbeknownst to them, at some point Vegeta and Goku, who had been training on the god-making platform, also emerged from their meditative states. At this moment, the two individuals appeared as if they were entirely different from when they first arrived. Although their outward appearances had not undergone significant changes, the latent power within them was undeniably formidable. The two fervent practitioners exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the necessity of rest. Li Jiu remarked with a smile, "These two fellows sensed my presence and pursued me, having touched upon the divine realm many years earlier than anticipated." "Umph, how dare you speak of us?" Vegeta scoffed, recalling that Li Jiu had spent a year seated at the god creation platform, each descent resulting in remarkable enhancement of his abilities. "It's been 7 years. Perhaps we should return to Earth?" Li Jiu mused, calculating the time since his departure. Although he assumed Earth would remain largely untroubled, he felt the urge to return and showcase his prowess. Moreover, the emergence of Majin Buu was imminent. 7 years, indeed? Goku scratched his head, glancing between Li Jiu and Vegeta, a look of exasperation crossing his face. "Oh no, Chi-Chi will surely kill me. Are you all returning? However, Beerus-sama has yet to awaken, so I shall refrain from accompanying you to Earth. But do remember to bring back some delectable treats." Li Jiu's stock had been unwittingly depleted by Whis. "Rest assured, Whis, I shall not forget. However, I must establish an energy source here. Otherwise, my return could prove troublesome." As he spoke, Li Jiu produced a spherical metallic object and tossed it near the colossal tree in the God of Destruction's realm. Upon landing, the metallic sphere transformed, extending metallic claws to anchor itself to the ground and sprouting several antenna-like protrusions. Chapter 67. The World's Martial Arts Tournament. Whis observed without intervention, deeming it a mere trifle. However, when Li Jiu prepared to utilize instant transmission to return to Earth, he found himself momentarily perplexed. "What's the matter?" Whis inquired, to which Li Jiu offered a sheepish smile and replied, "Whis, could you assist me in contacting Gohan on Earth?" "Gohan? What do you need to contact him for?" Goku, who had been preoccupied with how to explain things to Chi-Chi, became intrigued. "Fool, it's essential for Gohan to release his energy. Otherwise, how can you perform instant transmission?" Vegeta remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly baffled by Kakaroto's occasional displays of ignorance despite his prowess in training. "Ah, I see." Goku scratched his head, while Whis focused intently on the crystal orb atop his staff, successfully locating Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was engaged in training. "Alright, Li Jiu. You can speak with him now," Whis announced. Li Jiu immediately called out, "Gohan." On a mountaintop of floating island, Gohan had matured into a young man. His neat short hair complementing a simple white shirt and black pants. "Unkla Li Jiu." Gohan looked up at the sky, sensing Li Jiu's energy, but yielding no substantial results. "Gohan, I am speaking to you from a great distance. Now, please release your energy. Your father and I require your assistance to return to Earth." Li Jiu stated directly. "Okay." Gohan responded eagerly. Son Gohan nodded, a surge of joy swelling within him, as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy radiating completely, causing the entire floating island to tremble slightly. "That's enough." Li Jiu's voice resonated, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Son Gohan, accompanied by Li Luo. Li Luo gazed curiously at Son Gohan, blinking as a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place it. Having spent merely over a year on the floating island and the rest of his upbringing in the realm of destruction, his memories were fleeting. "Is this Li Luo?" Son Gohan inquired, observing the child who bore a striking resemblance to Li Jiu, albeit with noticeably longer hair. "Yes, Li Luo. Call him Brother Gohan," Li Jiu affirmed. Addressing Li Lu, "Brother Gohan," Li Luo repeated, albeit awkwardly, yet without fear, as Son Gohan's energy was not yet threatening to him. "Hello, Li Luo," Son Gohan greeted, scratching his head in a friendly manner. Shortly after, Goku and Vegeta also materialized next to him. "Hey Gohan, you've grown quite a bit," Goku remarked, somewhat sheepishly, though it was merely a fleeting sense of embarrassment. "Yes, Dad. Uncle Vegeta," Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Goku, but soon his brows furrowed with concern as he added, Uncle Li Jiu, I have a friend. Is it the presence currently climbing the floating island?" Li Jiu sensed the energy ascending the steps connecting the island to Earth. Yet, not everyone could withstand the 50-fold gravity. "Do you wish for her to come up? Have you exposed your identity on Earth?" Li Jiu inquired with a smile, observing Son Gohan Gohan's awkward nod and chose not to press further. Go ahead. Gohan is no longer a child. Huh? Gohan paused, momentarily taken aback, before blushing and departing. All right, let us return home, Li Jiu said, ruffling Li Luo's hair. This is our true home. Let us go. Yes. Under Whis' guidance, Li Luo exhibited remarkable composure, showing no signs of the impulsive and violent nature typical of Saiyans on the surface. He peppered Li Jiu with questions along the way, quickly becoming familiar with his surroundings. Li Jiu paid him little mind, and within half a day's time, Li Luo had somehow befriended Son Goten. The two little ones clashed in their first encounter, but it was evident that even with Son Goten's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he stood no chance against Li Luo. Their battle shattered the preconceived notions of Biddy Li, who watched in disbelief as Son Gohan followed closely behind her. At that moment, Biddy Li, equipped with gravity training rings, moved freely across the floating island. Son Gohan, who is that child? He seems even stronger than Goten, Biddy Li managed to ask, having just begun to accept the prowess of the golden-haired warrior, now intrigued by Li Luo. Are you referring to Li Luo? He is the child of Uncle Li Jiu, the one who defeated Cell back then. There should be footage of Uncle Li Jiu on the television, Son Gohan explained. He is far more formidable than my father, Li Jiu. So, the great hero who defeated Cell is named Li Jiu. Biddy Li gazed in a daze at the playful antics of Sun Wutian and Li Luo, who had just finished a sparring match. Her mind was in a whirl. Her father, Satan, was also a hero who vanquished Cell, and those who appeared on television were all bestowed with the title of hero. However, after she uncovered Sun Wukong's true identity, she realized that the battles fought back then were beyond the reach of her father. Perhaps her father merely made a fleeting appearance. Later, when she asked Sun Wukong to teach her martial arts, he only guided her in controlling her ki and then challenged her to overcome 50 times the gravity. Yet, that level of gravity was insurmountable for Biddy Li. Even now, she could not ascend to the floating island on her own strength, let alone join Sun Wukong and others who resided there year-round. And then there was the master of the floating island. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence. Would they participate? Biddy Li glanced at Sun Wukong, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I'm not certain. Uncle Li Jiu and the others do not enjoy being in the limelight, Sun Wukong replied, feeling that the likelihood of Li Jiu's participation in the tournament was slim. Hey, Wukong. Suddenly, a figure clad in a brownish-yellow hue sprang up from the edge of the training ground. Sun Wukong turned to see and immediately grinned. Uncle Krillin. Ah, Wukong. You've done quite well for yourself, finding such a lovely girlfriend, Krillin remarked, casting a glance at Biddy Li before noticing the two small figures sparring in the center of the arena. Is that Wuqian? And the other one, Li Luo? Has Li Jiu returned? Recognizing Li Luo, Krillin concluded that the only child capable of suppressing Super Saiyan Wutian at such a young age could only be Li Jiu's offspring. And Li Luo bore a striking resemblance to Li Jiu. Yes, Uncle Li Jiu has returned. Did you come to the floating island for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong scratched his head, while Biddy Li's face flushed crimson, stealing glances at him in growing shyness. Yes, I arranged to meet up with Tianjin and the others here on the floating island. Since Li Jiu is back, I will pay him a visit, Krillin stated, waving farewell as he made his way toward Li Jiu's estate. Once Krillin departed, Sun Wukong turned to Biddy Li. Noticing her face was so flushed it seemed as if she might bleed. He quickly added, Biddy Li, Uncle Krillin likes to joke around. Don't take it to heart. Wukong, isn't it necessary to ascend the floating island via stairs? Chapter 68. A 100-fold reward? The top 10 is challenging. Biddy Li had clearly seen Krillin fly directly up from beneath the floating island. Thus, she too could fly. That's because 50 times the gravity is inconsequential for Uncle Krillin and the others. You still need to work hard, Biddy Li, Sun Wukong murmured. Upon hearing this, Biddy Li promptly stood up. Then Wukong, let's begin my training now. Son Gohan looked at Biddy Li with a hint of difficulty, ultimately nodding his head with reluctance. Over the next 2 days, the floating island began to buzz with activity. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived in succession, each brimming with confidence, believing that their 7 years of training had surpassed others, eager to seize the opportunity presented by the World Martial Arts Tournament to measure their skills. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament is not large enough for your displays, Li Jiu remarked as everyone gathered for a meal. Haha, there's no other way. Everyone should exercise some restraint. It's all about participation, after all, and it promises to be quite entertaining, Krillin replied, to which Li Jiu nodded in agreement, saying, I shall participate as well. What? The group looked at Li Jiu in disbelief, astonished that he intended to join the World Martial Arts Tournament. Rest assured, I won't transform, Li Jiu said with a knowing smile, then added, I will contact the organizers of the tournament to expand the venue tenfold and increase the prize money 100-fold. Those who secure a place in the top 10 will receive monetary rewards. Li Jiu's generosity sparked excitement among the others. Although Krillin and the others possessed formidable strength, they did not have much money to spare. They might not worry about food and drink, but affording luxuries posed a challenge. Ha ha ha, so the top 10 will receive rewards? That means Li Jiu is essentially distributing money to us. Yamcha exclaimed, exhilarated. Since embarking on his own path, Yamcha had devoted himself to martial arts training and had reached a remarkably high level of power. Let me think. For the top 10, there is Li Jiu, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Ten, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and could Nadasar be participating? Krillin pondered, noting that he had yet to see Nadasar since arriving at the floating island. She is training and will not participate in this tournament, Li Jiu replied, shaking his head. Do not forget, Krillin, there are others on Earth who are quite powerful and may also enter the World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you referring to androids 17 and 18? Krillin mused, considering that. It indeed seems rather perilous, haha. He rubbed his bald head, feeling the pressure of potentially being pushed out of the top spots. Ah, and there are 3 little ones. Li Jiu noted, glancing at Son Gohan, Liluo, and Trunks, who were busy eating. Right, but aren't there separate competitions for the children? Yamcha interjected, directing his gaze towards Liluo. If any of the 3 little ones posed a threat, it would undoubtedly be Liluo. Li Jiu, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, Yamcha. Kaiatsu, Android 17, Android 18, Liluo, Trunks, and Goten. Krillin counted on his fingers and found that, counting himself, there were as many as 14 participants. 4 of us won't receive any prizes. That seems rather precarious, Krillin said, scratching his head, suddenly feeling a wave of pressure. Who wouldn't want to secure a good ranking? Even if not for the prize money, everyone would give their utmost effort. Li Jiu refrained from personally contacting the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament, deeming it more appropriate to delegate this minor task to Bulma. In a decisive manner, Bulma reached out to the organizers and altered both the rules and the venue of the tournament. Such is the capricious nature of the world's richest individual. However, the true allure of this event lies in the participation of those legendary figures who once vanquished Cell. This iteration of the tournament promises to be unprecedented in grandeur. After 7 years, as they reunited, everyone naturally took a few days off, including even Vegeta and Son Goku, who were no exceptions. Their training in the realm of destruction was arduous, yet the rewards were extraordinary. Alone, they could never have attained such heights in their martial arts journey. Krillin's singing, although not particularly commendable, compelled the others to feign casual discussion in order to spare his feelings. However, should they be asked to offer praise, their restraint would reach its limits without delivering a sound thrashing. The floating island buzzed with activity once more, with the 3 children brimming with energy. While Liluo finally found companions for play. Meanwhile, Li Jiu sensed an incredibly subtle aura descending upon Earth. It was the presence of a deity. Did Vegeta sense it? Son Goku's expression grew serious, while Vegeta wore a look of skepticism. Why did Earth always attract such chaotic phenomena? This time, even the essence of a god was drawn here. Upon reaching the divine realm, one could indeed perceive the aura of divinity. Surely, Li Jiu sensed it as well. Should we investigate? Son Goku worried that a malevolent entity might have arrived on Earth. Li Jiu shook his head, urging patience. Let us wait quietly. Nothing will go awry. With that, Son Goku and Vegeta fell silent. Nevertheless, both remained intently focused on those 2 auras. This prompted the East Kaioshin, Asin, and Jebet, who had descended upon Earth, to feel a sense of imminent peril. Someone had detected them and locked onto their presence. How could such formidable individuals exist on Earth? Could it be Li Jiu? Asin's brow glistened with sweat as he found himself unable to trace those auras in return. Master Kaioshin, should we proceed directly to the floating island? Jebet inquired. No, we shall wait for the World Martial Arts Tournament. They will make their appearance then, Asin replied, shaking his head. His expression grave as he gazed toward the direction of the floating island, gradually revealing a look of anticipation. It seemed they had come to the right place. Due to Bulma's intervention, this edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament was held directly in West City. It remained divided into junior and adult categories, with the top 3 from a junior category eligible to compete in the adult matches following their preliminary bouts. The martial arts arena was bustling with activity. as Li Jiu had dramatically increased the prize money for this tournament by 100-fold, attracting an even larger crowd of participants. At the registration desk, Li Jiu and his companions signed up before proceeding into the arena for the first round of strength testing. This strength test garnered significant attention, taking place once again on the competition stage. The tiered seating was filled to capacity as one individual, Satan, flamboyantly showcased his talents before testing machine. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Satan. Although many martial artists had made an appearance during the Cell Games, none rivaled the strength of Li Jiu and his companions, with Satan being the most formidable among them. Over time, Satan's fame grew immensely. Though the public was aware that there were others who surpassed Satan in strength, those who had vanquished Cell, their identities remained elusive, leaving the admiration for heroes to be directed towards Satan. Fortunately, he did not disappoint, having previously secured a championship in a martial arts tournament that Li Jiu and the others did not attend. The audience erupted with chants of Satan, yes, and Fool, yes. Banners adorned the stands, but observant individuals would notice that these banners were not dedicated to Satan, as they prominently featured the names of Li Jiu, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. In the distance, Biddy Li and Sun Wufan observed Satan's shameless antics, covering their faces in embarrassment. Thus far, the strongest recorded power was by a sumo wrestler, boasting a weight of 106 pounds. The question arose, could our previous champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Mr. Satan, who had once battled Cell, surpass this record? With that, the host called forth Mr. Satan for the strength test. His voice remained vibrant as he glanced towards the entrance. Noticing Li Jiu and his companions approaching, he promptly interrupted Satan's performance, urging him to finish quickly lest the embarrassment fall upon others. Humph cough. In that case, allow me to dazzle with my miracle. With Li Jiu and his group rarely appearing in public, Satan's confidence had swelled rapidly in recent years. Admittedly, aside from Li Jiu and his companions, Satan was indeed quite powerful. Uncle Li Jiu, should we wait a bit before going over? Sun Wufan suddenly stepped forward, scratching his head and making a request. Li Jiu glanced at Sun Wufan and then at Biddy Li, nodding in agreement. Wufan, you are quite perceptive. Li Jiu paused at the entrance to the arena, and naturally, the others followed suit. At that moment, two individuals entered the waiting room. One was grounded firmly on the ground, while the other floated effortlessly. It's him. Sun Wukong immediately sensed the presence of the Kaioshin, Asin, and Jebit. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had speculated about the mysteries surrounding Kaioshin and Jebit, but now he could see through their enigmatic nature with clarity. We merely exist, Mr. Sun Wukong need not lock onto our aura. The King of Worlds, Asin, looked at Sun Wukong, then cast a glance at Li Jiu. We have come to seek a collaboration with Mr. Li Jiu and everyone present. Collaboration is acceptable, but let us wait until the martial arts tournament concludes. I'm already aware of your intentions. Li Jiu nodded, while King Asin stood in shock. You are aware of our purpose for this visit? Quite so. The unexpected guests on Earth are not merely limited to the two of you. Furthermore, it appears that King Asin has overstepped his boundaries. Li Jiu regarda Asin, noting that tasks such as eradicating the malignant Majin Buu are typically the domain of the destroyer god, Beerus. The King of Worlds need not possess formidable combat prowess. King Asin has strayed from his path. Despite having cultivated considerable strength, his priorities seem misplaced. Overstepping, you say? King Asin gazed at Li Jiu in disbelief. For he is the supreme deity of the entire universe. Should he not attend to the affairs of his own universe instead of meddling? Upon hearing this, Jebit frowned and glared at Li Jiu. Insolence. You shall not show disrespect towards the King of Worlds. The King of Worlds is still quite young. Should you find the time, I could introduce you to someone. Perhaps I could help you meet someone. Li Jiu's words left King Asin even more perplexed. But at that moment, Li Jiu had already resumed his steps toward the arena. Satan had finally completed his power assessment and wished to showcase his prowess once more. Yet he was interrupted by the referee, who called out, "The next contestant for the power test is someone whom you undoubtedly would not expect." Reflecting on the past, the demon Cell slaughtered countless humans. They were unafraid of death, battling Cell to the bitter end and ultimately defeating him. Some of them had never appeared on the big screen, while others were champions from 3 tournaments prior. Now, let's welcome Mr. Li Jiu, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, and Mr. Sun Gohan with the loudest applause and cheers. Each name called by the excited host elicited a wave of applause. I wonder if everyone remembers that Mr. Sun Wukong was the first to fight Cell. In his youth, he defeated the great demon King Piccolo. His son was the second youth to battle Cell. Back then, he was merely a child, but he has since grown. As for Mr. Li Jiu, there is no need for me to introduce him. His visage is surely etched in everyone's hearts. Satan initially intended to showcase his strength again, having just demonstrated a tremendous force of 127 pounds. However, upon hearing the host's voice, Satan realized he could no longer display his abilities. If he continued, all the fame he had accumulated over the years would come to an end. He not only refrained from showcasing further, but also decisively chose to withdraw. Satan arrived before Li Jiu with unprecedented swiftness. Mr. Li Jiu, it has been quite some time, and I have missed you dearly. I am Satan. We once fought side by side. Do you remember? Satan spoke with utmost reverence, his voice resonating as if he feared it might go unheard. At the rear, Bidalai concealed her face, while Sun Wukong similarly bowed his head in embarrassment. How could Li Jiu possibly recognize Satan? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Jiu extended a hand, clasping Satan's. Greetings, Mr. Satan. I have long admired you. Li Jiu maintained a smile, albeit one that was merely a facade. Were it not for the lifelong happiness of his nephew, Sun Wukong, Li Jiu would never have behaved in such a manner. Upon witnessing this, Satan's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, though Li Jiu's significant smile conveyed that he must refrain from further theatrics. I am honored that Mr. Li Jiu remembers a minor figure like myself. However, let us first conduct a power test. I shall not intrude any longer. With that, Satan prudently withdrew, relieving both Li Jiu and Bidalai. Bidalai? Satan, spotting her at the back, could hardly believe his eyes. He then noticed Sun Wukong standing closely beside her. Sun Wukong, greetings. Satan immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, then stood tall, placing an arm around Sun Wukong's shoulder. When do you and Bidalai plan a wed? Unable to tolerate her father's antics any longer, Bidalai pushed him away, restoring some tranquility to the arena. It is a privilege that Mr. Li Jiu can participate in this martial arts tournament. Originally, we should have exempted Mr. Li Jiu and others from the power test, but to avoid any suspicions of manipulation, we still need to trouble Mr. Li Jiu for a test. Chapter 70, Li Luo versus 2 Super Saiyans. It is quite all right. We may commence. Li Jiu replied with a smile. The host, who had been overseeing the tournament since Goku's childhood, had remarkably survived without being obliterated by a Kamehameha wave. Undoubtedly, a figure blessed with great fortune. The power test proceeded in an orderly fashion, and although everyone made a concerted effort to moderate their strength, the figures that emerged were nonetheless exhilarating. 370. The contestant Dumpling has achieved a striking punch power of 370 pounds. Advancing. The host wiped the sweat from his brow, and the audience erupted into cheers once more. No one doubted its authenticity. As Li Jiu and others had once battled Cell live on air, such earth-shattering power could not possibly be merely a few hundred pounds. The only plausible explanation was that these superheroes were indeed restraining their strength. As for tricks, what folly! What illusion could induce tremors across the entire planet? What ruse could annihilate mountains in an instant? In the audience, countless spectators were animatedly expressing their excitement. Li Jiu and the others did not linger. They merely waved symbolically to the audience below before departing the arena. Meanwhile, as their tests were conducted, the Kaishin, Asin, and Jebit also proceeded with their evaluations. In the lounge, Li Jiu encountered the tardy number 17 once more. Ah, number 17, have you come to participate in the world's martial arts tournament as well? Krillin remarked with his customary familiarity. Number 17 merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The strength tests for the adult category were still underway. Yet Li Jiu and his companions found little interest in watching mere mortals test their might. The battles in the junior category were soon to commence. This year's tournament had drawn numerous martial artists, but the junior competitions remained unchanged. For Li Jiu and his friends, the true spectacle lay in the anticipated clashes involving Son Goten, Trunks, and Li Luo. They all understood that Li Luo was destined to be the champion, as the gap in strength between him and Trunks, along with Son Goten, was insurmountable. Li Luo's prowess was formidable, ranking among the best even in their circle. After effortlessly dispatching 2 opponents each, the trio advanced directly to the finals. Their match promised to be a chaotic melee, akin to the tumultuous battles depicted in the original narrative after Goku and the others had departed, involving Satan, number 18, and the disguised Trunks. Akamapiak, Li Lu. Goten and I shall show no mercy, Trunks declared, establishing his alliance with Son Goten. Li Luo observed the two standing side by side and furrowed his brow, pondering, which of you should I eliminate first? Li Luo, do not underestimate us. Son Goten replied, his tone somber, as he assumed a fighting stance and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yash, I'm joining in too. Trunks' gaze sharpened, and his previously relaxed hair stood on end. The host of the junior category was no longer the familiar face from past tournaments, but was perceptive nonetheless. They have transformed. They are blonde warriors. Do you all remember those who once defeated Cell? They possess the ability to transform. They are indeed blonde warriors. The host's voice resonated with excitement. Having prepared thoroughly for the event, especially regarding the legendary heroes from 7 years prior. Now, as he presided over the junior category, he found himself overseeing the battles of the blonde warriors. The audience was even more exhilarated than the host, for the arena bore witness to undeniable truths. The blonde warriors truly existed. Ha ha ha. After this tournament, we shall be renowned. Krillin chuckled helplessly. Despite the potential fame not being entirely detrimental, they genuinely disliked the sensation of being in the spotlight. That fool Bulma. Vegeta scoffed, his irritation palpable. All of this was due to Bulma's impulsiveness. Upon learning that Li Jiu and the others were participating in the world's martial arts tournament, she had brazenly revealed their identities to the organizers. Such a revelation has spread far and wide, and the entire world is now aware. It is not a matter of great significance, as we seldom venture outside. Din spoke up, his mood considerably sour, for the host from the adult division, an old acquaintance, had included him among the heroes of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, who vanquished the Demon King Piccolo in his youth, now made Din ponder with regret why he did not deliver a devastating blow to that host during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Despite Goten and Trunks being capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, defeating Liro seemed an insurmountable challenge. Sun Wukong remarked that they had witnessed Liro's formidable power while in the realm of destruction. The legendary strength of the Super Saiyan was under Liro's command, and even Vegeta and Sun Wukong could not assure themselves that they would not be surpassed unknowingly, let alone the two young ones, Goten and Trunks. Amidst the discussions, the three youngsters had already commenced their battle. Liro's aura differed from that of Goten and Trunks, manifesting as a faint grass-green hue. Liro chose not to transform. Although he possessed the ability to do so, it would render the encounter less intriguing. Even in his normal state, Liro found it effortless to contend against two Super Saiyans. The battle erupted in an instant, leaving the host speechless as he attempted to commentate. The trio's movements were so rapid that he could scarcely track them, witnessing only fleeting shadows accompanied by the sounds of air being sliced and collisions. They soared into the air. Liro, Goten, and Trunks ascended, their pace so swift that it was nearly impossible to discern. Was Liro truly facing two opponents alone? The host endeavored to provide commentary, yet the action required no such narration. A brilliant flash of light erupted as a figure was forcefully slammed onto the arena, leaving behind a human-shaped crater. Goten crawled out from the pit, clutching his head, gazing up with a resentful expression. That hurt. I am angry now. Ah, a golden aura erupted forth, and Goten's energy surged. How could this be? Vegeta stepped forward, captivated by Goten's transformation. Flickers of lightning danced around him as Goten's hair stood ever more erect, a rebellious tuft stubbornly defying gravity on his forehead. The once youthful visage of Goten matured in an instant, his expression growing somewhat indifferent. Liro, be careful, Goten declared, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Liro, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 71. Do not anger the Sun family. Speedy Saiyan 2. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, recalling the blood, sweat, and tears he had shed to surpass this stage, while Goten was merely 7 years old. When did Goten become so formidable? Son Gohan was somewhat astonished. Over the years, he had often trained alongside Goten, but due to Goten's youth, he had not imposed any excessive demands. Moreover, Goten had never before exhibited the transformation into Super Saiyan second stage. This should have been his inaugural transformation. At this moment, Li Jiu wore a peculiar expression, pondering whether his presence had instigated such significant changes. Logically, Goten and Trunks should not have been overly influenced. Suddenly, Goten landed a powerful punch on Li Luo, sending him crashing onto the arena floor, his feet sinking deeply into the ground. Hey, Goten, what's the matter? You seem incredibly formidable, Trunks remarked, astonished as he gazed at Goten. Goten, in turn, appeared perplexed, glancing around before scratching his head and replying, I don't know. Li Luo hit me really hard just now, and out of anger, I transformed like this. Anger? Vegeta's lips twitched. Goku transformed due to anger. Gohan's anger was even more monstrous, and now it seemed that when the members of the Sun family became enraged, they exhibited extraordinary power. It appears we must refrain from provoking the Sun family in the future, Krillin joked lightly. Goku laughed heartily, scratching his head. Ha! I never anticipated that Goten's training aptitude would be so remarkable. Anger? Can one truly become so powerful merely from anger? Trunks, clearly skeptical, soon distanced himself and adopted a serious demeanor. Very well, then I shall also become angry. Trunks' energy began to surge. Yet his ascent was evidently less smooth than Goten's. Damn it, if Goten can achieve this, then I certainly can. I'm a year older than Goten. If I fail, Father would surely be displeased. Trunks roared, and immediately, the clear sky was shattered by violent lightning, his transformation more ferocious than Goten's. Impressive, Trunks. Goten genuinely congratulated him. At that moment, Li Jiu leisurely floated back into the air. Not bad. You've both transformed into Super Saiyan second stage. However, you're still no match for me, Li Jiu stated, his expression growing more serious as he regarded the two newly transformed individuals. Perhaps if Li Jiu does not transform, there might be a chance. Goten nodded. If Li Jiu refrained from transforming, the combined strength of Goten and Trunks could potentially defeat him. What nonsense! You both have transformed into Super Saiyan second stage. And I cannot transform? Li Jiu would not recklessly engage two Super Saiyan second stages without his own transformation. Goten and Trunks' transformations were indeed genuine. And although their transformation process appeared effortless, their power was unblemished. Moreover, the foundational combat prowess of Son Goten and Trunks surpasses even that of Goku during the time of the Cell Games. With such formidable strength, it is inconceivable for Li Jiu to engage in a fair fight. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Li Jiu drew his fist to his waist, his gaze instantly transforming into a vivid green, while his previously dark hair shifted to a striking golden green. A terrifying aura enveloped the surrounding area for miles, causing even the spectators outside to feel a sense of trepidation, an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. Observing this, Li Jiu promptly cautioned, Li Jiu, rein in your energy. Yes, Father, Li Jiu responded, immediately retracting the legendary Super Saiyan aura. However, at that very moment, two figures abruptly soared into the air, heading directly towards Li Jiu. Such immense energy would undoubtedly delight Lord Babidi. The two individuals ascended like hulking brutes, bald-headed, with magical patterns adorning their foreheads. Be careful, Trunks warned as he noticed the two approaching Li Jiu. Yet, there was no need for Trunks' warning. Before the two massive figures could even reach Li Jiu, he had vanished from sight. Reappearing, Li Jiu surveyed the peculiar vessel in his hand, akin to a night pot, and coldly inquired, "What is this?" His tone was indifferent. He could command the transcendent power, but remained susceptible to emotional fluctuations. Much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the expressions and emotional states before and after such a change manifest differently. How could this be? When did you? Babidi gazed in astonishment at the energy collector in Li Jiu's hand, then at his own empty palms, rendered speechless. Hey, this is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Unauthorized interference is not permitted. Li Jiu was still speaking when an abrupt surge of energy bound him, rendering his body immobile, causing the energy collector to slip from his grasp. Babidi, quick to react, caught the falling device while simultaneously attempting to thrust it into Li Jiu's waist. The other assailant clung tightly to Li Jiu, preventing any movement. Is this the extent of your strength? Li Jiu seethed with anger as he forcefully broke free from the bindings, shattering the invisible force. In the same instant, he unleashed a series of kicks, burying the two hulking figures deep into the arena floor. I can sense the murderous intent. Li Jiu's gaze was frigid, devoid of the usual composure he maintained, replaced by an emotionless detachment. He retained control over his power and had not lost his rationality, yet his demeanor was utterly ruthless. The grass-green energy blast sank into the ground, causing the arena to vanish almost entirely, along with the two subdued demons who disappeared without a trace. After eliminating the demons, Li Jiu turned his attention to Li Jiu. Noting Li Jiu's lack of reaction, he then looked towards Son Goten and Trunks, stating softly, I must now take this seriously. Be cautious, you two. As Sun Wuqian and Trunks gazed down at the shattered arena, their eyes met, revealing a solemn expression. Come on, Li Jiu, Trunks exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Though they were not pure-blooded Saiyans, the thrill of battle ignited their spirits. The three engaged in combat once more. But Li Jiu's transformation endowed him with a terrifying power that surpassed even the second stage of Super Saiyan. Despite their combined efforts, Wu Qian and Trunks could only endure a few more rounds against Liro's might. So be it, Liro proclaimed, and with that, two figures were sent crashing beyond the arena's borders. Chapter 72, Liro versus Krillin. They're out of bounds. The match concluded, and the champion of a youth division of the world's greatest martial arts tournament was declared, contestant Liro. This exhilarating announcement sent the audience into a fervent cheer as they witnessed the golden-haired warriors duel up close. The tickets for this tournament had proven to be an invaluable investment. Trunks and son Wu Tian crawled from the deep pit, clutching their necks, and looked up at Liro in awe. Liro is incredible. We can't compete with him. Liro, Wu Tian, Trunks, come back. The adult division matches are about to commence, Li Jiu shouted. Once the trio joyfully joined the others, Liro turned to the Kaioshin, Ashin, and remarked, Lord Kaioshin, please remain patient until the tournament concludes. Refrain from causing any more disturbances. Earlier, Liro had been under Ashin's control and narrowly escaped energy absorption by Baba Pichi. Li Jiu had witnessed the entire ordeal. Mr. Li Jiu, I too have my own troubles. Ashin replied with a resigned shake of his head, wishing to avoid conflict with Li Jiu and the others. I understand, but Lord Kaioshin, you must keep your concerns at bay. What you perceive as a cataclysm may still be within the grasp of others. Still within grasp? Ashin exclaimed in shock. Who in the entire universe dares to claim such control but myself? Be patient, Li Jiu said without elaboration, joining the others at the adult division arena. Among the 30 contestants advancing to the second round, Li Jiu and his companions skillfully evaded their own, all advancing with ease thanks to the machinations of the dumpling. The ensuing matches became a series of internal contests among Li Jiu and his group. The first match of the third round, Krillin versus Liro. What terrible look. My opponent is none other than Liro. Krillin lamented. Rather than facing Liro, he would have preferred to encounter the likes of the Dumpling or Wu Tian. Although Wu Qian and Trunks had both achieved the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation, Krillin felt confident in his ability to secure victory. However, Liro was now far stronger than the second stage of Super Saiyan. My luck is even worse, the Dumpling murmured quietly. He too was set to face Li Jiu in his match. Tianjin Fan, witnessing the situation, gently patted Dumpling's shoulder, saying, it's all right. Dumpling merely needs to summon all his strength to fight. The outcome is of little consequence. Dumpling felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, but losing was not a disgrace. After all, anyone encountering Li Jiu might very well face defeat, wouldn't they? Perhaps it would be more precise to remove the word might. I found myself facing number 17, Yamucha, who glanced at his own sign and scratched his head. In the presence of number 17, Yamucha exhibited little trepidation. 17's expression remained unchanged. Although Yamucha's aura was subtly elusive, imparting a sense of depth, 17 had not been idle over the years. My opponent is Uncle Tianjin Fan? Sun Wukong raised the sign in his hand and then turned to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan smiled and nodded. Wukong is quite formidable. I must be cautious. He affectionately ruffled Wukong's hair, reminiscent of how he once did with Sun Wukong. Back then, I could still manage to subdue Sun Wukong, but now, I must tread carefully even against Wukong. Tianjin Fan felt a pang of nostalgia, as Krillin and Yamucha couldn't help but chuckle. In those days, they were not significantly weaker than Sun Wukong. While the group conversed, Krillin and Li Luo's names were called. Hey, Li Luo, do be gentle with me later, Krillin said as he approached the arena. Li Luo, returning to his usual self, had grown more composed, slightly bashful as he scratched his head. Uncle Krillin must be very powerful, right? I fear I may not be his match. Despite his young age, Li Luo had been trained by Whis since childhood, making his combat skills comparable to those of martial arts masters. Even seasoned fighters like Piccolo might find it challenging to surpass Li Luo in combat prowess. Hey, Li Jiu, who do you think has a better chance, Krillin or Li Luo? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, unable to discern who among them was superior. Can't you see for yourself? Li Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. I can't tell. Krillin has made significant progress lately. I can't gauge his depth anymore. Sun Wukong scratched his head and then looked at Tianjin Fan and the others, saying, Li Jiu is indeed suited to be a teacher. It seems Tianjin Fan and Yamucha have made substantial strides. Indeed, although Li Jiu had only offered us guidance a few times, he had opened a gateway to unparalleled heights. Over the years, while you may have traveled beyond Earth for training, our progress has not lagged behind. Tianjin Fan brimmed with confidence, a subtle yet profound power coursing within him. Only Li Jiu, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta could sense it. Tianjin Fan's strength should surpass that of Li Luo, Li Jiu remarked, ever attuned to the nuances of power. In the present day, Tianjin's martial prowess has seemingly awakened the latent power of his bloodline, the strength of which, attributed to the enigmatic three-eyed aliens, remains a mystery. However, judging from the dormant energy within Tianjin, it appears that his capabilities surpass those of Li Luo at this moment. Yet, Li Luo possesses an innate advantage that complicates any assumptions. The outcome of a genuine confrontation is far from certain. Tianjin's gaze shifted to the two adversaries locked in combat on the stage. Although Li Jiu claimed to be slightly stronger than Li Luo, Tianjin felt a twinge of disbelief. After all, Li Luo is merely 7 years old. One must not underestimate. The legendary Super Saiyan is an indomitable warrior. Not only you, but even Kakarot and I may be surpassed in the near future. Vegeta interjected, unwilling to concede to anyone. However, if it were Bulma and the legendary Super Saiyan, he would have no qualms. On the stage, the match had commenced, yet Li Luo and Krillin remained exceedingly cautious. Krillin refrained from making any rash moves, instead adopting a defensive posture, remaining still as he sought out his opponent's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Li Luo stood quietly, his hands relaxed yet clenched into fists, muscles taut and ready. When he moves, it is with the swiftness of thunder, striking in an instant. The audience was a mix of cheers and tense silence, as if their collective focus could decipher the clash between the two. Humanity's patience in the face of superheroes is boundless. Even as the match unfolded, both Krillin and Li Luo remained unmoving, and not a single spectator dared to disrupt the atmosphere. Anyone who would dare to speak in such a moment should be silenced by their own folly. The battle between titans is no trivial affair. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for the Earth. They are merely observing their opponent. As time passed, a bead of sweat trickled down Krillin's brow. He felt the weight of Li Luo's presence. Though Li Luo stood still, there was no opening to exploit. Was it merely a simple spar that had him so apprehensive? After a prolonged moment, Krillin managed a small smile before abruptly retracting his defensive stance. Li Luo, be careful, he warned, and in an instant his form vanished from sight. He disappeared. The announcer seized the opportunity to comment, yet with Krillin's sudden disappearance, he could only state the truth. Krillin's speed is astonishing. His movements elude our perception. He has vanished and could materialize behind Li Luo at any moment. Li Luo must remain vigilant. The announcer, seasoned from hosting events with the likes of Sun Wukong, displayed a remarkable eloquence, weaving words effortlessly. Yet, his commentary bore no flaws. At this juncture, the audience fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixated on Li Luo. For Krillin was reappearing, poised to strike. Li Luo's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as steady as a seasoned warrior, exhibiting no unnecessary movements. He abruptly raised his left arm, shielding aside. With a thunderous crash, the floor beneath Li Luo shattered, and Krillin materialized. His straightforward barrage of punches and kicks was effortlessly deflected by Li Luo's raised hand. However, having already engaged in combat, Krillin showed no intention of retreating, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught. The sound of fists striking echoed resoundingly, each punch infused with tremendous force that sent tremors through the air. Yet, Li Luo remained composed, skillfully blocking while retreating. Suddenly, Krillin vanished again, delivering a whipping kick aimed at Li Luo's shoulder. Li Luo pivoted, bracing his arms against the blow and absorbing the impact. The force was so immense that it drove his legs deep into the arena floor. The commentators' eyes widened in astonishment, eager to narrate the unfolding spectacle. But the sheer speed of the duel rendered the actions of both fighters nearly invisible. Before he could utter a word, another round of clashes began and concluded. Oh my! Krillin's strength is astounding. Our arena, constructed from premium granite and 30 centimeters thick, appears as fragile as tofu before these two combatants. Li Lu, Saminglikam, has been consistently on the defensive, absorbing Krillin's relentless attacks. He appears quite youthful. Could he be the offspring of the legendary Mr. Li Jiu, who once triumphed over Cell? To articulate such a battle, the commentator's skill will truly be put to the test. Clearly, this commentator, who has hosted the World Martial Arts Championship since Sun Wukong's childhood, possesses a flair for exaggeration. Unable to discern the rapid exchanges between Krillin and Li Luo, he resorts to describing the destruction they leave in their wake. Nevertheless, the audience remains fervently engaged, cheering with excitement, as the devastation wrought by their duel is palpably real. If the previous live broadcasts were inconsistent and not witnessed firsthand, would the World Martial Arts Championship resort to deception? The once unblemished arena has been marred by deep fissures, akin to tofu. Could that be a ruse? In the last championship, without Klin and others participating, the arena remained entirely intact. Yet now, the junior division stage has been reduced to mere fragments, while the adult division's arena is already in ruins before it has even begun. Sigh, these fighters seem oblivious to moderation. Repairing the arena will certainly require considerable time and effort. Ha ha ha, Li Luo, quite impressive. I shall increase my intensity. With a laugh, Klin distanced himself once more. Invigorated by the fervor within, Li Luo offered no words, embodying the calm and enigmatic essence of Li Jiu. Truly, the son of a tiger cannot be a mere dog. Klin's expression grew increasingly solemn, his aura intensifying as he began to ascend into the air. Li Luo followed suit. For the most exhilarating battles must unfold in the heights above. Otherwise, if the force were to increase even slightly, it could potentially devastate the arena and harm the spectators outside. As the two combatants ascended into the air, their battle became increasingly unrestrained. Yet, the residual force of their conflict bore down upon the ground like a tempest, making it difficult for even the announcer to maintain his footing. Allow me to provide them some respite. The Supreme Kai suddenly interjected, raising his hands to conjure a protective energy shield over the audience. However, the announcer, positioned at the edge of the stage, remained unprotected and struggled against the overwhelming pressure. The spectators in the audience felt no such strain. Yet the sight of the announcer teetering precariously was enough to convey the sheer ferocity of the aerial skirmish above. Thunder rumbled, yet the clouds parted, revealing two figures that flickered in and out of visibility, as if fireworks were being set off in the sky. Boom! After several exchanges, one figure plummeted heavily from the heights, crashing directly into the earth. Suspended in midair, Krillin gazed at the arena. Liro, come out. I know you're unharmed. Behind you. Uncle Krillin. Liro's voice suddenly rang out from behind Krillin, and in the next moment, he was struck fiercely at the neck, sending him hurtling like a cannonball outside the arena. Liro's instantaneous counterattack caught Yamcha and the others off guard, their hearts tightening as they watched Krillin on the verge of crashing beyond the boundaries. Was the battle to conclude in such a manner? Krillin's power had evidently not yet been fully unleashed. The restrictions of the World Martial Arts Tournament were too numerous, rendering it impossible to fight with all one's might. Damn it, stop this! Just as Krillin was about to hit the ground, he managed to stabilize himself, thrusting his hands outward to create a gust of wind that halted his descent. At that moment, he was merely half a meter away from the arena's edge. That was close. Krillin returned to the air, while Liro waited patiently, refraining from seizing the opportunity to strike again. Incredible, Liro. This is merely your baseline power. If you were transformed into a Super Saiyan, you would undoubtedly be even stronger. I might truly not be your match. Krillin sighed in relief. Liro responded. Uncle Krillin still has power yet unutilized. The restrictions of the tournament are simply too great. If we were on Floating Island, I might not stand a chance against you. Liro sensed that, despite his considerable strength, the power latent within Krillin was equally formidable. Is that so? Nevertheless, even without fully unleashing our strength, we can still determine a victor. Liro, you have much yet to learn, Krillin remarked, prompting Liro to pause in surprise. What? Liro, be cautious. Krillin suddenly clasped his hands together, his energy converging at his palms, crackling with arcs of electricity. What is that? What technique is this? Why does it feel so familiar? The elderly host began, struggling to lift his head. The figures of the two competitors appeared diminutive against the vast sky, resembling mere ants. Yet, the host's vision showed no signs of deterioration, as he could still discern Krillin's movements clearly. Chapter 74. May Lord Kaioshin acknowledge defeat. What technique is that? It bears no resemblance to the Kamehameha. Li Jiu pondered, unable to ascertain the nature of the technique Krillin was currently employing. Is Master Rashi's universal shockwave palm? Tien Shinhan interjected, adding, it should be the modified version of a universal shockwave palm. Though Tien is also proficient in this technique, he has never utilized it. Despite its formidable power, it possesses a certain redundancy, as it demands excessive energy and is challenging to master. The universal shockwave palm, Li Jiu mused, recalling the name of the technique, albeit vaguely. Li Luo assumed a defensive stance, channeling his inner energy to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. However, Krillin maintained a confident smile. Li Luo, I apologize, but while victory and defeat may not hold paramount importance, I am eager to advance to the next stage and engage in battle once more with Tien and the others. Krillin's gaze was resolute, The martial arts tournament was not their sole opportunity for sparring, yet it held a sentiment that was hard to replicate. Once they had all fought here, Universal so clavepadam. With hands brimming with energy, he unleashed a torrent of golden lightning that surged towards Li Luo at lightning speed, engulfing him in an instant. Li Luo gasped in pain, the overwhelming current accompanied by a paralyzing effect, causing his previously summoned energy to dissipate in an instant. He struggled fiercely, attempting to harness his strength to break free from the current. Yet, would Krillin allow him to escape so easily? If it were a free-for-all, Li Luo would certainly not be weaker than I. But this is the martial arts tournament. You have lost, Li Luo, Krillin declared, manipulating the current to hurl Li Luo downward. What decisiveness! A most astute choice. Vegeta scoffed. Krillin's universal shockwave palm was indeed unexpectedly powerful, but it was merely a sudden attack, and Li Luo had afforded him a certain amount of time to charge. Moreover, Krillin's initial control had left Li Luo with no opportunity to react, ultimately sending him crashing off the stage, completely catching Li Luo off guard. Given a little more time, it might have been possible for Li Luo to break free from the grip of the universal shockwave palm. Out of bounds, the host gazed in disbelief at Li Luo, who still crackled with electricity, before turning his attention to Krillin, who was gently descending onto the stage. The match is over. Contestant Krillin emerges victorious. The host took a considerable moment to process the fact that what had once been an intense battle had concluded in the blink of an eye. The audience remained silent and dazed for a while, before erupting into cheers, reminiscent of a delayed response from the internet. Klin descended from the arena and approached Li Luo, who was still flickering with arcs of electricity. However, those arcs no longer posed any threat to Li Luo. I apologize, Li Luo, Klin said, extending a hand to assist him. Li Luo shook his head. Uncle Klin, what was that technique? I didn't even have time to react before I lost control of my energy. He scratched his head, revealing that winning or losing was of little consequence to him. He was merely there to partake in the excitement. Haha, even Li Luo couldn't react? That was Master Wu Tian's signature move, albeit modified for greater potency. It's akin to the magic cannon of Piccolo, requiring a moment to charge. That is still impressive, Li Luo replied, nodding earnestly as he brushed off the dust from his attire. He had sustained no injuries as Klin had not exerted his full strength. He had merely been caught off guard. Upon returning to the lounge, Sun Wukong stepped forward. Well done, Klin. Li Luo's strength is far superior to that of the former cell. Haha, just a stroke of luck. Laughter echoed among the crowd when the host seized the opportunity to enter the lounge, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the arena has sustained damage and requires repairs. The upcoming matches may be delayed." It cannot be delayed. Before Li Jiu and the others could respond, the voice of King Kai, Saiyan, resonated. Allow me to assist in restoring the arena swiftly. As King Kai stepped out of the lounge and onto the arena, he turned to the host and inquired, "The next match is mine. Can we commence promptly?" However, the arena is not yet repaired. It has been restored. King Kai Saiyan waved his hand, and the previously damaged arena was instantly rejuvenated. The host, astonished, rubbed his eyes, while the audience, who had initially prepared to leave, settled back down upon witnessing the arena's miraculous restoration. "Is this a magic trick?" the host instinctively exclaimed. But upon glancing at Li Jiu and then at King Kai Saiyan, he awkwardly chuckled. "Thank you for your assistance, contestant Saiyan. Let us continue the match." "You're welcome." King Kai Saiyan smiled, casting a glance at Piccolo, who had remained silent in the corner for quite some time. Piccolo's opponent was none other than King Kai Saiyan himself. However, Li Jiu noticed that Piccolo did not appear overly tense. He seemed merely cautious. "Good luck, Uncle Piccolo," Son Gohan called out, to which Piccolo simply nodded gravely as he ascended the arena. A familiar visage, Piccolo's white cloak had gained popularity online over the years. Yet few had truly witnessed the real Piccolo. "Please teach me, Mr. Piccolo." King Kai Saiyan floated serenely in midair. And once the host announced the commencement of the match, King Kai remained still, showing no signs of movement. In his view, Dandy was once a celestial deity of this planet, capable of discerning his true identity. Furthermore, a significant dimensional disparity would naturally result in dimensional suppression. Of course, with sufficient power, one could transcend all barriers. Dandy stared intently at the Supreme Kai Asin, listening keenly to the exchange between Lilo and Asin. "Supreme Kai, what brings you to Earth?" Dandy pondered the rank of the Supreme Kai, aware that his dimension far exceeded his own. Nevertheless, at that moment, Danny harbored no intention of conceding. The circumstances were different now. The original narrative had already shifted due to the arrival of Li Jiu. Dandy's strength had evolved beyond recognition, and his dimension was no longer confined to the realm of earthly deities. A terrifying entity was on the verge of resurrection, and I must eliminate it before its revival. Yet, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Moreover, your power surpassed mine, leaving me at a loss. Is this related to those two individuals who burst forth from the youth group? Dandy quickly identified the crux of the matter. Indeed, but you should not use Lilo as bait. Furthermore, I do not believe there exists any threat capable of jeopardizing Earth's safety. Therefore, I beg your pardon. I shall not acquiesce to your demands. In this contest, Supreme Kai, you may as well concede. Chapter 75. Son Gohan ese Hevit. What? The Supreme Kai Asin could hardly believe his ears. Dandy was suggesting he concede? Not only Asin, but Jebit and the North Kai, who was covertly observing Earth, were equally astonished by Dandy's declaration. Oh, Li Jiu was also taken aback by Dandy's words, but upon reflecting on how Dandy had vastly outstripped his former self, he quickly regained his composure. The Supreme Kai Asin scrutinized Dandy, whose expression, though grave, conveyed little more than that. You dare. Asin felt an intense affront. Yet Dandy remained unfazed, retorting, do you truly believe that a higher dimension can suppress me? In the face of absolute power, all else is mere illusion. With that, Dandy unleashed a powerful roar, his aura erupting forth, causing the recently restored arena beneath him to fissure dramatically. Solid bricks began to levitate and tremble violently. My goodness, what overwhelming energy! The spectators were astonished by Dandy's sudden display of strength, wondering if he aimed to settle the contest with a single blow. The host, unsure of how to respond, inadvertently stirred the crowd's excitement. Cheers erupted, while the countenance of Supreme Kai Asin grew increasingly grim. In this modest realm of Earth, he had been repeatedly disregarded. Now, this being, once a divine protector of Earth, dared to confront him. Yet, the force Dandy exuded was overwhelmingly superior to that of Supreme Kai Asin. The mere power emanating from Dandy at this moment is beyond what Asin can contend with. I concede, though reluctant. The Supreme Kai Asin promptly admits defeat and descends from the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. I realize now that it was indeed my meddling. The catastrophic disaster I spoke of may not truly threaten the Earth. Asin gazes at Li Jiu, his eyes then sweeping over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. Your strength surpasses my imagination. You're still too young. Li Jiu smiles and replies. The dangerous elements within this universe do not require your intervention. As a Supreme Kai, it is my duty to oversee the cosmos. Asin remains perplexed, utterly unaware of the existence of the God of Destruction Beerus. You will come to understand in due time, Li Jiu thinks, choosing not to elaborate further. Asin furrows his brow, but refrains from asking more questions. He intends to observe how Li Jiu and the others will deal with Majin Buu. Although Dan had lifted a layer of bricks from the arena, he restored them before departing, thus not delaying the proceedings of the third match. Will I be competing against Uncle Tien? Son Goten expresses a hint of trepidation, as Tien is a figure from his father's generation. Goten, give it your all. Son Gohan encourages as he ruffles Goten's hair. All right. Son Goten and Tien step onto the arena, taking positions on either side. Once Goten stands firm, he bows respectfully to Tien with his hands clasped together. Tien, witnessing this, appears momentarily entranced, feeling as if he has returned to the past. Although confident in his victory against Goten, Tien does not dare to underestimate him. After returning the gesture, Tien locks onto Goten with his energy. Upon realizing this, Goten instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan. This little one, Tien smirks, recognizing that Goten's immediate transformation into a Super Saiyan is indeed a commendable choice. Goten, I shall not hold back. Tien's energy begins to rise, his skin taking on a reddish hue, muscles bulging, and veins protruding, presenting a somewhat fearsome sight. Is that the transformation of the three-eyed beings? Li Jiu observes Tien's form for the first time. While the change is not exceedingly pronounced, the increase in power is significant. It's merely less than a 30-fold boost, Vegeta scoffs, asserting that had Tien's base combat power not been so high, this transformation would not suffice to defeat Goten. After all, the transformation to Super Saiyan second stage offers a 100-fold increase. Tien's combat power is already formidable. Even without transforming, he would not be weaker than Goten. Yamcha interjects, and the others nod in agreement. At this moment, Tien is tapping into the strength of his bloodline, aiming for a steady approach, as being defeated by the 7-year-old Goten would indeed be humiliating. One can only say that Goten and Trunks are extraordinarily powerful. Were it not for my unexpected tactics, I might have already faced defeat. Clin scratched his head, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Li Luo. However, Li Luo displayed no signs of frustration, stating, even if I exert my utmost effort, I may not necessarily be a match for Uncle Clin. Just as you mentioned, my strength is formidable, yet I still lack the tactical experience that is somewhat redundant. Li Luo possessed commendable martial arts comprehension and combat skills. Yet the essence of battle transcended these two elements. There remained much for him to learn. On the arena, Sun Wutian had already launched his offensive. Despite Sun Wutian's numerous shortcomings in combat technique, his power and speed were undeniable, demanding considerable focus from Tianjin Fan to defend against him. Once again, the spectators were treated to a visual feast, their throats nearly hoarse from cheering, yet they continued to roar with enthusiasm. The tickets for this martial arts tournament had proven to be exceedingly worthwhile. Moments later, Sun Wutian elevated his energy once more, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A fierce aura emanated from him. Although it was not the first time they had witnessed such a transformation, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but marvel. Saiyans are truly extraordinary. As Sun Wutian unleashed all his power, Tianjin Fan no longer held back. After a series of exchanges, Sun Wutian tumbled from the arena, scratching his head and laughing. Uncle Tianjin Fan is amazing. I am no match for him at all. Tianjin Fan landed and helped Sun Wutian to his feet, saying, Wutian, you are impressive as well. You must train diligently to protect the earth. Sun Wutian nodded earnestly. Their battle had remained somewhat restrained, yet the arena lay in ruins. This time, the Kaioshin did not intervene. Instead, Din stepped forward, raising his hand to repair the arena. Super abilities are truly remarkable, Li Jiu remarked with a hint of envy. Din, however, snorted lightly, I envy absolute power instead. With diligent training, it will come. Now it is my turn. Sun Wufan glanced at Jebet, a look of caution gracing his features. Jebet wore an expression of pride, for he was a God of Destruction's attendant. As the two ascended the arena, they immediately ignited cheers from the audience. Wufan, go for it, shouted one spectator, prompting Sun Wufan to turn and spot a few classmates from his school. Haha, I can't hide any longer, he chuckled, waving back at them. Unlike in the original story, he did not don a Saiyan superhero attire, but instead wore a brown martial arts uniform identical to that of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian. As all present noted, contestant Sun Wufan was indeed the son of contestant Sun Wukong. 7 years prior, he had battled against Cell, and his strength had undoubtedly grown even more formidable since then. The host seized the opportunity to introduce him, once again inciting cheers from the audience. Chapter 76, Divine Wufan. Unlike Vegeta and others, Sun Wufan, like Sun Wukong, had genuinely faced off against Cell. Let me witness your strength. Those who fought before must have been no match for you, correct? Jebet maintained an air of superiority, prompting Son Gohan to furrow his brow and pose a question that even Jebet found difficult to respond to. But, to confront you, it does not require an overwhelming force. That brat Gohan, Vegeta smirked, sharing in the disdain for Jebet's lofty demeanor. What is this Kaioshin compared to a God of Destruction? I shall not engage in battle with you, but if permitted, I wish to witness your true power. After all, a formidable demon has indeed descended upon Earth, potentially bringing calamity to the entire universe. Jebet's tone softened slightly. Reflecting for a moment, Son Gohan replied, I know not what this demon is, but I believe there exists no enemy that cannot be vanquished. Since you wish to see, I shall oblige. Gradually, Son Gohan heightened his energy. A golden aura erupted around him, followed by arcs of lightning illuminating his form, before settling into tranquility. Gohan has mastered the Super Saiyan second transformation quite proficiently. Nearing full power, observed Goku, pleased with his son, as progress. Given Gohan's previous demeanor, such advancement seemed unlikely. He would have typically regressed. That boy must not have trained diligently, for how could he possess only this much power? Vegeta expressed discontent, holding Gohan in high regard due to his innate Saiyan potential. Despite not being a pure-blooded Saiyan, Vegeta's expectations were exceedingly high. The strength of the Super Saiyan second transformation was formidable, and achieving full power was no small feat. Goku felt that Gohan's progress was commendable. It must be more than this. Reaching full power in Super Saiyan 2 is more challenging than attaining Super Saiyan 3. Remarked Li Jiu, as everyone focused intently on Gohan's strength. After all, Gohan had once surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. In these past 7 years, if he had trained earnestly, his progress must have been significant. This period marked Gohan's developmental phase, and his strength should have advanced rapidly. Gohan's growth surely cannot be limited to this. Among those present, only Piccolo possessed a profound understanding of Gohan. As his father, he had consistently monitored Gohan's training over the years, even when not on the floating island. Jebbet's gaze was fixed intently upon Gohan. Truthfully, he was already intimidated by Gohan's power. However, it was still insufficient. The terror of the demon was beyond their imagination. Although Jebbet had never faced Majin Buu, the deaths of the Kaishins from the east, west, north, and south at the hands of the demon had instilled a deep fear in both the East Kaishin and Jebbet. Is this not enough? Gohan displayed a hint of seriousness, then gradually retracted his Super Saiyan transformation. How much more do I lack? Son Gohan inquired, his confident smile unwavering. I don't know, but even if it isn't sufficient, it's not far off. He mused that the King Kai's sword could assist him in vanquishing the demon. Jebbet believed Son Gohan had reached his limits and offered a word of consolation. Son Gohan's remarkable strength was, at the very least, a promising sign for their journey. Oh, it seems that the demon you mentioned is not as formidable as you implied. Just as Jebbet was preparing to concede and depart the arena, Son Gohan suddenly spoke. Jebbet gazed at Son Gohan in astonishment, pondering the implications of his earlier statement. Could it be that you possess untapped strength? Jebbet regarded Son Gohan, unable to fathom that the power he had displayed exceeded the expectations of both Jebbet and the King Kai. Yet was this truly all the strength he had? Is there still power left unmanifested within you? Son Goku was somewhat taken aback, considering that Son Gohan's full power in Super Saiyan 2 was already quite remarkable. Moreover, Son Gohan's foundational combat prowess had qualitatively improved compared to 7 years prior. Of course, Son Gohan returned to his normal state, gently clenching his fists as he murmured, Uncle Krillin and the others have forged their own paths in training. How can I tread the same old path as my father and the rest? The next realm, I shall call Divine. Divine? Jebbet's lips twitched before he scoffed. Son Gohan, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but the realm of the divine is not one that mere mortals can access. Then allow me to show you. As Son Gohan spoke, an enigmatic aura enveloped him. His formerly short hair transformed into a glossy black, and a radiant white energy surged forth, revealing the divine Gohan state. It could indeed be described as the divine realm. Li Jiu sensed Son Gohan's aura and realized that calling it divine was no exaggeration. Li Jiu was unaware of the distinctions between the divine Gohan in the original narrative and the present incarnation. But the aura emanating from Son Gohan felt as though it could subtly rival Son Goku's ultra instinct. I do not know where my father has been training over the years or what achievements he has attained, but I refuse to be easily distanced from him. Son Gohan's voice took on a transcendent quality. His gaze sharpened, and a lock of hair danced lightly upon his forehead. The divine realm, this young man. Vegeta stared at Son Gohan in astonishment. He had initially believed that Son Gohan might have reached the Super Saiyan 3rd level. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Son Gohan had indeed touched upon the divine realm. No, Gohan's divine state surpasses your realms in depth. Given time, the power of the Super Saiyan may be entirely absorbed by his divine state. Gentlemen, does the pressure weigh heavily upon you? Li Jiu looked toward Son Goku and Vegeta. These two had trained in the God of Destruction's realm for nearly 7 years, yet had not managed to create a significant gap between themselves and Son Gohan. My journey alongside Vegeta in pursuit of divine power, intertwined with the transformations of the Super Saiyan, indeed distinguishes itself from Gohan's own divine state. Sun Wukong, scratching his head, wore a radiant smile. The prowess of Gohan brought him immense joy, even igniting an urge within him to engage in a contest with Gohan. To the discerning eye, the nuances were apparent, while the uninitiated merely marveled at the spectacle. At this moment, the audience was left perplexed. Why did the formidable golden-haired warrior refrain from transforming? Meanwhile, Jebbet was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Gohan, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 77. Gods and Deities? Can this realm truly be deemed divine? Upon transforming into God Gohan, his entire demeanor exuded an air of grandeur. Yet what could Jebbet say? He felt that should he utter another negative, Gohan might effortlessly strike him down. Shall we continue the match? Gohan gazed intently at Jebbet, who stammered, no need. I concede, with those final 3 words. Jebbet felt an overwhelming sense of relief as sweat drenched his attire. The host widened his eyes in astonishment at Jebbet, a competitor who had maintained an air of superiority since his entrance. suddenly conceding defeat. Jebet has forfeited. The match concludes. Gohan emerges victorious, although the host was somewhat bewildered. Witnessing Gohan exhibit 3 distinct transformations was more than sufficient. A concession? Quite predictable. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance toward the Kaioshin, still unaware of the true level of divinity that lay before him. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin observed Gohan, for the aura surrounding his transformation radiated a sacred essence, a divine presence. Truly, Gohan's progress over the years has been remarkable. Krillin and the others, witnessing Gohan's extraordinary strength, displayed little astonishment, for even 7 years prior, Gohan had already eclipsed them. Indeed, they are a race of warriors. Yamcha, enviously, remarked how the guidance of Li Jiu had opened a path of cultivation for him. Despite his rapid advancement, surpassing these Saiyans still seemed somewhat unrealistic. Who shall take the stage next? Upon returning to the waiting area, Gohan turned to Yamcha. Yamcha, with a sheepish smile, replied, "My opponent is Vegeta. It truly is a daunting challenge." "Humph, rest assured, I shall show mercy," Vegeta retorted with an air of pride. Yamcha rolled his eyes. Tightening his belt, "Thank you, I shall give it my all." Aware of his slim chances of victory, Yamcha approached the arena with a calm demeanor, glancing at Vegeta. "Vegeta, I acknowledge your strength, but I have not idled away the years either. You all speak of how Li Jiu has unveiled a new path for your training. I am curious to see just how powerful this path can truly make you." Vegeta, too, was curious about whether the subtle guidance from Li Jiu had truly proven so effective. He had witnessed Krillin's progress, although Krillin had yet to unleash his full potential. For Vegeta, it was not difficult to discern the changing seasons from a single falling leaf. "You are mistaken, Vegeta. Li Jiu has illuminated a path for me, not for all of us. While our individual journeys of cultivation share commonalities, they are not identical." Yamcha corrected him. "I care not for your paths of cultivation. Beneath true power, all must prostrate." Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a golden aura surged skyward. Is the first level of Super Saiyan sufficient? Vegeta was not arrogant enough to confront Yamcha in his base form. Much of a Saiyan's strength stems from transformations, as base combat power increases slowly. In contrast, individuals like Yamcha, akin to Krillin, could elevate their ki to such heights that it might rival even that of a Super Saiyan 3. Not enough. Yamcha crossed his arms before him, briefly gathering strength before letting out a low growl, his body expanding instantaneously. A brilliant white aura, reminiscent of divine energy, radiated outward. Yet, remarkably, Yamcha's divine presence was even purer than Gohan's. This was the essence of pure divine power, strikingly similar to that of the Kaioshin, yet infused with a hint of earthly essence. How can this be? His dimension. Yamcha's display at this moment utterly subverted the Kaioshin Ashen's understanding, as the dimension of an ordinary person had ascended to a level surpassing that of the Kais. Indeed, while Yamcha had not yet reached the realm of the Kaioshin, he stood above the Kais alongside the Grand Kai. This was a matter of dimensional ranking. Yamcha was still unearthing his potential, maximizing every stage of development. And in this moment, he possessed a combat power that could easily crush a Super Saiyan 2. Is divine power so commonplace? Vegeta gritted his teeth. He and Goku had endured nearly 7 years of rigorous training in the realm of the Destroyers, suffering immensely to unlock their divine transformations. Yet, Gohan and Yamcha had both achieved divine forms. Indeed, Vegeta categorized Yamcha's divine state as a transformation, for Yamcha could not maintain this state indefinitely. Gohan referred to his level as divine. He wondered if his own state could also be deemed divine. Divinité. Yamcha reveled in the astonished gaze of Vegeta, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After all, divine power was indeed far superior to ordinary ki. Once one is linked to the divine, their aura becomes utterly contained, often imperceptible even at close range. No wonder, when Gohan transformed into his divine state, none had focused on the fluctuations of ki. Everyone has touched the divine state, haven't they? Li Jiu inquired, glancing at Krillin and Tien. Logically speaking, when divine energy manifested, Gohan's aura would have vanished entirely. However, Tianjin Fan and others were surprisingly unfazed by this revelation. Indeed, once their thoughts were discerned, Tianjin Fan and Krillin no longer felt the need to conceal anything. The progress made by everyone exceeded my expectations. I never anticipated that a few of my words could catalyze such profound transformations in Tianjin Fan and the others. Judging by the power exhibited by Yamcha at this moment, Super Saiyan Vegeta was undoubtedly no match for him. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, victory seemed unlikely. Vegeta, recognizing this, gazed at Yamcha for a prolonged moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Is this a divine confrontation? Vegeta's original Super Saiyan state rapidly dissipated, and Yamcha quietly observed Vegeta's movements, revealing an expression of understanding. Has everyone touched upon this realm? Yamcha pondered, noting from Vegeta's demeanor that he too was on the verge of a divine transformation. Could Vegeta undergo a transformation akin to Gohan's? Although the match had commenced, their dialogue did not provoke discontent among the spectators. After all, when it came to actual combat, the audience would truly be at a loss. At that moment, the concept of a divine transformation discussed by Yamcha and Vegeta genuinely captivated the audience's attention. Chapter 78, The Emergence of Li Jiu. Setting aside the transformation into Super Saiyan was not what Vegeta desired. Soon, you shall witness the Super Saiyan God. As Vegeta's words fell, a crimson aura surged like flames, transforming both his hair and eyes to a striking red. Simultaneously, Vegeta's previous energy vanished, replaced by an ethereal presence. This transformation was not as dashing as the Super Saiyan Blue, nor did it possess the same allure as Goku's Super Saiyan God, Li Jiu I, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Should they not be marveling at the sheer power of Vegeta's transformation? Everyone had brushed against the divine realm, allowing them to sense Vegeta's formidable strength at this moment. Yet, Li Jiu dared to compare the aesthetics of Goku's and Vegeta's transformations. Can Father also achieve this state that Uncle Vegeta has attained? It appears even more formidable than my divine realm, Gohan inquired, directing his gaze towards Goku. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan God, a form that Vegeta and I developed after extensive training. However, in terms of might, it likely pales in comparison to Gohan's. Goku candidly replied, while Gohan displayed humility. The power disparity between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue was quite pronounced. Yet the stability of the Super Saiyan God was superior. Gohan's divine state, while not lacking in power compared to Super Saiyan Blue and boasting stability akin to that of the Super Saiyan God, was evidently more refined. Then, Uncle Li Jiu must possess an even more potent transformation, Gohan remarked, gazing at Li Jiu. Despite having transcended the divine realm, he still perceived Li Jiu as an unfathomable abyss, obscuring his true depths. Indeed, Li Jiu nodded slightly, and the crowd turned their gaze towards him, curiosity evident in their expressions. However, Li Jiu refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, the transformation is quite similar to that of Vegeta, albeit with an additional method of transformation. The powers of the two forms are not vastly different, and I am still seeking a way to merge them. Li Jiu's current objective is to apply the realm of Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan 4. Through his research, it has become evident that Super Saiyan 4 can be regarded as a foundational transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is akin to a normal state. Therefore, considering a transformation beyond the norm naturally leads one to contemplate the Super Saiyan God form. Although Li Jiu did not consider Super Saiyan 5, which might offer an easier breakthrough, it is clear that the path to Super Saiyan God is the most direct route to ultimate strength. Achieving the fourth stage of Super Saiyan transformation seems exceedingly challenging for Li Jiu. Vegeta attempted it once, but could not complete it, as the power was too difficult to control. For Li Jiu, it was even more unattainable, leading to a complete loss of rationality. Goku, too, admired Li Jiu's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, but lacking a tail, he could transform under the tremendous light of Bulma. Yet transforming into a great ape remains the simplest step. Mastering the power of the great ape is the true key. The path to greatness does not suit everyone. Only the path that is right for oneself is the most valid. Li Jiu looked at the crowd, and Tien and the others nodded in agreement. Although Li Jiu's words seemed simple, upon reflection, one often realizes they encapsulate profound truths on the journey of cultivation. Just as Li Jiu's initial guidance provided them with a new understanding of their training. Truly impressive is Vegeta. I had thought that overcoming the divine realm would lessen the gap between us. Yet, it appears the disparity remains significant. Yamcha gradually assumé la combatance. While Vegeta smiled faintly. 7 years, and you have made such remarkable progress. Vegeta could not help but admire Li Jiu. His earlier guidance had indeed enabled Yamcha and the others to become so formidable. And thus, the battle commenced. Although Yamcha was acutely aware of his inferiority to Vegeta, he chose to engage nonetheless. Vegeta, too, joined the fray. Though he held back somewhat, he did not deliberately restrain himself. In Vegeta's eyes, intentionally suppressing one's strength to spare a martial artist's pride would be an affront to them. By exerting his full power, even in victory, he could demonstrate his respect for his opponent. Thus, after merely a few dozen exchanges, Vegeta's aura surged to a new height. His crimson hair instantaneously transformed into a striking blue. This was far more pleasing to the eye. Li Jiu nodded in agreement, and the others acknowledged this with their own nods. Setting aside raw power, Super Saiyan Blue indeed looks far more aesthetically pleasing than that of Super Saiyan God. For Vegeta, red simply does not suit him. Dend pursed his lips, while the others mentally envisioned Goku transforming into Super Saiyan God, agreeing with Den's sentiments. As the Super Saiyan Blue transformation emerged, Yamcha was instantly defeated. Outside the ring, he brushed off the dirt from his attire, suffering no severe injuries. What kind of transformation is this? Yamcha inquired. It's Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta descended onto the arena, joining Yamcha as they made their way to the resting area. It was only after Vegeta's departure that the host finally registered the outcome of the match. The crowd turned their gaze towards Li Jiu, as the next bout was set to feature Li Jiu against Jiaozi. Jiaozi's already pale complexion grew even paler. He might be the weakest among them. Don't worry, Jiaozi. Mr. Li Jiu will guide you, Tian Jinhan encouraged. Jiaozi nodded, fully aware that Li Jiu would not hold back. Yet he found himself devoid of the courage to even strike. As they stepped onto the stage, Li Jiu silently observed Jiaozi, who stood poised and immediately elevated his energy to its zenith. Jiaozi's fighting prowess was now comparable to that of the former Cell. Gohan remarked, over the years, everyone's progress has been remarkable. Indeed, none of us have been idle. Tian Jinhan replied, casting a glance at number 17. Their upcoming match would be his duel against number 17. Has Jiaozi not touched the realm of the divine? Krillin asked Tian Jinhan. Once, Jiaozi was not weaker than Krillin, and his telekinesis had often given Krillin a hard time. Jiaozi has faintly grazed the threshold, but he has yet to truly step into the divine realm. However, his telekinetic abilities have developed significantly, Tian Jinhan explained. Telekinesis is indeed a valuable asset. The crowd was well aware that Jiaozi excelled in this ability, so even though his combat strength was somewhat lacking, they did not underestimate him. Meanwhile, Li Jiu stood quietly, and the spectators outside the arena were utterly enraptured. For standing upon the stage was the very individual who had once defeated Cell. 7 years ago, as today, two figures gradually merged. This was the true hero who had vanquished Cell. Li Jiu, Li Jiu, Li Jiu. The cheers of countless voices reverberated, shaking the very earth. Chapter 79. All have grown stronger. Jiaozi, make your move. Let me witness your progress over the years. Li Jiu beckoned to Jiaozi. Upon seeing this, Jiaozi nodded earnestly. All right, Mr. Li Jiu, I will strike. The match had already commenced, and Jiaozi's energy surged to its peak, stabilizing at a pinnacle. Aware that he could not match Li Jiu's strength, he aimed to unleash his full potential in a brief moment. Jiaozi's high-pitched voice lacked intimidation. Yet the force he unleashed was not to be underestimated. His diminutive fist struck against Li Jiu's shoulder, and Li Jiu remained unyielding, while the very ground of the arena fractured beneath them. Without any hesitation, Dumpling launched a comprehensive offensive, striking with fists and feet, yet Li Jiu neither dodged nor evaded. Was he incapable of breaking through even the defenses? Tianjin Fan widened his 3 eyes, observing the scene in the arena. Dumpling had undoubtedly unleashed all his power, yet he could not penetrate Li Jiu's defenses. Well, this was to be expected. Li Jiu's normal state had likely surpassed that of the Super Saiyan's 3rd transformation. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Having trained alongside Vegeta in the realm of the God of Destruction, he was well aware of Li Jiu's training progress. Li Jiu had integrated all 3 transformations of Super Saiyan into his normal state. Thus, even in this form, his true strength undoubtedly exceeded that of the original Super Saiyan 3. Had Li Jiu truly become this formidable? And this was merely his normal strength. Sweat beads trickled down Piccolo's forehead, astonished by Li Jiu's might. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin and Jebit were exhilarated. If Li Jiu was already this powerful without transforming, surely he would have little difficulty in confronting Majin Buu if he chose to transform. Kaioshin Asin was utterly unaware of the true extent of Majin Buu's power and could not fathom the strength of Li Jiu and the others present. He only recognized Buu's might, oblivious to the fact that among those participating in this mundane world martial arts tournament, true warriors were present. Among the dozen or so individuals present, the number capable of defeating Majin Buu exceeded mere handfuls. Meanwhile, Biddy Li, who had inexplicably arrived in the resting area, tugged at Sun Gohan's sleeve and inquired, "Is that Mr. Li Jiu?" "Indeed, Mr. Li Jiu's strength far surpasses my expectations," Sun Gohan affirmed. Biddy Li, unable to comprehend, asked, "Between that dumpling and Cell, who is stronger?" "Dumpling? His current strength should have already surpassed that of the original Cell. However, Dumpling's forte lies in his psychic abilities." As Sun Gohan finished speaking, Dumpling ceased his physical assault. His power was insufficient to shake Li Jiu. With both hands directed at Li Jiu, Dumpling activated his psychic abilities, and Li Jiu suddenly felt a force penetrating his body. Instead of immediately expelling it, he chose to grant Dumpling the opportunity to proceed. Soon after, a sharp pain gripped Li Jiu's abdomen. He raised an eyebrow. Such a degree of pain was trivial for him, but for others like Krillin, it would be far more challenging to endure. "Not bad, Dumpling. Do you possess any further techniques?" Li Jiu inquired. Dumpling withdrew his hands, then once again summoned his psychic powers, encircling Li Jiu with invisible forces, seemingly attempting to ensnare him. Li Jiu's body trembled vigorously, and the invisible force field around him instantly dissipated. "Many of my psychic abilities are not intended for combat," Dumpling responded. Hearing this, Li Jiu chuckled. "That is quite impressive. Indeed, although it may not significantly affect me. If it were Krillin, he would certainly encounter considerable difficulties." "Very well, I concede." Dumpling cast a glance at the referee. It was already a privilege for Li Jiu to grant him a chance to strike. Although Li Jiu refrained from making a move, his formidable prowess was indisputable. After admitting defeat, Dumpling raised his hand to restore the arena, with the next match featuring Trunks against Android 17. As the battle commenced, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, followed by a fierce roar as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2nd grade. In an instant, both figures vanished from their original positions. Li Jiu and the others gazed into the air, their eyes shifting intermittently. However, the ordinary spectators could hardly perceive anything. They could only catch fleeting glimpses of shadows and the occasional energy blast. This, however, did not hinder the commentator's enthusiastic narration, as he grew increasingly adept at embellishing the spectacle. Such a fierce contest did nothing to dampen the audience's fervor. Android 17 had not grown complacent over the years. His strength had vastly improved. Sun Wukong rested a hand on his brow, contemplating that had it been the former Android 17, Trunks would have undoubtedly triumphed. Yet, it appeared that Trunks was perpetually on the defensive. Truly a Saiyan. Nevertheless, I too have not been idle in my training. Android 17 spoke, applying a modicum of force. And after several exchanges, he sent Trunks tumbling from the arena. How disappointing. He simply cannot compete. Trunks rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. Android 17 had shown restraint, merely knocking Trunks out of the ring without inflicting harm. "You three young ones have already grown quite strong. With diligent training, it won't be long before you catch up to us," Krillin remarked, noting that Li Luo was now on par with their generation. Son Goten and Trunks were slightly lagging behind, but with earnest effort, they could surely close the gap. Naturally, the battle between Sun Wukong and Android 18 required no elaboration. Given Sun Wukong's nature, a 17-minute bout was already quite swift. Yet, Android 18's strength astonished everyone. Even Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade could not secure a victory against her. Only after he transformed into Super Saiyan God was he barely able to dislodge Android 18 from the arena. Android 18 had also been diligently training of late. Sun Wukong scratched his head, having thought his time spent training in the realm of the gods had made him formidable, only to realize that those on Earth had evolved beyond their former selves. The arrival of Li Jiu had altered everything. Android 18 huffed lightly, casting a glance at Li Jiu before quietly retreating to a corner. Chapter 80, Li Luo vs. Tapira. The World Martial Arts Tournament continued unabated. The advancing contenders still needed to determine their rankings. While they did not fight with all their might, they relished the atmosphere of this friendly competition. At that moment, the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament was fully captured within a crystal ball, within the vast expanse of the colossal spaceship. Babidi was drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at the scene before him. The energy detector beside him intermittently emitted alarm signals. However, the power of the divine was elusive to measure, and thus, the most formidable aura Babidi could perceive was barely at the level of a Super Saiyan 3. If not less, we must act swiftly, otherwise the Supreme Kai will undoubtedly lead them to eradicate Majin Buu, Babidi thought, casting a glance at Dubra beside him. The Demon King Dubra's combat prowess could not even secure a place in the top 10 at this martial arts tournament. It was utterly daunting. What Babidi yearned for most was to awaken Majin Buu, for only he could restore Babidi's confidence. Dubra, I shall transfer you to another planet, where you will be responsible for gathering the energy required to awaken Majin Buu, Babidi commanded. With the demise of the Babidi brothers, Babidi dared not wreak havoc on Earth. Are you planning to awaken Majin Buu on another life-bearing planet in the universe? Dubra inquired. No, the spaceship remains here. You will collect energy, and I shall assist you. Babidi replied. With that, Babidi began to chant incantations, teleporting Dubra and all the servants aboard the spaceship away. He aimed to awaken Majin Buu in the shortest possible time. With Babidi's cooperation, the energy collection for Majin Buu was remarkably swift. The martial arts tournament in West City was in full swing, transforming into a showcase for the Z fighters. The battles were not excessively intense. Even when evenly matched, one side often conceded. They relished the nostalgia of bygone days. The martial arts fervor on Earth had been propelled to new heights by Li Jiu. Following this tournament, various martial arts schools flourished across Earth. Yet the number of those who could truly inherit the essence of martial arts was exceedingly scarce. Rankings did not entirely reflect strength, yet Li Jiu still emerged victorious. Following him were Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan. The tournament continued until dusk, with many spectators choosing to remain in their seats, succumbing to slumber after a day of spirited cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, might I ask for a favor? The Supreme Kai Ashen interjected as he noticed the crowd beginning to disperse. Are you referring to Majin Buu? Li Jiu inquired, looking at the Supreme Kai. Ashen nodded earnestly and courteously remarked, Mr. Li Jiu, I understand that you may not regard Majin Buu as a threat, as his power may not match yours. However, Majin Buu is virtually indestructible. If he were to wreak havoc on Earth, it could inadvertently lead to the destruction of the entire planet. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Li Jiu, with Gohan directly suggesting, well, it seems we do not all need to go after Majin Buu. Perhaps I could accompany the Supreme Kai to ascertain just how powerful Majin Buu truly is? Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, a wave of joy washed over him. Although Son Gohan was not Li Jiu, he possessed formidable strength and should be capable of subduing Majin Buu. Perhaps Majin Buu might yet have some other utility. Li Jiu pressed his lips together, and then the group abruptly turned their gaze towards a distant direction. A powerful aura had suddenly manifested in the air. Such a formidable presence. It rivaled that of a Super Saiyan in its third transformation, Son Goku discerned. However, if this aura was indeed as it appeared, it should not be too difficult to handle, Krillin remarked, confident in his ability to confront such energy. Did the Supreme Kai really say that creature cannot be killed? Yamcha inquired. If it cannot be slain, then the Mafuba technique must be employed for sealing, Piccolo interjected, though the others seemed skeptical that an indestructible monster existed in their world. Nevertheless, this aura did not seem particularly malevolent and was less sinister than that of the previous Vegeta, Son Goku, suddenly noted, making a comparison to Vegeta. Vegeta, upon hearing this, seized Son Goku by the collar, exclaiming furiously, Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Ha, Vegeta, do not be so fierce. I merely speak the truth, Son Goku replied, scratching his head, prompting laughter among the group. It appeared Son Goku was concerned about not inflicting enough harm and had inadvertently added fuel to the fire. However, I suggest we investigate further, Tien Shinhan suggested, acknowledging the formidable energy. If it proves indeed challenging to destroy, we must seal it away. Of course, this is contingent upon the assumption that Majin Buu is a villain. Then let us proceed, Li Jiu declared, utilizing instant transmission to transport the group directly to the exterior of Babidi's spaceship. At that moment, Babidi and Dabura stood outside the spacecraft, accompanied by a throng of minions, while a plump pink figure was awkwardly attempting to walk. That is Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai pointed out. Ho ho ho, the Supreme Kai has arrived, Babidi remarked, displaying a confident smile upon seeing the Supreme Kai and his entourage, unfazed by their presence. For the aura of Majin Buu had surpassed what he had sensed from Li Jiu and the others. Babidi is no benign character, Li Jiu warned. His sorcery is too peculiar. Even I must remain cautious. The Supreme Kai glanced at Li Jiu and replied, Babidi possesses the incantation necessary to seal Majin Buu, Mr. Li Jiu. Then let us eliminate him, Li Jiu stated, turning to Li Luo. Go, take down that little one, but exercise caution. Yes, father. Li Luo stepped forward, while the Supreme Kai instinctively sought to intervene. Yet, how could he possibly impede Li Luo? Babidi seemed to overhear Li Jiu's command and was immediately struck with alarm. You fool, Dabura, That child's power is comparable to yours. You must block him. Yes, Lord Babidi. At this juncture, Babidi was unable to compel Majin Buu to heed his orders and dared not take any unnecessary risks. Dapper stood before Lilo, brandishing a long blade. Little brat, I shall not allow you to pass. Lilo, beware of his saliva. It can petrify, reminded Li Jiu. Nodding slightly, Lilo turned to Dapper and declared, You shall meet your demise if you obstruct my path. Ha ha, such audacity from a mere child. Behold my blade, Dapper exclaimed, lunging forward as his sword descended towards Lilo's head. In an instant, Lilo's demeanor transformed, his dark hair swirling with a vibrant, grass-green luminescence. With a sharp clang, Dapper's sword was halted by a single finger from Lilo. In the following moment, cracks began to radiate from Lilo's fingertip. I've heard your saliva can turn one to stone. I shall not grant you the opportunity to demonstrate. Lilo spoke with an indifferent tone, and in the next instant, his hair and irises glimmered with a golden-green hue. Chapter 81. The Might of the Transcendent. Ha ha, then allow me to show you. Dapper laughed, but before he could finish, Lilo suddenly appeared mere inches from him, delivering a powerful jab to his abdomen. I said, no chances for you, Lilo remarked as he withdrew his fist. Dapper staggered back, resembling a shrimp, his mouth agape in disbelief. Yet Lilo's onslaught was far from over. He executed a swift kick that connected with Dapper's chin, propelling him skyward. You managed to block me for 3 seconds, Lilo murmured, his fingers splayed towards Dapper, unleashing a ki blast that sent Dapper soaring away. As the smoke cleared, Dapper had completely vanished, and the entire encounter had transpired in less than 3 seconds. The battle was characterized by its swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Well done, Vegeta praised, a proud smile gracing his lips as if Lilo were his own son. This is the ruthlessness befitting a Saiyan, unlike Kakarot, who fritters away time with indecision. Vegeta continued to extol Lilo, while Krillin and others were equally astonished by Lilo's ferocity. Ha! I never expected Lilo to be so decisive against his foes, Krillin chuckled, though Li Jiu remained unconvinced. To him, the Z fighters have been led astray by Son Goku. One must always aim for annihilation when facing an enemy. Dad, should we eliminate Majin Buu as well? Lilo inquired after dispatching Dapper, raising his hand to unleash a series of energy blasts that obliterated Babidi's minions. Those lackeys are no good either. Yet this display left the Supreme, Kai, and Kibito utterly awestruck, who were Babidi's subordinates. Each was a formidable demon, to have been so effortlessly vanquished, and Lilo still intended to confront Majin Buu? Could it be that this child from Earth could indeed defeat the creature that had instilled fear for countless ages? Majin Buu is not easily vanquished. You may attempt it, but I intend to tame him, Li Jiu stated, and upon hearing this, Li Luo became exhilarated. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Li Luo advanced step by step towards Babidi, recalling the task assigned to him by Li Jiu to eliminate Babidi. Mr. Li Jiu, Majin Buu is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere child like Li Luo. Moreover, if we were to eliminate Babidi, rest assured, Lord Kaioshin, Li Jiu interjected. At this moment, Majin Buu is merely at the level of a Super Saiyan in its 3rd stage. Even if Li Luo cannot defeat him, he is not in any immediate peril. The onlookers observed quietly, recognizing that even if any one of them were to confront Majin Buu, they would neither gain the upper hand nor be swiftly defeated. Thus, they harbored no concerns about Li Luo's actions. They were merely spectators. Why does Li Jiu wish to tame Majin Buu? Is he not a villain of unparalleled malevolence? Krillin inquired, puzzled by Li Jiu's decision to harbor such a risk. Li Jiu furrowed his brow and responded, Majin Buu, after absorbing several Kaioshins, has had his inner wickedness eradicated. You can sense it, can't you? His aura is devoid of malevolence. As Goku remarked, he lacks the previous evil of Vegeta. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging their ability to perceive this change, thus casting doubt upon the Kaioshin's description. Such power, if exploited by Babidi, could indeed wreak havoc. However, if we were to tame it, we might gain a formidable force. This was Li Jiu's plan, but could Majin Buu truly be tamed? In the original narrative, while Majin Buu became benevolent, he remained rather naive, a simplicity that could easily revert to malevolence. Furthermore, in the original story, Majin Buu only became good after shedding his evil. If we cannot draw out the small Buu today, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate Majin Buu entirely. If it becomes too troublesome, the losses would outweigh the gains. Li Jiu, feeling somewhat lethargic, was suddenly interrupted by Vegeta. What is Kaioshin? Did you not assert that Majin Buu is indestructible? Vegeta queried, to which Kaioshin Asin promptly nodded, explaining, Majin Buu possesses an extraordinarily robust vitality. Even if he is shattered into pieces, he can regenerate. Moreover, Majin Buu wields both black and white magic, making him susceptible to unforeseen dangers. The gravity of the situation settled upon the crowd, their expressions turning serious as they contemplated whether they could indeed defeat Majin Buu, given his extraordinary resilience. Realizing the tenacity of Majin Buu's life force, Krillin and the others exchanged resigned glances. Even the most formidable of warriors among the masses, the short flute, harbors no absolute certainty in vanquishing the malevolent Majin Buu entirely. This predicament proves to be exceedingly challenging. Only overwhelming strength could hope to subdue Majin Buu. I believe assistance from Goku or Gohan is essential. Even the Erlang god lacks assurance. While he could suppress Majin Buu for a time with his utmost effort, completely annihilating him remains beyond his capacity. You all underestimate the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Lilo. That is the fabled Super Saiyan, an invincible warrior. Although Lilo is merely 7 years old, Vegeta possesses unwavering confidence in Lilo's ability to slay Majin Buu. First, we must eliminate Babidi. Lilo raised a finger, unleashing a verdant beam of energy directed at Babidi. At that moment, Babidi was still attempting to persuade Majin Buu, who appeared childlike, mumbling to himself. Lilo's attack arrived in an instant. Majin Buu sensed it, but made no effort to defend himself, allowing the beam to pierce Babidi's heart. Babidi, not much larger than a fist, had his entire left chest obliterated, yet he did not perish immediately. Instead, he struggled to utter, Majin Buu, save me quickly, or I shall seal you away. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's eyes turned cold, yet he extended his hand to lift Babidi, emanating a pink glow. In the next moment, Babidi's injuries healed, and Majin Buu wore a sincere smile, exclaiming, all better now. Babidi rejoiced, yea, Majin Buu is truly remarkable. Now, Majin Buu, eliminate all those people, especially that child. Start with him. In Chapter 82, Lilo versus Majin Buu, Babidi pointed his staff at Lilo, fully aware that the attack that nearly claimed his life had originated from Lilo. Majin Buu regarded Babidi, his smile vanishing, his eyes narrowing in his slits as he abruptly seized Babidi by the throat. Babidi struggled to produce sound, unable to articulate. Now you cannot recite your spells. Majin Buu chuckled with satisfaction, and then Babidi's form dissolved into a swirl of pink energy. Lilo observed this scene quietly. Babidi was dead. Although he had not delivered the fatal blow, it mattered not. Roar! I am free! Majin Buu ignored Lilo and the Supreme Kai, joyfully bounding about, tripping over stones and rolling several times. This behavior hardly resembled that of a demon. Gohan scratched his head, bemused by Majin Buu's antics, while Lilo watched in silent disbelief. The being known as Majin Buu was devoid of any inclination towards destruction, and his aura bore no trace of malevolence, leaving one to ponder how he might engage in battle. After observing for a considerable time, Majin Buu abruptly halted, slowly turning to face Lilo, stating simply, I am hungry. Hungry? I have nothing to offer you, Lilo replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. When Majin Buu gazed upon him, Lilo instinctively sensed a hint of danger. What shall I transform into? He mused. Perhaps chocolate. After a moment of contemplation, Majin Buu's innocent smile re-emerged, and his antennae swayed gently. Let us turn into chocolate. A pink beam of light shot forth from his antenna, sending a chill down Lilo's spine. He let out a sharp exclamation and immediately activated his protective shield. The grass-green barrier successfully repelled Majin Buu's magic, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on Lilo's brow. How infuriating! That spell was exceedingly perilous. Although it had been thwarted, Lilo's instincts could not be mistaken. Had he not possessed the protective shield, he might have indeed been transformed into chocolate. Why didn't you turn into chocolate? Majin Buu queried, perplexed as he regarded Lilo. Meanwhile, Lilo felt a surge of anger. Was he to be devoured in such a manner? His aura began to intensify. He now had ample reason to eliminate this Majin Buu. Transform again. Majin Buu cast another spell, but this time Lilo dispersed it with a wave of energy. What magic is this? One merely needs to be cautious, Lilo remarked with a slight smile, stepping forward into the void towards Majin Buu. Allow me to witness the extent of your power. Lilo's aura continued to rise, yet he had yet to unleash his full strength. Are you intending to fight me? Majin Buu retorted, but Lilo chose not to respond. advancing instead to deliver a punch directly to Majin Buu's face. The impact caused Buu's plump visage to cave in, his head appearing as if it might fly off, while his body remained rooted in place, his neck stretching unnaturally. Were it anyone else who had received such a blow, they would have surely perished. Yet Majin Buu was no ordinary creature. He nonchalantly reshaped his face and restored his neck to its original form, staring blankly at Lilo. "My turn," Majin Buu declared, swiftly launching a punch aimed at Lilo's face. However, Lilo was not one to allow such a strike to land unopposed. He raised his arm to block the forceful blow, then retaliated with a kick that struck Majin Buu's ample abdomen. The force of the kick created a substantial hole in Buu's belly. Lilo withdrew, observing Majin Buu. He now comprehended that Majin Buu possessed a regenerative ability surpassing even that of the Namekians. He was eager to discover the limits of this remarkable recuperative power. Lilo was indeed formidable, yet Majin Buu appeared significantly weakened. Klin was puzzled, unable to comprehend why Majin Buu possessed such formidable power, yet seemed incapable of wielding it effectively. He resembled an infant, endowed solely with strength, but lacking the skill to utilize it. At that moment, Yamcha also noted the peculiarities of Majin Buu. The onlookers observed in silence as the battle between Liro and Majin Buu unfolded. Soon, Majin Buu showcased his extraordinary regenerative abilities. A gaping hole, large enough to pass through a basketball, healed instantaneously, and his aura remained undiminished. "You hurt me," Majin Buu exclaimed angrily, his rotund body moving swiftly to confront Liro once more, launching an attack. Yet, it seemed that Majin Buu was merely flailing about. Although his speed was remarkable and his punches heavy, to Liro, he revealed numerous vulnerabilities. After a brief skirmish, Liro had not only avoided being touched by Buu, but had also managed to land several blows that caused significant damage. However, despite tearing Majin Buu into pieces, unless one possessed sufficient power to obliterate him entirely, such efforts were futile. In mere moments, Majin Buu reassembled himself, his energy intact and unweakened. After a series of attacks, Liro found his strength considerably drained, yet he perceived no sign of fatigue in Majin Buu. Not only did Majin Buu possess a remarkable capacity for healing injuries, but he also demonstrated an impressive stamina recovery. Therefore, if possible, I would like to request Mr. Li Jiu to personally intervene and eliminate Majin Buu. As you have seen, while Majin Buu may be simple-minded, this simplicity also renders him perilous. The Kaioshin once again proposed that Li Jiu should deal the fatal blow to Majin Buu. However, Li Jiu remained unmoved. While he may not be able to harness Majin Buu's power for himself, it would still provide Liro with a valuable opportunity to hone his skills. Li Jiu had no intention of engaging directly. Even if he wished to slay Majin Buu, it was unnecessary for him to do so personally. Son Gohan, Son Goku, and Vegeta, any one of them could effortlessly vanquish Majin Buu in an instant. "No, that is not right. It's too terrifying," Klin suddenly interjected, his expression towards Majin Buu shifting dramatically. Li Jiu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Klin, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Majin Buu is mimicking Liro's combat style, and his fighting prowess is on the rise. It has become increasingly difficult for Liro to suppress him now, though Klin may not be the strongest among them. His extensive experience in various battles endowed him with unique insights into combat. Li Jiu surveyed the distant clash. What was once a hilly wasteland had been transformed beyond recognition, and Liro's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Majin Buu appeared to be learning from his techniques. Despite Liro's advantage in strength, Buu's extraordinary recovery compensated for this. Should Liro's combat skills be matched, he would find himself at a disadvantage. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Liro's temper flared, his aura intensifying, and the power within him surged forth, manifesting a discernible increase. Chapter 83, Shifting the Battlefield. Upon perceiving the surge in Li Luo's strength, Krillin and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Such a rapid enhancement of power was beyond their comprehension. After years of relentless training, they had never experienced such swift advancement, let alone the notion of growing stronger through battle. Their own progress had been a gradual accumulation of effort, yet Li Luo exhibited an incessant flow of energy during combat, a phenomenon that sparked envy within them. Li Luo's fighting spirit soared, while Majin Buu had nearly mastered Li Luo's techniques. In terms of skill, Li Luo found it increasingly challenging to gain an upper hand. The fight, now evenly matched, grew more intense as Li Luo began to sustain injuries. Nonetheless, his aura surged even higher, his strength continuously escalating, subtly hinting at the possibility of once again overwhelming Majin Buu. The sheer magnitude of Li Luo's talent was astonishing. Son Gohan expressed his admiration, while Krillin and the others were left speechless. Gohan's own prowess had already placed him on a pedestal, but Li Luo's capabilities eclipsed even that. Truly, the disparity between individuals could be disheartening. At that moment, the Kaioshin and Jebbet found themselves rendered speechless. Their eyes wide in astonishment as they witnessed the battle between Li Luo and Majin Buu, their worldviews crumbling before them. A mere child was capable of engaging Majin Buu at such a level. Majin Buu's aura remained unyielding. In fact, as he endured more blows, he began to fight back in earnest, unleashing formidable power. Yet despite this, Li Luo did not falter. Jebbet and Kaioshin Asin exchanged glances, with Jebbet silently nodding. Jebbet, we must lead everyone to the Kaioshin realm. This battle cannot continue here. Majin Buu lacks the concept of controlling his power. And while the others might not perceive the danger, the earth cannot withstand such intense force. A single misstep could lead to its demise. Jebbet, perspiration trickling down his brow, replied, Kaioshin, I cannot approach their battle. Kaioshin Asin felt embarrassed by this admission and turned to Li Jiu, stating, Surely, Mr. Li Jiu does not wish for the earth to face destruction? Of course not, Li Jiu replied with a furrowed brow. He contemplated briefly before vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Majin Buu in an instant. Li Luo, who had been in the midst of his assault, halted at the sight of his father. Father, I have not yet lost. Kaioshin, please escort Vegeta to the Kaioshin realm. The Kaioshin glanced at Jebbet, who immediately turned to Vegeta. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, retorting, I have no desire to be your pawn. Let Gohan venture to that Kaioshin realm instead. Once there, he can unleash his aura. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan instantly understood their intentions. He teamed up with Jebbet to travel to the Kaioshin realm, releasing the aura of Super Saiyan second stage. Meanwhile, Li Jiu seized Majin Buu by the antenna on his head, teleporting himself and Li Luo away in an instant. Sun Wukong brought along others. The realm of the King of Worlds is vast and expansive, many times larger than Earth, and its solidity is beyond comparison to that of our planet. Here, Lilo and Majin Buu can unleash their powers without restraint. I am about to unleash my full strength. With no reservations, Lilo's combat prowess surged to a new level. Energy blasts rained down like they were free, creating numerous transparent holes in Majin Buu's form. Incredible! Krillin and the others were astonished. Lilo's full power was at least 30% greater. The legendary Super Saiyan is ill-suited to timid combat. They are born destroyers, thriving in chaotic and ferocious battle techniques. The physical prowess of the legendary Super Saiyan is almost monstrous, seemingly devoid of fatigue. Naturally, Lilo possesses such formidable attributes as well. As the true battle commenced, the entire realm of the King of Worlds trembled. Majin Buu gradually found himself at a disadvantage, while Lilo grew ever more formidable. Goten and Trunks watched Lilo's fight with excitement, their spirits buoyed, eager to challenge Majin Buu themselves. However, their strength was clearly insufficient, preventing them from joining such a fierce battle. If Goten and Trunks wished to participate, they would need to tread carefully. Sun Wukong discerned the intentions of the two young ones. Goten asked, Is it really okay? If you wish to go, then go. Just don't cry if you get hurt. Sun Wukong replied with a grin, intending to use Majin Buu as a means for Goten and Trunks to sharpen their skills. Of course, Lilo also viewed Majin Buu as a sharpening stone for his own abilities. Oh yeah, Goten, let us go. Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and then further ascended to Super Saiyan's second grade, charging directly at Majin Buu. As he flew, he called out, Hey Lilo, let's join in too. Lilo glanced back at Trunks, offering no verbal response, yet he did not hinder Trunks' participation. At that moment, he needed to focus entirely on controlling the immense power within him, as the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan was notoriously difficult to manage. Had it not been for his profound breathing technique and formidable mental strength, which allowed him to master his power far beyond ordinary capability, he might have succumbed to a berserk state long ago. Goten and Trunks inflicted limited damage upon Majin Buu, but their persistent attacks were nonetheless a source of annoyance for him. Yet, Lilo's presence ensured that Majin Buu could not find the opportunity to deal with Goten and Trunks effectively. Although he occasionally seized chances to strike them down, it did not deter the two youngsters from rising again to rejoin the fray. I am angry, Majin Buu exclaimed, steam rising from the holes atop his head, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. Li Jiu gazed at the unfolding scene, his expression subtly shifting. If the separation of Fat Bu and Thin Bu was indeed the case, then it sufficed to eliminate Thin Bu. Once again, a brutal onslaught commenced. The steam emanating from Fat Bu increased dramatically, coalescing in mid-air into the form of slender, dark gray Bu. The moment Thin Bu materialized, he unleashed magic, launching an attack on Trunks and Goten. "This is bad," Goku exclaimed, immediately teleporting to their side and deflecting the magical beam with his formidable energy. Meanwhile, Fat and Thin Bu confronted each other. "Goten, Trunks, retreat," Goku commanded, his countenance grave as he observed the clash between Fat and Thin Bu. At this juncture, Fat and Thin Bu seemed to disregard Li Luo and Goku entirely, focusing solely on one another. Li Luo and Goku exchanged bewildered glances at the two Bus. Yet, they could both sense the malevolent aura emanating from Thin Bu, which was palpably pure, while Fat Bu exuded no trace of evil whatsoever. How could this be? How could two Majin Bus exist? The Supreme Kai, Shin, struggled to comprehend the situation. One Majin Bu was already capable of wreaking havoc in the Supreme Kai realm, and the existence of two Majin Bus threatened the very fabric of reality.